In this EU5 challenge run, we'll be starting out as a single province in Ireland, and we'll be trying to take over the entirety of the UK. That means we'll start out on the Irish island, taking over everything, kicking everybody out, consolidating, building up our economy and army, and then expanding over here to the main island. That means we'll have to take out Scotland, Wales, and then eventually England. But with that said, let's go ahead and jump right in, starting out as the County of Ivow, or whatever he is. Yeah, he's basically as small as you can get. He literally has a single province. Now, one cool thing, if you are new to the game, every time you load up a new map, well, I don't know if this is true for everybody, but most rulers spawn a random set of numbers here for the ruling stats. If you have high stats in certain areas, you get some really good bonuses. So for example, right here, you reduce with a high admin, it reduces your proximity cost, reduces your building cost. So depending on what you're trying to do in this first lifetime of your first ruler, you probably want to save scum this. So when I say save scum, I mean exit, start up a new one, and wait until you get a ruler that has stats points where you want them to be. Doesn't seem like military is all that important. Army morale is probably the most useful thing there, but in the early stages, probably not going to make that big of a difference for us. However, the diplomatic ability is super important because we will have a lot of vassals. And then also our Diplo rep is going to be pretty important. Keeping the states happy with equilibrium bonus is good. So admin and Diplo are going to be super important. We got a decent admin, but not so good Diplo and terrible military. So like I said, save scum it so you could just back out. So back to the main menu, do a new game, and then re-roll it until you get one that's decent. So I'm going to do that till we get a decent one, and then I will let you know what we come up with. I've been doing this for a few minutes here. This is the best I think I'm going to be able to get here. We got 70s and then a 50 on the military. That's going to give us 7.1 proximity cost reduction, building cost reduction, and then higher advisor cost minus 35%. We will be hiring advisors, so that'll help. And then crown power, always super important to have. And then down here, we've got Diplo rep 3.6 and then Diplo capacity 72%. Those two are incredibly important. And then, as I mentioned before, equilibrium. So that'll be good. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in. So let's get acquainted with our starting area. We have a decent population here, actually, 23k, which is a lot for Ireland. It's one of the few reasons you can actually make this start is because you do start with a decent population, which means you can get a lot of levies and actually expand somewhat rapidly. However, it's not easy. Like I said, there's a lot of people to be fighting us. And then we will be getting attacked from either England, Scotland, or potentially both. So we'll have to deal with that. But we start off with a 10 province. This is pretty good. However, this is not going to be our final resting place. We will most likely migrate down here, maybe either to Dublin or Malahide. One of these areas, probably along the coastline, that have a pretty good starting resource. Like wheat is pretty good. Obviously, the more food you have, the bigger population you can support. So, but we'll deal with that later. I don't think this is a good starting area. Also, this is more centrally located to the island. If you go up here, you're going to have control just in this small area. If you move down here, you kind of move out in a radius from there, and your control will be decent in more areas than if you were in the corner of your country. So that is kind of explaining that. Let's talk about starting moves here. So first up, we need to get married. Our guy is 37, so he's not going to last for more than maybe 20 years, maybe a little bit less. We need to start cracking on getting an heir. We don't have any options to marry inside of with our neighbors or anything like that, so we have to arrange a royal marriage. We could do a lowborn, but the problem is you get hit pretty hard there. Tribal cohesion is lost. You lose most of your prestige. It's just not good. So we'll do one of these. And woo, we got a good one too. 69, 73, and 91. These are really good stats. I don't know for sure if your stats and your spouse's stats kind of combined with some amount of RNG to determine what your kids' stats are. I think that's how it works. 33 is still young enough to have kids as well, I believe. So that should help. So with that out of the way, let's move on to, well, before I forget, let's deal with the economy tab. So we want to crank minting up until it is white, meaning we're not getting any inflation, but we're also not leaving any money on the table. Chieftains and commoners, we will automate their tax, and then we don't tax the clergy because we can't, and the clans don't ever pay tax, so it doesn't make sense to bring their tax rate up. And then we'll eventually get rid of them anyways, so not a big deal. We want to crank everything up to the max. So we will operate at a deficit for a decent amount of time, but it's not a big deal because we'll be making more than enough from our wars, taking all these people and forcing them to pay tribute and taking all their available money. So that is that. By cranking all these up, we're going to increase our stability, also increase our tribal cohesion. Now these are, I don't want to go over every single detail, but essentially this is going to make everything more stable in our country. We'll be able to make more money. We'll have less rebellions, etc. And then also for diplomacy, we need to get as many diplomats as we can because we will be burning through them pretty quickly, and we need a lot of them. Now, in terms of research, let's kind of go through some of the more important ones here. I do want to start with character life expectancy. So we'll take that, see if we can survive a little bit longer. And then we don't need castles yet. We don't need forts. We could use some trade, but I don't think that's really that important. I think diplomatic capacity would probably be maybe first on the list here. Actually, let's go with monthly diplomats first, and then we'll go diplo capacity, because we'll need more diplomats before we conquer enough to even come up against that, so that shouldn't be as big of a deal. Maximum RGO size and rule is super important, so we basically can produce more stuff. Like I said, if you're not quite sure what I'm talking about, this will all make sense at some point in the near future. I'll kind of explain it as we go. So I'm just going to pick a few more of these that are pretty important, and then I think we'll get the rest later. That should do it. Let's get our trade. We have 2 trades that we can get. Yep, that's good for that. And then we need to get our cabinet going. We don't have anybody to assign as a cabinet member, so we can do the generic base one, but we can't boost them. When we start to get people in our empire or little kingdom here, we can assign people to work these roles, and then we'll get more of a bonus. So first thing, stability. Second thing, strengthen the government. So those 2 things I was talking about before, we'll boost them up even more by having our cabinet work on that. And because we're a crappy little single province, we only have 2 slots. You'll notice if you've seen some other games, you start out with a bigger empire. You can have 4, 5 slots, I believe. So yeah, it's like I said, it's a pretty rough start, but it makes it more interesting, I think. The other thing, we are losing 3.4. We can get rid of our fort here. We don't need it. It's a stockade. It just costs us money, and it's literally going to have 0 value added to us. So we'll just delete it. We've got possible reforms. Let's go ahead and deal with this. So we start with Celtic traditions, and we want to keep this for the time being, primarily because of this high kingship. And then once we take over all of Ireland, we want to get rid of this because we don't want to be decentralized, and we don't want a traditional economy. And these are basically boosting those up. We'll go over that in just a second. So if you're not sure what these mean, don't worry. We will cover that soon. Coming in here, we can add one of these bonuses. There's 4 that we can choose from. We got food production, diplo, reputation and capacity, religious influence, and then some trade stuff. So I have a list of all the ones that I want to kind of build up. So if you go over to the value tab, you can see there's, I don't know how many this is, 10? Yeah, I think it's 10. But anyways, there's 2 for each one, and they are diametrically opposed. So if you go down decentralization, you do not get centralization. If you get innovative, you do not get traditionalist. Now, the ones that we want centralization, we want innovative, humanist, plutocratic, free subjects, belligerent, quantity, offensive, naval, capital economy, and individualism. Like I said, I know that's a lot. As we add stuff or do things, I'll mention it so that it kind of solidifies in your head what we're actually planning on doing. So hopefully that'll make sense. But one of the big ones is getting rid of decentralization and moving over to centralization. This is going to give us plus proximity, or a minus 10% proximity cost, and plus 50% crown power. Both of these are super duper important. War exhaustion, not important. Espionage or counter espionage, not at all important. I don't even know if the AI spies on us, to be honest. But yeah, those other 2 things are super important. If we go decentralized, you get some stuff that's really not important. The only thing on here that I would say is useful is probably the estates, an extra 5%, but not at the expense of all this other stuff. So not cool. We don't want to mess with it. So with that said, we don't want to push towards serfdom. We want free subjects. We don't want conciliatory, we want to go towards belligerent. And we don't want traditionalist, we want humanist. So these three will push us in the wrong direction. So we could go foreign building cost, diplo range, and trade range. The only problem here is none of these are going to help us at all in the beginning. So we might actually take one of these others just temporarily because, you know, we want to get something that's a bit more useful. We don't need diplo capacity because we have a decent ruler. And this is just nonsense. Religious influence, I don't think really does that much. You can like canonize people and make saints, and you get a little bit of bonus to your culture. But for what we're doing specifically here, I don't think it's going to help us much. So the food production is probably the most useful. And then serfdom is actually not terrible in the early game, and then it gets worse, I think, the longer you go. And you're better off going the other route. So we'll go agriculture, and then we need to go through all of our states here and make sure that we have good ones and get rid of the bad ones. So let's kind of go over this. Coin in livery is terrible. We need to get rid of it, but it's going to cost us 64 stability right now, so we would go negative by quite a bit if we got rid of it. So probably not a good idea to get rid of that one yet. Over here we have Preets. This one is peasant levy size minus 50%. This is awful. This is awful, awful, awful. Do not keep this. Unfortunately, it does give us free subjects, which is what we're looking for. Traditional economy, though, not what we were looking for. We want capital economy. So it's kind of half good, half bad, but this is terrible. Get rid of this right away. And it's because our peasants are not very influential. They only have 1% power. We actually have quite a bit more power than them. It only costs us 3 to get rid of it. So 3 stability takes us down to 26. That's not a big deal. Now for the clans, they have this one. Literally does nothing, so who cares? Tribal levy size plus 30%. I guess that's fine. We can hang on to that. So now what we want to do is go through and pick out ones that are either going to help us go towards the direction we want in terms of these societal values, or that give us a bonus. So good example here, expand farming cost. We don't get any positive satisfaction, but we do, and it only gives us 10 power to the tribal, and we get a minus 10% farming cost. So anytime we want to upgrade one of our farms, whether that's wheat or cows or any of that stuff, it's going to cost us 10% less. That's basically free money right there. So we'll take that for sure. These other ones, yeah, these other ones were fine. These I don't think we need. We don't want to mess with any of this other stuff. Tolerance of heathen beliefs would actually be okay once we expand outside of Ireland, but everybody's going to be of the same faith, so that doesn't really help us. And then we don't want to go decentralized, so nope, no thank you. For commoners, there is one in here that's pretty important. So again, we can go through and kind of look at which ones we want. We want free subjects, but we do not want decentralization, so that's not going to work. We do want higher levy size, so 20% levy combat effectiveness plus 25%, and peasants are allowed to use weaponry. So they use the weaponry in the markets, which basically means our peasants will consume stuff, and then we'll be able to make money by taxing them. Pick that up. And then further down the list, we don't want decentralization. We don't want decentralization. We do want free subjects, but we don't want traditional economy. And again, we just got rid of this one. We don't want to get rid of our levies. We don't want to reduce our levy size, although that does give us, it moves us towards free subjects. So that would be something to consider, but I don't think it's worth it still. Maybe if we're significantly bigger than our enemies, it would be okay, but we're going to be undersized for a very long time. This one, free subjects, this would actually be okay. I don't know if we want to allow peasants to migrate, though. And then it also reduces noble satisfaction, which is going to be tough to deal with because they're kind of hard to keep happy. This one could potentially work. So wild game output is increased. I don't think we have wild game. It's on the western side of Ireland, so it's not going to help us for now. But it would, yeah, and it's going to reduce noble output. But it would move us towards free subjects, so that could be interesting. Traditional economy, no way. Raw material output, no way we're taking that. And then free subjects, but this one's at the cost of RGO size and rural. So again, not going to happen. So pretty much we're done here with the commoners. They're only going to have this one that increases their levy size. For the clergy, again, we got to go through all this stuff. So we're not doing spiritualist. We are centralizing though. So this is going to be a good one. It's basically free money. Tolerance of the true faith is good because basically everything we own is going to be true faith. So basically it's a slight boost to avoiding rebellions and such. It will give the church a little bit of power, but they're pretty weak right now as it is, so it shouldn't be a big deal. We don't want spiritualism, communalism, that's fine. We don't want progress towards belligerence. We do want war score or war on different religion costs. Again, we're not fighting against different, but we will pick it up because it's only 20% increase to their power, but a 5% increase to their satisfaction. So that's a pretty good one, even though we don't even use the bonus. It's just going to be wasted. Here, Curia action, who cares? Possible clerics in towns and cities is actually pretty good. These guys do pay a lot of taxes, or no, sorry, they don't pay a lot of taxes, but they do consume a lot of goods. So I don't know. Yeah, the only problem there is they don't pay taxes because you can't tax the Catholic Church. So that's kind of a tricky one. But on the bright side, the more people you have as clerics, the faster your research is. So yeah, let's actually take that. I don't think there's too much of a downside there. Let's see, culture capacity is actually good. Reduction because we're going to have all one culture. So that doesn't matter. Pop assimilation speed is good. It'll basically allow us to get rid of the pops that we don't want. We won't have to worry about messing with that. Communalism, like I said, not what we want. Not spiritualism. Conciliatory, traditionalist, communalism. So that's pretty much all we want to do there. There's some good bonuses in here, like max diplomats is kind of nice to have, but we don't want conciliatory. Your efficiency of the cabinet is pretty good. It'll boost what these basically are doing. Again, not at the expense of that, though. I don't want to mess with that, so we'll leave that alone. Let's go check out our chieftains. We do need to get rid of this as soon as we can, but yeah, that's going to have to wait. So let's see. Serfdom, aristocracy, this is all stuff that we don't really want to mess with. Tax efficiency is good, but not aristocracy. Centralization is really good, but it's going to reduce our noble, basically the tax that we can charge the nobles. So I don't know if that's necessarily worth it. It also reduces the noble levy size, and for only 0.05%, not particularly good. Also, it only gives you 2% satisfaction at the cost of 20 power, so probably not going to work there. We want free subjects. We do want naval, though, so this could be a good one. Galley maintenance cost minus 10%. We will probably use the galleys at some point, so we'll take that. That'll make them a little bit happier. Let's see. Yeah, we definitely don't want to give them 100%, so that's way too much power. Let's see, centralization. Yeah, we talked about these. Innovative is a good one as well. So monthly progress towards innovative +1. It's 50% power for only 2% happiness, so that does give me a little bit of pause. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Let's take a look at the rest of these real quick, because I think most of these are pretty much no-brainers. Yeah, do not ever give up control unless it's like an incredibly good bonus. In that case, it's not. Yeah, this looks like it's pretty much it. So now we have to figure out, do we want innovativeness? Artist salary is kind of like, who cares? But that's pretty good. Yeah, let's take it. Let's move towards innovative. And now we didn't take that many. We took a decent amount in the clergy, but everything else is pretty low. So we should be able to hang on to a decent amount of our power. Again, we still have to get rid of this stupid one, but we'll deal with that. So this gives them only 10% power, but the biggest issue is it gives them a minus 5% satisfaction equilibrium. So as soon as we can absorb the cost of this, so let's say we get up to like 60 or so per, stability, then we can do it. So that is it for that. That's a big chunk taken care of. And like I said, we still don't have anybody we can hire here. We got to assign a rival, but we can't do that just yet because we want to rival this guy. So why don't we send him a nasty comment and just say you're an idiot, everybody hates you. And now we should be able to rival him. Yeah, there we go. Now we can rival him. And we're going to be attacking this guy. We don't have any reasons to go to war with him, so it's going to cost us some stability, but it is what it is. We need to go to war with this guy quickly so we can take over some of this land and start kind of snowballing. And then we'll start expanding out this way and just take as many people of here as we can. These lands in this area we will specifically take personally. Everything else is going to be a vassal, and then we will slowly integrate them over time. Right now we need to start planning. So like I said, we're going to no CB this guy, meaning we just declare war without a reason to attack him, and it's going to cost us 25 stability, a little bit of war exhaustion, and then some antagonism, but those are not really a big deal. The biggest issue here is stability, but we'll deal with it. Outside of that, we don't want to do any more no CB wars, so we need to start attacking people that are close by, but we can't just attack them unless we have a reason. And to get a reason, you have to spy on them, and then create a CB once you get this number up to 20. So your spy network at 20% or 20, whatever, will allow you to create a CB against these guys. So that is a good target. We ideally want to target the ones that are going to be a little bit spicy, the ones that are going to try and take over a bunch of small people. We don't want to deal with them. We also don't want to deal with any forts. So if you look at all the people that have forts, it's pretty much everybody in the early game anyways, but they'll start deleting their forts soon, and we'll see most of these just go away, kind of like what we did. I think Tyrconnell is a pretty good target. So let's do these two to start with, and then we will advance 1 month. You cannot declare war in the first month of the game. You have to wait 1 month. So let's do that. Go all the way up to May 1st, and now we're good to go. So Clan de Boya, these guys, as I mentioned, no CB. That takes us down to 2. A little bit of war exhaustion. War exhaustion is pretty nasty, so it reduces a lot of things in your country. So you don't want to keep it if you can help it. Let's go ahead and raise our levies, and then the ideal scenario is we keep this guy from spawning his troops in. So to be able to do that, we have to split into a couple different groups. We have a group of 8 that can go here. We've got a group of 345 that can go here, and 214 that can go up there. Let's go ahead and assign some people to lead these armies, just so they can get a little bit of a bonus. And hopefully we get there before the pop out. Yep, we got it just in time. Look at, they were about to pop out. But because we occupy everything, you can't spawn an army if you don't have anything that's not sieged. Even this group of 8, they're not doing anything useful other than blocking them from spawning here. So that's actually perfect. So I'm going to... Yep, let's siege these down. We have 2 forts we have to get through. If you sit here and wait for a few months, you can get rid of the forts, or maybe a couple years, they'll delete the forts eventually. I don't think it's worth it though. We'll just deal with it. We do have supply, so we're not going to starve to death because it's right next to us. So let me go ahead and speed this up, and once we're done, we'll come back. There we go. We got both forts, and this one only took 165 days. That's actually not bad for the early game siege. But anyways, we need to full occupy, so we'll take all their land, we'll take all their money. Now you can get up to 5 loans of 5 of their loans, whatever loans they can take, up to 5. And the minimum loan size you can take is 2. So basically all these small countries that we're taking over, they can have up to 10 gold, usually. If they're a little bigger, you can get a little bit more, but it's not much, 12, 13, but most of the time we'll just be getting 10. But that's fine. It's basically 50% of our current bank balance. So we just grew our bank balance by 50%, and we got some free territory. Because we didn't lose anybody, right? That was a free war for us, other than this stability. So let's go ahead and disband the levies. Like I said, we're not doing that again. We need to build up spy networks and get that part of the game going. There are 2 forts here. Like I said, we just took them, and we're going to delete them so we don't have to pay money for it. You see our income is down to minus 0.11, so it's very sustainable. We can maintain that for a very long time. We also need to move our rival network. So I would like to do Tyrone or Tyrconnell because they're the ones that we're going after currently. You can't rival somebody if you have positive relations above a certain limit. Like these guys, oh, I guess it's above 100. I do want to attack these guys first though, so I might waste a diplomat. It does cost you a diplomat to insult people. So why don't we do that? So your mother sucks. We'll keep it clean. We won't say what she does, but we should be able to go in there and there we go. So now they are our rival. This is super important because if you attack somebody, let me show you. If you attack somebody that has good relations with you, you actually get even more stability cost. So we lose 25 for, what do you call it up here? The no CB war. So remember before it did cost us 25 to do that. You get an additional 10 if they're above 50 relations. And then if they're above 100 relations, then you get a minus 20. So a no CB war against somebody that really likes you will cost you 45 stability. It's insane. You do not want to do that unless it's absolutely necessary. Now over here, we do have some things we need to do. We need to switch our stabilizing country and strengthening government. We need to instead flip these guys over to integration. So we need to, anytime you take new land, if you want to turn it into useful territory, you have to integrate it first. Because as you take it, it will stay at 0%. Now this is not showing 0% because we just took it, but basically the current control, the maximum control is 0%. So it'll degrade down to 0. Same thing here. Well, I guess because that wasn't there. This was their capital, so it's going to go down a little bit. But anyways, still 0% maximum control. It's going to drop to 0, and we can't really use these territories until we fully integrate them. So that's what we're working on. In order to do this more efficiently, we could hire some people if we have decent, in this case, we need the military stat. We have, we got to be a little careful here because we are using the military stat now, but at some point we will be using some of the other stats. So you can see this guy actually, he's a priest. So he's got really good Diplo, fairly decent admin, and then 63 on the military stat. So I wouldn't mind hiring him. He could actually fill the role pretty well. Also, anytime you hire somebody, you have to take into account what estate they're coming from. They get power from being hired. So like, for example, we just hired somebody that's a priest, which is the clergy estate. They just got a boost to their strength because we hired somebody. Let's see if it shows in here. Yep, here we go. Brian Mack is in the cabinet, and so it actually gives them 12.5% bonus. All right, so that's fine. Yeah, that's not a big deal. All right, for the other one, I don't think we'll hire anybody. These guys are just not good. This guy's good at fighting, or he's good at military, but terrible at the others. Kind of the same story. This guy's middle of the road. I guess he'd be okay, but man, that sucks. It's pretty bad. This 47 we'll probably be using next would be the admin stats. You know what, let's just do it. It's fine. It's an extra 0.2, which adds up. Okay, so I'm going to spend some time. We're building up our spy network and integrating that. That's all we're doing right now. All right, we got 20 in both of these, so we are going to start working on a CB. And the CB we'll be utilizing most of the time is going to be the subjugate high kingship member. There's a couple options. We could force migrate, humiliate rival, make tributary, subjugate, or tribal feud. If you're not sure what each one does, what benefit it does to you, you can hover over this and it'll show you. So for example, force migration, it basically forces them to leave their settlements. I don't know how much. I've actually never used it. Humiliate allows you to, I think you can take money and basically their prestige and reduce their prestige. So this is not particularly good if you're trying to expand. We could make them a tributary. That's not really that good, though. I'd rather have them as a vassal, which is what this one does. It makes vassalage 75% cheaper, and we take less antagonism for vassalizing people, so minus 50%. Really important if you don't want to get coalitions. And then tribal feud, if you're just trying to take land, this is probably the right one. So conquer, minus 25%. And you still, if you change your mind, you want to subjugate, you can still do that 25% less. You still take the full antagonism though, so be aware of that. But yeah, we're going to go subjugate high king, and then make sure you get rid of that spy network so you can get your spy network or your diplomats back. So that works there. We'll do the same thing here. Subjugate, get rid of that spy because we don't need them. And then we'll build up our diplomats back up to close to full, and then we'll do it again. If you immediately send them back out, you're going to not only use the diplomat you have in storage, but you're going to reduce the rate at which you get them back. And so it's kind of like a doubling effect. You probably want to wait 4 or 5 months, get those diplomats back, and then send them out so you don't just go to 0. It's kind of painful. So we'll wait a few months. There we go. We got our research done, so our character should live a little bit longer. And 1 more month. There we go. So if we don't send a diplomat out, we will top out. I prefer to take out some of the bigger guys first. If you're not sure if somebody's a vassal, if you just right click, it won't allow you to build a spy network, and it'll tell you these guys are a subject of England. So if you want to build a CB here, you have to spy on England and then CB through them. So we're not going to mess with anybody here in the south that is owned by either Pale or England. So we're focusing up here. Clan Ricard is strong, and we don't want them to expand, so we want to take them out. The only problem is they do have a fort, which is going to slow down our expansion. So probably going to pick on some of these other people first. I think we'll go Mayo next. Let's let a month or 2 go by to get our diplomats back, and then we'll just kind of stagger them a little bit. There you go, got that. Let's go Thomond. So we want to get these guys that all have 2 or 3 provinces to their name. So I'm going to work on that. Once we get our spy network done, we'll come back. Something else popped up every 5 years. You can call the dial, basically it's like a cabinet or whatever. Yeah, parliament debate. So there's a bunch of options you can pick from here. A lot of them give pretty good bonuses. This one gives you +1 tribal cohesion while you're debating it. And then if it passes, you get this bonus. So bolstered tribal authority gives you crown power and then monthly prosperity. And then if it fails, you lose 7 stability. Gravel network, this one increases your, let's see, or it decreases the cost to build roads and it decreases the time to build roads. And if it passes, you move towards centralization. This is such a good one to pass. This is going to be a really important one for us because we want to go towards the centralization route. Right now we're at almost 80% decentralized. So doing this moves us really far that way. So just for reference, like if you have a good modifier, it's going to reduce by like 0.2 or 0.1 every turn. So you could see this basically cuts off, I don't know, 5 to 10 years off of your, trying to move it one way or the other. So really good there. There's some other ones down here. We won't go over every single one, but essentially in the beginning, we want these to kind of fail. So we don't want to take a good one. So this one, increased ties to neighbors. We don't want this to pass. It's not really that big of a deal. So if you come in here and see, we do get some Diplo rep in the meantime. And then if it passes, we get diplomats and then plus relations with everybody around us, which is actually kind of a problem because we want these people to hate us as long as they're not our vassals. We don't want our vassals to hate us, but everybody else we want to hate us because we don't want to have to lose stability for declaring war on them. So there's a couple of other things you can do here if you don't want them to pass. There's down here, you can request taxes, you can get a CB on people, you can raise a bigger army, or you can ask for law changes. Now this is what we'll go with because this is super important. So under law changes, there's a bunch of laws that we have available. I'm not going to go through each one because it would take a long time, but right now we're currently favoring the elites. So if you look at right here, favor the elites, let me see if it'll actually show us. Yeah, favor the elites. Maximum tax for nobles is 10%, which is good. But this one gives you agenda. Wait a second. Yeah, I think that is actually accurate. If we go over here to laws and then we go to state laws, favor the elite. This is the one that we currently have. Yeah, that is accurate. So like I said, we don't want aristocracy. That's not a good one for what we're trying to do right now. We want to favor the ruler so we can get more crown power. It will reduce everybody's satisfaction equilibrium. It'll increase the taxes that we could charge. I guess there's another option if we really want to go like a traditional distribution. This would help us go decentralized. No, we want to go centralized. Wait, wasn't there one that's central? I thought there was a centralized one. There's not though. Plutocratic is another good one that's kind of hard to get, and we don't even have burghers. So this would actually be decent. Ooh, let me think about this actually. I hadn't considered that in my previous test runs. Yeah, because essentially free subjects would be good. That's what we're going for. So this would be decent. It would allow us to tax the peasants more. And the only bad thing is they would consume more food, but probably not that big of a deal. We don't want spiritualists, so that's not going to work. And we don't want decentralized, and we don't want aristocracy. So these aren't going to work. It's either going to be favor the ruler at the expense of their happiness or estate's happiness, or we go free subjects, and then we can tax these guys a little bit more. Now let me show you one thing. Over here, if you look at our taxes, our maximum tax for the peasants is 32.68. We could go higher than that if we had a higher tax rate, the maximum. Over here at the chieftains, it's 39%, but we can't actually tax that without pissing them off. So we want to maintain at least a 50% so they're not rebelling. And once we get above, we could still go above 30% if we make them really happy. So we still have the option to get them. However, even no matter how happy the commoners are, it doesn't matter. They can't go above that if you don't have the tax rate max adjusted. So I'm kind of leaning towards this. I've actually never done this before. I usually go for favor the ruler so we can get higher crown power, but losing that estate satisfaction equilibrium is pretty brutal, because no matter how high their tax rate is, you can't ever get there if they're pissed off at you. So that's why I'm kind of leaning towards this. It'll move us towards free subjects, and it'll allow us to tax them in the meantime. And there's no real downside other than peasant food consumption, but they don't eat that much food anyways. So I'm going to go for this, actually. Normally, if we were to change this on our own, you could see here, it would cost us 99, basically 100 stability. That's horrible. We don't want to do that. So instead, we can do it through Parliament. You have to have at least 50% support here. You basically spend this to do these. So I'm going to use 50% of our support. I'm going to change the distribution of power, and I'm going to use it to favor the common people. And you can see now our support's down to 8%. You have to be 50% or higher to pass it. And don't forget, if you don't pass it, you lose 7 stability. So we'll lose 7 stability here. But if you remember, doing it manually would have cost us 100 stability. So it's a 93% gain, essentially, is what we're doing. So I'm totally fine with it. I think that's what we'll kind of go for here. Now, if you look, now we're able to tax the commoners up to 33.68. I think we're at like 29. Actually, maybe it didn't affect yet because we might need a month to pass. So actually, let me let a month go by and see what it does. We are blessed with a bountiful harvest. Whatever. They're going to make more food. All right, here we go. Let's see what that does. 33. Yeah, so it looks like that's what it's stuck at. But it's better than what it was before. And like I said, we're not going to be pissing off our nobility, so that helps. Now, we just finished coring the province in Down. This is where our capital is, right next to it. So Banchor. This one, I said that like I was speaking Urdu or something for one of the Indian languages. Banchor. That's probably not how you say it. So just ignore all of my pronunciations here. I'm actually blood-wise, I'm Scottish more than I am. I don't think I have any Irish. I have a lot of Scottish blood in me. So if these were Scottish names, I might be able to do it. But Banchor, no thanks. Not even going to try it. So this one is fully cored. You can see it increases the maximum control limit up to 55%. Before it was at 0. So we'll be able to use this a lot more. And we can increase that even further once we get a little bit of money. I'll show you some ways to do that. But we don't have any money. We're broke right now. We need to save our money for this negative that this deficit will be running for a little while. So we'll hold off on spending anything. But that is good for that. We need to get this guy doing something else, though. So he was integrating. We could have him increase province control. And we'll do it over here in Down. Now, this is another tip that you have to be aware of. When you increase your control through this action right here, through the cabinet action, it increases the maximum by, I think it says 10%. Where are you? Yeah, right here. Increase control, max control plus 10%. So as long as you keep that going, you will get your max control to 71%. But as soon as I turn it off, it's going to go back down to 61%. And then all that control that you built up just basically fades away, and then it basically means nothing. So it's only a temporary increase to control. It's not a permanent increase in control. The reason I use it here is because our current control is really low, and our monthly change was only 0.5%. So by doing this, it takes it up to 2%. So you're 3 or 4 times faster, essentially, to get up to that maximum control. So once this reaches around 60%, we'll cut it off because we don't want to go up to the max and then just waste our time. We could be doing something else with our advisor here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Once it gets to 60, we'll cut it off. And then we are ready to continue. We build 2 more. Actually, let's just do that. What do we got here? Oh, nice. If you have a rival, you will get these events where you can take stuff from them. So in this case, we're going to take one of their, looks like a church member or something. Oh, he's an embezzler though. So we don't want to let him near the coin, but he's got some pretty good stats here. So his services will be useful. He'll join our court. We'll get 10 prestige, which we only have 13, so it's a pretty big gain. We don't want relations with our neighbor because we're going to attack him right now. All right, and we can also take in their refugees. Yeah, they're going to migrate out of their town and into ours. So we'll take them, and it'll piss them off even further. So there we go. We got spy networks in 2 more areas. Let's go ahead and subjugate CB. And then the easiest way to do this is to find the ones that match. So like these pictures match. Clear the spy network for that one. All right, these guys. And if you're not sure where they are on the map, you could just highlight like that, right click, or you can technically left click and then go, where are you? Covert. You can't do it in here. I guess you just got to right click anyways. Yeah, create CB, subjugate, find the one that matches. Now this one's tricky because there's 2 of them that look very similar. It's this one right here. Yeah, the one that's at 0. So there we go. We'll get that back. That'll add to our diplomats that we can accrue over time. And then in maybe 2 or 3 months, we'll have our spy network maxed, and we can go attack these 2. And then we will be getting offers from the Pale to join. It basically turns us into a monarchy, which we don't want. We need to keep the tribal so we can attack everybody quickly. As soon as you go monarch, you lose all that. So not ideal. Decline. All right, let's actually hang on because we are going to clear these. Yep, we got it. And then now you can see we have this unpressed CB. We have 2 of them. So Tyrone and Tyrconnell. we're more interested in this guy right now. We're just going to immediately declare war. So subjugate, you can see down here, there's no malice. We aren't going to lose our stability again for doing that. So declare war. There's 2 participants. It's him and his vassal. He does have a vassal up here, but we'll deal with that. No problem at all. Let's go ahead and raise both of these guys. If you're pretty confident you can do it with one, you might as well keep your units there, because every time you call your levies, it does pull some workforce and it costs you a lot of resources to do it. So if you don't need that much, don't pull that much. Just pull as much as you need without complicating things. But yeah, this should be a pretty simple war. Let's go ahead and combine. We'll take out his main stack here. You can see this guy. Ooh, wow. Minus 5% proximity cost for the ruler trait. That's really good. Yeah, that's actually quite good. Too bad he's going to die soon. Not that soon, but soon enough. What we want to do is move over here, let his army spawn, and we want to jump on him immediately. So there we go. Easy fight. And then you can see here, I'm not even going to go over any of this stuff because these fights are pretty simple, but our number's way bigger than his, so he's going to get completely stack wiped there. And there you go, stack wipe. And this guy should spawn in any... Yep, there we go. We can take him out at the exact same time. Perfect. They're both gone. Let's go ahead and split up and carpet siege. So we'll spread out. Now, oh, there we go. We just failed that vote, which is fine. We lost our 7 stability, but we changed the law. So that's more important than what we were working on before. So at this point, we could just take the capital regions and then sue for peace, but you do get money if you see right here, it said looted plus 0.65 ducats. Every province that you loot, you will get some money out of. So you want to try to loot everything before you end the war. So there you go. We got more. We'll come down here and take this one. We'll loot and occupy all 3, or I don't know how many, 6 provinces. There we go. And last one, and we got it. So now we're up to 34, almost 35 ducats. We can go ahead and declare peace with these guys. Now, if we take their land, we will have to core it right away, and we're just about, actually, you know what, we're just about done coring this one. So we could technically take their land, and then start to core it right here. The only problem is we can't really utilize it right now because we don't have enough resources. So it's usually better when you're just starting out, if you have kind of a weak country, just vassalize as much as you can. In this case, we'll have 2 vassals. We'll also get 10, almost, 10, basically 10 and a half ducats. So that'll take us up to 40. Yeah, I think we'll just leave it at that. Also, if you humiliate, it's fine because you will get the 5 prestige for doing that. There you go. And they don't hate us any more than they already did. We lost the rivalship with them. So if you look right here, they're only at a minus 46, which is pretty easy to overcome. We can definitely deal with that. He might be disloyal for a little bit, but probably not. I think after a turn or 2, he'll go back to normal. And then no big deal. Now we need to pick our next rival, but I don't... Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Tyrconnell, because we can just immediately attack him, because we just finished that CB as well. So why don't we declare on him? And then this brings up another interesting point. So as you declare war, if they have allies, they will pull their allies in. This guy is East Grifne. Is that his ally? Is a subject of Oriel. Okay, that's actually pretty good. So if we take Oriel in this war, we'll get both of these guys. And because East Grifne is a subject, we take all of his land, we actually get him as a subject as well. Or he'll stay as a subject, doesn't matter. Either way, we're getting a lot more land than... we initially just wanted this land, but he's connected here, so we'll get a lot more than that. So let's go ahead and declare. Sorry, boys, we're calling you back out. You can't declare war if your levies are out, so you have to disband them even if you're declaring war on the exact same day. So we'll just get them back out. I don't know what kind of army they have. Probably not anything particularly impressive, so I'm not too concerned about it. But let's let them spawn in, and then we'll jump on them. We got 900 troops. Is crazy for the early game in Ireland. Now, if you have 10x their numbers, so in this case they had 50 troops, 54, so we just needed to have at least 540, and then you can instantly stack wipe without even fighting. And it basically saves you from having to lose troops through battle. So there we go, another stack wipe. Easy peasy. Let's go ahead and split these guys up so we can carpet siege this down quickly. Okay, well that one's not going to work. Yeah, you have to have a minimum amount of troops to siege something down, so you can see right here, 83 is what you need for this one. Let's get him out of there before he gets stack wiped by somebody else. Here we go, and there's the main army coming down, Tyrconnell, and you can see he is charging in. Should be able to get there. I don't know if we'll get No, we won't get there in time to finish the stack wipe, but that's fine. Yeah, we'll take very few losses. Finish the siege. There we go. So that's his vassal and his ally and his vassal. Come back up here, finish these guys off, and we'll finish the war off. I think moving forward, we'll probably edit most of these small wars out because it's just not that interesting. As you can see, I mean, they are fighting back, but not really because they don't have enough troops. We just stack wipe most of them instantly. We'll definitely talk about the peace deals and things like that. So we want to separate peace these guys, Oriel. And the reason we want to do that is because, let's say if we were to take all this just by talking to the main guy, we could probably do it. Actually, no, we can't. So it's too much war score. But let's say even if we would, you'd only be able to get your 10 gold from this guy. If we separate peace, we can get all this, plus we can get the 10 gold. So we can come here, vassalize, humiliate, and 10 gold. And you can see our war score is fine. We have more than enough to do it. And it says they only negotiate for themselves, so perfect. We got 2 more vassals and 10 ducats. We got 1 more vassal, 10 more ducats. So you can see separate peace if you can. You will build up some more antagonism by doing that, but because we're vassalizing, it's a very small amount anyways. It's not that big of a deal. So that is how that works. Let's go ahead and disband. And you can see here, very, very short amount of time, we already expanded to almost all of the north. There's still quite a bit to do up here. And, oh, here we go. We can actually start this CB here. Let's get that going. Pull this guy back. And then we need to build up our diplomats again because we are all out, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm going to keep working on this and we'll come back when something interesting happens. Oh boy, here we go. So England is trying to make us a tributary. Now, I've done this quite a few times in my testing and trying to learn the game and all that stuff, but this doesn't usually happen. He'll get the CB and then he usually doesn't use it. However, if he does use it, it actually does us a huge favor. So you can attack vassals of a vassal and it's okay. It won't call the main guy in because he's your overlord and you can't go to war with your overlord, right? If you're a vassal, unless you're declaring independence. So essentially right now, if we were to attack Pale, you can see right here, he gets called in because he's a direct vassal. If you look at England, his direct vassals are Pale. And then everybody else is elsewhere. So Lancaster, Chester, Durham, these are on the main island. And same thing with Wales. Aquitaine is down in the south. So this is his vassal. If you look over here, Pale has their own set of vassals. So Kildare, Desmond, Ulster, Ormond, Armagh, Clan Williams, and Desies. Now, these are the ones that we want to take personally, but we can't do that without having a lot of problems. So if we are the vassal of England or a tributary, we can attack. We could attack the Pale, no problem, because it'll just show up as war with the Pale, with England being our overlord as opposed to being somebody that's going to come to defend. So if that happens, great. If not, then we will have to attack and deal with England at the same time. I do have some strategies for that, but yeah, we'll kind of go over that as it comes up. But I just figured I'd bring that up because it's kind of interesting. We have, let's see, what's our diplomat max is 4. So let's get a few more ticks. And let's see what else. We can increase happiness. Now, when you get these events, you generally want to take the one that's going to give you the most benefit. And if you look right here, the chieftains are not paying their max tax because they're just not happy enough. So let's make them happy, and then we should be able to tax them a little bit higher. Also, I don't know how we're getting inflation. Maybe it's from the money we're getting from the peace deals, but let's get rid of the inflation. So we're going to drop our minting down to 0. It's going to cost us a little bit of cash. Oh, speaking of which, we do have some money to spend. There's 2 things we could spend it on. We could increase our RGOs, which is a resource gathering operation. That's what RGO stands for. Essentially, whatever resource is on this settlement is what the RGO is. So if you come down here, raw materials. So this province has tin. This one has fish, 2 livestock, a fruit, beeswax, more livestock, all that. So that is essentially your way of making money, especially in the early game, and in the mid to late game when you're trying to do manufactured goods. You need these raw materials to produce those manufactured goods, and you can produce them yourself instead of having to trade for them. So when we start to build big cities, anything that requires tin will already have the infrastructure for it and the raw materials, so we can just go in and start making those items for cheap and then sell them on the market for even more. So these are never, it's never a bad thing to build RGOs, even if it's not going to make a ton of money. But you can see here, this one, profit per level is 1.13, and we get a certain percentage of that as taxes. So you don't get the full 1.13, but we will get like 25 to 30% of that. So we'll end up making like 0.3 to 0.35 ducats off of it, which I think is pretty good. I think it's worth it doing it. I was going to save up and maybe try to build a road here to increase the control a little bit more, but I don't think it's really that important, to be honest. Yeah, in the early game, the only reason why I would want to do it is not so much for the money, but more for the levies. The higher control, the more levies you get. But yeah, like I said, we have probably more than we need right now to take out the rest of the island. And it's only going to get more because we have vassals that will fight with us too. So we get a couple CBs that are coming due here soon. We'll come back when those are ready. Now, one final thing. Before you start to get close to declaring war, if you want to save a little bit more time, it's always good when you're like 2 or 3 months out, just double check if you can declare war on these guys immediately. You can see right here, yeah, we're still about 2 months out. If I declare war on them right now, we will get a pretty big hit. So it's going to be the 20 because they have really good relations with us. If we insult their mother, insult their mother, that takes them down to 61. They'll still have a malice with us. It's -10. However, when you finally fabricate that CB, it takes another 10 off of them. So we should 25 actually. Sorry, it takes 25 off. That'll move them below the 25. The 50 limit that you need. So we won't have this malice once we finish the CB, and then we could just immediately declare war on them. So that'll be good for that. We'll have to do the same thing over here to this guy because I'm pretty sure we have decent relations. Oh no, they hate us. So we can do it right away. Perfect. All right. We don't have to worry about that. This guy does hate us as well, so we don't have to worry about him. Okay, let's keep going. We got a month or two, and then we'll declare war. All right, we got the Age of Renaissance. Now, this is kind of an interesting mechanic. If you've never played the game, I'll try to explain it quickly, what you do. In your tech tree, there's certain spots in the tech tree that are filled by these. So if you take an admin focus, there's a specific spot that will either be thirst for knowledge. You have to research it to get this, but you can go down and take this. If you go diplomatic focus, that same spot will be integrated elites, which will give you diplomats. Or if you take military focus, it'll be tolerance ideas. And that'll give you tolerance for heretics and heathens. So I'm not going to go down every single one, but I think in the beginning, the best one is probably going to be admin for a couple reasons. So max literacy is really important. The more literacy we have, the faster we can catch up on tech. And because we started as a backwater, single province, no money, no towns, we literally started from the ground up. This is about as bad as you can get. We have to catch up with research and a lot of other things. Literacy determines how fast your research is, so that helps with that. Legislative, yeah, this stuff is mostly not important. Expected cost of court is really important because we do spend a lot of money on the court. There's some stuff for mercenaries and interest. If you take loans, don't ever take loans. It's not a good idea. Proximity cost, -2.5. This is one of the best modifiers in the game, so that one is a no-brainer. Stability investment. So we spend a bunch of money trying to increase our stability. This will basically reduce the amount of money we have to invest to get our stability back up. So that's a good one. Deus Vult, everybody's Catholic here, so it doesn't matter. And anti-piracy, who cares? These are the most important ones, the ones I talked about, though. There's some decent ones over here, like you can get more subject income, and we're going to have a lot of vassals, so that kind of helps. Improved relations I do like. It's not the best, but it's decent. And then Diplo Rep is always good to have. There's some decent stuff in here. But like I said, we're going to go admin focus, because I think it's just way better. We did finish our CB, so we can go to war with these guys now. So we will probably... Actually, who's the first one we should go on? I think Thomond. Although this guy's a little closer. Yeah, it really doesn't make a difference. Neither of them have castles or forts. So let's just get in there. Ooh, actually, that's a good point. We should probably figure out who's going to be the easiest... or who's going to give us the most collateral damage. So like Carberry, if we include him, doesn't help. If we include West Connect, doesn't help. But yeah, these guys both like us. But it doesn't matter. We're going to vassalize them anyways. Yeah, I don't care if you like us. You're going to be our vassal. So why don't we do this guy? Let's double check real quick. Thomond. Yeah, he's by himself. So I'd rather do this and take a lot more subjects. Here we go. Subjugation, CB. And then we're off to the races. So like I said, not particularly interesting war. If anything interesting happens, we'll come back, but I'm going to finish this up. Ooh, interesting. So we're right in the middle of our war. We already took out 2 people. We're working on the 3rd and 4th. England just declared war. So you might think, oh shoot, that's not good at all. But like I said before, this is actually the best case scenario in my opinion. It's going to make our future wars so much easier. We don't want to fight them because it's just a waste of time right now. We could fight them in the near future, but not yet. If they land like a stack of 500 or 600, it's going to chunk down our army really fast, and they could just keep sending 500 and 600 stacks. If we get our army up to enough to where we could stack wipe them instantly, you know, if we have like 4,000 or 5,000 levies, we can stack wipe them infinitely. It doesn't matter how many they send. So for the most part, we can handle it later, but right now we just want to go to the peace offer tribute, and then we're going to concede to their demands. Oh crap. Force tributary? Okay, there we go. We can actually do it. So sometimes they make you, interesting. Sometimes they make you lose your capital to be able to do that, but in this case, it doesn't look like that's the case. And we don't even have to give up money. We can just offer force tributary, and we can keep our cash. We will have to pay monthly, so that's kind of a downside. But like I said, we want to be their tributary anyways. Yeah, there we go. So now when we go to our diplomacy, or if we go to our main relations, you can see now we have an overlord, and it's going to show right here. So overlord is going to be England. And if we go back here and try and declare war on one of our neighbors, now we're only going to war with Pale. We're not going to war with England over these. So we still have to be strong enough to deal with Pale, and he's pretty strong right now. So we're not quite there yet, but like I said, when it's time, we don't have to worry about the big boy. And then when it's time to get rid of this and we don't want to be their tributary, we could just cancel it. It's not hard to do. But anyways, I'm going to finish this war up. We've got a few more settlements to capture, and then we'll be good to go. All right, we finished it. So let's go to our diplomacy, see how many separate peace deals we can get. So 2 of them, which is kind of nice. We want to vassalize. He doesn't have any vassals, so he's just going to be by himself. Humiliate vassal, take 10 gold, and we're good to go. Do the same here with the buddy. This is Carberry. Now this guy does have a vassal, so we're going to take him and his vassal, humiliate, cash. We still have plenty of war score to go. We'll take that. And then finally, this last guy, vassal, humiliate, cash. So we just got 30 ducats from that one war. Pretty crazy how much money you can make doing this, even though I don't know the best way to say it, but like in poker, they have this thing called small ball. It's a strategy. This is kind of like small ball for EU5. You just take a bunch of little guys, but it's a large number of little guys, and it all adds up. So there we go. We just got 3 more vassals, and you can see here on our subject page, we've got all these so far, and we're going to make sure we fill in the rest, and then we'll take on the Pale. We do have another, we can immediately go into attacking Thilmond once we disband these levies. So why don't we do that? We want to try and get as much of this done before the Black Death comes, because it's going to ravage our army completely, and we don't really want to deal with that at the same time. It's not that big of a deal because everybody else gets ravaged too, so their armies are going to be tiny, but I'd rather have an even bigger army number-wise. Like relatively, they should be similar numbers, but ours will be absolute value bigger than what theirs are, and I'd rather have that. So let's go ahead and try and knock this one out quickly. Yep, so that one's good. Also, we need to get ready for this war. Does he... Yeah, he hates us, so we don't need to send a diplomat to insult him, so we're good there. Alright, I'll be right back. Now, this guy actually has a decent army. 240 troops is no joke, so we're going to group up completely, get our best general. I guess not our best, but a decent general. Could go with this guy. He's got more... he would be better for discipline, but then he's terrible for admin, which reduces our frontage. Yeah, possible frontage would be down quite a bit. It's probably still worth it though, because it's going to be a pretty nasty fight, and I think that discipline would be more useful than having higher frontage. Also, if you march your troops for a long time, they will run out of stamina, and that stamina reduces their morale, so you want to let their morale tick up and then go in. So there we go. We'll have full morale, and they didn't... Yeah, they did get sack wiped, so completely wiped them out. That's exactly what we wanted. And now we just carpet siege, and then we're done. All right, we get another vassal, humiliate, and 10 gold. And there we go. And if we look at our Diplo, you can see there's not a whole lot left to take that's not already owned by Pale. So we do have to start slowing down here a little bit and then building up so that we can take on Pale. Although I really don't think we're going to have that much of an issue with him now that we're not having to deal with England, but I guess we'll see. We did finish integrating up here Antrim, so there's 2 settlements that need to increase their control. So if we look, we're at 19 out of 70 and 19 out of 90, but minus 10, so 80 and 60. So we'll get those up, and then we can start utilizing the lands here and get more levies. But I think that's it for now. We do have more gold to spend, so it might not be a bad idea to just keep pumping up as much as we can here on the tin. The only downside here right now is our promotion rate is kind of slow. So you can see we have a negative number right here. So basically this number on the left is how many you have available to spend, and this means we have a negative 628. We need 628 to fully staff the upgraded tin that we just did. So it's going to take 16 months to get that. Now, if we upgrade this RGO, it is done in 168 days, which is obviously a lot shorter than 16 months. So, and every time we click this, we need another 1,000 people to staff it. So it's, yeah, you got to be a little bit careful how you kind of balance that out, because if you just max this out, let's say you have enough money to max this out, it's going to take more than a decade to fill it out, and you could be spending some of that money somewhere else where they have available people to promote. So even though it's not the highest number value, you can get to a useful number sooner than if you just dumped all your money into one thing. So we could look at some of these other ones, like this livestock. 0.31 is not great compared to, oh, this one's only 0.27. What happened? Something crashed the price of our tin. I don't know exactly what it was. Maybe we're probably supplying way more than the market needs, because nobody really needs tin yet in high quantities, but not a big deal. We could also do beeswax at some point. This one's a pretty expensive resource. Not expensive, but it's better than a lot of these other ones, although there is a lot in the market. So yeah, I don't know. I got to think about it. I'm going to hang on to the cash or do a livestock. Actually, there's not a lot of livestock. Well, if we move our capital down here, then we need to be cognizant of where we're going to upgrade the RGOs down here. So there's a lot of cattle right here. Yeah, so maybe we'll hang on to the money. Whether we upgrade these or not, we will always benefit from increasing our roads. So what I'll probably end up doing is just saving money so that we can get road upgrades, and they are not cheap at all. So if we come right here, the cheapest road we can build is 56. The next, so we want to get to Banchor, it's 73 gold. And then this one is 56. So it's, like you said, you could see it's more expensive than the RGOs. So you got to be careful with that. We'll really need a lot of money. The other thing we need to do is assimilate our culture. We have quite a few people here that are not of the right culture. We only want to be Irish. We don't want Anglo-Irish. This is a garbage culture. There's not that many people in the world that are Anglo-Irish. So if you look at how many Irish people there are in the world, 690,000. There's only 130, where are you? 159,000 Anglo-Irish. So we'll convert them to Irish, and then everybody will live happier. It does take up one of our slots. We'll spend maybe a couple years doing that, and then we'll be good to go. Next war is going to be against Clan Ricard. Now this guy still has his fort, so it's going to take us maybe a year or two to bust through that. So luckily, we don't have a whole lot else to do besides that. There is a war down here. Actually, would it make sense to wait for Munster first and then deal with that? That might be a little more efficient. We've got, what, 2 or 3 months? So we would lose 2 or 3 months, but we might pick up a couple months by not doing the fort right away. Yeah, that might be the right move. I'm going to do that. Now, these guys love us, so you're getting an insult to your mom. And there you go. A couple months, we'll have it, and then we'll start that war. We got our CB. Let's go ahead and declare war. And there's no malice now. Here we go. War's done. Now, you'll notice, I don't know what causes this, but you'll notice we don't have the option to... to turn him into vassalize him. So what we're going to do instead is just take his land. It's going to cause us a little bit more problems here, but you can see our our antagonism is super low, even though we've taken half of Ireland. The highest guy is at 11.6, is basically nothing. So nobody cares that we're taking all this stuff. We're vassalizing, so it's not as bad as taking it personally. But yeah, we're going to do that, and then just immediately come in here to our Diplo under the create subjects area. We can do a historical subject because we know this guy existed. We literally just took him, click on it, make him a vassal, And there you go. It's like the same, basically the same thing, just costs you more antagonism. So if you don't get the option to vassalize, take the land and just release them as a vassal. So there we go. Munster's down. Now we need to go to war with these guys. Now they are showing to be at war with somebody, it looks like. They're at war with Clan Ricard, which could be awkward. We don't have a CB on this guy, do we? We don't. Oh, crap. If they start occupying each other's land, and we're not at war with one of them, then we might run into an issue. Let's declare war on this guy as soon as we can and get our army down there so we can full occupy him before that other guy takes anything, because if that happens, we'll just stare at each other until... yeah, it either basically is bad. You don't want it to happen. So let's get down here. Oh my god, he's got 540 troops. Alright, so he actually has a legit army, and the problem is this guy's coming in, so we need to beat him to it. Yeah, he's gonna start sieging stuff. You pile of garbage. Okay, I don't know, is that our troops combined? Yeah, that's 2 armies in there, I think. Yeah, we don't want to be his ally. I don't want anything to do with this other guy. I want all this land for myself. There we go. It looks like we actually have it. Yeah, as long as we maintain control of the siege and not this other guy, then we're in good shape. We have to... Who's in control of the siege, though? Yeah, it says we're the attacker, so that's exactly what we want. Here we go. Now, we do have to finish off this guy's army, I think. Is that... No. I think that's our... Maybe that's our vassal. Okay, so we dodged a bullet there. That could have been really bad if we allowed him to get in there and siege something down. But anyways, we're good. Let's go ahead and put somebody... let's get our main guy here. He's got... admin is the best stat for sieges because it gives you... doesn't show it on there, unfortunately. If I can get somebody that's... anyways, here we go. Yeah. Siege ability, 7.4%. Basically, your siege ability determines how fast the siege ticks are. And since sieges last for like 1 to 2 years, if it can go a couple days faster instead of 30 or 40 days, it will save you a lot of time. So that's what we're doing there. We don't have any more actions to do. There's no integration. That's all done. We're already doing increasing control here, so we don't need to do that. I'm kind of sliding back and forth between a couple things. Change societal values could be helpful. We're going to need to spend a lot of time doing that. So like centralization, and it's already maxed out, so it's actually not doing any good for us. So let's change that. Can we go towards innovative? Yeah, we can move towards innovative. So usually what I do is I just kind of go down the list and see what they can push. And once that little exclamation mark pops up, then you know you just switch to something else because you're just wasting your time sitting there. So let's do that. But you can see our values, like I said, a lot of these are not where we want them to be. They need to flip the other way. It's going to take a really long time to do it, and the sooner we get on it, the better. The other option is turning this guy into, where are you? Increased development, local monthly development. So develop province, and you could just have him sit here. I'm less interested in that because this isn't even going to be our capital. So developing here in a, it's going to be 3 or 4 settlements away from our main. So it's not that imperative that it becomes highly developed. We need to make sure Dublin stays highly developed though, so that's kind of what we're looking at. Now it looks like Pale just summoned his army and all of his vassals. I don't see a war going on here, so that's most likely going to be down here. Yep. So the 100 Years' War kicked off. Pale and all their buddies are going to try and help England. They don't have any boats though, so they're basically just going to sit here and do nothing. But yeah, kind of interesting. We can get a gauge on how strong their forces are. So 760 here. It does not include Pale's army though. So if we need to get an idea of how big Pale's main stack is. So let's speed this up and see if we can spot him. Yeah, I don't see Pale in here anywhere. Where is he? He's hiding somewhere. Usually, oh wow, yeah, there he is down there. So there's his main stack. And you can see he's got about 3,000 troops between him and his vassals. It's not a good idea to fight these guys until you're ready. So that's, good to kind of have an idea of what we want to get. We don't need 3,000 to defeat him. We could do it with less. We just need to get the jump on a lot of his small armies and just keep stack wiping them and moving around. So that's probably what we'll end up doing. But anyways, we got to finish this siege first. And we're getting hit with an event that causes us to lose 12 stability, which sucks. But it does move us towards offensive, which is the one we want. So I guess that helps. We were already at 70. So this moves us up to 80, I believe. Unless there's a modifier. No, it's just a straight 10. So there we go. And that gives us even better siege ability. So yeah, these siege ticks should go quite a bit faster. Here we go. We just finished. And now we can super peace. Yep. All right, so usual vassal, humiliate, cash, and then we're good to go. Here we go. We are almost ready for another war, but we just got our parliament debate that popped up. So a couple things we could do here. We could probably use this to pass a law. It would be nice to let this pass, but I think there's some stuff we want to get done before that. So if we look at our laws, let's kind of game plan this out. So we already changed favor the common people. That's good for now. We'll probably change it again later, but that will work for now. The religious laws are not as important. Military laws, kind of the same thing. The admin laws, both of these need to change, and I feel like maybe one or two of these socioeconomic laws need to change, but I think the admin are the most important. So if we look at Recon law, this one reduces our proximity cost by 2.5. It does move us in the direction that we want to go, plus 0.1 free subjects, but at the expense of proximity cost, definitely not worth it. Tribal Council organization, this one gives us efficiency of our cabinet, which is super important, but there's a better one here. We could do Federal Tribe, which gives us minus 10% proximity cost. Again, same thing, really important to have that. So I think it's probably better to get rid of I'd rather let's take the estate satisfaction equilibrium. This is going to be super important because, as you can see, we have a hard time keeping these guys happy, and we're not able to tax our nobles as much as we want because they're just constantly not happy. So why don't we deal with that one first? Let's go Parliament. Oops, we got to call the thing first. All right, so we want to go for the one that has the highest number. It's most likely to succeed because that'll give us at least 50 to be able to do it. So ask for law changes. I believe it was this one. Yep. 2.5% estate satisfaction equilibrium, so they're good. Now, in the meantime, while we're waiting for this thing to pass, we still get cheaper road costs by minus 20%. So definitely makes sense to take advantage of that. We have almost 150 gold in store. Let's go ahead and build some roads. So we could build this one for... So Banchor is 58 gold. That's quite cheap, actually. We could build over here, but these are enemies for now, and eventually we'll take them and we'll build it. But I think that's good for now. We'll just build that one then. All right, we'll come back when we're done with this other war, and we'll talk about what we're doing next. So next war, we're going against Offaly, who also has a vassal here, Firkale. Yeah, so we'll get all three of these in this war. All right, easy win. We're up to almost 1,500 troops now, so we could probably take these guys on if we get just a little bit bigger, because this isn't even including our vassal swarm. So I think the vassals probably have a little bit more than us, and we could take them directly. But like I said, we don't want to fight them when they're all grouped up like this. The ideal situation is you declare war, get a big group, as big as you can, and then immediately march down there before they get spawned in and grouped up, and you just start smacking down these little stacks everywhere. But anyways, 2 more vassals. Let's take a look at our Diplo map again and see what it looks like. So there we go. There's still some up here that we need to deal with. This guy, yeah, and some of these are technically our vassals. They're just not directly ours. They're our vassal's vassal, and they'll probably integrate them soon anyways. And then we are starting to build some what do you call it? The CBs down here. So we'll have those two, one right here. We already have one going right here. We need this one, Fermanagh, and I think that's pretty much it. We're almost there. And for education, I find it usually more helpful to have, especially in the early game, to have all your kids be admin focused, because admin basically gives them more, you reduce your control debuffs. So essentially you get more control throughout your all of your holdings. So you want to, I don't know, me personally, I prefer to do that. All right, we lost the vote on stability for the roads, whatever, but like I said, it doesn't matter. We got the law changed. We're still at 29, which is not terrible for this early in the game, considering we no-see beat somebody right off the bat. But we got another couple wars coming up soon, some more networks that we'll have to turn into CBs, and then we'll start talking about our game plan for taking down Pale. Here we go. We got war with 2 people. Luckily, he had an ally here. I think, is that what it said? He's an ally? Yeah, he's got an alliance, so perfect. We'll snag both of those. Now, we could call his ally in as a co-belligerent, and it would pull in a third party, but we would get minus 10 stability unless we insult him. I just don't want to waste any more time. We don't have any diplomats anyways, because I've been sending him out on these spy missions. So we kind of just have to go. We'll get that last guy at some other point. All right, they're done. 2 more vassals, a little bit of cash, and some prestige. Our prestige is actually looking really strong. We're almost up to 100. It's not going to stay there. The decay is so fast because we don't have a whole lot that that can counter it. We do get a decent amount from having vassals, but there's not a whole lot else we get it from. So yeah, it's kind of a bummer, but we'll enjoy it while it lasts. And we have, let's see, 2 here that we can. Oh, we don't have any diplomats though. Yeah, you need to have at least 1 available diplomat to be able to start the spy network, or to start the CB. So we'll have to wait a little bit. Now we're done increasing control. I left it on too long. I was just warning everybody about that, and I did the same thing. So we went up to our max with this guy in. So as soon as we pull him off, we're going to lose all that. It's just a waste of time. Should have been doing something else with this guy. I think in this case, we want to develop the province, and we also want to get our stability to max. Probably more important to get our stability up to max. So let's go ahead and do that first. That'll save us some ducats each month. And you can see here diplomacy. So we're paying England half a ducat a month, but we're still making 3. And then we have security now. So sometimes what happens is Scotland will attack you, and then you have to deal with that. It's pretty nasty. Oh my god. England is not in good shape here. What happened? Holy crap. Usually England is stronger than France in the First War. And then depending on how that goes, it can either go either way. Sometimes France will take the lead. Usually France will take the lead, and then England will kind of fade a little bit. But yeah, this First War looks pretty brutal for England, which bodes well for us. It's going to be easier to break away from him, and hopefully he'll lose some stuff here, and then he'll be really weak for us in the future, and we can attack him a little bit easier. He's still a behemoth compared to, you know, our single province that didn't have anything. When you look at his land, he starts with a massive, massive empire with a lot of money and a lot of stuff. So yeah, it looks like an impossible task, but with a lot of hard work, we can get there. All right, another war ready. It's for one of these smaller ones down here. Now, these guys do sometimes get captured by the Pale, so it's good that we're doing it now. While they're still at war, they can't really do anything. They can't start a war while they're already at war with somebody. Or at least while they have peasant levy out, you can't. So I don't know, maybe you can start another war if you just have your professional troops out. I'm not sure. But anyways, I know in EU4 you could, but in this one, I have no clue. But there we go. That is the end of that war. Ooh. And there we go. We just got the Black Death coming in, so we pretty much cleaned up Ireland before, I mean, the non-Pale part of Ireland anyways. There's a couple more we need to deal with, but for the most part, we got all the good ones. All right, next is Leinster. We'll finish this up, and that'll be pretty much everything in the south. These are the ones that they could potentially take. That's the last one. So pretty much snagged all the good ones from him. And this one, I don't know why it's not letting us... Did we? No, subjugate. We had the subjugate CB. I don't know why it's not letting us turn him into vassal, but that's fine. We'll just take his land and his money, and then we'll release him or give it to this guy and he can deal with it. We're definitely not going to keep it because we can't really do much down here. Yeah, and luckily he does show up on the list, so we can create him as a vassal. So there we go. We have, let's see, what else? We got Fermanagh we need to deal with. Connacht, Annalee, East Brittany is somebody else's vassal, and then this guy. I forget what he is, but yeah, we're almost there. All right, another one. This is a tiny country right over here in the center. This one right here. All right, this time they would let us take him as a vassal. There we go. All right, I think we're at the end in terms of what we can take without going to war with Pale. So there's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything else we either own or we need to take from Pale. And you can see they're still at war. It's going to be a while. Looks like England might be fighting back, but they are pretty heavily outnumbered here. It's almost 2-1 for the big doom stacks. Yeah, they're probably getting pretty beat up here in terms of war exhaustion because there's so much of their land that's sieged down. But anyways, that's good for us. Let's keep working on these, and then we'll start to turn our country into something profitable. Because right now we're making a little bit because we have so many vassals. We're making 3.1 ducats from vassals. But without the vassals, we'd be negative right now. So, but not a big deal. We'll get there. Now, one thing I like to do, and I don't actually know if this is the right thing to do or not, but I love to build settlements wherever we can. They're not too expensive. How much is this one? It's 42. So it's like a regular building. It's 42 gold. Well, it's 50 standard, and then if you have discounts. But we're getting a discount from masonry because I guess there's a lot of stone on the market. But essentially what this does is it increases migration, which I guess is whatever. I don't really care about that too much. More importantly is population growth 1%. So if you want to increase your population, which obviously you need because more population means more taxes and more soldiers, you got to spam these settlements everywhere. Like I said, I haven't tested it necessarily. I've done quite a few test runs where I kind of watch this number and see if your total population goes up faster with it. It's very slight, but it is there. And there's a compound effect in this game. Anything you do now will be, 10 to 100 times better, 200-300 years from now. So if every little advantage you can get can easily compound. And I think this is one of those things. But like I said, I'd have to test it. I have to do a run while doing settlements and then play it for 200 years and then do another one without settlements and kind of compare and see how they do. Or maybe just do a time lapse, let these things sit. But yeah, I think they're worth building. It's worth the risk. It's only a couple, not even 100 gold for these two. Now, you can't build them everywhere. Like this one, you can't build it. I don't know exactly what allows you to build them. I think maybe it might be the climate, but I didn't see any modifier in here that said, yes, you can build a settlement. But yeah, it's these two. And these two are grasslands. And I think you can build it usually in farmland too. Although this one's grassland and it does not allow us. So why not that one? Yeah, like I said, there's something I'm not quite understanding. These two are identical. It could be, it's because it has too many people. I think once you get above a certain population, the settlement disappears. I have noticed that. So I don't know what the cutoff is. It's around 10k to 15k, something like that, I think. So this one's got a long way to go. It's only at 5k. This one's at 5k. So yeah, they need to basically double before that will go away. We should get some use out of it. All right, the Black Death is here. It's hitting us. It's hitting us, and we lose 7 stability. So not only do we lose half of our population, but yeah, it's pulling us down even further. One thing we need to do soon is start to spy on this guy. We can't do that. We have to actually do it through England. So we'll start building our spy network here, and then start making claims so that we can go to war with Pale and take everything that we need. It might take us, I think usually 2 wars we can wipe him out, and if we're not so lucky, maybe 3, but we'll see. Oh, they just sued for peace. Yep, they just sued for peace. Looks like they took a chunk of Aquitaine. They took what was up here in the north. Oh, did they break up Wales or something? Or maybe Wales didn't consolidate just yet. Yeah, I don't know that they took too much from them, but they did break up Aquitaine, which should hurt England quite a bit. Aquitaine's a really good subject for them. It's a very, very strong vassal. So them not having that does help our case a bit, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot that can happen between now and when we're actually able to fight them, so we'll keep moving. All right, Black Death is here. We are losing prosperity everywhere. Our population just went down by 6k in a month. Another 6k in a month. So yeah, it usually takes between 30 and 50%. So hopefully if we're lucky, we'll only lose 30 instead of 50, but either way, we should be fine. We can call another vote, so let's take whatever one's most likely to pass. So increase ties to neighbors, we'll do that one. And again, we're going to use that to change the law because we don't really care if this passes. And actually, I prefer it that it doesn't. We'll take the minus proximity cost from federal tribe, and now we're good to go. Ooh, Black Death claimed one of our... this is actually doing us a favor. So it claimed one of our advisors, but it was the one that was pretty bad. 45 and then 2 in diplomacy. So yeah, it actually did us a favor here. Let's see if we have a better one that's come under a court. Doesn't look like it, and I don't want to pull this guy off because he's actually decent at combat. So I'm just going to leave it vacant for now. Not the end of the world. And then we're ready to go to war. Let's see, which one was it? It is with Ossory, which is this guy. So 4 more wars left, and then we take on Pale. And you can see the Black Death did a number on our armies. We were pulling about 750 or almost 800 and 700. We're down to 4 and 320. So is looking pretty rough. We don't need everybody though, because it's just a single opponent. I think 400 should be enough. Ooh, we just got a good event. So Fermanagh Exile, this is our, what do you call it? Our rival. So we're going to get somebody from him. He's 28 years old, so he's nice and young. He's got 80 admin and 73 military. Even 58 is decent for Diplo. Yeah, this is a solid pick. So we'll take him in. We'll also get 10 prestige from it. So why don't we throw this guy in? He would be a good general as well, actually. Why don't I replace this general, and then we'll have this guy do the job. I think that's probably the right call. Yeah, there we go. And then this guy that's got really, really good stats, or this is like the second best stats. can work here and then increase stability. Here we go, another vassal down and 10 more gold. And very nice, especially during the Black Death. We're going to take pops from this guy, so they'll settle in our lands. Now, we finished our research with Age of Traditions. There's still a few more we could pick up in there, but there's much better ones over here in the Age of Renaissance. Now, we can't access most of it because we need to unlock or finish embracing these institutions. So there's Renaissance, banking, and professional armies. We won't have access to those for a little bit, so we're going to work down here on the scholarly treaties. And so we'll start with that one first. And there's quite a few good ones in here. I think down here is probably the more important ones. So there's this one that gives our minus proximity cost we were talking about. So that one we'll definitely take. Expected cost of court, super important. And then Diplo annexation cost minus 10%. We're going to be annexing a lot of our people soon. We've got, let's see, there's a couple other really good ones. Inquisition law is pretty good because I think you can make some money from that. And then over here is, yeah, expanding raw material. The time is not as important, but yeah, prosperity recovery can be helpful, especially after the Black Death. And then we do need to get Mediterranean galleys if we want to compete with Scotland. If we want to compete with England, we have to wait until we get the heavies, and that's just not going to be an easy one. But we'll have to have more than what they have, so we'll work on it. But yeah, let's work on this first. Let's get proximity cost, expected court cost, stability, investment, and then the law. Prestige, I guess, could help because we don't have any way to stop the decay. And then funding towns would be, or founding towns, minus 10%. So to upgrade a town is like 500 gold. It's super expensive. So this does save you quite a bit. And then I think most of this other stuff, not as big of a deal. We'll reevaluate once we get there. Yeah, I don't think we're too worried about most of this stuff. Maybe on this side, unlocking the better, what do you call it? The better levies would be interesting. But yeah, anyways, let's finish up over here. That'll take us several years before we get all this done. And I don't know what happened. I had a CB on this guy, and now I don't have it. I don't know what happened. I might have canceled it before it finished or something. But anyways, we've got 2 going right now. They'll be done soon, and then we'll start this one up in just a few minutes. It looks like most of the Black Death is done ravaging our territory, so we're going to go ahead and switch one of our workers here to recover. So it'll get rid of that negative modifier pretty quickly, and then we will move over here and do this, and then we'll have pretty much all the nasty stuff gone from our country. Here we go. Recovery efforts finished, and then we'll move him up here. So recovery, there you go. Also, I forgot to check, the regent that we have is just awful. He's got 22 Diplo, or sorry, 18 Diplo, 22 admin. He's really bad for the country right now. That's why our vassals are getting a little bit disloyal. So we need to do something about that pretty soon. Another war. Let's get this one done. So this is for this 2 province minor right here. And again, it's not letting me vassalize. I don't know why, but not a big deal. We'll take the land and we'll release. Now there is a downside here. We're creating more vassals, and that's not really what I want to do when we're already disloyal, but yeah, I can't really do much about it. We can't do anything with that land anyways. We might as well get something out of it. Oh, our Diplo income, because everybody's disloyal, it basically went down to 0. We're sitting on a pretty good stockpile of cash, so we should be able to weather the storm, I think. Let's also start getting some CBs on this guy. So we want to push back colonizer. No, I think the main one was yeah, not subjugate High King membership either. We want to take we want to take these 3 territories right here and then all the way down here to Dublin. But he integrated this guy and he integrated this guy, so yeah, that's not good for us. I was hoping he wouldn't do that. It's making him a little bit stronger. And then for the CB, I can't use the one that I want. There's one in here that usually shows up. It allows you to take chunks of land for really cheap, but I guess it doesn't really matter too much. We could just do pushback colonizer. That should be fine. Yeah, minus 50% cost is still pretty good. I just figured out why we lost the CB on this guy. So he became the king. So now we need to do a overthrow the king CB. So I guess it just deletes your other one, which is kind of sucks, but I guess it is what it is. We finally got our CB to take land back from this corner. This is the one that we already own a piece of. So we'll get another piece. We're still missing 2 more. We'll just take this back right quick. Go. Another, well, this one's not going to be a vassal. Actually, we're taking this personally, and then we'll have to core it. Integrate. Yeah, sorry. Integrate, and then it cores because it qualifies. So to core something, you have to have the majority of one of your accepted cultures. What are we going to use then? Probably the stabilized country to integrate. Shouldn't take that long because it's a pretty small set. Yeah, it's only 2,900 people. And we're at that point, we have only one more valid target for our rivalry, and that's going to be Pale. So there we go. I hate you, Pale. We want all of our land back. We've reached our Diplo cap, and I don't have anything else to spy on or create CBs for. So what I'm going to start working on is making France happy, and at some point we may be able to ally him. Probably not, but we'll see. Also, if we improve relations with Scotland, it wouldn't be a bad thing. We can always piss him off later and undo that if we want. But at least in the meantime, you know, they're guaranteed by France, so they're kind of on the same side. All right, we finally got our second CB on this guy because the first one disappeared. So this one is a overthrow, right? Overthrow High King, yep. And again, we could just make him a vassal. Overthrow King, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, we can become the king. It doesn't really give us a whole lot of benefit relative to what we already have anyways, but yeah, not a big deal. And now I'm going to start declaring CBs or subjugate on the subjects of Pale, and then we'll start taking those. So this one will take a while. If we declare war on him, it does not, like I said, does not pull in England, so we should be able to take all that pretty easily. All right, one of the last ones. This guy's currently in a civil war right now, so I don't know what that means. I think if we take him, he'll eventually take that back, and it shouldn't be a big deal, but let's finish this war pretty quick. Right, I just took the settlement, and then it kicked us out of the war. What the hell just happened? Minor tribe of Annalee. So I don't know what happened. I guess I helped the rebels take the land, and then they formed a new country, because I just lost the CB, and I did not get ownership of these guys. So very odd. I guess we'll have to spy on them until we can do another one. But yeah, we shouldn't have had to do that. That seems like a bit of an oversight by the devs, maybe. Right, I don't think there's any laws I want to mess with right now necessarily, but we do have another vote coming up that we could use. Let me double check. Yeah, these two are the ones that we want. This one, yep. This one we could, I might need to move this back actually. To favor the ruler, because this 20% crown power would be really helpful. Right now we are extremely low. We're at 3.61 because our ruler is just terrible. He's just off. There's no other way to say it. He's just awful. So once we get rid of him, we need to clear some of these guys out so they're not giving so much power. Actually, this guy is not. This guy is though. He's giving power because he's in a seat. Noble's in the seat. So. Yeah, we've got some work to do here. We're in a little bit of trouble, but probably not that big of a deal. I think the right call is just to stay the course. We'll do the funding estates, and this one gives us a free upgrade to our RGO, or a free max increase to our OGO by 1,000, so it basically levels it up by 1. And if we want to build some farms in between now and it passing, we can do it for 33% less cost. So probably not a bad idea, but I don't think these things are spitting off too much money. Yeah, 0.39 for both. So I don't know. I'm tempted to save the money in case we need it, because we are going to be into some pretty heavy wars soon. Either way, yeah, we got some time to think. Oh, and I just realized I forgot to declare war on Fermanagh. He's sitting right here. Like I said, he is a vassal of England, but because we are also a tributary of England, and because we are also the same thing, we can do it for without having to fight England. There we go. The vote passed, and you could see instead of oh, it actually upgrades it for you. I thought it increased the max level, but yeah, I guess it gives you a free RGO upgrade. So we were at 1 out of 7. It just bumped it up to 2 out of 7. So it'll be worth a little bit of money, not that much. So if we get what, 30% of that, so I don't know, not even 0.1. But on the bright side, we finished our war here, and yeah, see, we can't. We have to annex and release him. Maybe was he the king? Maybe he's the king. So we can't be the king right now because we're in a regency. That might be what was going on. But either way, let's go ahead and release this guy as a vassal. Yeah, we're just not. Yeah, we need to raise relations with all these guys, but we just don't have enough diplomats to do it. And then there's this freaking rebellion that's going on that's messing up our vassals. So I don't know what we're gonna do. We might have to wait until all this stabilizes until we get an actual person to sit on the throne. I mean, it's weird because we're doing really well in terms of progress. 33, so what, 15 or 18 years, something like that. And we've taken almost half of Ireland. So, but it is what it is. We need to go to war with Pale soon. We're starting to lose the CB that we had. Right, pushback colonizers, 58, we've got less than 2 years. So we do need to run that one soon, but we're not getting any luck with getting a new ruler. And that's going to make a big difference if we can get it. So, all right, let's go ahead and sponsor this guy. We'll get a little more prestige. There we go. Subject opinion. We just finished that research. That should help some. These guys are still going to be a little bit loyal. Let's wait a month. Yeah, they're still disloyal. We can start improving relations then. So Tyrone, Clan Ricard, and Mayo. So Clan Ricard is this one, and then Mayo. Right, yep. So let's wait a few months. That should tick up. And then I think, yep, there, one dropped off already. We're still not getting it, man. We'll take the stab, but we need to get somebody to replace this guy. Okay, here we go. We just got the event. No, I don't want to turn this guy into a freaking regent, man. He's so bad. He's so bad. Let's avoid this. Well, it's going to give us a 7 stab hit. Ah, man, that's so bad. Yeah, he's definitely not the right one. He's not the right one. We got to wait a little bit longer. Are we getting more CBs on these guys in case the Pale War doesn't pan out? We can try and attack one of them. I mean, we have to fight Pale anyways. We have to start the war with him, but we'll have a backup in case this one falls through. The other thing, we got the final war here. This guy we can declare war on now. God, it wants us to insult him first. Yep. Okay, your mother's a punk. And then, yeah, we're not taking any more stab hits. Everybody's gonna be pissed off at us, but I don't really care. Let's go ahead and declare war on these guys now. And that should be enough. We'll consolidate everything. Actually, we only need the 400. Here we go. Final one. Let's turn him into a vassal, humiliate, take his cash, and then we're good. We've got pretty much everything. All right, we got until September 58. We're in 58 in January, so we've got a few more months, and then we either have to redo the CB or just go for it. Kind of leaning towards just going for it. I don't know what else is going to change. There's the end of the Black Death. We lost 24k. We end up with 38k, so we lost not that far off from 50k. That was pretty brutal. Oh, we got one. We got one. Nice. A youngster, 16 years old. He's got good diplomacy stats. That's perfect. That should make everybody loyal now. And let's get him married to somebody that's got decent stats as well. Preferably somebody with top-heavy stuff, not so much on the combats. This is a really good admin, but she's brain dead on the other two, so that's probably not worth it. Some of these girls are pretty solid. Like this one, 50, so almost 50 on these two, and then 80 on the combat stats. He's got good overall. There's not much better than that. I guess this one, but it's just lower. I think we'll go with this lady. And legally married. Perfect, so they accepted. And that means we are the High King, and we could do reclaim High King land. We're gonna keep our CB for now, but if we need to, we can use that CB. This basically lets you take land for real cheap, but you can only get that land cheaply, that one chunk of land. So like if we do one on Meath, we can take all of Meath. Anything outside of that will be much more expensive. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. And then we've got 20 spy network here. I guess we can try and go for something over here, like a Wales or one of these smaller countries, because we are technically still under the umbrella of England, and we can attack the neighbors without having to fight. Right, yeah, see, we can fight Wales without incurring the wrath of England. So that might actually be an interesting idea. We would be able to take a huge chunk of land here, and then build up and hopefully contest England. And then by the time we take that over, we should have no problem wiping out Scotland and defending against France, because France is guaranteeing them. So question is, do we go for a small target or do we go for the big one? Subjugate. Yeah, we can still subjugate. That's so cool. I think we're going to stay this instead of going monarchy, and we'll just keep subjugating everybody around us. So that works. All right, a few more months and we got to make a decision. Yeah, I don't really seeing much change. So I think we're just going to have to go for it. Let's go ahead and declare war. Push back colonizers. We don't get any hits, so we can just go straight in. But let's call everybody we can. That's going to be just under 800. And then we need to have everybody link up with us, all of our vassals, so that we can actually have a decent fighting strength. Let's get grouped up. We'll find the best commander we can. This one's going to be army morale with the diplomacy, and then disciplined with the combat stats. So that's pretty good, actually. But this one would give us frontage. Man, there's some good options in here. Oh, this one like actually might be even better. So what does he have? Army initiative is really good. That's a good combat stat. Naval damage, who cares? And then Diplo rep, who cares? Yeah, this might actually be the right call here. So we would get army movement speed, discipline, pretty high. He's good on everything. Even as admin is a little bit below average, but it's still up there. It's still pretty good. So I'm actually going to put Brian O'Flaithbertag. Man, that's a mouthful. A lot of vowels in there. So there we go. Let's go ahead and allow attachment. We'll balance our army out. Allow attachment here so that our allies, our vassals can join us. And let's make sure our vassals are set to supportive. And they are everybody but the new ones. So let's set everybody to supportive and they'll be able to attach to us. And then what I want to do is get over here, preferably in a spot where we can see some of these guys coming out. Actually, why don't we go on the offensive? Get all these little groups. Yeah, there's a bunch of little groups here we could probably wipe out quickly. We cannot allow the big stack to... Oh, crap. Okay, that's okay. It's only 300. But, you know, let's go. Let's be safe. Let's get this big stack. Right, not a big stack, but it's only 90. Yeah, that's an easy win. Why are you going there? Oh my god, that's not a good fight. All right, we got to help him out. He's going to get wiped out. Ooh, we wiped out 330. That was a big fight for us. So they do have their big stack here. It's 1248. I don't think we have enough to take that on. But if we get these guys to join us, that's 1,000. That's 1,100. Almost 1,200 with that as well. Yeah, 12, almost 1,300. We need to wipe out these small groups though. I think they're going to meet up. Oh, he's leaving. He's leaving. Yes, this could be it. Come on, we got to catch him. Nice, we caught him. We caught him. There we go. That's 105 down, so that's another decent sized stack that we'll wipe out. I don't think this... Yeah, we got to help our ally here. Nice, we stack wiped him. That's another big hit. We can hire one more troop. Don't bother us with that. That's a waste of time. Okay, who else? So I think we're just going to let this guy siege some of our stuff down. And we need to keep picking off these small groups. Can we get these guys to join us? Yeah, you need to attach. You attach. Perfect. These guys need to attach. And then these guys, let's come down here and pick them up. Maybe they'll join us because they seem to have trouble. Oh, crap. Yeah, they're all having issues. Let's turn on our Diplo endeavors and see if that helps. That would increase our Diplo rep. See if that makes a difference. We might need to wait a turn. Oh man, that could be the end of this actually. If our Diplo rep stays low and we can't get these guys to join us. Let's wait a turn and see if it helped. That 200, they just spawned another 200 stack. Where are you getting these troops from, bro? We just killed 200. All right, we killed 2 stacks and the big stack came. All right, we are down 200 or 350 troops. It's not looking good. We're ahead of morale. Oh, we're actually... Oh, they got reinforcements, but we still got them. We killed 200, almost 250 more than they did. So that could actually break them. The problem is they still have more troops than we do. We need these guys to freaking join us, man. Come on. Damn it, dude. We're so far ahead right now if we just get everybody to join. But yeah, I guess we should have been working on improving relations before this. Damn it, man. We need these guys to join. How far? What is this guy? Plan Ricard? Plan Ricard's at 26. He's way far behind. That's not going to work. Yeah, I don't know what else we can do here. We have 600 versus 8. I guess we could follow them back. They have low morale, so we might be able to get them to break quickly. There's 250. We need to get them. Yeah, we're going to take some heavy losses here, but... Oh, we only 26 losses, and we just stack wiped them. That was actually really good. Okay, I think we could do this. What else do we need to do here? We could start taking some land. Let's take Dublin. That's a pretty big war goal. Oh, 792 with no morale. Yep, we need to get up there and... Oh, they have morale now. I guess they get morale even when they're retreating. They're almost basically double us. Right, we need to get in there and join. Whoa, we just routed them? We stopped that fight somehow. Maybe they didn't have morale. I'm really confused. There we go. Can we join that fight? Yes, we're only behind by 200. Oh, they ran. They ran again. All right, they don't have morale. So they're having morale issues, which is really costing them. So we need to keep following. Hopefully we can catch them again. Follow them back. This is kind of crazy. All right, here we go. This is going to be a big one. They have no morale. Yep. So 12 losses, and we're just going to keep chasing them. I don't know what else we can do besides that. Oh, man, I want to help our ally out. Yeah, we need to help our ally out. Nice. Stack wiped, and then we need to get over here quickly and try and catch this guy again. Our advisor died. Don't really care too much. Can we put somebody that's not a noble, actually? Let's put somebody from the church. Yeah, we need to ease back on their power. Okay, here we go. We just stack wiped another 50. I didn't even know there was one over here, but we'll take it. Here we go. This is gonna be another fight. They should be stopping any second. Where are they going, man? Well, if all we're doing is delaying, it buys us time to raise relations with these guys, because we are improving opinion. So, there we go. 10 kills, 3 losses, and now we gotta chase them again. It's kind of dumb, but what can you do? Okay, what do we get? Efficiency of our cabinet, we can't have that. So we'll take the prestige hit. Yeah, this guy's not able to recover his morale in time, so we're just kind of steamrolling him every time he stops, which is what we need to do, because if he gets his morale back, he's got almost double our numbers. Let's actually let him get a tiny bit of morale. There we go, tiny bit of morale. He's gonna have troops coming out soon as well that we need to stack wipe. There we go, 15 kills, no losses. Let's kill whatever comes out here. Oh man, we took some losses, but we did just about stack wipe them. 149 for 34 losses. And we gotta get down here quickly, save this fight, and then maybe go for the 170. No, we need to keep this guy down. Let's just keep chasing him. Dude, they have so many stacks here, dude. What the hell? And we have none. No, none of our allies are coming. Our vassals hate us. All right, let's try and take out some of these small stacks along the way if we can. Oh, here we go. We just killed another 20. Are those our troops winning? We might be winning some of these. Yep, we just won that one. That's fine. Hopefully these guys are going to join us now, and we need to go to Dublin. All right, there we go. There's another stack wipe. There's another stack, not a stack wipe, but yeah, that was a stack wipe actually. All right, here we go. Catch them right here. They have no morale, so it's an easy win. And then they're off running around somewhere else now. Let's kill this group. All right, that's a stack wipe. Now we need to head back north where they're going. Oh my god, we're so far behind now. Usually we're right on top of them, but not this time. All right, they're probably going to go up this way again. So let's just cut them off. Yep, they did. That's what they did last time. I'm assuming they're doing the same move order. We are not necessarily spanking these guys, but our war score is 51, so that's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to be able to take land here without actually... Yeah, see, we need to actually capture some stuff. But the problem is we won't be able to let off the gas because they have forts, and it's going to take a really long time to capture the forts. We just need to improve relations. That's all we can do at this point. So Oriel and Carberry, are we improving relations with these guys? Mayo is not on this list, are they? Actually, if we go to this one, we can see who's got the most. Who's got the most disloyalty? So Mayo is actually not on here, right? Yeah, anything below 50 is bad. No, Mayo's on the list, so we are still trying to improve relations with them. Let's see, the red, these guys, yeah, they don't like us. And they have a lot of troops. It's Clan Ricard, that's the big one. We are working on them, though. Damn it, man. All right, who's an easy one that's close there? Oriel is close, so why don't we go to Oriel and improve with him, and then we'll keep chasing this guy. Oh, I think these guys, these small groups are chasing, they're following us. There's a 98 we need to kill. Yeah, we cannot let that group up with anything. Damn it, he keeps changing. There we go. All right, here we go. That's a big fight, actually. Where are they getting all these reinforcements from, bro? Where, dude? We've been killing so many people, and they keep getting reinforcements. They just have like infinite manpower, and we don't have time to siege them down, so it's not like we can do anything about it. There's another 50 down. There's another 10. Like, how many have we killed? We've lost 1,000. We've killed 2,400. So, yeah, it's a pretty good kill-death ratio considering we've been outnumbered the whole time. We lost track of the big stack though, which is basically means we're gonna lose. Yep, I think we lost this, unfortunately. Let's go back, try and meet up with this guy. There it is. Yep, he's got his almost full morale now. Although we do just about outnumber him. Yeah, we do outnumber him now. Okay, so I think we can start taking stuff. We cannot let these 100 stacks join. That's really bad. So let's make sure this guy does not meet up. How is he so fast? Holy crap, man. All right, we stack wiped him. All right, these guys might join us. Oh, yeah, we lost it. Nobody's disloyal now. Let's go pick him up. He should be joining our stack now. Yep, there we go. Now we can go cause them some problems. Let's go liberate some land, and we'll keep watching for these stacks. What size is this? 8 men, who cares? There's 171 we need to take out. They might go for a capital, so let's unsiege this, and then let's get back up there. Man, that was close. I think we have it. I don't want to call it yet, but yeah, he's just sitting there. So if he wants to sit there and protect that, that's fine. We'll go ahead and win the war. All right, they attacked us. They should be getting a terrain debuff. Yep, vegetation. They're going to take a pretty big debuff on their rolls there. There we go. And oh, we lost our general. Dude, we fought that without a general. Not a good idea. Let's not put our our ruler in. That would not be good. We kind of have to use a noble. We don't have anybody else. So let's just put a noble in and start sieging down these. Definitely need our nobles to be happier because they're kind of revolting a little bit. We do have a decent amount of levies that we can rehire. Let's get them back out. So there's another 180 just about. All right, so I'm going to siege some of this down. When we get ready to fight somebody, get another big fight going, then we'll come back. Oh, he left, actually. Yeah, so we have to figure out where he went. You know what, let's just stay, because I'm sure yep, there he is. All right, so we need to keep a close eye on him. Let's siege the stuff in the north. He probably won't come back here to unsiege it. So I'd rather just get this done. That one's going to capture on its own, so we'll come down here. Here, yep, here's a big fight coming. All right, we got him. Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to have the terrain advantage, but we're so far ahead of him, nearly double his numbers. He took a very big hit there. Yeah, he lost almost half of his army. And then he just threw another 80 stack, almost 90 stack into us. Let's take these easy ones. We'll get the ones with the forts later. Oh, that one is a fort. Yeah, let's go down to Dublin, take that, and then we'll keep hunting. We'll chase this guy down. Actually, no, we need to catch him right here so he doesn't get past. Oh, he's faster than us somehow. All right, we'll catch him right here. No terrain modifier, so it's an even fight, and we double his numbers. Yep, 250 to 500, so very, very good exchange for us. Let's go take Dublin for sure this time. There's another 164 we need to kill, though. Yeah, we're just not going to get a siege off, but that's okay, as long as we're keeping him down. Yeah, 164 stack wipe. There's another 45 right here we need to take out. We lift the fog of war. Interesting. Nice. So they just lifted the fog of war in this area. We can see everything. Not that it makes a difference. We're just gobbling everything up anyways. This guy's got low morale. Can we chase him? Yeah, let's fight him again before he gets full morale. Yeah, there we go. So it ends the fight pretty quick. 84 losses to R6. So definitely worth it. There is a big... How are you getting 318 troops this far into a war? I don't get it. But we're going to stomp them as soon as they come out. So let's get in there. We definitely can't let that join up. That's a stack wipe. And then there's the other 390. Perfect. And that's not a stack wipe, but we didn't lose a single troop in that fight. So really good numbers for us. Let's finally take Dublin and then give this guy some war exhaustion. All right, cabinet member. This guy's really good. We're gonna we'll spend some stability. We don't want to lose this guy. He's got really good stats. Okay, we got Dublin. Let's go hunt this 300. Yep, there we go. We caught him. It's a very quick fight. 96. It's like most of these. Yeah, we need to hunt down some of these other groups. There's another 25 down. Ah, we've killed so many, but they just keep throwing They just keep throwing numbers at us. And I don't know how. There we go. This guy's gonna probably come down here. They're spawning another group in here. 25. I'm gonna wait for this 230. Let's let them get some morale, and then we'll hit them. Yep, there we go. Not quite a stack wipe, but there's another 60 down. And then what we can do is take some of these. So we'll take Cork since we're already on it. And then we've got more vassals coming to us. That's perfect. I'm so glad these guys decided to join us finally. We could do another vote. Let's go ahead and do that. Hey, we're looking good here. Expand gravel road. Don't really want to waste it, but let's do it. And then is there any laws we need to change? We probably want to go to burgher-controlled mining operation. Not that we're using it yet, but we want to go plutocratic and capital economy, so we might as well just do it now. It's fine. We'll take the stab hit when it fails, and then we'll just be moving towards that already. And look at our encouraging innovative. We're already down to minus 25. We started out at like minus 80 or 60 or something like that. It was really high up there. So that is looking quite good. They have another 172. These might be mercenaries. No, they're levies, so they're just getting a bunch of levies. How come we don't get levies like that? There's another 159 though. I guess we can pull them back in. We'll do it when we come back up there, which it looks like they're heading up there. Yeah, unfortunately they recombine that stack, but we'll just keep pushing. Catch this guy. There we go. We reduced our proximity cost for research. That's the really good one that we wanted. Here's the big fight. 83. We can't get the killing blow, unfortunately. Let's take Kilkenny. Oh, that's a big fight. Yeah, we don't want to lose our allies stack here. Let's wipe this guy out. 142. Did he sneak out? No. All right, let's take Kilkenny. We need to start reducing some of their holdings here. So I have a feeling if we don't, they're just going to be whack-a-mole the whole time. Let's try and take this 118 if we can. We might be able to stack wipe it. We're pretty close. Yep, there's a stack wipe. And then we can take Dungar. Oh, who's this guy fighting? No, they're spawning in. 42. 242. We need to take this out. So we'll let him spawn and we'll just immediately jump on him. Yep, that's a stack wipe. Let's take the settlement so they don't keep respawning. we'll have to let him out. There we go. Our vassals are starting to do some damage. So this is going to be ours. And then we'll take Waterford as well. That's a huge chunk out of their holdings. They won't be able to respawn from. So there we go. Where did his big stack go? He had a stack of about 2 something left. All right, they don't have enough to take anything. 40 and 50 is not going to be enough. So let's keep going. Let's take these 2 down here. There's a 40. Yeah, they're starting to stack wipe our vassals that are sending small units out everywhere. I don't know why they keep doing that, but let's try and put an end to these guys. There's a stack wipe on our end, and we should be able to take this guy pretty easy. Another stack wipe. Perfect. Okay, these all have forts, so it's not going to be easy. We can take Tipperary, get some vision in the area at least. I don't see anybody else. He might be just sitting somewhere waiting. That's our ally. Kildare. No, that's not our ally. All right, we need to take that 100 and something out. Let's just finish taking some of these though. Yep, this one needs to go as well. There's another stack wipe and another main settlement. They're not moving around, which means I don't think they have too many good options. He might try to relieve. Oh no, he's gonna go wait. That's fine. We'll take all the settlements that don't have forts. Research or stability. I think research is probably more important. So we'll take a small stab hit. There we go. Another settlement. Let's go take this guy out and relieve that one. That should be a stack wipe. Yep, stack wipe. Okay, I think we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was a really intense war. I honestly thought we were going to lose it, and I thought we were going to have to restart the whole campaign. But I'm very happy to be wrong. It was not looking good for us. What else can we do? So I think everything else is a fort, which is just going to take time. So I'm gonna probably pause here and do this. Is there anything else we need to do? I guess we can get more troops. Not that we need it, but let's just get as much as we can so that if they have anything, we should be able to instantly stack wipe it. Or you know, we can have these guys siege, actually. Why don't we have them siege? Yeah, that works. I'm also going to pull everybody off of supportive so they can go siege their own stuff. Let's put them all on aggressive. I think if we put them all on aggressive, they'll just go out and siege their own stuff down. They're still... No, that's our ally. Yeah, he's spawning stuff in. That's fine. So yeah, I'm going to siege these down, and if anything interesting pops up, we'll come back. But I think for the most part, this war is done. And once again, they spawned another big stack. I don't know where from, but yeah, they're still kicking somehow. I guess I just want to be done with this war. But yeah, I'm going to finish it up. We're pretty much done. We wiped out 3 more ports. Nice. We got an heir, so our succession is secured. We just need to make sure he has good stats when he grows up a little bit. We just finished the final siege for Pale settlements. There's still some of their vassals that have some stuff that needs to be finished, but I don't think it's worth it. It doesn't give us any extra. We just need all of the Pale settlements. Everything else we'll take. So, yeah, as long as we get their castles, their forts, we should be fine. So we need to take everything that Pale owns, and that'll fully annex them, and that means that we will, by default, take over ownership of their vassals. So this... Yep, that's all we need. Just like that. We could continue and do the same thing here and just release people. I think that's maybe not a bad idea because they're going to hate us. Not going to let us because we don't have them sieged. So what we might want to do is siege these down first. There's 2 forts here. We might get the call for peace soon. So let's just get ready. If it's just the call for peace, then we need to do this one. So this is going to be... It should be a full annex... For Pale, yep. So you can see this dot means that everything in this province is being taken. The only stuff that's not being taken are these, and there's nothing in here that's Pale. So we'll take that. We'll take the money, and holy crap, that's a lot of aggressive expansion. But it's all with people that I don't care about because they're going to be our subjects anyways. But yeah, let's try to siege these down if we can, and if not, no big deal. I guess we'll just have to... take them as vassals. Yeah, we'll have to take them as vassals and deal with it that way. But yeah, there it is. Call for peace. So monthly war exhaustion, it'll add up really quick. And because I don't want to get the nasty modifiers from that, I might just cut it. Yeah, I think it's better just to cut it. It's fine. Like I said, we'll get them as vassals. Right, yeah, we don't have to take them as vassals because if we full annex, then we get it by default anyways. So there's that. We can't humiliate them because they won't exist. And then there's nothing else we want to do here. I think we just take it like this. So this should be it. Yep, they should accept. There we go. And let's check our diplomacy and see. Yep, we got it all. The only thing we don't have right now are some nobles, but they'll sort it out and then we'll take over whoever wins. Not that big of a deal. But yeah, we've got everything from Pale. That's perfect. Now we don't have to fully integrate these if we don't want to, but we probably should. And what we need to do is create some subjects. We want to take Dublin. We still need to annex some of the ones down here, but yeah, in order to get this to be our capital, we need to get Irish to be 50%, which means Anglo-Irish needs to come down, but we have to core it first. So that's going to be the biggest challenge. And what we can do is, let's get rid of these forts because they're just taking up money. And also some of this stuff is just not going to be good. Rural cloth maker. It's fine, we'll let it. I'll sort through the buildings once we take over finally, but right now we're just getting rid of the forts so that we're not paying out the nose. And then we probably need to create some subjects. God, they already don't like us. So if we get more subjects, it's just going to be worse. Okay, do we just go through the long process of integrating this all then? I think that might be the call. Usually what I do is I turn these guys into subjects, or I give land away to our existing subjects. But if we just keep it, we can core it eventually. Damn. Okay, I think we'll have to do that then. Let's go ahead and integrate. So I think the goal here is to get away from this area, so I'm not going to bother integrating this until later. Let's take Dublin. We'll integrate that first. And Meath, because Meath is going to be huge. It's a very big province with a lot of settlements in there that have a lot of people. So let's see, Meath. Yeah, Dublin's got the higher... So that's good. We'll let that happen. And then once that's done, we will switch them over to converting the population from Anglo-Irish to Irish. And then we'll eventually turn that into our capital. And that's just how it's going to have to be. There's nothing we need to do on this island now. We're pretty much set. Let's go ahead and get rid of our levies. Hell of a war, man. That was a good one. We got a little bit lucky there, but also not going to complain about it. We can take a duchy rank. That's going to take a chunk of our money. It will give us diplomatic capacity though, and that might be helpful. Are we running out of diplo capacity? Or do they just not like us? Oh my god. That seems like it's just a weird peace deal thing. Let's let a month pass and see if it fixes. Yeah, it fixed itself. Okay, so we don't need the diplo capacity. Is there anything else we need for being a duchy? Not really. Diplo range, diplo capacity, and culture capacity. We're not accepting culture, so this doesn't really help us too much. Yeah, merc range, alliances, like I don't care about that stuff. That's fine. Yeah, we'll leave it alone for now. Okay, so I'm going to get to work integrating and raising relations with everybody that hates us because, you know, we got to keep these people happy so they don't rebel on us. Actually, you know what? They seem a lot more loyal now. Yeah, everybody's almost at 100. So I could release a subject if I wanted to. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, let's see if we have enough. And then if we need more capacity, we just upgrade. Why don't we do that? So historical subjects. I don't want to release Meath. Actually, that's the only one that we could release, and I really don't want to release them. It's going to take a very long time to integrate them because you have to wait 10 years from the time you take a vassal to the time you can integrate. And then you have to go through the integration. That's going to take another 4 or 5 years, and then you got to deal with the population. It's just, I don't think it's worth it. So what we could do is start giving away some of this land. Why don't we do that? Just so that we're not, we can let him core it up for us. So we'll seed everything here in Wexford to Leinster. What do we want to keep down here? So this is the provinces. Map mode is really helpful for this. So this is all Kildare. Why don't we give Kildare to this guy? So seed Kildare to him. Perfect. And then what else do we have? Ival is us. And so this goes to this guy. I think that's probably already his core anyways. Perfect. And then Ival is probably going to, let's see, Waterford. I can't even tell who we're giving it to though. Come on, game. Is it this guy? Yeah, Waterford. That's the same one. So we can give this to him and he'll like us a bit more now. I think that's it. Everything else we're trying to core up ourselves. Right, let's see. Yeah, there's this odd shaped one that I don't want to, but we need it to connect the roads to where we already live, so we'll have to core this next. And then that means we'll have to integrate this guy. Actually, why don't we start working on that? Let's integrate this, start annexing, and then we'll start clearing out. So essentially what you want to do is you want to get a solid base set up and then start to radiate outward radially meaning like in a circle. So you draw a radius and you take everything that's in that radius. And then when you integrate everything there, you go out maybe one more province and then you integrate everybody in that area. And then you go out further and further because your control radiates out radially. Not exactly if you have stuff like different terrain types and the sea. But for the most part on land, it kind of works like that. So We need to get all this stuff over here near Dublin. So everything down here needs to be ours. And then up here is just going to turn back into kind of garbage territory. But we didn't spend a whole lot of money upgrading this. Like we did 110. We got 1 free livestock and we built a road. So that's not really that big of a deal. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for a while. So let's go ahead and start working on integrating and getting our country stabilized. And then we'll come back when we get interesting updates. All right, I'm not sure what changed, but one of our buffs must have fallen off or something, because we're getting disloyal subjects now and we can't even annex. So I'm trying to raise relations with them so we can get that annexation going again. It's not that far off from being done, more than halfway. So anytime we can take a buff to our, what do you call it, our Diplo rep, we need to take advantage of that because we are struggling right now. I guess we could also switch one of these integrations back. Let's see, commerce, who cares? Yeah, we keep losing people, man. This host has died twice in the last year. So I don't know what that's about. But anyways, we'll keep integrating. I don't know if it's going to help that much. But yeah, man, we can't integrate. Would this help? Diplo capacity is not the issue right now. The problem is Diplo rep and relations. So let me switch Meath off and go back to, where are you? Diplo endeavors. Let's see if that helps. Let's see if that helps any. We just need to get this guy integrated and then we should have an easier time because it'll lower their strength. Nope, it didn't do it. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. We could take a little extra stability, see if that helps. I don't think so though. Let's just keep integrating again. Well, we might have to just sit it out. I don't know. I really don't know. We're raising relations with a bunch of people and it doesn't seem to help much. All right, this might help. We did get a parliament debate, increased ties to subject. We can get reduction of liberty to desire. It's not going to pass most likely because we've got nothing here, no support. We'll get at least loyalty of subjects for a few months. It might be enough to finish the integration. So I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that that's enough. Come on. No, it helped, but it's not enough. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Dude, another guy died. These guys are dropping like flies. Yeah, I don't really know what else to do. We'll just keep replacing them, I guess. We're replacing them with clergy as well, so that hopefully they're not getting a ton. Oh, I know why we're having problems. Our crown power is like 0. So look at that. Our Diplo rep is taking a big hit. Wow, that's bad. Tax efficiency went down the drain because of it. There's a lot of problems here. We need to get our power back up. What the heck caused it to dip so low? We didn't add any policies. We haven't been handing out hardly anything. I don't know. It's odd. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I just don't see it. I don't see what could be causing it. We still have a fort somewhere. Where the hell is this fort? Oh, this one. And that. Yep, there goes the fort maintenance. So we don't need that. We'll put a fort on Dublin at some point, but we don't need it right now. We shouldn't be at war anytime soon. Okay, I'm just going to struggle through this. Like I said, I really don't know what the heck is going on, but I'll figure it out. Ooh, nice. We got an event that lowers our opinion by all of our vassals, of course. You know, I just realized our Diplo capacity is way over. So when I looked at it last time, it was like 1 under, and now it's, what, 8 over? Yeah, it's really bad. So let's go ahead and take this duchy rank, see if that helps. +1 Diplo capacity. It should make a difference. I don't think it's going to solve our problems, but oh, it did actually. Oh, yeah. I think that might have solved it. All right, and we're going towards quantity, not quality. So we're going to take the prestige hit. Yep, there we go. Our annexation is working again. Perfect. Okay, I think we're okay now. All right, we just finished integrating one of our subjects. So that was this one right here. Usually every time I integrate, I like to double check and look and see what they built. So like this one, fiber crop farm, it's profitable now, but that's just because we haven't raised up the RGOs for this. So there's quite a few fiber crops in there right in this area too. So that's probably going to get destroyed. There's no way we need a farming village. We're going to have to pay subsidies to keep it up. It's not worth it. So let's delete that. And then the other ones look like they don't have much of anything. And like I said, this fiber crop farm, we'll leave it for now. We'll probably delete it later. But that is it. So that should reduce the strain here. Yep, we went from 10 down to 9. So we can start integrating other ones. See, awfully, we can start integrating as well. Let's do that. And like I said, we'll consolidate everything in a circle around here. And then by the time these are integrated, we should have most of these annexed and ready to go. And as much as I don't want to do it, I might actually take the stab hit here. So if we get rid of this, it is -5 to their happiness. Is there anything here that's giving them a ton of power? Not really. 33 and 50%. So their power is probably coming from us. Well, no, these are, yeah, this is a noble, but this is clergy. So they're getting a little power from this. I think a lot of it's probably coming from the actual sediments themselves, potentially. But either way, we should probably try to revoke some of these. Innovative we can keep. Well, this one is only 10% of their power, but it does increase their satisfaction, so that should help at least. But man, that's going to cost a lot. 133 stability. We're at 74 right now. But now is probably the time to do it. Like if our stability goes down, it reduces estate satisfaction, but it shouldn't affect our integration. Yeah, let's just revoke it. Yeah, it makes them upset, but they're fine. And then we're gaining 1 stability per month, which is crazy. We'll have a lot of that back pretty quickly. Estate satisfaction is going to go down for a while. We just have to put up with it. I don't know what else to do. So anyways, that is a good step in the right direction to kind of putting these guys in check, the chieftains. We got another parliament debate. Let's do one where we can actually pass it this time. Maybe we'll do one that gives them... Oh, here we go. Yeah, it'll upgrade these for free. We'll just let this pass. Yeah, that one starts already above 50%, so we should be good on that. We'll get some free upgrades for Dublin, which, like I said, we're going to be taking this over soon anyways. Yeah, unfortunately, this thing's going to fail unless we take one of these. We're not going to grant privilege to the chieftains. That's not going to happen. We could lose some support for Renaissance. That's not enough, though. Yeah, that's not enough, so it's probably not going to work. Damn, dude, we can't catch a break in this run. I mean, we did catch a pretty big break for the war, so I guess that's something, but... Yeah, it would be nice to be able to get this passed. Damn it, man. Alright, well, it is what it is. There's another 7 stab down. We're already -80. What's another 7? So anyways, let's keep working, getting these things integrated. Alright, some of our cores are starting to come in. So Seal, yeah, this is the one that's right next to Dublin. So Dublin is next. And then we could start working on converting. Actually, we need to core both of these, but yep, it'll come soon. We're almost there. We just researched Inquisition law, so this allows us to pass another law, and it doesn't cost us anything. We don't really need to worry too much. We can go pop conversion speed of 10%, and then we get an estate satisfaction equilibrium of 1%. It's not really that much to write home about. Pop conversion speed plus 20% is pretty nice, though. We are going to be using this a decent amount. Do we need the extra 1%? Like, what does that even do? I think it would represent a 1% increase to our tax basis. So if we're at 50%, I think every bit you tax them... Oh my god, look at the chiefs. We can only go up to 18%. It's because our control is so low. But anyways, yeah, if we take equilibrium increase, that'll help, but not that much. Yeah, I don't think it's going to help that much, but an extra 10% on conversion speed could actually make a big difference. So we'll take this one. I think that's worth it for what we're trying to do, because once we come over here, we need to convert all this. Everything here needs to convert to Irish. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to deal with. So anyways, back to the grind. We're almost out of the negative for stability anyways. We're down to 30, so not bad. Also, I just wanted to point out we're number 33 in the world, and it hasn't even been 40 years. It's what, 40? Next year will be 40 years. That's pretty good. So we basically took over the entire island in less than 40 years. We still have to integrate everything, but yeah, we control everything. So I think that's a good first start. All right, there's another integration. It's Awfully, which is this one right down here. Right, yeah, these 4. So let's double check for terrible buildings. All right, nothing. This one has a windmill, which is losing money. Local wheat output. They do produce wheat, but they don't have any upgrades on the wheat. So that's not going to do us any good. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. This thing is producing a tiny profit. That's fine. We'll just leave it. And then again, tiny profit. And then a stud farm. Like, we have so many horses in this freaking country. We don't need more. We could maybe use a charcoal kiln. I'm not sure. It's probably not going to do that good. I mean, 0.21, it's fine for now. So we'll leave that. Yeah, that's not too bad. I've seen a lot worse from the AI before. So, and then we're also starting to integrate down here. This one, although it did stop, we got that relation malice because we just finished an integration. So let's wait till that comes back up. And we finally got our Diplo capacity under control, so we should see everything uptick here. Our personal control should go up a lot. Yep, that was a huge uptick. Should see our income return back to normal as well. So I hope this goes above 25, because 25% estate power is where you want to be, and higher, so you don't get all these nasty debuffs. All right, we're definitely not... Oh, I guess this isn't like a legit... Yeah, export licenses, this is nothing. We can give the nobility a little higher. No big deal. All right, there we go. We got a little bit of a prestige trickle now. So we are actually positive, so we're not going to be at 0 anymore. Yeah, that should help. So 5 from that. And our integration is back on. Perfect. The more we integrate, the lower their liberty desire is, because we're just going to have so much more strength than them now. And then we have less on their side. All right, we've got 25 years before the turn of the century, 1400. So here's kind of the plan here, is I'd like to get... I don't know if I can get everything integrated, to be honest. That's kind of a tall task. We'll try and get as much of this integrated as we can. Maybe we'll leave some of the stuff around the fringes unintegrated for a little bit. And then we need to get Dublin flipped and turned into our capital. And then we need to get a bunch of infrastructure set up. And then past that, I guess we'll have to figure out. But if we can get everything stabilized and we're starting to make really good money, we've got a little bit of a navy going, or at least the research to where we can build the navy quickly, I think that's where we want to be. And then because we're still a tributary of England, we can start eating all of his little guys over here before he integrates them, hopefully. We do need to do it soon, though, because he will start integrating them. And once that happens, we're just fighting him on equal footing, which is not going to be good. Because he has a massive army compared to ours right now. Yeah, 27k versus our probably less than 10. So, but yep, I think that's what we'll work on now. We got an event pop up here to add a privilege here for the burgers. And the burgers, I don't even know if we have... Did we set anything up for them yet? Or did they not exist? Because they probably didn't exist yet. Yeah, we don't have anything for the burgers. That's one that we would normally want to take anyways, because it moves us towards capital and economy. And trade capacity is never bad. Only gives them 25% power, so that's actually pretty good. Why don't we go through the burgers and set them up? I didn't even realize that we were already there. So we want plutocracy, 20% power to them, barely, and minus 5% building costs. It's a no-brainer. There's some really good ones here that we'll want to take. Centralization as well, that's super good. It allows them to build roads. We don't want to take anything that's going to reduce any sizes of stuff. So RGO size reduction, no thank you. We don't want to reduce the burger estate tax, although right now it's not that big of a deal because we're not really making money from them anyways. And it would give us innovation, which we're trying to get. So maybe that's not a bad idea. Monthly plutocracy, this gives them a lot of strength though. And we got to be careful because our nobility is pretty upset. Why don't we let them recover? Yeah, see there's one down here, innovative and capital economy, so we can do that one. There's some really good ones in there, but yeah, let's let them cool off. All right, this time for sure we need gravel road to pass. We need to get away from decentralization. We're currently at 32. This will give us another 10 off of that, so we'll be at 22, and then we'll start working on centralization next. So we're not going to mess with it. We'll just let it pass. It should have, oh, it just barely has enough. And we'd have to grant, oh my god, it's gonna do it. Watch, we're gonna get one of those events that reduces the approval. I just know it. And then we won't be able to pass it because there's no way we're giving these guys no liber on Sundays. No, yep, we got a plus 10. Okay, so it gave us, it's helping us now, nice. We'll definitely take that. And now we just lost another 5. But assuming we don't lose any more, we should be all right. But yeah, we keep getting, this is like the 5th stability event. We've gotten right at 0 and then we just keep getting hit by them. We're at minus 15 again. Just can't get past 0 somehow. We got another 5% support, so we should be able to pass this. Okay. Power, I guess. Yeah, this doesn't matter. We don't even have burgers yet. We have them, but we're not taking advantage of them because we don't own the town yet. Dublin needs to be converted. So, yeah, dude, let's not even mess with it. There we go, we got it. All right, so that moved us towards centralization a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, we're at 18 now, and it'll continue to move towards centralization, so that's good. All right, looks like one of our kids is coming of age. She's the heir, actually. So we need to find a good son-in-law, I guess. Yeah, some pretty good numbers here, actually. These guys are decent. They're a little old. They're gonna marry our 16-year-old daughter, but, you know, what can you do? That's the times. So if we take this guy, he did pretty good admin. I think that's more important than the military being a little bit higher. Here we go again, another negative stability hit. I can't even get it below no -10 now. It's just, they keep hitting every 2 or 3 months. They hit us with another one. There's probably something in the game that programs it to give you a harder time. There you go, another one. Jesus Christ, dude. Look at this. If we don't take these, we're just gonna get pushed towards traditionalism, and that's the one we've been trying to get out of. I spent the whole entire first half of the game doing it, and if we take these, 2 or 3 of them, we're just back to square one. So, okay, we're taking another stability hit. God damn it, man. And I mean that literally, because that's the clergy that keeps doing it to us. So, hopefully he stops. All right, we got another integration done, or annexation. So it's all the land down here. Now this one we got to be careful because there's some towns, and that means they're going to have some very expensive buildings in here. Let's just put all of these to sleep. Anything that's going to cost us, like some of these are a little bit profitable, but not really. Yeah, anything that's going to cost us anything, we got to immediately put that down. The wharf, we'll use these eventually. I don't want to delete them, but we'll just silence them for a little bit so that they're not going negative. Yeah, the rest of those are fine. The granaries are fine. It only costs 0.02 rather, so that's fine. And then this mason, this thing needs to sleep too. Yeah, you're gonna lose money. All right, this place also has some buildings. Yep, let's get all the usual suspects closed up, and then we'll see if it's negative. We'll see if we get the pop-up saying that the buildings aren't profitable. Yeah, actually we have a bunch of them saying that. We can just deactivate them, and then we won't have to worry about it. Okay, that looks good for now. Let's keep going. We're almost there, almost done integrating Dublin. And Meath, actually, that one's almost done. And then we'll have to integrate our starting area again. Oh, here we go. We finally got a good stability loss one. So it's going to hit our chieftains pretty hard. It'll move us +10 towards plutocracy. We are going to have an issue here with stability. I might have to bribe them. It's going to cost us some money, but we've been sandbagging a lot of cash, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, I think this is the right way to go. 2.5 stability, but that is a huge step towards plutocracy, and that's what we want. So let's take it. And then, yeah, you can see they're going to rebel because they're so low on, where are you? Yeah, the estates. They're so low on their loyalty right now. Satisfaction, whatever. So I think we just bribe them. It's only 61, and it pretty much brings them out. Yeah, so they're no longer rebelling. They're just unhappy, but that's not that big of a deal. We can deal with that. Nice. Yeah, if you look at plutocracy, we have a long way to go. So getting a +10 there is pretty big. Let's see, innovative is almost flipped. So traditionalist is kind of a pain to deal with. Humanist is really hard. That one's going to be hard. Centralization's not too bad because we do get a decent amount of events. Free subjects is staying to this side. We just need to push it more. And then the rest are kind of, yeah, naval's going to be awful to deal with. That one's hard. There's not that many things that flip naval. So we'll have to really focus on it. But yeah, I think for the most part, yeah, capital economy is going to be awful too. But there's some ones that'll change the equilibrium point, and that should help us a bit. So, and we gain cores. That is Dublin. Perfect. Dublin's integrated. We're not going to go to another integration right away. I know we have one waiting, but it's much more important that we get the population assimilated. So let's flip them all to Irish. So in Dublin. And we'll keep an eye on this. So we've got 1,400 Irish, goes to 1,500 Irish. So yeah, that's working pretty good actually. They're moving a lot. This one's done integrating as well. So they both finished at about the same time. Like I said, we still have to do these up here. Let's do Oriel first. And like I said, we'll do it outward radially because this is what we'll want more control of when we flip to Dublin. So if we come here, we can move our capital, and it's going to cost us about, can we get an estimate? 113, and it'll take 182 days. So half a year, 20 stability, and very little gold. So we should be able to do that pretty quickly and easily. And then we're going to go from having a, backwater here that literally has no development, no nothing, to Dublin, which is more than double the development. It's a town instead of a rural, and it has a lot of industry already built in, which we'll probably have to demolish half of them, but it's fine. I'm sure some of them will work in the meantime at least. So we're looking good is what I'm, long story short. And we just finished up a research. We're going to push towards noble literacy. So it's another 10% for nobles. Literacy is just, I don't know that there's any bad or downside to literacy. So anytime you can get it for everybody, the better off you'll be. I will take research progress for stability because it's basically trading research for money, and we're going to have no problem with money, I think, in this game. But we are so far behind on our tech. We do need to catch up. Can we annex? These guys are not... Oh, do we max out with these guys and they don't like us that... They dislike us that much, do they? What kind of negative modifiers do we have? We have insult, when we insulted him. The recent war deck, arrogant admin, and annexed another subject. Those are all falling off pretty quickly though. So I think without us having to do... Well, we can't anyways because we have improved relations already on there. Yeah, we're already improving with them. I want to annex this guy soon because, yeah, like I said, we're trying to go outward from here. So, nice. We got one of our kids is... That's our heir, I think? The ruler's son. No, he's not the heir, but he's the ruler's son. And he is rowdy. We need to find him a wife. Somebody that can chill him out. Let's see if we can get somebody that's got good admin. This lady might work. I don't see anybody else. Oh, actually, she's pretty good. 60 and 54 versus 60 and 36. So yeah, obviously it's going to be this one. And she's only 20. So they should be able to make plenty of babies. We do have, let's see, we could request a cardinal seat. So college cardinals clearly lacking a representative. And if we do, yeah, we'll gain a cardinal seat. Let's see, clergy, local max literacy. So it'll help with literacy a little bit. Problem is, I think they're going to want to put it in our current capital and we don't want it there. I'm not sure how it works. I've never used it. Let's wait until we get Dublin up and running and then we'll do that. Because I don't want to take a chance that it's stuck in some backwater. Alright, I don't want to jinx it, but we're 3 away from getting to positive stability. Which would be kind of insane considering we've been getting kicked down so much. I think we took as much of a hit on the events that we did on revoking the freaking thing from the nobility. Which is kind of funny, but that's just how this game is sometimes. But, you know, we'll get there. So everything that we have here is actually good with the chieftains. We don't need to touch them again. Yeah, everything else is good. I can't think of anything we would need to revoke anyways. Everything we've added has been things that we wanted to put on there. Yeah, we'll leave this guy alone. Alright, no, it's too good to be true. There's another minus stability. Oh, we're never going to make it. Let's start annexing this little guy right here. We finally went past 150. Here we go, another subject annexed. That's going to piss a lot of people off. We got it. This place is filled with lead, so that's a pretty unique resource. There's like nobody here though. That's a problem. Might need to get a settlement. Yeah, let's do that. So that should help with migration and get a bunch of people in here so that we can actually use this thing. We just went positive stability and they're hitting us with another freaking thing, and I think I'm just gonna let this guy die. We literally just promoted him. He's pretty good. Not good at diplomacy, but good at admin and combat, but I'm tired of it, man. We'll take the 10 hit to prestige and we'll just promote somebody else. We do have some people in here that have really good stats. I was just trying to find somebody that was a clergy. Yeah, there's another clergy right here. He's only 50, or he's already 52, so he's probably gonna die soon. Oh, man. But at least we'll stay positive stability for a little bit longer. I just realized there's a law in here that gives us pretty much everything we want. Innovative, humanist, and individualism. It reduces clergy satisfaction, but it doesn't matter because their satisfaction is like close to 100% anyways, because they don't ever pay tax. It will give us tolerance of heretical and heathen beliefs, which is going to help a lot if we go outside of this area. Say we go south where there's Muslims or I don't know, other places that aren't Christian. So that could help. Cultural influence, I guess, probably not a big deal. But yeah, I think we'll use this vote. Yeah, we got 15 days. It will pass for sure. But one reason I was looking at it is I don't want to go towards aristocracy. We want to stay going towards plutocracy. So we need this to fail, actually. So law change, censorship, and we'll go for this one. Innovative humanism and individualism, so no censorship. And now this will pass. We don't have to worry about it. We'll just have to go back up, back down into negative stability again. But we're kind of used to it at this point, so no big deal. We finished a couple more research techs. Let's take a look and see if there's anything else we need to get done. I think maritime trade advantage would be helpful at some point, but we don't even have a navy yet. Mediterranean galleys we need to do for sure if we're going to be going against. I'm actually tempted to not do that and just sandbag it until we unlock. I don't remember which one it is, but it's one of these. Not the Hulk. Yeah, this one, early Carrack, which is under banking. So if we can get banking in a reasonable amount of time, we can rush Carracks and unlock that. But we're not there yet, so let's take some other Navy things. I think these three would actually be really good. So Army morale, or actually, sorry, not Navy, but yeah, Army morale, Peasant levy, and then Reform Gallo glass. We'll do those. And then Navy morale would actually be pretty good for when we get there. Yeah, there's some stuff down here we can use as well, but man, we need to unlock some of these other ones because we've gotten most of the useful techs from this part, and I don't want to waste any tech time, any research. So anyways, we'll go with that for now. Oh, nice. We got another outbreak, another plague. Measles in Dublin. I don't know if measles is necessarily deadly, but yeah, it's not good. All right, it's been a few years. Let's see how we're doing. Irish at 9,800. Anglo-Irish at 14,400. So it's getting there, 35%. We need 15% more, and then we can flip. All right, another one of our daughters is coming of age. Let's find a male, preferably one that's not useless. So these guys are useless. All right, this is probably the best one. Yep, Sean O'Malley. There we go. Sean O'Malley is a UFC fighter's name. Well, I guess he was still around in Ireland back then. Interesting. I just noticed Scotland's at war with Norway. I don't know what their war goals are, but I'm assuming something with the Orkney. They usually fight over these islands. We can't intervene anyways, but yeah, this could be an expansion path if England is too tough. We can continue to gather strength through Wales, Scotland, and then eventually Norway, and then come back over here if we need to. All right, we annexed Turkhall, which is this guy right here in the middle, right? This one or this one? Probably this one. They've got a village market, which we don't need. We'll keep it for now, but we'll probably delete it later. Those are kind of a waste of money once we start spamming towns and stuff. Okay, no big deal. Let's keep moving. We're almost there. We're at what, 40%? 40% Irish. And I don't know what we did, but our income just shot up. We're making 7 ducats a day or a month. Yeah, I guess a lot of it's from our Diplo income, but that's going to go away soon because we're annexing all of them. So, and then we're spending 3 in diplomacy, so we're sending 3 ducats a month to England. That's getting pretty expensive. We'll have to cut them off at some point. And I'm just going around building settlements wherever I can. Oh boy, that's a lot actually. Yeah, that's maybe a bit too much. It's going to cost us a lot of money. We do need to still save up some, so, but some of these are pretty small. This one, remember when we took it over, I think it had about 600 people. It's up to 3,100. That's pretty good. So people have been immigrating there. I don't see anything else that's really that low that needs it, but yeah, we'll probably build settlements everywhere at some point. But we want to build our economy first rather than just get our population to grow in the poor areas. Here's a decent event. It's not much, but oh my god, we're currently 100 at traditional economy and plus 0.07 towards traditional economy. So that's going to be hard to do, but we got to start somewhere. So we'll do this. It's going to make our peasants a little upset, but not rebellious. We finally got a decent parliament that's not the nobles, the chieftains. So this one expands forest exploitation, which is always, you can never have too much forest wood. Yeah, that's our one area where we produce lumber, so that'll get an upgrade for free if it passes. We'll start annexing some of these subjects over here. It's not going to take that long either. We're starting to get too many Diplo relations again. I don't know how, nothing's changed. We've gotten rid of a lot of our Diplo relations and it's still happening, so something weird's going on. But anyways, we'll get rid of them. And our forest exploitation failed. We only had one option to increase the acceptance, and only by 5%. We were at 38, so we needed to have 15% to get over the hump. Unfortunate. Alright, looks like we got ourselves a little bit of a rebellion here. It ain't much. Yeah, it's a single province, and we should be able to smack them down pretty easily. So let's go ahead and raise armies. Let's get the big one. I think these 2 should be enough. And our vassals are starting to come out as well. But let's go ahead and get one of our top generals and put them down. There we go. Nice, we got a trait out of it. And then that should be the end. Right, is it going to make me... Okay, well, whatever. We'll get 10 gold from him. There. And hopefully we don't have to deal with any issues. Yeah, I don't think anything changed. We still have a bunch of Anglo-Irish here, but that's fine. I don't see any devastation or anything. Right? Yeah, everything looks good. Well, we got looted. Our bastard vassals looted it. So, right, England is requesting food from us. If we accept, we get 10 relations with him. I don't even know what food access does. Allows our armies and navies to gather food from the locations of other countries. Oh, so he would gain food access to us when he's on our territory. That's fine. He's not even... Why would he be over here anyways? There's nothing he would... Why would he make a pit stop here when he's got the mainland? Kind of an odd request. Also, before I get... As soon as we are able to, we should have turned this on. So monthly development plus 0.001. It just adds up over time. I mentioned before the compound effect. So that'll end up compounding really nicely towards the end game. Just realized there's only 2 spots in Ireland that produce wood or lumber, and one of them, for whatever reason, they converted it into a freaking town. This is not a good spot for a town. Right next to it is farmlands or grasslands. This is fine. We can keep that. I'm thinking about downgrading this. Most of the stuff they built here is trash anyways. It only costs 50. So why don't we do that? 50, we'll turn it back into a rural. I don't know, maybe it's a mistake, but I don't think it is. Yeah, get rid of that stupid town. We don't need the mason thing, but well, I guess we'll keep it for now. But now we can spam lumber here, and lumber is going to be super duper important. So why don't we start upgrading that? We want to get as much lumber as we can, and we probably want to get as much stone. There should be a stone up here. Yeah, stone right here. That might be the only one. No, there's one down here. 1, 2. Yeah, there's only 2 here. These are both rural, so we will keep them that way. Same thing with the sand. Although sand kind of sucks. You do need it for a couple things like glass. So, but that's literally the only one in this whole area. I don't know if there's any over in England. Yeah, I don't see any. So it might be the only one in the whole area, but it's only worth a half a ducat. It's a really terrible trade item. But like I said, we do need it for a couple things. So, but anyways, back to this one, the stone. Let's go ahead and start upgrading that and get these things occupied by some laborers. So we'll try and max out both of these. Actually, this one, yeah, this one can't have a village. This one can't have a village, so that's fine. Actually, what does the forest village do? Labor, soldier, and food. That does not really seem to make sense. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I guess you're converting the wildlife in the forest. I was thinking maybe it would help your lumber production. I've never built a forest village. I don't even know why you would. Yeah, you don't need to boost food production in a place that is wooded. It's kind of weird. But anyways, yeah, we'll skip that. And then, like I said, we're just going to keep bumping this up as much as we can. So yeah, I think that was the right call. Here we go. We got another annex. So ossuary. That is these down here. Ossuary. All right. Yeah, let's check the buildings. It's fine. The little ones we can keep. I'm just worried that they shove some terrible garbage in here. But like I said, we can sort through it later. It's not a big deal. Just want to make sure there's no big ones that are going to cost us like half a ducat per month. Sometimes they do that. All right, there we go. So we should be good there. Nice. We finally integrated Oreo. So that one is fully under our control. Let's integrate down, and then we'll work on the one just north of it. And that'll be everything integrated. Everything else we are annexing. And so it'll automatically be integrated because of our vassals are doing it for us. So let's keep up the relations gain. So we need to keep improving relations with everybody around so that we can annex. Or I guess we could just start annexing them too. Because like I said, I would like to get everything done before the turn of the century. We still have 14 years to go. It's not that big of a deal if we don't do it, but just one of those kind of nice to have if we can get it. These guys are terrible relations with us because we got them from the war. So yeah, why don't we start annexing some of these? There we go. And we just finished integrating another part of Dublin. I thought we already had this integrated. Why did we get a pop-up for that? Let's see. Oh, maybe it turned into a core? Yep. All right, 50% Irish. All right, perfect. We can move our capital to Dublin. It'll allow us to do it. Perfect. We're moving it, and it only costs us like 120 or 130. So half a year, we should have it moved, and then we can finally start making money. I mean, we've been actually making decent money, all things considering how bad of an area we have. But yeah, even better this way. Antagonism received minus 20%. We're not going to war, I think, in the next 10 years, so that's not going to help. So yeah, let's get this capital moved. There we go. There's our new capital. So Rathbraulian is no longer the capital. We still, and that's actually better that way because we don't want this to become a major settlement, a town or a, call it. Yeah, we want it to stay as rural town, and then what's the next one? City? I think the next one's city, yeah. So we don't want it to be a town or a city. We want it to say rural so that we can get tin upgraded. It's literally the only tin in this area that I'm aware of anyways. On the island for sure. I don't know if they have any over here in England. They might have a little bit. Oh, they have a lot down here in Cornwall. Okay, well, I guess we're not that special. Maybe there's not any up here, though. Yeah, so Scotland doesn't have any. Yeah, so there's that. We do need to get to the silver mine and get that upgraded as soon as we can. And then there's another lead. Actually, if you hover over this, I guess it shows you everything. Yeah, what about silver? There's a couple. Yeah, there's one. I love that pop-up that blocks everything. There's a couple. There's a silver mine here. There's in Wales. There's one down here. We could probably get these to have pretty high control, I think, if we get a bunch of ports and sea control right here. So I think we can have a pretty prosperous silver trade if we can get those going. I don't think there's gold up here, though. Yeah, I don't see any. But anyways, yeah, it's slowing down too much. Let's keep it going. Now, with Dublin ready to go, I think we can turn all these buildings back on. The temple, cathedral, and the university. We do want those to actually operate, because that's going to give us a lot of bonuses that we need. Looks like our control is really bad. We'll flip from assimilating to control real quick. Once we get control up here, then we'll go back to assimilating. We do want to get rid of all of the English here and the Anglo-Irish. There's still a lot there. And then we need to convert. Somehow we got Catharism. I think it was from an event. One of those minus stability events that we're trying to avoid. We ended up taking those. But we need to start looking at these and yeah, getting them back to operational. So why don't let's get our wharf running again, as well as the trade center, the marketplace. Yep. Now that we're in Dublin, I think that's going to be key. We'll let all these things run and we'll see how, if they're profitable or not. Same thing with the leather. Just get everything running. There we go. So we are going to go from a tax base of 1.17. What were we up here? We're at 1.8. It's, almost the same basically. But I have a feeling this is going to jump up drastically. Oh no, our ruler's wife died. Can we marry somebody else? Character panel, how can we get him married? Arranged royal marriage. Yeah, we can still. Let's marry a youngin'. See if we can get some more kids here. We want to boost up our... Oh, that's a really good one. She's only 23. 88, 66, and 100. That's crazy. We want to do this so that we can boost up our dynasty. And then the more people we have in our dynasty, the more we can assign roles to lead armies and navies and all that stuff. And then we'll keep most of that power within our own house. So we're only 45, so we could still pump out a few kids. So there's our heir. He's not terrible, but I do wish his diplomacy was a little bit higher. Or actually, we're getting rid of the vassals, so I think it's the admin that's more important now. Anyways, not a big deal. And yeah, that's actually, I think that's fine. Yeah, let's keep integrating and doing all the stuff that we're doing here. We need to integrate, increase control, and then we'll start building some buildings here. Actually, it's tough. I don't like to do these until we know what our full control is, but this is a no-brainer. Tailor's Guild at 1, Papermaker at 1.22. That's really good. We could also build books. 0.65, it's not great. Let's actually go with the Papermaker. We'll do that one first. And then we're just, like I said, this thing's going to skyrocket and our income should shoot up pretty significantly. Although it took a hit for some reason. Here we go, another core. Actually, that is it for down, I believe. So let's switch this to our neighboring one. Yep, perfect. That one will integrate and then we can have this guy do something else. We need to keep pushing the values, especially decentralization. That needs to go up ASAP. Here we go, centralization. We have to accept this. Yeah, we want to centralize. So whatever that means is what we're going to take, even if it pisses everybody off. Where are we at now? Oh, it's actually moving fast. We were pretty deep into decentralization just, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago. We're already moving through centralization. There we go. Our advisor died, like they do. This guy's really good at leading an army. I don't want to do that. Oh, interesting. We could hire this lady. I don't think she can lead an army, so she doesn't really do us any good with her military skill, but she can be an amazing advisor. Plus 100. All of her stats are really high. And I think it's one of our own. No, she's a noble. Ah, damn it. I thought it was one of ours. Because we need to get our crown power up. We need to get this to over 25 so that we're not getting hit with all these debuffs. So we either need to revoke or increase control. The part of the problem is our control is really low because we just flipped our capital. So once we get control up in all these areas, it will make a big difference. Our personal holdings will go up quite a bit. We got our Papermaker Guild. Let's just make sure this thing is actually able to staff and make some profit. So we're at, yeah, look at that, just shot up to 3. Oh, part of that's because of our control is going up. Oh, no, that's not true. The tax base doesn't change with control. It's the money you make from the tax base. Yeah, see, potential tax base. Oh, no, it does. It does. I'm sorry. Yeah, 3.5. It should be at 8.2. And then this will go up and we'll start making more money from that tax base. Okay. What about... No, we don't want to do that. We want to focus most of our attention here on these buildings. Also, a market warehouse wouldn't be a bad idea. So we can get some trade capacity. Arctic school, local max literacy would be really good for everybody. So there's some good stuff here, but let's work on our economy first before we start doing that. Yeah, let's not get too sidetracked. You can see there's some stuff here that needs to go away. This distillers is not making anything. Potter's Guild's garbage. Tannery's garbage. Weaponsmith is bad, but you always need weapons. Some of these other ones are okay, but let's keep working on, I guess, paper, tailor. Yeah, we'll just keep doing that. We'll try and max this place out. We got 59 buildings we can level up. So we'll delete some of these lower tier once we run out of upgrades for the highly profitable ones. Somebody died again. Jesus, man. They are dropping like flies. All right, so for this one, increased control we are using right now, but soon it's going to be something else. I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's just put one of our priests in there. Okay, we need to keep an eye on this. Once Dublin hits 100%, we need to back off and do something else with this guy. And then, yeah, we've got too many diplomats, so we need to start improving relations and integrating. So that one's ready to integrate. Why don't we just do that? These guys are all ready, but let's spend some time improving relations instead. There we go. All right, look good. We've got 2 people being integrated. Oh, here we go. We can take stability, which we kind of need. Research or money. Money, not really that big of a deal right now. I think research would be kind of nice too, though. Stability is basically money. So why don't we take research? We can't buy research necessarily. We'll take that one. You know, one thing I forgot to check is how our road network looks like. It is looking pretty rough. So it's good up to our previous area where our home was. But unfortunately, it's not an efficient path. You can see it wants us to go all the way up and around. So if we want to connect any of these, we have to literally ignore this area and just go up and around. But that's not a big deal. We probably don't need it as much. We're going to connect that through the waterways, I believe. These are going to be expensive. We need to do this down here for sure because we have a town down here. This probably should be our first one. So let's take a look and see what this is. So Loch Garman. Okay. Kind of a pain to find out how much the cost is. There it is, 277. I think we'll wait until we can get cheaper roads because that's kind of a lot of money. So Parliament is ready in about 2 years. Yeah, about 2 years. So let's keep moving. All right, another paper upgrade is done. Let's see what's going to be the next. So paper, it looks like paper might be the way to go all the way up because it's still making a ton of money. And then also the inputs for paper are going to be wood, which we're expanding, and fiber crops, which we have plenty of. I know there's one over here. There's 2 over here, sorry, but I know there's actually, yeah, there's 2 right here. There's probably some down here too. Yep, there's some right here. So we don't need to go that far. We could just do these. And we do own that one. Why don't we upgrade that? Oh, wow, look at that. Profit per level is 0.99. Oh, but our maximum control is going to go down. Yeah, that's going to be pretty bad. But we need to get the fiber crops in the economy anyways, so we might as well do that. And then we'll continue to buff up this guy right here, the lumber. And then also our stone. They're just about fully staffed, so I think we can do another one. There you go. So like I said, these are going to help long term. This is going to help our production, and then we'll make a ton of money from that. We don't want to blow through all our cash because we need to keep it to make sure we can get the really high value ones. Let's actually take a look at our, let's see. So production, goods, RGO, builder. And the one that we did was actually the best in the country right now. Rath, where we used to live, is actually pretty good, although it might still be suffering from, yeah, it is. So the control's really high, and it's going to degrade to 31, so that's not actually accurate. And we don't need 10, right? We're oversupplied. We're severely oversupplied, so that doesn't help. Okay, we'll stick to the plan. Let's just keep upgrading these buildings in Dublin, and we'll keep supplying the raw materials for that, and then we should be good. We got another annexation coming due, and we got cores. So this annexation was these 2. The settlement, which I'm a huge fan of, and they're currently constructing a market village, which for that area, not really that useful. And then here we've got a farming village. Let's dump that so we don't lose a bunch of money. Again, they've got a settlement, so they did 50% right. The other half was terrible, but those two we'll keep. And then this one is still working, so we'll come back when that one's done. Oh, here we go. We can move towards a capital economy by 5. So last time was only 2, this time by 5. And our traders are plenty happy, so it's not going to make a difference. Yeah, we just had another child. That is perfect. Yeah, we've got 3 with one wife, the ex-wife that died, and then 1 with the new wife. Hopefully we keep spitting them out. Like I said, the more kids we have in our dynasty, the better off we'll be. We just need to spam as many kids as we can. Let's give 1 to the nobility. This one does not give... it doesn't move towards anything that we don't want in terms of the... forgetting the name of this thing, the values. So I think this is a fair one. So if we do... oops. Dublin, and then we do farming... fund farming estates, it'll help Dublin. We'll pick up some more laborers for that farm. And it increases the prosperity. Yeah, I actually didn't even realize that. That's a no-brainer. We should be doing that every time. We don't have enough to pass. We could give a little bit of approval here. Loses something towards professional army. 10% towards professional armies. What is professional armies? Oh, that's the yeah, that's the tech. What do you call it? The advancement. So professional armies, this one. We could pay to embrace it. It's not that big of a deal. So I think that's a pretty fair trade. Let's see if we get a free one without having to do that. I don't want to lose progress if we don't have to, but if it's still there by the time we get to the end of the vote, but right before the vote, then we'll do it. Integration's almost done. Control's almost done. And we lost support. Okay, so now we can't even do that. Lovely. So that's not going to be enough. Conciliatory movement. No, we don't want to do that. We want to go towards belligerent. So that's not going to be a good one for us either. Looks like we're going to have another failed one, unfortunately. But we can't do anything about it. Here we go. Taylor's Guild is the next most profitable one now, so we'll do that. And we are currently up to 9.98, so it went from 1.7 or whatever up to 9.98. And it looks like our control is maxed, so we could probably pull this guy off and have him do something else. Yeah, these are all maxed. So let's go ahead and pull off of that. Change society, I don't really want him to do that. His Diplo is not that great. How is her Diplo? It's really good. So we'll have her do it once she's done integrating. Yeah, I think that's the right call. We could have him develop. That's actually pretty good. We could increase control, but I think we just let everything do it naturally because there's nothing that we want to go over on. Convert province would not be bad. And assimilate. We still need to assimilate. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to get lazy and forget about it, so let's just do it now while it's top of mind. There we go. Failed farming estate. We lost our 7. Is there anything else we need to pull from these guys then? So under estates, we pulled the one from the chieftains, so they're a lot happier now. The power's not quite as strong as it was. Actually, oh yeah, they're almost neck and neck with the clergy, and we're even catching up ourselves. So that's really good. I think this is a comfortable spot right here. If we can maintain around 30% for our personal and everybody else is around 20 or so, I think that would be ideal. Yep. Educate our kid to be admin like everybody else. Oh, I haven't seen one of these, I think, in the whole game. So we finally got an option to increase humanists by 5. So that's pretty good. Definitely take that. All right, how much work do we have to do here? And we gained a core. Dublinis? Where is that? Oh, I got it. So we probably just crossed the 50% threshold on one of these. And so that became a core. I know Dublin has to be there because you can't move your capital without it. So anyways, we just got a court, so we should be making some more money. And of course, integration is done, and he died right when he finished. So, oh shoot, not good. Well, we don't want to boost up nobility too much more, so we'll give up a little bit of points here on the Diplo. Damn, that's really good though. No, I'm gonna go for a nobility. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, assimilate. That's fine. And then this person can finish converting. Let's convert these guys back to the Catholic. Get rid of all that stuff, just in case it causes some problems. Yeah, we've got almost 5% Catharism, but we should be able to get rid of that pretty fast. All right, one building's done. Let's get another one. What is the next one? Taylor's Guild is still the best. We'll keep working on those. We're to 11.2. What is England? Actually, what is Scotland's capital at? It should be one of these. Oh yeah, probably this one. 12.9, so we're basically caught up to them. England's at 33.4. We're not quite caught up to them. But that's, yeah, I think within 20 or 30 years, we might be able to catch that or get close to it at least. Now down here, this town that we left alone, they're right next to the wood. So it looks like they're getting cheap inputs for that. And then we can turn that into furniture. Yep, so that's a 1.25 increase. That's a good one. And then the rest of the stuff I think we'll try to do at the capital, but we'll see. Right, we're pretty much done. Oh, what is this doing? Nice. Ruins our stability, but it does move us towards offensive, which we want. Right, isn't that the one we were going for? Yeah, offensive, so that's fine. Plus 10, that is quite good. So offensive is, yeah, it's not moving on its own now, so we can only do it through events. And we're going for siege ability is the main one there. And actually army movement speed helps. Sweet. Here we go, another integration. That's gonna be Tyrone. That's this huge chunk of land up here. Let's check everything for bad buildings. So far, so good. They do have a monastery. I'm tempted to just leave it alone because they are pretty cheap, and we'll get some decent. Oh, you know, there's a monastery right here we can reactivate. It'll give us a little bit faster on research time, so I don't mind it. This Bardic school is super expensive, but it does increase the learning rate. But the problem is we don't have anything at this place. It's still rural, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't know they could even build that thing here. Yeah, we got 200 burgers there for some reason. All right, let's check the rest. Yeah, see, there's some fishing villages. 100% deleting those. They're terrible. I mean, if that's the only thing you can get and you need to get sailors, I guess there's an argument to be made for it, but there's much better ways to get sailors than that. Okay, and I don't know if this is going to be profitable. Let's wait a day or two and see what it does. No, it is not profitable, so let's dump that. All right, we are looking pretty good here then. Yep, I don't see anything unnecessary. We probably should check for more settlements. I think most of these are they already have it if it can get it. Oh yeah, there's one right here that we can build. And this is low population, right? Yeah, it's only 600 people. For sure we need one here. And then same thing here, 700. So we'll get those two up and running. Interesting, I just realized there's there's somebody in here that we didn't conquer yet somehow. Let's reclaim High Kingship land, Galloway. That gives us a CB against this guy. He likes us, but we hate him. So let's go ahead and insult him, and then we should be able to take him out next turn, or next month. Here we go. More. Probably don't even need to do anything. Our vassals should be able to swarm him, so I'm not even going to pull anybody. No, there we go. And we'll take him as a vassal. So that should be literally everything now. I thought we had everything already, but I guess not. So let's double check. Yep, that's us. And everything else is light blue striped, which means we own everything. A little detour. And back at our capital, we'll build the final level of the Papermaker Guild and then final of the Tailors, since they both seem to be keeping up with each other. I think that's good. We can build a Jewelers Guild and Carpenter Guild, but I think I'm going to keep the Carpenter down here, since it seems to be more profitable here. Oh, it's not. It's not more profitable, but this is basically the same profitability with way less control, so it seems to be more efficient down here. And eventually we'll pull control up, and then this will be a good spot. Let's just keep doing that. Yep, here we go again with the BS. So if we take this one, it's going to move back away from innovative, which really don't want to do because we've been, I think, pretty good, right? We're 27 towards innovative. So we'll take the hit to stability, and we'll have to convert more people. And then we'll take another hit so we can get research. Back down to 0 almost. Nice. One of our kids. Oh, slow down here. One of our we got a new kid. Yep. So we've got 5 kids. 2 with one wife, 3 with the first. Finally done converting Dublin, so we can swap her out to do something else, and she's good at pretty much everything. So it doesn't really matter where we put her. Let's see, convert. Yeah, there's some up here. Let's just eradicate it right now so we don't have to deal with it later. You know, actually, I take it back. It's kind of a waste of time. Let's either go with develop or change societal values. I'm going to go towards centralization again. Let's keep pushing that because I do want to get our control up as high as we can. I think that's probably priority number 1 at this point. So we'll push towards that with somebody that's got, oh, only 62? She's good at the other stuff. What we should do is actually swap these. So let's swap this. You can only do one at a time, right? Yeah, only do one at a time. So let's just put her on something random. We're gonna have you go societal values, centralization, and because this person's at 100, yeah, 100, she was at 85, so it's going to be a little bit better there. And then you can finish converting or assimilating or whatever. Yeah, let's finish assimilating Dublin. Got more education. Man, so many kids to manage. Okay, back at it. We need to, let's see what this paper, I think that's the final level of paper that we can do with this one. And then we're doing silk next. We're up to 11.7. Nice. We're going to continue annexing. Let's get Annalee and I guess this little one if we can. Yeah, this one's tiny. We'll just knock out some of these small ones real quick. Keep marching. I don't think we're going to get it in time unless we really push hard. And we don't need to push hard. We're making plenty of money from our vassals still. So, oh no, our sister-in-law died by falling down a set of stairs. That's tragic. But also, I don't care because she wasn't in our cabinet or anything, so she was no use to us. And it looks like our Potter's Guild in Dublin is losing money now. There's no reason to keep it around. I'm just going to dump it. There will probably be a good spot to put a Potter's Guild, but I don't think Dublin is it. I also think it'd be a good idea to start developing some of the RGOs around Dublin, since they have pretty decent control. Yeah, this is 54%. It still has 23 more to go. And this one's already at 0.72 profit level, so pretty good. Fish, 0.28, that one's terrible. We'll do that later. 0.6 and 0.6 on the wheat. So we could do a couple of these. Beeswax. Yep, like I said, we don't want to throw all our money at it, but RGOs are just never bad to do. So, all right, paper is maxed out. Tailor's Guild is maxed out. We've got a Spinner's Guild at 58. Is there anything better? There's a Jeweler's Guild down here we could do, and a winery. Why don't we do those two? We probably won't max those out because it looks like the profit's going to drop as soon as you start producing it. But for now, it's not bad. Almost 0.8. So we're at up to 12. We said we should be able to overtake Scotland here any minute. I just remembered there's some buildings here that we could research. Republican Assembly and Royal Court. Actually, can we even do the Republican Assembly? I don't know if we can build this. I don't know if we qualify for it. Efficiency of our cabinet. We only have 2 cabinet members anyways. Once we have 3 or 4, it might make more sense to do that. But let's at least do the Royal Court. It's plus 10% crown power and then a little bit of efficiency to our cabinet. So why don't we do that one? And I think we got everything else. You know, there's some random stragglers that we didn't pick up, but they're not all that useful. I think let's move to the Age of Renaissance and see what we can get over here. Or maybe we got, yeah, I think we got most of these too. Let's get some of the naval ones. Prosperity, recovery, maritime. Yeah, these ones are pretty good. Navy, initiative, and repair cost. Let's knock some of those out, and then we'll get maritime presence. There's one vassal, and he had a market village. Get out of here. And we had another child. Holy crap, a daughter. We have 6 kids now? 6 kids. And our wife's still pretty young, so she should be able to spit a few more out. And there's another vassal down. This one, same thing. It's got junk in there. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, you know what? This one has junk as well. That looks better. Let's start working on a spy network with England again so that we can go to war with Wales. I think he doesn't really have a navy, so he can't stop us from landing. And I think we have a fairly similar amount of troops. When we do the war deck, it says we're slightly stronger than them, but that might be including our vassals, and we don't have any vassals that are going to cross the water, I don't think. So it's probably going to have to rely on just us. But if we get over there, we could consolidate this whole thing, make it into a big vassal. We'll continue to annex this, and then we'll just let Wales build up and be a nice strong vassal. And then if England wants to siege some land down, he can do it to Wales, not us. We got another one for gravel road network. Now, interestingly enough, we get it more than once. So there's one for the traders, the burgher, and then one for the chieftains. They both go towards centralization. The only difference is this one actually has a chance to pass with 32%. Yeah, it's pretty close. Support free subjects. I think that's the one we're going towards anyways. Yeah, we want free subjects. It'll piss off the chieftains slightly, but not that bad. And it goes towards it by 2. It's fine. We got a tax exemption for chieftains. For the peasants, actually. Yeah, it'll piss off the chieftains. So that'll give us 4.5. That's enough to get over the 50%. So we should be able to pass this. And we move towards more of the focuses that we're trying to go for, the values. Yeah, we'll get more for centralization here. A big boost too. So right now it's at 29, it'll go up to 39. All right, we finished researching royal buildings. Let's go ahead and get one of those down here. I don't know where they hide it though. It might, sometimes you have buildings that aren't on the list and you have to go through the production thing first and then kind of check through some of these. So we're looking for versus trade. Yeah, right. Not what we're looking for. Okay, I don't see it. See, yeah, it's not gonna help. I'm not sure. Let's also start getting libraries everywhere if we can. Let's get one in our capital at the very least. And then, yeah, we still gotta find out where that stupid thing is. I don't know, I don't see it. Let's also get a scriptorium, whatever this thing's called, the bookmaker. Yeah, scriptorium. So this will help increase literacy as well, but it's also a decent way to make money. So this specific one is going to make 0.77, so that's not bad. Nice, it passed, and that moved us towards centralization even further. So we should be close to 40. Yep, we're at 42. That is really good. Unfortunately, moving this is not going to, it's not going to go any further with this person encouraging it. So let's move to the next one. So societal values, we'll go innovative. And if there's any more room there, we'll just keep pushing and we'll just go down the list until we hit as many as we can. And then the rest will have to come from, I think, mostly from events. And England is at war with France once again. But hopefully they burn most of their manpower off. That is a boatload of troops, man. Yeah, these are their regulars. They have 800 regulars, 500 cavalry regulars, and then 26,000 infantry reservists. What can we muster? We can muster 6,000, which is actually not that bad. But compared to that, no, that's not going to work. Like I said, we'll just keep working on Wales. Yeah, their army's not nearly as impressive with only 2,000, so we outnumber them by quite a bit, actually. We could go to war with them. We could no CB if we really want to. I don't think it's necessary, though. We just need to wait for this one to finish. It's just super slow because they have some resistance to it. And we'll keep annexing. We'll do it down here. So Decies and Ormond. Let's do both of these at the same time. Ooh, it looks like England and Scotland are going at it right now. So that could be interesting. How many troops does Scotland have? I felt like they usually have a massive army, but they're not showing it right now. 27k, but they only have 6,000 in the field. I don't know where the rest of them are. Ooh, nice, we had a son. I think we've been having mostly daughters. Yeah, daughter, that's a son, and then another son. Yeah, a lot of girls. But we do have a few sons in there. Not that it really matters, as long as the heir is a son. I think that's the most important one. Here we go, one of our sons, grandson, actually. Well, our grandson is of age. 16 now, so we can use him as a courtier or whatever once one of these guys dies, and we can keep it in the dynasty. Hopefully he's got decent stats. Here we go. There's a vassal down, and that's this one lonely guy down here. Actually, he had 2 provinces. So this town looks pretty nice. We're not going to demolish it, though. So at most, I think we should have maybe, or at least we should have 1 town per settlement. The only problem is it's pretty far from the capital. So it's not ideal for sure. Let's get in there and turn off some of this stuff. So I don't think we need a marketplace level 3 here at that. Yeah, I guess we'll wait. Let's just wait and see what happens once we get our control to level out. Alright, we got our Carpenters Guild maxed out down here in the south. Don't know that I want to upgrade too much more. We could do the Spinners Guild or the Paper Guild. I know we have one already up here, but it's maxed out. Jewelers Guild, we should still have room. Alright, trying to figure out what to build next. A lot of good options. Yeah, and then also Baker's Guild is maxed, Tailor's Guild is maxed. We will get some more slots to build these, but we don't need to sandbag them. I think we can build a couple down here as well. So Carpenter's maxed, Spinner's Guild we can get 1. Actually, yeah, Paper, and then we'll get a couple levels into that. We got another event towards centralization, so that'll be another +5. And that puts us halfway to the max, almost. 47 out of 100. So we're getting there. Also, I've noticed one issue that can come up is some of these important buildings don't get staffed if you have some crappy buildings in front. Like this one, normally if this was a good building producing a lot of profit, I wouldn't mind it. But this shouldn't be here. It's only doing 0.08. I mean, it is producing a construction material, so I don't mind it as much, but this needs to go because we don't have enough laborers. There we go. So we get rid of that. I think that'll free up some labor to be able to get that going again. And this can do 5 levels, but I don't think we need to worry about that too much. Yep, I want to focus more on the economy and growing the income. So we'll try and focus on that here. Yeah, so stuff like this, 0.95 ducats of wealth just for the beeswax. And then pretty much everything around this is going to do pretty well. But will we what we should probably do is actually go off of the RGO builder, because that'll tell us. The only problem with the RGO builder is that it thinks some of these things that we just converted or that we just annexed is gonna, yeah, see, like this one, it's basing the amount off the current control. Max control is at 26, so it's not gonna be as good as it thinks it is. So this is gonna go down by, you know, quite a bit. Yeah, I think I'll just keep doing it like this then. So we'll just go around the capital, because we already know these numbers are stable and they should stay that way for a while. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We don't want to, like I said, we don't want to blow all of our cash, but we do want to keep annexing. Get two of these guys ready to go soon. Here we go. We got another subject down, and that is West Briefne. That's the one up here that had two pieces of land, I think. Yeah, it was something like right here. It looks like they don't have any crappy buildings, so we're good there. I guess we could keep an eye out for settlements as well and just keep flopping those down. We might be losing our settlements up here. Yeah, see, this one's gone. Pretty sure we built one up here, didn't we? Oh, maybe we didn't. Maybe we didn't. Yeah, I know that one usually gets one. I know there's a better way to do it if you go over here and you go to the peasant buildings, and then you can just go settlement and it'll tell you which one. But you can't get settlements here. This one seems like it's pretty populated already, but like I said, I don't really want to spend too much cash on doing that. So our population will keep going up and up and up. I'm not too worried about boosting every little drop. Also, here in Dublin, it looks like the this one right here. Yeah, our development went high enough to where we get another building, because we didn't research anything that increases the number, the max, our size of our industry. But we're able to build another paper maker, tailor guild, winery, all that. I think we'll just max these two out because these are the most expensive ones. And then the other ones, they're okay, but they're not amazing. So I think we'll leave it like that. And we're up to 18. We're probably higher than Scotland now, right? Scotland's at 11. I think that's probably their biggest. Yeah, that's their capital. So that should be their biggest. They don't have, yeah, they don't have anything else. So we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. We still can't just outright attack Scotland. They're still being guaranteed. Oh, they are not being guaranteed. Okay. We're weaker than them on land, though. Well, obviously on water. We haven't built any navy yet, but we should be able to overshadow them very quickly. And we still want to go after the Welsh. We'll have to do that soon. All right, we still have reclaim high kingship land. Oh, no, we can't. Yeah, it doesn't work outside of Ireland. Do we want to get off of being a tribe then? I gotta think about that. And it looks like we finally topped out for innovation. We're at 46, so we need to move it to something else. Let's double check centralization. Yeah, that one's still locked. So we'll just go down the list. We want humanist next. Oh man, that's barely moving. 0.01. That's, well, let's give it a month and see if it's just weird numbers. No, it's not weird numbers. It's pretty hard locked in there. We probably need to get some stuff over to off of spiritualist and over to humanist if we want to actually go that route. Plutocracy, yeah, we can move that one. And we're pretty close to getting to 0 and then flipping it. We'll start getting the bonus for that. Also, we've got spy network here on the Welsh. Why don't we do that? I think the Welsh doesn't even have a navy. It's just transports. So we have transports as well. So if you look at right here, our levies, we have 26 fishing boats. That's enough to get an army across the water. So we should be able to wipe these guys out. So let's go ahead and build a, yeah, subjugation CB. We'll just try and subjugate this guy. We should have enough land troops because we have about 6,000 or 7,000. Even if we don't include our, yeah, 6,700. If we don't include our vassals, which they obviously can't get across the water. So that should be an easy fight, I think. Did our guy die? Yep, I think he died. His late majesty died at 57 of heart failure. Yeah, he's probably eating too many pasties. All right, this guy's, he's kind of middle of the road. Decent, a little bit better on the military side, but we shouldn't have any issues here with our admin or losing power or anything because he's decent. How old is he anyways? 37. So we've got not quite half of his life to go. Yep. And he's got 3 kids. His wife is dead. All right. Right. Aren't you? Oh, no, that's his mother. Whoops. Spouse is 42. She's not having kids anymore. Can we get you a concubine or something? No, we can't. We need to pump out more kids, man. 3 is not enough. All right, let's keep going. We can get the kids married, though, at least. And then they'll start spitting some kids out. So ideally, 60 and 70 is pretty good, although the admin's kind of low, but that's all right. And for the parliament debate, we can go with a couple of things here. The highest one would be fund farming estates. We could also do expand forestry. That's pretty decent, 23%. Let's just keep it right here because Dublin needs to max out anyways. Let's do that. And then we could probably pump this up. Yeah, we could do it for 28 gold. Let's just max this out. I know they don't have the people for it, but they'll promote, so no big deal. And then if it passes, I think it pushes even above that. I think it'll go to 8, higher than what the capacity should be, so that'll be cool if we can get that. We're gonna have to get lucky here because we only have 43% support and there's no way we can do these. It goes against the values that we're trying to get, and that's not even enough. 3%, it's not gonna move the needle. So we'll see. Let's see what it comes up with. We need to get a couple lucky events. There's one of them, plus 5% and 5 prestige. That's good. All right, we could get it to pass if we do towards serfdom just a little bit. I don't know if it's worth it, but I'm tempted. We'll lose a little bit of prestige. How's our serfdom looking anyways? But we're pretty heavily into free subject, so it would eat into our bonus that we're getting. Hot promotion, yeah, it kind of sucks. 5's kind of a lot too. Yeah, I'm gonna let it go. It's okay. So 7 stability, no big deal. All right, we just finished assimilating culture here. So these guys are 100% Irish now. Yep, 100% Irish, 100% Catholic. Not too bad. There's a little bit Anglo-Irish and English around here, but not that much. We can let it get a little higher before we do it because it's kind of a pain to micromanage. So we'll let it get a little bit more and then we'll cut it off. So what else can we do here? We've got, yeah, most of this is not that important. I think what we'll probably do next is either going to be develop in Dublin or convert. Do we have any? Yeah, see there's some random ones up here that aren't following Catholicism, but that's not that big of a deal. Let me just double check assimilate. We're at 97% Irish. Yeah, look at that, it's everywhere. Not very much, but it is kind of everywhere. So why don't we just start, yeah, let's start working on that, that's fine. We already have a pretty good crew for doing it, 87, and then this one's at 100. So both of these workers are quite good. All right, we just finished our CB. We can now attack these guys. Looks like his rebellion is over. So if we do subjugate, he's got a few vassals, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, we are way stronger than this guy. Navy is about equal. I don't even know if he's gonna bring his fishing ships out to try and contest it. He may not. So now we gotta kind of figure out which way we're gonna go. There's a fort right here, which is probably not a good first province to attack. Maybe we'll go somewhere down here. This looks like a pretty good place to go. Let's well, let's start the war and see what they do. We don't have a diplomat, and we're negative diplomats. All right, well, I guess we're waiting for a little bit. We have too many people out doing stuff. Yeah, annexation, and actually annexation doesn't cost anything, right? It's spy network. We'll keep the spy network for a couple more months, and then there's somebody we can create a CB on right here. Yeah, we can do it right there, and then we'll just keep eating all of his vassals, and then eventually when we're big enough, we'll just tell him no, and then stop paying him. Okay, so I guess we're waiting for a little bit. There's another vassal integrated. Harbury, yeah, that's a single one up here. Now this is another one of those towns. We'll probably have to get a bunch of these things to go quiet. So the Bardic School is pretty expensive, and it only gives you 1% max literacy, although that looks like it goes against for everybody. So it might work on the laborers and peasants. This other stuff will probably, yeah, we'll have to get some of these things to go to sleep. So naval supplies is pretty much always bad. These are not all that great. It's weaponsmith, tannery. We'll keep the tool, you know what, let's just have everything go to sleep. Keep the wharf in the marketplace, and then we'll come back and reevaluate it in a little bit. Yeah, is this even a good spot for, yeah, because it's sparse. It's not even, I don't even think that's a good spot for a town, but that's where they put it. It is what it is. Yeah, and it cut down the beeswax, which is kind of an expensive one, but that's all right. We got another vassal integrated, and it's going to be this one up here. So he's got some trash we need to get rid of. Let's see, a toll castle. This one, possible nobles, local noble food consumption. We're going to get rid of that. It is going to make them a little bit upset, but yeah, that thing sucks. So let's not do that. Festival ground is for the peasants. Peasant power, peasant food consumption, but there's no benefit. So yep, you're getting yanked. They didn't have anything else nice here. We'll leave the settlement. That's the only thing we'll keep from what they have. Okay, sweet. We are starting to get our diplomats back, so we should be able to attack in about 4 or 5 turns. Also, our scriptorium seems to be the most profitable one here. It's 0.77. Paper maker, we're maxed out. The next is the winery at 6.5, so still pretty good. And in terms of buildings, we're only halfway there. We're only halfway there. And we could technically come in and delete some of these things that aren't really performing well, and then just reorganize them, reroute them to the stuff that is. But yeah, I think we're good for now. Let's finish the spy network here. We can go for Lancaster since it's a little bit bigger, or can we not? Oh, we don't have a diplomat. Yep, that's right. So if we could either declare war or we can do the CB. I think we'll probably do war. Let me go through text here and see what we want to build, or research, I mean. So yeah, let's go ahead and spend our points here. Let's get a CB going, and then we'll cancel the spy network. We'll start it back up again, but we want to get our diplomats producing again. 0.25, yeah, we can declare war in 3 months. That's not a big deal. And that's also another annexation. This is of Ormond. Ormond was down here, so we need to get rid of the castle. Oh, that reminds me, we need one on Dublin. Let's get a castle in our capital in case they somehow cross this and we don't have anybody to defend. So let's see what else. All right, it's these 4 or 5 right here. One of them is a town. It's a town built in... Dude, why do they keep doing this? In the woods. It's not a good spot. And it's fiber crops. Why would you do that? I'll probably end up taking this down. It's not that well developed yet, so it wouldn't be a big deal necessarily, but damn, I don't know why the AI keeps doing that. If we take it down, it's gonna get rid of some of these things, but I don't really care. Let's see, library. Yeah, let's downgrade this. Downgrade location. Is it because we're building something? Let's get rid of that. Get the money back. You cannot reduce urban location when there is separatism in the location. All right, so we gotta wait a little bit, I guess. Okay, we'll work on that. Yeah, see, look at it's losing a bunch of food. It's not really making money. I mean, right now it is, but once it gets down to its real control, it won't. That's not a good spot for a town, right? What is this? Right here. So this one along the water is probably the correct spot to put it, not where they actually built it. It's all woods though, so maybe not. Maybe we just keep this as a rural county. I don't see a good spot for it. Although this one is, oh, it's wetlands. That's even worse. Well, we'll see. We don't have to have a town in there. Like I said, it can just be rural. We do have our diplomat ready. Let's go ahead and declare war on Wales. War goal, subjugation, and there we go. It's been way too long without being at war, so it feels good. Let's go ahead and raise our armies first. So we get 7,600 levies that we can take. Let's do the same thing for our boats. That is 26 boats, it says, but I don't see all of them. Nice, and we gain cores. Oh, that's on the stuff that we just annexed, I guess. Yeah, diplomats are coming home, so we can probably send that spy back to England. We want to start our invasion probably from Loch Garman. So let's go ahead and park our navy here. I think we only have these 3, so that should be good. And then we probably want to put, this it doesn't matter, but if we do have to fight, we want to have somebody that's decent in there. So we'll put somebody in command. And then let's figure out how much we can actually carry. So our capacity, let's even these guys out. We do want to take food. Okay, so we have 5,000 transport capacity. That's way more than we need. Yeah, because I think their biggest army is like 2,000. So that should be good. We do want to get everybody over here though. Why don't we get these 2 to combine? Okay, there we go. We shoved about, just under 5,000 people in there. We've got a general. We'll combine them when we get off. We've got our admiral ready to go. Let's go ahead and get these guys landed over here. Yep, we'll land right there. Oh, we want everybody to go, not just them. What is going on here? Can they not? Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's the full 4,000. There we go. Almost 5,000 troops. And they're starting to get some levies here. Is it going to tell us how many levies? 0 men will be raised. Okay, so not really. Let's go back and get these guys. Okay, we'll come back here. And then we'll drop them off again. Go. Is that everybody? That should be, yep, that's our full stack, 7k. Let's get control of this. And we are getting supplies, so we're good. Let's go ahead and take the region capital here, and then see if that gives us a little bit of vision. I'm a little nervous about sending our boats, because I don't know what happens if you lose your what do you call it? These crappy guys, the militia. How many boats does he have? So we're showing 25, he's showing 1. He's also showing 3,600 troops. So we more than double him. I think we should probably blockade maybe. I don't know if that makes a difference, but... Oh yeah, there's his 1 boat. Let's go chase him down. Maybe not. Oh, he just landed some troops. You sneaky bastard. Wait, what? How did we just lose 25 versus 1? I'm really confused right now. How did we just lose 25 versus 1? What? I'm really confused right now and a little pissed off. How did we lose that, dude? They have one ship. They have a single ship versus our 25. It's the same fishing boat that we have. It's not the same fishing boat, but it's literally 1 fishing ship. It's 1 transport. What the hell, dude? So I guess maybe they are not allowed to fight at all. I didn't know that. But, alright, now we do. That's fine. Annoying. Let's go siege this down. We should have... Yep, we do have supply. So we're fine there. Now we need our vassals to come in here and do something. Oh god, he's transporting everything. And we don't have a way of getting back. Come on, vassals. You guys gotta go do something. Let's get our managed subjects in here and let's do... doing anything in allied lands. Yep, so only worry about allied lands. See if we can get enough troops here to fight them. We do have a decent amount. Island boys, there we go. Yep, they should be able to handle him then. And I hope that he doesn't send another... He's got his armies set up in 1,000 stacks. 1,000 troop stacks, so we don't really want that. Also, I'm gonna... I was gonna split this guy in half and see if we can maybe do a little bit of raiding. Go ahead and put another general on. And then we'll come down this way maybe. Start taking some stuff down here. Because even 4,000 I don't think they can handle. Yeah, they're starting to come over with more troops. But we have almost 2,000 worth of vassal troops. But we should be able to handle it. Okay, I think these guys are just going to stay there. I'm hoping. There you go. These guys are making progress because they don't have forts down here, so this is good. Yeah, we'll start making some meaningful progress down here. Now he is sending 2,000. He might try and fight us down here. Or he might just try and come over here and re-siege that, which is fine. We'll play defensively over here once he gets over here because we do outnumber him by a lot, but he's got favorable terrain if we attack. Because this is all mountains and wooded area, so gotta be careful about that. Somebody's getting married. Oh wow, look at this girl. Holy crap. 17 years old. Really, really good stats. This is our son, a ruler's son. Okay, so this is our grandchild. Let's go ahead and hook them up. That is a power couple. Okay, so we should be seeing that army down here soon. All right, we got it. I don't want to move until we... There we go. We got vision. And I think we'll try and push through here. Hopefully they're not sitting there. No, he's not. So we can just kind of take our time here. Oh, there he is. All right, now we don't want him to cut off our supply. I don't know if that's where the supply is coming from. So let's go fight him. Yeah, this looks like a pretty safe spot too. Yeah, there's no terrain modifiers. So we just straight up outnumber him. We have a better general. Here we go. 640 versus 360 on the losses. That's good. Where did his army go? Okay, never mind. There. I thought we stack wiped him without it telling us we stack wiped him. Right, we'll take the stability. Thank you. Let's see. Cabinet member. Yep, we got to replace him now. He was 50 something when we hired him anyway, so kind of expected. Let's see. Encourage. Let's get this guy. Yeah, improved relations in counter-espionage and towards... but these, I think... So ruler traits only work for rulers, right? Well, a character is either ruler or regent. Yeah, so these are pointless on these guys. That's fine. But anyways, he's got 92 towards the skill that we need him to have. Encourage. So we'll do that. Yeah, I think these guys are in pretty big trouble now. I don't think they can do much. I hate these events, man. Because then I have to go and look at which one each one is. I don't really care. I'm just going to pick one. All right, let's... we'll take this and we'll head back. This one fort has taken a while, man. It's been 190... Actually, 190 days. Not that bad. Let's go back. Oh, this guy's getting kicked out way out there. Let's go ahead and take some settlements over here. And then hopefully he has to cross this way. Yeah, I'm going to try and catch him right here. I don't want to have to chase all the way back. We are going to get a terrain modifier. Yep. -1 for vegetation, but shouldn't matter because we're more than double. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We got him. Next time, we'll try and be there first then. Oh, he's going way, way out. So he got booted out of his own country. Perfect. And then we'll just keep taking towns along here. Is that where he is? Yep, there he is. He's just chilling at the other end of England. He knows there's nothing he can do. So yeah, I'm going to finish this up and then we'll see what the peace deal looks like. We got a couple more vassals to improve relations with and then we're pretty much maxed with everybody. So once we're done here, we'll start annexing and integrating them again. But let's focus on this war and get it down. All right, it looks like Wales just got brave. They're sending all their troops over here and their vassals. So they're not particularly big, but they could pose a problem if they all group up. We just took another town over here. The rest is going to be forts. So let's just try and plug this gap over here, and if that's where they want to try to cross, then we'll take the advantage. Although it looks like they're going to go down this way. So maybe we hang out right here in Longtown, and then we can try and pick off, yeah, let's pick off the small groups. There's a stack wipe. Yeah, we can hang out here. We'll take the defensive terrain. Oh, wow, and he got a river crossing. So he's probably going to get stack wiped there. Not stack wiped, but he just got smacked pretty hard. And then there's another, oh no, those guys are running. All right, we have to worry about this 1300 now. Let's get over here in Longtown and keep him, nope, he's going to retreat. Oh, the AI is something else in this game. It is funny. So what we could do is just tour the countryside here, collecting our tax, aka looting everything. Tell me, cross one, there's 0.16, 0.08. They're broke, man. They don't have any money. Okay, we'll just chill. Let's just chill for a little bit then. This one should fall soon. Yeah, 0.28. It's pretty much ready to go. And then after that, there's one more fort down here. Arvaron. This guy doesn't seem to be coming after us anymore. Let's go ahead and start that siege. And then this army will now be the defenders once they're finished. So we can at least get a head start on that. And it looks like we still have supply there, probably because of the water. Oh, come on, dude. You got to finish this siege. He's been at 28% for a very long time. Yeah, let me finish this war up. I think we're pretty much good to go now. Oh, interesting. So his army just got pulled away. It looks like he's fighting with England again. Yep. So he's a vassal, which means he has to join his war. We're a tributary, so we don't have to join his war. So that's pretty good. We could actually switch somebody off. Let's switch off of assimilating and let's get rid of this war exhaustion. Because it does give you some pretty nasty debuffs. 3% to production efficiency. You know what though? It's going to slow down our long-term goal, so it's fine. It's just temporary. And the war exhaustion goes away really fast once you get to that point where the war's over and you can kind of do what you want. Now, what do we need to... Oh, dude, it's not letting us. It's not going to let us subjugate. So we'll have to take everything manually. Are we going to get a lot of aggressive expansion, antagonism, whatever? No, it doesn't look like it. And it's going to be with random people. Yeah, 0.6 for taking that. So yeah, we don't have to worry about it. We could just take it manually and then release small vassals if we want. But we can't do everything if we don't take the forts. So let's get all the forts and then we should be good to go. We got 2 left. All right, it looks like they're coming back, unfortunately. So let's get these guys into position here, this 4,000 stack. And we're going to... Oh, nice. We can finally move off of capital, or off of traditional economy again. So we're going to go from 93 down to 88, it looks like. It's going to cost us a little bit of stability, but not a big deal. And it also towards individualism, which is what we wanted as well. Right, yeah, individualism is on the list. So that one we haven't really touched. So let's keep doing that. And then also urban attraction. Yeah, towns and cities gain migration attraction. So they'll come from the countryside, trying to live in the towns. All right, we might have a little fight on our hands, but it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, we caught them crossing the river, so they should have gotten the debuff there. No, we got the river crossing? Okay, I guess so. Doesn't matter. We smacked him around anyways. We could chase him this time. Oh, where's he going? Yeah, why don't we just chase him, wipe him out completely so we don't have to worry about it anymore. There's nothing else we could take without having to do a long siege, and that's just going to take too long, I think. So we'll just tour the countryside here, the beautiful English countryside. Get some practice for our future invasion. There we go, 1492, they just got smacked. There's another group down here we can finish off, and then they'll be fully gone. There we go, England is fighting off France. Looks like France is going to get spanked. And there's a stack wipe. Let's go back and siege this fort, and then we're good to go. Oh, they're at 100%, but I don't think we can take everything, right? Because we don't have the forts here. Let's start looking at a peace deal here, seeing what that looks like. So if we take all of this, total peace offer, so it looks like that's going to go over 100%. Score, enthusiasm. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to get any better, so we may not be able to full annex this guy in one war. So what we'll do is we'll probably back this off, take everything along the coastline, and we can leave some of this other stuff for later. But I definitely want to take these things over here and anything that has a fort. I don't want to have to siege them again in the next war. So we'll work on that. But yeah, let's finish these last two. This fort in specific, it looks like we can take this one without even sieging it. Right, yeah, we haven't sieged that one yet. Oh, here we go. We got gravel road networks. Let's do that one so we can expand our roads a little bit. So I don't think we've completed all of our roads to the south. That's going to be probably the biggest. Yeah, that's going to be the biggest lift. So this one is going to go to Loch Garman. And Loch Garman is where on here? I know there's a pop-up, but you have to turn on all pop-ups to get it. There we go. Loch Garman is 234, but it's significantly cheaper if we do it now, so it's 20% less. That'll cover that, and then we can get another road here if we want to connect that. I don't think that's that big of a deal though. Yeah, let's just connect our city, because there's quite a bit of money being made here. Well, no, it's not really actually. 1.59. Anyways, we need to connect it anyways. Also, we could support free subjects, which is actually what we want anyways. That is, yeah, we want free subjects as opposed to serfdom. So we'll support that. Autonomy movement towards centralization. Oh, sorry, towards decentralization. We're definitely not doing that. And then if we want to get rid of professional army progress, we're almost there, and then we can start researching those. So I don't really want to take this, but yeah, and even if we do, it's not going to be enough to get it over the finish line anyways. But if we get one event for +5, we could do it if we don't want this to fail. Okay, they are starting to take land back. Let's not let them do that. We don't need to finish this siege. Yeah, let's take this back. Oh man, another parliament seat is pretty expensive. Let's just refuse. Yeah, let's refuse them. And we can afford to piss a few people off, no big deal. There we go, we took that back. So this should fall, it's gonna probably take another year or so. But I don't know, they must have come from over here. What we could do is start sieging these down. Oh nice, we caught another small stack randomly. Yeah, let's just siege these down, loot them and everything. I don't think they will unsiege because we are currently occupying the fort. If you're on it, even if you don't own it, it stops them from coming out and recapturing those. Yeah, they're spitting out little stacks of troops here. Oh, we just got a little bit of support. There we go. So we could technically pass that. Yeah, we're only off by 1.2. So this would be enough. I don't know if it's worth it though. So Dublin, it does move us towards centralization though. Damn, that's so good. Yeah, let's do it. That's fine. We'll give up a little bit of research project progress and then move us towards centralization, which is going to give us more autonomy, more proximity, I mean, and crown power. So everything there is good. Oh, you got to be freaking kidding me, man. You've got to be kidding me. We're going to lose 5% and now we can't pass it. We don't have anything to do. We need another event before it. Ah, damn, dude. That's so annoying. Because we gave up research progress for that, which is super important. Yeah, and we're not going to get... You got to be kidding me, man. Why does this game always do crap like that? And we're not going to get progress towards centralization now, the whole point of doing that. Oh, wait, can we do it? No, we go the opposite direction. Well, we already know it's going to fail, so let's just make it fail even more. And we lose our stability, lovely. Okay, well, let's keep this war going, finish this off. So they are just about fully occupied now. Just need this siege to finish. There we go, siege is done. Almost 500 days. And let's see what the peace deal looks like now. So if we take all the stuff along the water here, we want to take everything that's in the... Oh, what is this? Wait a second. That's a different country. So we'll have to fight that separately. What we want to do is take everything in a county, or whatever they call a province. So like this province, this is a full province, minus that, which we'll take later. I guess this one down here. Where do they have any forts? I guess these were the only 3 forts they had, right? So by taking that, we'll own everything. And then the next war should be significantly easier. So now we just, yeah, let's just take what we can. Come back in here. La Morgan. Actually, what we should do is look at maybe raw materials. So there's iron, or stone and coal and iron here. There's silver there, which we are taking. There's more silver down here, but that's not going to be for later, until later. Yeah, we could probably take more iron here. Iron, I guess it probably doesn't matter. Let's take this and cut them off from water access so we don't have to deal with their navy again next time. Right, it wasn't letting us take all the land we wanted, so I decided to finish the siege. We just did that, so now they are fully occupied. They have nothing left. Hopefully that's enough to allow us. Nope, it's still blocking. So it looks like we were just asking for too much, unfortunately. Can we take more up here? Maybe it just doesn't want us to take the stuff down on the south. Yeah, see, let's just take a bunch up here. Let's double check and see if these are going to be clean provinces or not. Kind of. Yeah, so if we cut it off at the low, let's see what that looked like again. Yeah, that looks fine. And then could take a tiny bit of money. Alright, so that's going to be the peace deal. So we'll take a huge chunk, go ahead and disband. And we don't have time to core all this. So like I said, we are going to release some vassals here. Let's go do that. So we have plenty of Diplo capacity though, so not a big deal. Alright, historical subjects. We've got, primarily we're looking at the Welsh. So De Hoybarth, Gwynedd. There's 2 back here. So Powys. Fortunately, there's not one that is over here. I think that's a different culture maybe? No, it's probably not. Is that where, are these, well maybe these guys aren't Welsh. No, yeah, see that's English, that's why. So we needed to take Shrewsbury, I think, to be able to get that. But that's not a big deal. These guys are all English, interestingly enough. I thought they would be Welsh. No, these are all English. Maybe, oh, he's probably been having them convert all this time. I think you can do that with your vassals. I think there's something in there that you can do. But anyways, let's go back and create these guys. So we probably want the biggest ones that we can get. So De Hoybarth, that's a pretty big one. We'll take that. There we go. He's unhappy, but I'm sure that's just temporary. Gwynedd, and then Powys. Yeah, so let's do... Are they sharing land? Powys, Gwynedd? I don't think so. So let's do Powys first, and then Gwynedd next. There we go. So we got 3 big vassals here, and then we'll probably just give Powys this land. So let's go ahead and cede province, that one, and there we go. So literally we just changed hands. Who owns it? It's not like we really did much. We didn't really control the land, but, you know, we're just taking the ownership. So here, let's see if there's anything we can do. Support loyalists, support military. Yeah, we can have them embrace the institutions, and then they should pass it off to us a little faster. I think enforce culture, there we go. We just need to have subject loyalty high enough to be able to do that, and they would become Irish. That's probably what we'll end up doing, so we don't have to do it ourselves. Most of these guys are already Irish and Catholic, so we don't need to do too much there. There's a few of them that are a little bit out of whack. This guy's a little out of whack. We are annexing them already, though, so let's not mess with that. Okay, what else? Let's go ahead and set... Oh, we can set rivals now. Whatever's left of Wales can be our rival, so that works. That'll move us towards belligerency instead of conciliatory, because that's one thing we were struggling with. We finally moved into plutocracy as well. We finally crossed over. So we're no longer aristocratic, which means the noble power is cut a little bit, and we're not paying a high court cost. So that should save us some money. And then eventually we'll get trade efficiency and an even cheaper court cost. We still have a, let's see. Yeah, we still have a CB on this guy. He only has 500 troops. What are we looking at in terms of our navy? Did they recover? We have 2 navy levies. That's not good. We could hire some mercenaries, I guess. We'd have to find somebody that's got high capacity, and they just don't. And if they do, we have to spend all of our cash. So probably not worth it. We could just ferry some people over here and then walk them up. That could work. Let me kind of think about this for a second, see how we want to go about doing it. So here's the plan. Let's get our diplomats up a little bit higher. We need to start spying on England again so we can get CBs on our neighbors here. I don't know if we can do Heim Kingship land. We can't. Yeah, it's only on the Irish island. And that's not going to help us because we already own everything there. Okay, what else? Yeah, we can't spy on these guys directly. It's got to be through England, and he's got counter... What do you call it? Counter espionage. It's because of the English cultural influence versus Irish cultural influence. It's minus 50%. So I guess you have an Irish person going in there and trying to act like a spy, like an English. It's going to be pretty obvious. Kind of like when I try and do an English accent. It doesn't work out too well. So let's go ahead and declare war on these guys soon. I want to see if we wait maybe another couple months, maybe we'll get more transports back. Yeah, it's still kind of... No naval levies. Man, that sucked, man. We lost all of our fishing ships. Oh, man. I guess we could build some naval units. We could build cogs. No, we don't. We have to research it. All right. Let me rethink this, because we don't have a way of getting across the water unless we spend all our money. So that actually may not work unless we have enough troops with our vassal. How strong are these guys, though? So if we go relations, manage subjects. Let's go to the least loyal one, because that's probably the ones we just took. So Gwynedd, Powys, and... No, not West Connacht. De Hoybarth. So 300, 500, and 500. That means they'll probably have about 200 each. And then this guy, maybe 150. Might be enough to take him, but the AI is kind of dumb, so I'm a little concerned that he would just go in and die. Yeah, I don't know. Let me think about that. We still have a few years on our CB, end of 1409. So yeah, we basically have 3 years. So let's just chill for a sec. All right, I just noticed if you look at our capital here, we're spitting out 21.5 ducats in wealth or tax base. England's only 32, so we're catching them pretty quickly. We're way ahead of these guys now, the Scottish. So 14 again versus our 21. So it's happening. We're starting to overtake everybody now. And that doesn't even include all the other lands that we have, although to be fair, he has a lot more than we do, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We got another integration subject. Let's see, this is high money, which is up here. Double check their buildings, make sure they're not a bunch of crap. I guess it doesn't really matter because we're going to get the pop-up when they're not profitable anyways. Definitely don't need farming village though, I know that right off the bat. And then we could technically keep the markets. I guess that's not that big of a deal, but they do take up labor and I don't really want to do that at some point. So as we're upgrading these, maybe we'll go and check it and free up the labor. So that one's done. We have this one that is finishing up. And then we are starting to get some of our naval levies back. So 4 fishing boats, that's enough to transport 800 people. That should be more than enough to deal with these guys. So why don't we go ahead and do that? I don't think they have any boats, so they shouldn't be able to contest us. Yep, there we go. Yeah, let's not screw up our cabinet because they're actually doing some pretty important work. We'll take the stability hit. Let's go over here and raise some levies. So again, they only have, I think it's about 500 troops. Yeah, 573. So we'll take about, I don't know, 2,000-3,000. Try and get them over. You know what, actually, if we go Dublin, that'll be 1,300. And then maybe Meath. Yeah, so that's about 2,000. That's plenty. Who's starving? Galway. And then for the navies, oh crap. It tricked us. It said, oh, out of 4. Oh, okay, I misunderstood. We don't have any way of getting across the water. Let's see if our vassals here are gonna summon some troops. 17 men, that's not gonna cut it, dude. Here we go. 260, 76, and 568. Okay, so they might actually be able to do some damage here. We do need them to all go on the offensive, so let's just manage subjects. Everybody go wild. Go attack. The only one that's attacking is that brave 17. These guys are falling back like cowards. Oh no, they're attacking down here. Oh, I didn't realize these guys were part of it. I guess they're allies. Alright, we should be able to win this. Come on, dude, we have so many... Our numbers are so much bigger, but they ran in with low morale. Yeah, they're getting stomped now. Freaking idiots. Anyways, we got another vassal integrated. Let me disband the levies. They're just... We can't get them over there anyways. We'll just let our vassal hopefully do it. I don't know if he'll be able to, but... let's go take a look at our new lands. It's going to be over here. We don't want a fort here. Let's get rid of that. We did... Is that our town? Yeah, we took over this town, which is pretty big. And there's a lot of junk in here, man. Damn it. They've got the toll castle just short of being able to demolish it. You have to be 75% control. That sucks. So we just have to deal with it. I think it's pretty expensive too. It goes up to like more than half a ducat. All right, what are they working on? We don't want a weaponsmith. Oh, it's an estate. All right, whatever. I guess we'll just deal with it when it pops up saying it's not profitable. But yeah, that's at least we got another town under control. That's good. And then the silver mine. We need to focus all of our attention on the silver. Get rid of this stuff. Mason, whatever, we can hang on to that. Let's max the silver out for another one. Yeah, you can see profit per level 4.07. There we go. Let's see what that does to our income anyways. And how are we doing over here? All right, they're taking that back. We are taking his home territory, which is fine. I'd rather do that. Let's see, we don't want to go traditionalist, so yeah, we're going to lose stability again. Rising inflation. Let's back that off. And we can pass another law, precious metal distribution. So we can do trade efficiency, ban exports, but it's going to reduce output, income from mining. We don't do enough mining to really justify that, I don't think. I'm not sure though. Trade advantage, gold output, income from mining. Oh, from minting, sorry, not mining, minting. Now we should be able to do a decent amount of minting though. That's the only thing. We are making 4.12, and that's because we're trying to get rid of some inflation. So if we were to calculate how much we'd make from that and increase, that might actually not be a bad idea, but we wouldn't be able to export our silver, which could be a problem. That could be a problem because we're going to have quite a bit of silver. We have no gold, but we'll have a lot of silver. There's one in Ireland, one in Wales, and one in South England. That's 3 that we can max out. That's quite a bit. So I guess the safest one would be regulated exports because we don't have to deal with any debuffs. But yeah, I don't think this is worth it, to be honest. The minus 5% is not good. losing 33% of our minting income is a problem right now, but it may not be a problem later when we have all three running up at max. Yeah, let's just do, we'll take trade efficiency, that's fine. It'll just be safe. The math is too hard for my brain right now. So it looks like our vassal is just going to start capturing stuff over here, which is perfect. Yep, fully occupied. And I'm going to wait for him. Let's see what he does. Are you going to win that fight? Looks like we are on defense. Yeah, so they get the minus rolls to their... But we're still going to lose that fight. What the hell, dude? That's crazy. That's kind of crazy. All right, anyways, let's take all this if we can. I don't think we can subjugate. Yeah, it's not letting us subjugate. So we'll just manually take it, hand it off. And because we fully occupied, we can take everything. Perfect. And we are getting... let's see. The only people that care are the people that we're wiping out, so that's fine. There we go. That's another war down. So for this stuff, I would rather hand it off to the people that it's supposed to go to. Who owns this? This is part of this guy's territory, which we actually don't own that one, unfortunately. So we're going to have to either hand it off. Oh, wait, no, not that one. Yeah, this is the one. We're just going to have to hang on to it, I guess. This one we can hand off, though. Yeah, this is part of his, so that'll complete his province. Seed province, there we go. He's happy about that. This one we just have to hang on to and let it build up some resentment. No big deal. And up here we'll release the vassal, I think. We got plenty of diplo capacity, so... Northumbrian, yeah, the Earldom of Lancaster, we'll pop him back out. Perfect. And what does he have anyways? He has sand, coal, wool, and livestock. So we get a little bit of coal here. That'll be good. Alright, we can take some rivals now. Nope, it's Wales again. And as soon as we click it, they're going to pop back out as not being a rival. So, yeah, we're getting 0.5 each month to the spy network. So 16 months, about a year and a half, a little less than a year and a half, we'll be able to do another CB and we'll start taking more of these guys. Once we consolidate all of this, it might be a good idea to go after Scotland. We're slightly weaker than them, it says, but I don't know if that's accurate. We do need to get a navy to control them from coming over here, but once that's done, we should be able to... We could bait our vassals. They can come down here and siege all these forts and stuff. And then we can slip our army over here and start taking his territory, and then just basically base race, but use our vassals as the base that they go after. That could be an option. But anyways, we've got quite a bit of work to do. Let's go back to consolidating Ireland. Now, we just got another debate, a parliament debate, and we can do increased naval infrastructure. This is one of the few times I've seen the move towards towards naval, which I'm going to take it. It might fail. Oh, if it fails, it pushes towards land even more. Crap. So we need to make sure this passes. It only has 18.39% parliament support, so hopefully we get some lucky events. Yeah, it's asking us to push professional armies again back. We already did it once. Dude, it's so close. 98.56% from passing, so that'll push it back again. And it's only going to give us 4%. That'll put us at 35. So we need a couple events. We need to get lucky. Yeah, we got to find a better way to get those passed. Ooh, there we go. There's a little bit of support. So there's 5%. Also, we've been saving this religious influence. I think we should spend it. We could get a cardinal seat. I don't know if it's going to really make that big of a difference. If we do a saint, these guys last for the whole campaign. So we can canonize somebody. Prestige and tribal cohesion. We'll do this guy because he gives more, and he'll make the clergy happy. And I believe there's some long-term effects for that too. I don't know where we look at that stuff, but I'm pretty sure it gives you like some bonuses to your culture, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Here we go. We're getting lucky. There's another 5% support. We're 7 away. Doing this is not going to help though. We need another 5%, and then we can do it. Otherwise, it's going to fail. And I really hope this thing goes through. Okay, unfortunately, we're getting hit with a negative event, and we're right at the edge of passing it, but it's going to be off by 3. There might be one behind this. I wish you could see what other agendas were here, because, yeah, I want to see if there's more to it. I'm going to try for it. Let's just try. No, there's nothing behind it. God damn it, man. We can't pass these things anymore. It's really hard for some reason. If there's anything we can do, we got to get lucky. We got 7 days left. We need an event, but it's going to fail. Yeah. Well, that moved us towards the wrong way. Should have known better. Now, I just realized Chester's on their own. I don't know what happened there. I guess they must have gotten spit out with the France war. Yeah, so did Wales. But then I was wondering why England declared war on Wales. He just went to war with him. Let's see, Spy Network, Brennick, England. Yeah, so England still has some stuff over here. They did take this land directly, unfortunately, so we're not going to be able to get that. But like I said, we took a pretty healthy chunk out of them right here, so that helps. But we have 20 spy network. We got to figure out where to spend it. It's either going to be one of these three. There's three single provinces, so I don't think it really matters. Let's see, coal, iron, or iron. Let's take this one's got a lot higher population. Let's do this one. Also, I've noticed we're starting to get some pretty nasty diplomatic spending cost here. So that's how much we're sending to England, 11, almost 12 ducats a month. So we got to cut them off soon. We're no match for them on the water. So if we cut ties with them and they attack us or attack our vassals right here, we're gonna lose everything in this area. So we got to be careful there. It's probably worth it to continue to pay for protection just for a little bit longer. And then we got to rush that research to get the heavy ships up. And then if we cut ties with them, we can use the money we're sending to England to fund our heavy ships. And then it's basically a wash. And then we'll have to figure out what we're going to do after that. Are we finally getting our levies back? Oh, how to get our levies back, unfortunately. I don't know if they just go away permanently or if it just takes that long to get them back. That's kind of weird. But anyways, let's keep going. We got to keep developing and annexing. There is another vassal down. It's a tiny one in the corner here. And they didn't really have much, so we're good to go. All right, we are also annexing this one right here, Clan Ricard. I wonder if that has to do with why we're losing our money. Maybe we're just not getting as much income from them, but our tax base went up a lot, so it should be fine. And then if we look at our levies, we're at 8,400, so it's pretty good. Ooh, nice. We can form Aire. Or Ire. I think the accent mark means you pronounce the E. It's like Ire, which is where I'm assuming where Ireland came from, the land of Ire. So this will give us, let's see, grand jury system, Irish establishment, and Irish volunteers in those ages. Monthly control is what we'll get for Age of Renaissance. Doesn't look like there's anything else that we get a bonus from other than changing the map color, which I'm good with. I think it looks pretty good. I do like the flag too, the harp. It's kind of cool. So there we go. We formed Ireland. And at this point, I don't know what else we need to work on. So yeah, we need to keep integrating to be able to form a kingdom. We need a few more people. So we'll need at least 1 million people that are of Irish descent. So I don't think there's 1 million people on this island. I don't know that it'll be that far off. And also we need to convert some people here. We're at 631k. And if we convert them all over, that'll be good. We are rapidly catching England. We just crossed 30 ducats in tax basis. They're at 38. We're not that close, but we're catching up. All right, we got our CB finished up. This is against Wales again. We declare war on them. We don't have, oh, we still have a truce with them. We'll have to wait a little bit. But once that goes through, it's just him and a couple of his I don't know, I think it's his subjects. Yeah. So we'll be able to full annex everything in this area then. Assuming we can get our army over there, which apparently we can't right now. Yeah, not a single ship. I wonder if we have to get the capacity up to max, and then it'll start to fill them in or something. It's kind of weird that they're not coming back. We'll have to hire somebody then. Somebody's got a little bit of capacity. I mean, even 500 troops at a time, we could handle it. We just need to get a couple thousand over there. It'll cost us 125, but that's money we could put into our economy. So that's all right. We'll figure it out. We still got it a couple years before the truce expires anyways. Alright, there's another subject down. This was a bigger one, so it took a little bit of time. But it is, yeah, over here. I don't see anything too egregious. There is a town. This is now ours, right? Yep. So we took this over. This is a pretty good one though. Grasslands, coastal. So this is an actual good town. We'll hang on to this one for sure. What do you got here? Oh no, that's not ours. Is it? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. So we'll have to reorganize some of this. What the hell is this? Tribes of Galloway. Now we can cancel it right now because we have the control. So it's either now or never. I think it's best to do this. Or maybe it's not one of those ones. It increases burger power by 500%. So I'm not too much of a fan of that. It only gives us 5% trade advantage. So let's dump that one before it becomes a problem. Marketplace we can hang on to. This other stuff we'll hang on to. And if it becomes a money pit, then we'll delete it, but I think that's probably fine. Okay, we're waiting for the control to even out because like I said, it's going to show a lot higher than it should be. You can see up here we're having some issues with control, but we're still getting, even the ones that are further out, we're still keeping a little bit. It looks like once we get to this area, it'll probably go to 0, but we do have ways of combating that, which once we get them under control, then we'll start exploring that. Here we go. Arc Kiln is no good. Get rid of that. And the Mason. Stop that. Now we do have a CB. Yep, against Wales, we're waiting. Right, yep. Now one thing we want to do at this point is start pushing heavy towards the ships. Let's go double check. I believe it's under banking. Yeah, banking, early Carrick. So if we want to get to early banking, we gotta embrace it manually right here. It's only gonna cost us eight ducats. That's a no-brainer. So let's go ahead and pay for it. If we wait, it'll probably take another couple years. I'd rather just do it now. That's fine. Yeah, it's gonna cost us 1.8 stability, who cares? And 8 gold. That's definitely worth it. But now we can come back in here and start researching banking stuff. So we'll go down to early Carracks. It'll also unlock docks, or really the only way you can get sailors. I mean, you can get sailors through other things. It's like +1 at a time in the early game, and it's just +1 is not going to cut it. So it's better just to get your dock and use that to fund your sailors. Some other stuff in here we could probably research right after as well. I think maybe a bark would not be a bad idea, but I don't know that we have the capacity to spare for that. We need to go heavies if we want to survive. So we won't be protecting our economy at all. We'll just be straight offense and then trying to survive that way. And then after that, I don't know what we're going to build, but it'll be something in here. Oops. Yep. And then on the other side of banking, we got minting threshold. That's actually really good. We'll make more money that way. Counting houses are pretty good. You can increase local crown power. Yeah, there's some good stuff in here. Bureaucracy. So we'll probably go down this right side after we get a couple on this left side. Okay, there we go. I picked up a bunch of stuff, mostly for Navy and economy. There's a couple things in here like increasing our spy network construction rate. That's going to help because we do need to do that quite a bit. Pop promotion speed is fine. And then, like I said, some other stuff like passing war policies. Those are never a bad idea. So that should be good for a while. Oh, they're at it again. Yep, England and France are at war again. All right, let's declare war on Wales. Hopefully we have enough to do this without actually sending our troops over there. We can just let our vassals do it. That is the dream, but let's see what they do. If we have to, we'll raise some levies, but we just don't have a way of getting them over there. It says we have 2 naval levies, 2 fishing boats. So that's good for 400 troops. If we have to, I guess we can do that and just move them back and forth slowly. Here we go. We got societal change towards humanism. That's actually where we want to go. It'll cost us 12 stab, but that's worth it because it's hard to get humanism. Yeah, it's going to take quite a while to get there. Also, our plutocracy push is ending. So let's go back to, we want to push free subjects. That one's already maxed. What about belligerent? Yeah, we can go that route. We'll push that a little further. Actually, let's see if we can do centralization again. Innovative, these are still capped. So we're just going to be stuck at a lot of these, I think, which is fine. Yeah, we could do, yeah, humanism we can push, but it's just not going to move at all. 0.03 per month. It's just probably not worth our time. So plutocracy is fine for a while. And then, yeah, free subjects is maxed. Belligerent. That's one. We'll work on this one for a while then. Oh, they actually have a decent sized army here. 930 troops. So we might need to actually help. Let's at least, can we get our levy? We don't have any levies to raise though. Damn it, man. I really don't want to spend money on these guys, but 750 is not bad. Yeah, I'm really concerned that these guys are going to get wiped, but we have more than them. We just need to group up, and they're not going to do that. It looks like we're going to be fighting defensive terrain though, so this actually could be to our benefit. They might be able to hold. They have low morale as well. Yeah, you can see that they're getting hit twice here. Come on, boys, hold. They're getting the best of them for sure. All right, they won. Okay, that is really good news. We might be okay then. They don't have any forts, so this is just easy sieging. Hopefully we can do it before they come back. Yeah, there we go. That's fully occupied. One more. There's one more, dude. Go over there and get it before they come back. Yep, they're not going to get back in time, so that's a full annexation then. Nice. We'll definitely take that. Yeah, getting our troops across this waterway is going to be a problem until we can actually get our boats up. All right, we're going to try and build a cathedral. It's going to cost us only 76 ducats if we can get it to pass. Those things cost like 200 or 300, so it's a pretty big discount. It's going to move us towards spiritualists, which is bad, but what can you do? You can't win them all. So we will support, we'll lessen the levy obligations from the nobles, and that is going to take us from 8,500, 8,700 down to what? They're not really supplying levies, it looks like, the nobility, so that's not a big deal then. So we're pretty firmly in control here of this vote, unless something stupid comes up, which I wouldn't put it past them. Yeah, we don't want to do this one. We're not going traditional. We're going capital economy, so let's not do that. We just have to hope we don't get hit with a bunch of bad votes. So here we go. We are 100% war score. We don't want to fight this guy right now, so let's just end the war. Can we directly vassalize? We can't, so we're just gonna have to take everything and then distribute it. We'll take that, we'll take 16 ducats, and there's another war down. So that's everything we can take here in England, other than Chester, which we are almost done building. Yeah, subjugate high kingship members, 61%, so we're almost there. We'll take that, and then he'll have nothing else. Everything will be ours, which is perfect. Now let's go ahead and release a Welsh vassal right here in the center. There's some small ones we could do as well, or we could just give it. Yeah, no, let's definitely do some small Welsh. So Gwent, that'll get rid of that other one that we've been holding on to. I really didn't want that. And then we can do 2 more. It's like, yeah, this one. And then once we take that from England, we can give him back his land. So there'll be another vassal. And then this guy, who is this one? Nobody. So, oh, the Principality of Wales? That's the entirety. Okay, so Wales is gone. We can give Wales everything if we want, but we'll have a tiny Wales then. Why don't we do that? Mini Wales. There we go. Look at this cute little Wales. So we got more vassals again, but like I said, we're integrating these ones, so that shouldn't be a problem. I don't think it'll cause any issues here. Yeah, our diplo capacity is totally fine. Let a month go by. Yep, actually everything looks good there. So next, Chester, once that finishes, and then we need to start working on Scotland, which we have a spy network working. So that should go somewhat soon. There's nothing else we can do here. Yeah, this is kind of a waste. We were capped out for belligerence, so we're going to start encouraging naval instead. We're at 20, right around 20, I think. Yeah, 23 land. So we'll start pushing it back towards naval and hopefully start getting some of these. The trade range over land would be really nice to have for right now, but the problem is we're going to have a huge naval empire right here that we can easily get. All these are going to be high control. It's going to be worth much more than getting a couple provinces here. So, and also when we do our naval, it'll wrap around some of the island too, I believe. So we should be able to get these channels in really good shape. So getting proximity cost through maritime is going to be really good to have. And the maritime presence, all that is going to be so much more useful than... okay, max RGO size is pretty darn good. Proximity cost through land is really good. But minus 20% trade range over sea is bad. Very, very bad. We don't want that. Trade range used over land minus 50% is not nearly as bad because most of the trade's going over the water anyways. So yeah, let's start working on that. Also, we're going to have a rebellion kickoff literally right now unless we switch. We can go to rebel crackdown. There are no rebels selected for this. Why won't it let us select? Weird. Maybe I've never actually used it before, but it's about to pop next turn. I mean, it's not a big deal if it goes. Yeah, see, there it goes. Oh no, 70. There's 70 troops. Okay, will one of our vassals take care of it, maybe? I don't even want to summon the levies for this. And they're starving to death anyways, so... Alright, we don't... Oh, crap. We have 5% to give here, actually. So we can actually gain... Yeah, we'll lose support, but we'll still be above 50%, and we'll even gain 128 ducats. If we do this one, it moves towards aristocracy, which we really don't want. I've been trying so hard to get to plutocracy. So we'll do this. It's going to cut it really close. But hand grenades and horseshoes, right? Only being close only counts on those. All right, let's see these guys get crushed. Hopefully, do they need to be? Maybe we put them on defense. There they go. All right, rebellion's gone, and we did get the church built, and it's only costing us 77 gold, 77 ducats rather, and it's going up right here. We don't have great control here, but it will go up when we start building roads. So we'll take the extra. Yeah, we'll take the extra research speed. Because right now we're at 1.57. When I checked it a couple years ago, it was like 1.38 or 1.37, something like that. So it's gone up quite a bit. Also, we're stacking up way too much cash. It's very, very inefficient to have a lot of cash on hand unless you have something that you know you're going to use it for. So what I need to be doing is we could build this tailor guild. If we go to the RGOs, yeah, see, these are pretty high actually. 0.82. Some of these are pretty good, but if we go to the RGOs, there's actually some in here that are pretty high without us having to really do much. Although, yeah, the problem is they're artificially high right now. Control's going to go down a lot. Yeah, so that's why I've been kind of delaying doing it, but it's fine. think there's fiber crops right here, but it's only... Yeah, see, this one's a more realistic depiction of what it should do. Only 15% control. Yeah, I'll keep concentrating the wealth here. 34, and we still have about 19 buildings we can construct here, so we still have room. And then once that's done, we could upgrade this one more to a city. It'll cost us 1,500, but we're technically saving up for that, I guess. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep expanding the industry here in our capital. I think that's the way to go. And then once we have everything annexed and the control kind of fizzles out, then we'll really know what we'll be getting. So we'll do it that way. All right, we got another CB here. This is for the Earldom of Chester, so they're by themselves, assuming they didn't get snapped up while we were waiting, but we can definitely start that one right away. Also, Wexford is pretty much done. I've noticed because of immigration, we're getting a lot of like trickle-in effect. So what we should do is probably go to one that has a high concentration. It's all going to be in the towns though. Yeah, you look right here, there's not that much. Maybe it's not worth it until it becomes a problem, and then we can kind of, I guess in this case, maybe being reactionary is not such a bad idea. That's okay, there's a few thousand we can convert there. Okay, now these guys are actually joining England's side. Oh, because they're in a union. I didn't realize that. So that's not going to work then. We can't use that CB, unfortunately, unless their union falls apart. Let's see, where is it saying that? Food access, CB... Doesn't say anything about a union. Oh, English union panel. Okay, there we go. Junior partner. Yeah, so England is a senior partner. There's only two. It's them and in Chester, this tiny little country. They did get saved though. Yeah, we would have gobbled them up if they didn't do that. So good on them. What else? These are our subjects, so we don't really have to worry about anything else over here. It's just England, us, and then they're, I guess technically they're subject. We need to start focusing on dealing with Scotland soon. We're weaker than them, unfortunately, but I think if we develop, we could definitely do something. I wonder if we can get this into an alliance. So offer alliance, the reasons to accept are -20, so there's still a little bit of hesitance there. If we can ally with England, we should be able to wipe out Scotland pretty easily, I feel like. But we may not need them, I don't know. Let me think about that. We still need to get our navy up anyways. Either way, we need a navy, because we can't do anything as an island nation without a good navy. So we'll focus on that, and continuing to build up our economy. Let's build some roads as well. Let's finish connecting up our southern area right here. So this will be fully connected, then we can start working on this area, and then Meath, and we'll just kind of spread out from there. So we'll go down to maybe 600 or 700 gold each time, or ducats, and then we'll build back up. We do have a spy network in England. Let's mess with them a little bit, so we can sabotage their reputation. I don't know who they're allied to. I guess Denmark? Castile. Yeah, they don't... Sometimes they ally Castile, but it looks like they didn't do that in this case. So let's work on their relationship with Denmark. Right, who are they? I don't think they have any allies. Just only subjects. They annulled treaty with Aragon. Yeah, they were starting to do something down there in the south in the Iberian Peninsula, but looks like they canceled it. I don't think there's anything else we have to worry about from these guys. We are... Man, we're paying a lot. I wonder if it makes sense to stoke disloyalty. Aquitaine is also a subject, but that's going to get gobbled up. Yeah, they're not doing too well against France here, despite having 119,000 soldiers. And France is at 137, so they're pretty similar. Right, we finished converting everybody here at down, so these are all pure Irish. There's quite a few Anglo-Irish here. We'll just go around weeding them out. Get out of our country, please. Kind of wish there was an option where you could just select an entire... So, like, they have different regions. So you start out as a region, which is the biggest area. You have regions, areas, which is a little smaller, provinces, which is, you know, the small cluster, and then locations, which is individual. I wish you could do these assignments based on these. Like, you could do convert region, or convert area, or convert province. But right now it's convert provinces, but you can't do areas or regions. Kind of wish you could do that, and it would just use whatever algorithm. Like, I don't care which one they convert first, I just want them to convert all. That would save a lot of micromanagement. Also, one thing I've been completely neglecting this entire playthrough is trade. So let's go and turn off automation for trade. I'm going to let 1 month pass, if we could do it without getting bombarded with all this stuff. They want to get rid of this guy. He is actually doing a good job, so we will instead take the tribal cohesion hit. That's fine. Alright, there you go. 1 month has passed. We've cleared everything. We have 16 trade capacity. Now we gotta look at all of the possible trades. We could import foods. So currently our pops need rice. There is a little bit of rice we can get. So we'll take this one and I'm going to lock this one. Yep, this one's locked. So we will always trade for that rice and hopefully that's enough to satisfy that. It doesn't look like it will be though. That's the only rice that we can get actually. I don't know why these idiots don't just eat bread. Eat your bread, man. But anyways, we could import. The highest one here is 2.4 and it has good volume. 2.29 for export, but it's very low volume, so it's going to be a lot of micromanaging for that. So let's instead, we'll import some stuff. The only problem is I don't know how much we should import, so I guess we could start with a fairly small amount. Try that one, see how it does. And it stays up there. I guess we could maybe take a little bit more volume. Let's try two trade capacity worth 2.17, and then for this one 2.29. Yeah, but again, that's all low volume stuff. We could export, it looks like silver for 1.89. That's the closest thing we have for any decent volume. It looks like mostly it'll just be imports. So let's start importing some of this stuff. You know, let's get rid of that one. This one seems to be decent volume, so yeah, why don't we just try, we'll try 4, and then let's go ahead and export. We'll export some silver. We'll give them as much as they can handle, I guess. There we go. Let's see what these do. And our counselor died, lovely. So we need somebody to replace. Is there anybody that's not a noble? Actually, nobles don't really have that much power anymore, so I don't mind giving them these positions. It's an assimilation, so his other stats are not that good, but he's going to be probably living the rest of his life doing that. This is not a good trade, and it's such low volume, it's just not even worth bothering. So, let's see, population needs... Oh, here we go. Let's dump this one. I don't care about doing this for profit. I want to get like a stable trade so we can buy rice from these guys. 2.4, so it's more than what we were doing before, so that should help. And then yeah, this trade went down to nothing. I definitely need to spend more time learning trade because these are not seemingly very good, most of these. And it's like I put the order in and then it just dive bombs. We probably need to leave a little bit for automation so I can do all these small trades. This is what I feel like is the right call, is to do a decent chunk of your economy, like get the solid trades down, lock them in, and then leave a certain amount for automation. So like right here we have 4 left, so they can trade whatever they want. Let's see what they end up buying. It's gonna be a bunch of little low volume stuff. Yeah, totally fine with that. We'll just continue to export. Oh, we actually are losing money now. Is it because I lost a bunch of money on trading? Maybe I should have left it on auto. Or is there something else that's causing us? Yeah, I don't know why our income just tanked. Take a look at our balance sheet here. Everything looks okay here. I mean, we're still making money on trade. I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. We could probably cut back on the Diplo spending. That's a lot of our expenditure, so that'll probably make us profitable. But I do want to get the rest of these guys integrated, so why don't we do that? Let's get some of these small guys so they don't have high enough opinion. So we'll work on that as well. Here we go. Thumond. We can integrate Thumond. Yeah, let's just focus on that for a while. We got 3 annexations going, and then we'll have another 2 or 3, and then we'll be done. Right, we got a good event finally. We can take some regalia. That's going to give us... I don't know what it is, but it's a masterpiece, which means it will give us some benefits. And it moves us towards humanism, which is really the main reason why. Yeah, we want to keep moving that way. So we'll put that in the museum. And if we come in here to our capital, under infrastructure, there's a little artwork tab right here. There's a masterpiece, Throne of Dublin. I don't know which one it was. 1350. Oh, that's when it was created. Yeah, I don't know which one we got. But either way, you could see the bonuses we get from there. We get cultural tradition, just some local promotion and conversion speed. It pops assimilation. I think that's for nationwide. And then institution growth. So that'll help. All right, and I didn't even notice it, but if you look at our income here, our tax base is 36, and we're making 10 ducats. England is 32 and 8 ducats. So we actually passed England, and by a pretty big margin, by 4 ducats. So we are in really good shape here. We just need to figure out what the hell is going on with our economy. Although I suspect it's probably because of England. So if we break, and I think we should probably do that right now. Let's break off from these guys. I don't think we have to go to war or anything. I think we just select it. Cancel tributary. Once they're at war, you can't do it in the middle of a war. But once they're done with this war with England, they're getting stomped as well. So they should be weaker after this war. And then once that's done, we will cancel it and we'll be getting another 15 ducats a month in income from them. We may not be able to hold these vassals, but I mean, if we lose some vassals, it's not that big of a deal. We didn't invest much getting them, so not that big of a deal. But for sure, we could use 15 ducats a month. That's a huge, huge boon we can use to upgrade all of our economy and just blow these guys out of the water and then take them over. Here we go. We got our CB on Scotland, but likely we won't be able to do it for a while. We're still weaker than them, and by a pretty fair amount. This is a big one. We just unlocked docks as an infrastructure. This is going to allow us to build a... Oh, where are you? You're going to show me what a dock does? No. But anyways, it gives us a plus 16 to our sailors, available sailors. We're going to need a massive amount of sailors, and that's a good way to do it. So let's go ahead and build... Where are you? Maybe it's under military? Yeah, it's under military. So docks, you can see plus 16 monthly sailors, shipbuilding capacity, and then harbor capacity. We don't need harbor capacity here, but we do need it at our anywhere else that we're going to be building. So like we'll probably build a dock down here. Actually, why don't we do that right now? Let's just do it because that'll... Harbor capacity makes it so that it's easier to get stuff in and out. It's basically increasing your control, lowering the barrier to control. We'll build docks everywhere, right? Well, those are the 3 coastal ones that we can build. There's another one up here. I don't know if it's worth it though. It's kind of far. And we have pretty bad control. Well, actually, 27% is not terrible. And they're not particularly expensive. It's less than 100, so might as well. So one of our vassals sent us a marriage proposal. He wants to marry our ruler's younger sister. He's got pretty good stats, and it will increase our relation, so we'll take it. And again, I freaking hate these, but whatever, we'll just pick one. Alright, we finally embraced professional armies. We've been working on that one for such a long time because we kept getting those -10s. So that one's done. I think we have one more to go. So ages, yeah, we have Renaissance. We could technically do it right now if we just pay for it and do a little bit of stability, but not in a rush. We can't even research everything right now because we have a queue. We have 11 things queued up already, so I think we'll just let it go. There we go. There is 2 vassals integrated, and that'll probably piss these guys off. Nope, they're still integrating. So we're down to just a handful. Yeah, let's go through and see what kind of garbage they were building. Yeah, we'll have to go through and delete some of this stuff. Now this thing, I would love to get rid of. Oh, it's not ours. Yep, that's right. Once we take it over, we can do that. That Galloglass thing is... whatever it's called. Yeah, Galloglass Sept. It's very expensive and it doesn't really give us much benefit. Alright, let's go through and fix some of the mistakes that the AI made here. Yeah, marketplace is fine. The tannery will probably need to be mothballed for now. Alright, that's fine. Got a lumber camp. That's fine. Not ideal, but fine. Let's get rid of these. Alright, market village is fine. But a fishing village is not fine because we're not subsidizing that. It's not worth it. 3 levels of market. Nice. Get rid of all of those. And then we also took some land down here. Let's double check. Yeah, see, there's going to be a bunch of stuff in here that we need to get rid of. Okay, it's going to dilute what we already have. So yeah, I'm going to just mothball all these. I don't think it's worth keeping them. And then we'll keep the war from the marketplace. That's fine. I'm worried that it's going to screw up our profit from our main, and we'll end up losing money just by keeping them open, which I don't think is usually a good idea. Now, this is a really good building if you can get it. The bridge, it decreases local proximity cost by 5%, so you can get some pretty good control there. I think that's most of it. I don't know where the other ones are. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, this one as well. Oh boy, this one's got a lot. But we'll have to mothball most of these. Yeah, because like I said, I don't want it interfering with our capital. And then we'll turn them back on as we need. All right, it looks like England is out of the war. So why don't we... Oh, you know what we could do also? We could scootage these guys so that they can't get attacked in a war. They would have to come to our island. I didn't even think about that. I think that's how that can work. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm going to try it. So let's come in here. You have options for what you want to do with your vassals. Scootage basically means you turn off their military. The relationship ends when the war breaks up between... Yeah, that's fine. But basically, scootage, they avoid joining Overlord's war, but they pay more money. So we get more money from them, but we don't get their military assistance. To be honest, I should have been doing this with everybody from quite a while ago, because we can handle all these wars ourselves. We could have been making more money. We could also, if we enable scootage... oh, we don't have diplomats. Yeah, shoot, we have to wait. Okay, but anyways, we could scootage all these guys. They'll pay us a little bit more cash, and then we will cancel our agreements with England, and then we should be in good shape. Get some of our diplomats back. We are short on opinion or approval with these guys to even start the annexation. We're almost there. We just have just a little bit left on the outsides, and then we're good. We have our whole country united, and then we got to take somebody else's country. Ooh, this is interesting. So we're trying to do a farming estate. We're a little bit short on approval and support. You see here we have Parliament agenda to remove these spiritual retreats. These things are annoying because they basically give us no benefit. They just give the clergy more power, they consume more food, and they have some kind of maintenance fee. I don't think it's that much, but when you're not making any benefit from it, it's, you know, 0 is a lot. Oh, actually there is no cost. So it's not that big of a deal, but anytime we can knock their power out, that'd be good. And it's gonna reduce their state satisfaction by only 10. That's not that bad. So there we go. All those stupid spiritual retreats that we couldn't touch are gone now. Alright, we don't want to lose support. We're only 10 away. It's possible we could make it. We'll have to pay some money or we're gonna lose the support, so is it worth the risk? I mean, if it passes, it's only gonna give us 1 level of upgrade here, so I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, we'll lose support, that's fine. If we get lucky, we'll pass it. If not, then we'll just let it go. Also, this guy, I guess his wife died again? So let's go get a 17-year-old. Three medieval rulers dream, right? So she's decent. Actually, she could still have kids too. 17. I do like having the higher admin, so Mayor Broganton. That's who we're marrying. Alright, we got 5% support back. Nice, we unlocked Carracks. We can start making ships, and we should definitely do that. Because these things take forever, although, oh boy, hold on, we don't have any money. And we were supposed to cut the support off of these, from these guys. And we're waiting for a diplomat to come back so we can do that. Let's wait, let's cut them, and then we'll start building. What is eating us alive, man? We are losing so much money. What is our trade doing? I don't think the trades that we set up were particularly good. I'm gonna put it back on automated and see if that helps. Just fully automate it. Yeah, you can see our deficit went right. Yeah, oh no, it's still there. But it's more than we were making. I think we were making about 4 or 5. That's up to 7.5. So, yeah, I need to figure out trading here because it's not good. Not what I'm doing. Alright, our farming estate failed and we got hit with a -7 stab, so we just lost 14 because of fun events. But it is what it is. Oh my god, these guys are at war again. I was just about to cancel it. I was literally about to cancel it and they just went to war with Scotland. You freaking idiots. Alright, can we, if he's busy, can we attack Chester? Probably not. We gotta keep doing scootage with these guys. Where is my scootage option? Alright, let me figure this out. Hey, we had another kid. We're what, 60 years old? Almost 60, and we're still having kids. Not bad. Is to have a young wife. So I've noticed, I've been watching this war. England crashed an army up into the Scottish, and they got smashed. So I think the Scottish might actually be able to hold this. Nice, we got another event to get out of traditional economy and towards capital economy. Gonna piss off the traders a little bit, but not a big deal. That one is just so slow to move, but we're finally below 80, right? No, we're below 90, I mean, we're at 83. So it is what it is. We're so close to crossing over to 0 from land to naval. That's gonna be big. Yeah, that'll be really nice when we finally get that going. Oh no, Sean O'Malley died. Oh no. We did finish Protected Harbor. This reduces naval attrition, not really that big of a deal. Harbor capacity plus 10, or plus 0.1, so that's really good. We'll definitely build those. Maybe not so much in our capital. Yeah, we don't need to increase control in the capital, but these other ones we definitely need. And they're not too expensive, 82 gold. So at least get them in some of these. How's this one doing? 25%, and then we finished the dock. It's not fully staffed yet. But we should be getting some harbor capacity, and then this harbor capacity in turns increases proximity through port, or decreases the cost. So that helps. But yeah, if we can get another 5% here, it'll help a little bit. I don't know. Let's just get it anyways. We got another annexation done. This is going to be one of the big ones. So down here, also let's build the market village. Let's cancel that. Get rid of all this garbage. We don't need fishing village. Festival grounds, I guess, doesn't really matter that much. We can't get rid of these because they're... Oh, that sucks. We're really close, but we're not quite the control to be able to do it. So no big deal. Let's check the others. Yeah, fishing village we don't want. We don't own that one. Got it. And there's another town here. Oh no, I think this is the one we already, yeah, never mind, sorry. It's these, yeah, just these 5. Market village we'll leave alone, I guess. This one, oh nice, we do have control here. We can get rid of these 2. So get rid of the chieftains and the peasants. We don't want them to have extra control here if we can help it. This is all garbage. Get rid of all the garbage. Again, a Bardic school. This place only has 5,000 inhabitants. I guess we'll probably just leave it, but yeah, it's probably not worth it. Actually, let's just get rid of it. I'm sure we'll see these later, and we'll mothball them. So 3 more. We're already halfway through integrating one of the 3. Let's go ahead and start another integration. Let's get our diplomats back up. Actually, is there anybody else we need to scootage? Wait, are they? Oh, they're in a 2-front war. England is getting pummeled from both sides. Yeah, they've lost a lot of manpower too. They went from 117 down to 90. So they are having a rough time. They're losing their war against Scotland, and they're basically break even in the war with France. But, I mean, they're definitely getting occupied down here. They're going to lose all this for sure. They don't have enough troops. They can't split. And then England got kicked off of this siege. They're still doing this one, but I suspect Scotland will probably come off. I don't know what they're doing, dude. You have 21,000 troops? I mean, they do have a scary commander, but holy crap, you outnumber them more than 2 to 1. Almost 3 to 1. They should definitely be up there. Alright, there's that 16k. I don't know. The AI is a little brain dead in this game, unfortunately. Okay, we got everybody on scootage. Yep, that's everybody on scootage, except for the ones on our main island, but like I said, they're getting gobbled up right now anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm tempted to declare war and see if we can maybe harass Chester. Well, we can't really do much. Where's his army anyways? 15k here. He's got 8k up here, and these guys refuse to move off their line, even though England's army is all the way down here. And then, yeah, France is kicking their teeth in the south. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens to England here, but I think they're having a rough go here. Down below 90k now. Could be an opportunity to maybe not attack them, but yeah, we need to take over Scotland is what we need to do. If we can get Scotland going, then we'll be in really good shape. Because then we'll have a pretty firm landing base here that we can put some forts. And then we just need to get a decent navy. And I don't really want to fight off their coast, the English coast. So we'd have to worry about that because they get a bonus fighting off their coast. But over here is fine. If they come up here, it's not a big deal. We'll figure it out. But yeah, things are actually looking much better than I was anticipating. So also, I'm an idiot. I don't have the market warehouse built here and maxed out. They're super expensive, but it should definitely be in our capital. We don't have the marketplace maxed out. It's not a moneymaker directly, but it should make a bunch of money indirectly once we start dominating trade, because we own this whole node. It's all ours. Yeah, I've been dropping the ball here on a few things, but that's okay. I'm still kind of learning. You know how Paradox is. You have 200 hours in and you're just finishing the tutorial, so it is what it is. We just finished a tech to increase our minting threshold. So that will boost our economy a bit. Yeah, we are making a little bit of money, but we need to break free from England here as soon as we can. Scotland's taking their land back. This guy is like paralyzed. He hasn't moved at all. They have free reign here in the north, but they're choosing not to do anything with it. That's a problem. Yeah, they should definitely not be doing that. Also, the vassals over here in Wales, they need to be improved because their relationship, all of them are negative right now. We'll try and get them maxed out, and then we'll start having them convert culture for us. Yeah, I think that's the plan here. But yeah, all of them are in bad shape, so we need to get everybody up. We just finished the market warehouse, and we can still upgrade for a little bit more market control here. So why don't we do that? We'll upgrade the marketplace. Actually, the market warehouse can go up one more, but it's super expensive. Let's do the marketplace, a couple of those, and let's see if that affects our trade income here. So we're making 9 right now. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, seems like that was a pretty big mistake not to do that, because that's a big lift to our income. I mean, this guy is... we just hired him. There's other people that are good that can do his job as well. I don't want to lose stability at this point. Yeah, see, these guys aren't too good at much else. We'll hire him. There is a guy in here I want to save as a general. This guy right here is good in all 3 categories. So I don't particularly want to use him in a cabinet position. It seems like a waste of his talents. We'll use him in the field. Hopefully he survives. He's 23, so he's got plenty of time. Assuming he doesn't catch a cold and die or something. Here we go. I've been waiting for this one for a while, although we don't really have much cash left to take advantage of it, but let's do a gravel road network. And it's not likely to pass unless we get a few lucky support. There's not much we can pass down here that's going to help, so... ooh, that's good actually. Spiritual retreat, we can get rid of another one. Yeah, we'll piss them off, that's fine. Team Renaissance, no, we're not going to do that. It doesn't really give us any support anyways. We basically need 15 more support to be able to make it. But anyways, it should make roads a little cheaper for us. Let's see what we can build. So we were going to go out this way, and then also in Meath, but I think this is probably the priority. What out of these are the most important? Probably the fiber crops. So these two, I think we can hit both of those in one go. No, it's going to have to be here and then here. And if we do this, it'll hit 2. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to spend all of our cash. We have only 100 left. Let's keep a little bit in reserves. But that'll be a pretty big infrastructure expansion, and we should get more control out of these. More cash, more soldiers, and then hopefully we can still pass this thing. All right, we got a bureaucracy law. Let's see what we can do with that. So we got monthly prosperity and decentralize, or road building time and centralization. Obviously prosperity is way better, but I don't want to decentralize, so we'll take this one. Yeah, road building time is like, what the hell is that kind of a bonus? What kind of bonus is that, man? Yeah, these things don't even take that long to build, and you just so rarely build them. And once they're built, you don't build it again. I guess you do upgrade them from time to time. So maybe it'll help when you unlock, you say, paved roads and modern roads, etc. Maybe it helps for that. All right, this is kind of a tough choice. We have 91 days. We need 10 more support. We have an option to build an urban parliament seat, which is that one building that gives burghers more power. And I believe they're kind of expensive to maintain. I have to double check. Maybe they don't cost anything, but it does take up a building slot. It'll make them happier, but we'll for sure pass the vote because it'll be 25. We only need 10, so we even have room in case we get hit with some unlucky things, but some unlucky events. Let's double check. I think we have one built already, but maybe not. Let me look. Yeah, we do actually. We have one. Oh, we have one in Dublin. I thought it said we had one here. Let me see where it's at. Oh no, I see. Yep, I'm sorry. This is where they could potentially be built, but you don't actually know. So it doesn't say there's a cost. I'm not seeing a cost associated with it. It will stimulate the economy a little bit. The only downside is it gives them more power, right? It gives them local burger power 25%. They're already fairly strong as it is. They're at 19%, so they could afford to go a little more. Let's go ahead and support it. And the main reason is we want that thing to pass in Parliament, because that's going to move us towards decentralization again. We're currently 47% centralized, and that'll move us to 57. So yeah, we're at that point where we can't really move it on our own. We need to get these things to move it. So anyways, that is what we're doing. Wait, where did we build it? I'm gonna look at it now. I think it instantly builds. I don't know where they're building it. I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere. I'm definitely not complaining though, because like I said, I don't want to pay for it. There you go, it passed. That moves us towards centralization. Should put us in the 50s. Yep, 57. So now we are currently getting 5.7 proximity cost reduction out of 10, and our crown power is 28, plus 28%. Exactly where we need to be. Here we go. England is finally done with their wars. We can cancel. Let's go to our diplomacy. Actually, diplomacy with them. Cancel tributary. There we go. And we should be making quite a bit of money now. Yep. That gets rid of the diplomatic spending by a massive margin. Let's let it update. We're still spending a lot of money on diplomacy, but that's because we're maintaining all these diplomats. But we can scale that back soon because we just need to improve relations with some of our vassals, and then we can pull that back. Yeah, we don't really have that much in terms of expenses. 2 more, let's see, 1 more. Yeah, there's 1 more to start the annexation. This one's almost done annexing, and then we'll have our island consolidated. We got to figure out if we want to build more ports, and it might not be a bad idea. Maybe just put them on this towns and stuff. This is actually a good one. We can just leave this one that the AI built, and then maybe 1 more right here. So we'll have 1, 2, 3 forts right here, and then maybe 1 in the north. Although I don't think the northern one is going to help too much. I think we should be able to hold Scotland off. Oh, what the hell just happened? Scotland got chopped up? Did he take these? Did England take these as vassals? I think that's what he might have done. Maybe we should have stayed under his tutelage as a tributary, because then we could have gobbled those up too. Shoot, I didn't know he was going to do that. And I don't understand at all why Scotland failed here. They should have easily taken that. That was an easy war for them to win. They had more troops in this area, and they were getting attacked by Scotland. Did they expand down here too? How the hell did France lose? France was destroying them. That's really odd. Are these guys interested in an alliance? Minus 54. It's not that bad actually, but yeah, it's not close enough. Alright, restarting the annexation of the final vassal that we have over here. This one is pretty much done. Yeah, it'll be done next month. And then this one will be done in like 5 or 6 months. It's a tiny country. So there we go. That's the one in the south. We will hang on to that fort, but we will definitely get rid of everything else. So this stuff is garbage. Okay, it looks good. They didn't build anything too offensive here. It's not great, but it's not terrible. And then this castle is in a wool province. Yeah, I would prefer the castle to be on the town and not here. But I don't know if we want to spend the money to move it over, because that is kind of pricey. Castles cost 130. That would be our whole, about half of our budget right now. Honestly, we probably don't even need it, but it's probably better to hang on to it then. Yeah. Also, we can start our navy now. Let's go ahead and build a early carrack. That's going to take quite a while, and it's super expensive, but yeah, we need to do that if we want to take on Scotland. Although they're getting spanked right now, so maybe it won't be that bad. We got a couple more cores. That means these things are of the same culture. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. They're all pretty much Irish. Here we go. We are fully united now. No vassals in here. It's just us. So we'll have to keep an eye on control and see what it does. Because like I said, I don't think it's going to stay here. It will probably go down quite a bit. Okay, that reminds me. Let's double check the buildings here. We do have some offensive buildings. Get rid of that. And in a little bit of time, we'll be able to actually implement RGO spam and just get all these, and it'll be accurate. So looking at this, yeah, it's pretty good control actually. I'm kind of surprised for how early it is, and we don't really have much text, just the road networks. That's not good. England just picked up Castile as an ally, so if we want to go to war with him, we have to deal with Castile, and they always have a lot of navy. They'll come up here and drop them. They'll do big drops. So that does complicate things. Man, wish we can get an ally. It's been the whole game we haven't had a single ally. It's just vassals. They didn't even want to be our vassal. We had to force them. So alliance is still minus 54. Well, I don't know. Maybe Scotland would team up with us against them, but I don't think it really helps. Minus 10. They would actually do it if we increase their relation, because our relation's pretty bad. I don't know if it's worth it though. He seems to be very passive and just kind of doesn't do anything. He's only got 18,000 troops now. 18,000 manpower. We're up to 11,400 manpower, but that's not all the troops we can... yeah, we have more manpower than that, so... Also, it's time to start expanding our RGOs around our capital. There's some down here that are more profitable right now, but they're losing control, so it won't stay that way. We'll focus on this area for now until that evens out. Also, it might be time to get rid of this Celtic tradition and no longer be a tribe. We could reform into a monarchy. We have less than 25 hours. Wait a second. So we don't qualify. We have less than minus 25 aristocracy versus plutocracy. So I think you have to have aristocracy to form a monarchy. So I guess we're just going to stay a tribe for a while. That's fine. I mean, we don't... It doesn't matter. We could still get rid of this either way. What other ones would we pick up, though? So there should be some new ones in here. Yeah, plutocracy. We got parliament base support plus 5%. That's actually really good. It gives us plus 0.1 monthly progress to plutocracy, and then legislative efficiency I don't think makes much difference. We don't need this. We don't need garrison size or fort maintenance. That's irrelevant. Plutocratic ethos, I think, is what we'll probably try and do. So if we switch it right now, it's going to cost us 20 stability. I think it's worth it. Yeah, see, this one's giving us decentralization, which I don't want. It is, yeah, it's also giving us traditional economy. We don't want that. So nothing in here looks appealing. Let's change it. So we will change it to plutocratic ethos. There we go. And now we should have an easier time getting these where they need to go. Yeah, and because we are no longer the king or whatever, we left the High Kingship of Ireland. It just disbanded. There's nobody left. Does that mean we still cannot be... Oh, where are you? We still can't be a monarchy. Yeah, so that doesn't make a difference. We'll have to figure out... I don't know if that really makes that big of a difference anyways. What benefit do you get? Chieftains gain satisfaction. Yeah, there's really not that much of a reason to become a monarchy, I guess. Succession laws. So we would get access to more policies and stuff, but I don't know if it's worth it necessarily. All right, I think at this point, there's not a whole lot to do until we can actually take somebody on. I think Scotland's going to be the primary target. Let's see what their navy is looking like. So only 6 ships, 4 galleys. So we could take that on pretty early, actually. We only need a handful of these heavies, the carracks, and we should be able to handle them. So let's get these built, and then we'll try to go to war with Scotland. We don't have our CB anymore, so we do need to create that. Oh boy. We are not neighbors, so we can't do that one. Yeah, maybe we should have stayed as the High King, because now the only way we get a CB, I think, is through our court. Or we could just do a no CB war, which it's not that big of a deal. 25 stability, we can get that back in, you know, 5-10 years or something. But still, it's kind of annoying. Here we go, our first Carrack is ready. She's a beauty. Thing is massive, and it should be able to stomp those galleys that they have. Now, we can allow this guy to move around. We could also recruit to him, so that when they're done recruiting, they just go straight to this. We'll do that. Let's set him on a mission to patrol the seas, and we'll just do maybe, I guess we can do all of them. I don't know if, yeah, I guess we can do all of these. Probably a bit too much. I think if you do that, it dilutes. Oh, interesting. Yeah, why don't we do this? Let's back out of that. Let's patrol, and let's just do Irish Sea. Everything in the Irish Sea. No, goes way back there. Celtic Sea goes back there. We just want the stuff along our coastline. I think these 4 should be fine. So let's do that. We'll build up our naval presence. So we click on this, we could see naval presence. We don't have much, but it will build up now. So the naval presence essentially helps reduce the control loss that you get. Well, so essentially if we have a road from here to here, it'll give you a certain amount, but if you clear the same thing on the ocean, you should be able to get more control going through the ocean path. So I think this will open up more control here. We do it right. Yeah, I mean, it's at 60% right now, which is not bad. Also, we probably need to unmothball some of these and just delete. Right, we probably need to delete some of these things. What I might do is subsidize the naval supply guilds, because we do need those to maintain our boats. So we'll just leave them on. And then some of these other, yeah, these ones just don't, they're just not making much money. So we could probably dump them. They're doing okay for now, we'll leave it. But yeah, like if we did a tailor's guild, we'd be making way more money. And then same thing here, once we get more, yeah, we can only do 5 now, but we can upgrade that soon. We got to be careful with our capital. We need a few extra slots open, so we have 5 available, but we still have, where's the market? We still have marketplace room, so let's do those 2 right now and get it done with before I forget. And then we'll upgrade the market warehouse as well. We'll get everything maxed out for the market and see if we can bring in some more trade. We do need an admiral now as well, since this guy's on the seas. Both of these guys are pretty good. Actually, we have a lot of really good nobles. Yeah, not bad at all. We need mostly naval presence, maritime presence, so Diplo is probably going to be the most important one. We can have this guy do it. We can always remove him later, but let's get him some XP. Alright, we took on a parliament support for the forest. We got lucky and got a +10, so we're above the limit, although we'll probably get hit by a negative soon. But hopefully not. Our guy is getting really old now. He's almost 70. That is super rare. Kind of unfortunate too, because his stats aren't particularly good. He's kind of middle of the road. But yeah, if he dies and we get a better one, that would be ideal. What's our heir looking like? I think ruler's son, daughter. It doesn't specifically say who the heir is though. But neither of them are particularly amazing. You know, I was thinking this parliament support thing that we're about to pass, it's only going to give us a +1 to forestry right here. We've already got it kind of maxed out, so I guess it'll help in that sense, but there are some laws that we haven't touched in a long time that we might want to mess with. So there's this one, not local courts. Actually, the censorship, get in there and double check. So this one, oral tradition. This one is giving us spiritualist and communalism. It's making it very hard to progress in those categories, especially in communalism. So if we get rid of it, spiritualist is not good. The only thing that would be, we would basically swap these out. No, it would mess with our spiritualist. We would get a higher literacy rate on a bunch of people, which would help quite a bit. But I'd rather go long term. So this one also has serfdom and traditionalist. We don't want either of those. We don't want spiritualist. We want communalism. So the only one that's going to help is this one, epic tradition, because it doesn't have any good or bad. It's just kind of a nothing burger. So let's swap that. And then we should see some movement down here finally on communalism. There we go. It's basically not being pushed in either direction. So when we flip this on, we can scoot it over to individualism and have that start to take over finally. Not that big of a deal. It also gets rid of spiritualist, because this one is really hard to get rid of. It's stuck way over there on the left. So just get every little bit out that we can is helping. So same religion. The heir religion, we need to change that one next as well. I don't care what the heir's religion is, so it's giving us a 0.1 in the wrong direction. So yeah, we'll have to deal with that. And we'll constantly be fighting the clergy. That's going to be a tough one. It's all right. We do have a couple humanist things in here that are helping, so it cancels that out. We need to get rid of this, and then we'll have to fight this religious intolerance. I think we get rid of that by just converting everybody, which shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, we're moving a few things in the right direction at least. Nice. Another baby at age 68, so this dude's still getting it up. Good for you, man. Wait a second. I made a mistake. I changed the law manually instead of using the vote thing, so it's not a big deal. Let's do the law change. I know it's the one that we use for the heir tradition, so heir religion. We'll go with the one that gives us humanist. There. So now we just changed two things in one. One of them intentional and the other not intentional. But yeah, that should help us in the long run. And looking at the maintenance here, it's 0.7 per carrack. So if we get 10 of these things, it's going to be chewing up most of our income. But I think it's probably worth it. The only thing I'm worried about is how much Navy maintenance with the sailor. That's the one that's going to be the hardest. Although even at 10, we would still be positive. So 10 would be minus 30, and we're making 38 right now. So we're actually in pretty good shape here in terms of getting some of our naval dominance going here. Let's start another carrack down here. Yep, and then we'll keep building our industries out. All right, our second carrack is out. We're paying 1.4 maintenance. So yeah, that's going to eat into our profits here. But like I said, it will allow us to take over the seas here. Let's get another ship. We're just going to spam these things out as often as we can. Luckily, we have a few docks that we can use because these things take, I don't know, 2 years to make? 2 or 2.5 years? So it does take a while, but with 3 docks, not a big deal. Ooh, nice. The rare capital economy boost. So +5 towards that direction. It's going to piss off our traders. They're still above 25%, so no rebellions. No big deal. Oh, I just realized this settlement, there's not that many people here, but 5,000 of them are Scottish. So I don't know how that happened. Oh, he just bit the dust. Did he make it to 70? No, he died at 69, giggity. He almost made it. Almost made it. All right, let's get our kids married out. This is our ruler's daughter. So it doesn't really matter. We'll marry one of our vassals. Yeah, this guy's got good admin. We'll take that. And then we have another kid that needs to get married. This is our ruler's son at age 19. Perfect. And it says they have a lady, but they're not on the list. So it's all right. We'll marry him out. We'll just arrange a marriage. So we're looking for, yeah, high admin, but not old ladies because we need to have a lot of kids. So what the hell, dude? Right, how about high diplo? Oh, high military? Younger one? Nope. Look at, we can marry grandma here. Okay, the pickings are getting kind of slim. Can we sort by age then? Because our guy's young, he's like 19 years old. Probably doesn't want to be with a 50 or a 60-year-old lady. There's a 17 right here. She looks half decent. She's kind of middle of the road across the board. Let's just do that one. Go. I'm looking through some of these personal, what do they call it? The reforms? Yeah, government reform. So we have food production plus 20%, but it's giving us serfdom 0.1, which we don't want. So we'll end up replacing this to figure out what to replace it with. So we can use free subjects, but this one's not very good. It's only 5% levy size increase. Gives power to peasants a tiny bit, but I mean, they don't have much power to begin with, so that shouldn't be a problem. And then there's a lot of blocked ones, which I would love to get. So for example, Parliament request issue support needed, -5%. So that would be easier to pass a bunch of those laws. It would give us innovative and free subjects. Both of those are good. There is, oh, that one's not good. There's this one, the harbor admin. We need 50 naval to be able to do that. And we're currently at 21. So it's going to take a while. But if we can get to 50, we can enact this. -5% naval maintenance, which is good because we're going to have a very expensive navy. But more importantly, it gives us progress towards naval. And then every owned coastal location gets proximity cost reports -5%. That's huge. And then local monthly development growth 10%. I think that's probably one of the best ones here. There are some other ones that are decent. Monthly research growth and innovation, that's decent. I don't know what trade maintenance does, to be honest. Emergence cost. Yeah, that's probably not that impactful, but the capital economy is good. And then monthly inflation, that's good, means you can mint more and not have to deal with inflation. We're not going to be using galleys, so that wouldn't help, but naval and belligerent would be good. This one we have to have narrow topography. Yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, so most likely we'll save up for harbor admin, and then in the next age we'll probably get more reforms that we can do. But yeah, we've had that one since the beginning, I think, and it's not a good one. I mean, it was okay in the beginning, but it's not good now. I think it's time to start developing the economy of another city, another town. So this one in Loch Garman, there's some options here. We have a lot of capacity. Yeah, we still have half of our capacity here. So, let's just double check. There's nothing else here. You know what, let's get rid of this stupid mason. That'll free up some capacity as well. Yeah, we have our dock. We have all of our important infrastructure. Let's double check down here. Yeah, we got all the important ones. So now let's start expanding the economy here. We've got Tailor's Guild will give us 1.36. That's a lot. And then Spinner's Guild, another 0.95. We'll take those two. Let's build this town up next, since it is somewhat close, and we've got almost 60 control there. We got our third Carrack up and running. We need to save up some money to buy another one. They're about 100. So we'll wait a few turns. Our money is starting to come back in now. Getting up above 10 at least. And no, we don't want to go Spiritualist. We want to go Humanist. We'll take the other one. Interesting. It looks like Scotland ripped away... So there's two Galloways. There's the English Galloway and there's the Scottish Galloway. Earldom of Galloway, Jarldom of Galloway. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened here, how they got that without going to war. But we should definitely attack Scotland soon. We have more than enough boats to handle them, I'm pretty sure. They only have 6 and they are... Yeah, they're not good ones, I'm pretty sure. So last time they only had a couple galleys. Yeah, 4 galleys, Mediterranean galleys, which are decent, but they can't compete with what we have. So even right now we could do it, but with 4, for sure we can do it. So yeah, let's try it. Once this carrot comes out, we'll go to war with them. Oh, we don't have a freaking CB. Yeah, CBs in this game are kind of a pain. You used to be able to do a CB if you're bordering somebody, even with a C tile. Doesn't seem to be the case now, so there's no CB that I can pass right here. Well, I mean, we could do the trade conflict, but I think it blocks you from taking land. This one, we are not their neighbor, but technically we could get it. We just need to take at least one settlement from them. So maybe we could do it. Why don't we do trade conflict? Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm an idiot. We do trade conflict. We'll take one piece of land and then we'll use that as a springboard, I think. Yeah, why don't we do that? We can take something that's got some really nasty modifiers for combat. So this one's a +1 to attacker penalty. And then there's another +1 because it's hills. So forest and hills, they'll get basically 2 malice to this area. Maybe we can take it, throw a castle up there or something. I don't know. But yeah, let's start our spy network. We'll get that going, and then we can probably build another Carrack in the meantime anyways. I'm going to keep building Carracks here just to make sure. I mean, we need enough to compete with England anyways. And if I recall, they have at least 9 heavies. They have 10 heavies. Yeah. Heavy is the early Carrack, so it's the same as what we have. They do have light ships and galleys as well, so if we want to compete with them, we have to have a pretty significant amount of the Carracks. And man, that's going to chew into our economy, but we need it anyway, so not much we can do about it. All right, we're going to start building up Port Lairg. Lairg? I had no clue. I'm assuming the accent is on the A, so Lairg. Port Lairg. That's fine. Loch Garman we've been building up, so we'll get that one running. This one actually has some pretty decent ones, so 1.35, and we have 40% control, so it's not great, but it's better than nothing. Now, how are we looking with control now? Everything should be mostly decayed out, although, yeah, 39, and I think that's because there's a port here, right? Let me check. So this one has harbor, yep, that's what it is. It's a natural harbor with a wharf and all that stuff. Harbor capacity is 110%, so that reduces naval, where are you? Proximity cost to the port minus 82%. So most likely the control's flowing through the water here, which is perfect. And that's what I like to do for the entire island. The interior stuff, we'll have to build some roads, but most of it will probably connect through naval power. And I think we'll be better off if we do that. Okay, so that said, this one has actually almost the same control as this one. But this one doesn't have a natural harbor, that's why it's not nearly as strong. So what is causing this one to have such a good harbor? There's got to be a modifier here, or it's just this specific one. So if you go around, yeah, see, these 2 have really good ones. These 3 actually. This one not good, not good. This one's only half decent because we built it up, but yeah, these are not natural harbors. These are not natural harbors as well. Wow, none of these. So I guess in the future, this would be a much better spot to spam. You can get towns right here. These three right here would be ideal. You'd be giving up 2 wool provinces, but it's probably worth it considering the extra control that you would get. And then over here, this is decent. Yeah, natural harbor suitability is 75%. Does that boost control? I don't think it does because we don't have a port or a harbor. I think as soon as we build a town there, it'll go up. The only downside here, sparse vegetation. Actually, that's not really that big of a deal. The hills do kind of hinder it a bit. Yeah, proximity impact is 25. Huh. Well, that's good to know. And I don't think there's anything on the back side of the country here that's gonna... This all looks pretty rough. Not ideal for harbors anyways. Dock and a wharf, protected harbor. So you can get it up without having it, but costs a lot of money in maintenance. Oh, there's actually one right here. Yeah, I wish the AI did that. So this is, like I said, this is not a good spot for it. And it's got beeswax. This has fish, which is just a throwaway resource. It's terrible. But that natural harbor makes it really good. Yeah, proximity cost for the port. It's got some decent modifiers here. And looking down this way, I don't think we're going to find anything. Yeah, our original capital was terrible as well. So that's it. There's a spot up here. There's a nice chunk down here. Oddly enough, there's nothing on this side though, which is where, I guess, where our capital is. Now, wait, was there one on this side? No, because right around here would be the best spot, somewhere in this area, because it's kind of in the center, but I guess maybe it doesn't really matter. But yeah, very interesting. 40%. Yeah, 40% control. And actually, it looks like the control radiates from here. So I think what happens is they go through the ocean and then they go on land to get here. It seems like as the control... I wish there was a way to see where the control is going from. Like if I can click on one and see the route that it's taking, there's probably a map mode for that. Also, there's a harbor capacity map mode, so that would have saved me a bit of time. But yeah, just like we said, there's one that's half decent down here, 3 that are really good, and then 1 up here that's quite good. But if you did that, you would be giving up a lot of this interior. It's going to be hard to get there. So by doing it right here, we're kind of centrally located. Hopefully we can get the best of both worlds. Maybe, you know what, you don't need... No, I take it back. You don't need that for your main, right, your capital. So this is actually, yeah, now that I think about it, this is a really good spot because then you can get here easily. You can also get up here easily so that you have decent control. That's actually, you don't want to build your capital near there unless you're going to have a bunch of these. So like, for example, these 3 are really good. You would build your capital right next to it where it's bad, right? Because you have 100% control anyways. And then you would guarantee yourself 100% control for these 3, all 4 of these. Maybe not 100% in the early game, but I'm sure by the mid and late game you would definitely have it. So that's an interesting idea. You could just have a powerhouse right here. But anyways, back to the work at hand. And unfortunately, it looks like our naval is getting cut off at 27, almost 28. So we're going to have to swap this. Let's go down to capital economy. Nope, that one's capped at 78. Wow, tough crowd on that one. What about individualism? Nope. Did we make any headway on these? That one's still locked. I'm going to go through and see if there's one we can put it on. If not, we'll have to move him to do something else. All right, we can do humanist now. And it's, I think before it was at like 0.01 and now it's at 0.19. So that's actually fair. We'll get off of spiritualist and start moving towards humanist a little bit more. All right, there is another vote here. There's an option to pass a debate that would give us a bunch of docks, 3 of them, and they're pretty cheap too, 26 and 39. It's only 20% support, but the highest support is 24, so it's really not a big difference. I'm gonna go for it. The other option is right down here, seems pretty good. Support a mercantile cabinet. This would move us towards plutocracy. It would also give one of our advisors a boost to admin, diplo, and mill. Doesn't really need it. I mean, it would help a little bit with the diplomacy, but really, I guess the main reason you would do this is for the plutocracy. But even while it's being debated, you do get a plus 20% to the cabinet efficiency. That's actually not bad. I'm thinking maybe this is the right one. Because we don't need the docks. The docks are going to add cost. The docks would be nice for sailors, but like I said, we don't necessarily need it, and they're kind of an expensive building. How much are we paying for our docks? Down here? Yeah, here it is. We're paying 0.3. That would add 0.9 to our total, but it would also give us a lot of sailors, and we are kind of going through them now that we're building a bunch of carracks. But yeah, I still think the other one's probably the better choice. Yeah, we'll do this one. We'll try and go towards plutocracy. And we'll take some cabinet efficiency in the meantime. I think it's probably going to fail anyways. We may not get good stuff. This one will remove spiritual retreats, which I am a fan of. Get rid of those useless buildings. And then reduce levy obligations would be fine. That would give us enough to put us at 45. We'd only need another 5% to pass. So let's do that. We're not using our levies anytime soon anyways. Tax exemption. Less tax for the commoners. Yeah, let's wait. I don't want to keep passing stuff if we don't need to. We only need +5, and then we'll have it. So we'll see what kind of RNG we get. Hopefully we don't get screwed. Oh, there we go. We got our +5. So if it holds, then we'll be good, but I already know it's going to hit us with some other ones. So we'll see. See what the game comes up with. Here's another one of those parliament seats. The problem with granting this one is it's going to give them a lot more power. They already have a decent amount of power. Yeah, it would go over here. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Well, let's guarantee that it'll pass. That's fine. And then, yeah, see, there's no cost associated with it. It just gives burger... Oh, no, it is. Yeah, there is. 0.31. Okay, so that's bad. We don't want that. Okay, well, we won't be doing those anymore. I thought for some reason that they were 0 cost. All right, let's figure out how we can get rid of it then. We probably... Well, we could just downgrade this whole thing for 50. And that should get rid of that building, because that means the burgers are gone. We're not really making any money here anyways. Let's see if that works. But downgrade. Yep. I mean, it costs us the settlement, but I mean, we're not... This is not a good area anyways. I'd rather move it up here to that natural harbor that we had just discovered, right? Yeah, this one. So I'd rather have it up here. This is not a good spot for a place anyway, so there we go. Problem solved. All right, we got an interesting event here on the donation of Constantine. So this is a big event where we can condemn the Papal States. It's going to give us a massive 75 opinion malice. It'll also increase to the Reform Desire, but we will pick up Innovative +5. So obviously we're doing that. So down with you, Pope. You nasty little Pope. Let's see, who is it? Oh, it's in Naples. Is that even the Pope? No, it's not the Pope. There is the Pope. And damn, he's got good stats. But anyways, condemn him. We'll get our Innovative going. All right, we got 1 day to go, and we are still in the positive here. The only other thing we can consider here is if we want to change a law for it instead. Is it worth it getting +10 plutocracy? Yeah, I'd rather not deal with the stab hits because we're still kind of recovering from that, and it's chewing up a lot of our money. So let's let it pass. There we go. That moves us towards plutocracy. We got a little more stats on our governor, but who cares? Not governor, but whatever, our chancellor. Not really a big deal, but this is a big deal. Yeah, it's not going to push past 21.5, and we're already at 39.16. So what does that do for us? 2.5% trade efficiency, but we are only getting, yeah, almost 1%. Expected cost of court is minus 0.75 just about, so that'll save us some cash. We're getting there, slowly but surely. And I know this thing is super expensive, but it does increase our, the warehouse. It does, wait, doesn't it increase our capacity? Trade capacity to owner, trade advantage. The trade advantage maybe not be as important here because we already control the whole thing, but the trade capacity should help, but 0.1 seems kind of small. Maximum stockpiles capacity, that's the one I was looking for. So 200%. Do we need it? I don't know if it makes that big of a difference, to be honest. That's fine. Let's just keep pumping the money back into the economy and growing this thing. We could do RGOs as well if these are not looking quite as profitable, though this one is still above 1, so we'll keep doing that. These are starting to slow down. 0.81 is still not bad, but not when we can put money over here and make more. Or we could just put it into the RGO, which we should probably do. Yeah, let's do that. How's our... Yeah, see, this is just about down to equilibrium. This one's still a little out of whack, but these other ones are pretty much there. 13. Yep, these are all evened out. This one is higher than it should be, maybe? Why is that one higher? Oh, because it has the harbor and it's a town, that's why. Yep. Same thing here. So that's why you see these little spikes over here. Okay, that's good. So now we can actually do the RGOs without worrying about being faked out. Okay, we got salt. That's the one that we don't want to do, right? That has artificially high... Yeah, it's going to go down by 30%, so that's not good. So we ignore that one. We got... Next closest one is Sildara. Just go down the list and pick a few of them off. And we still need to save up. We'll get another carrot going. We have 6, basically. We have 5, and 1 is halfway done. And then we're just waiting for a few more spy network points, and then we'll go to war with Scotland. All right, we hit the age of discovery finally. It is 1437. I think that's the cutoff. We still have not embraced Renaissance yet, but we'll probably just pay for it. It's basically nothing. Actually, let me do that real quick. There we go. Perfect. And we'll just pretend that that happened first. So Age of Discovery, I haven't gotten to, like when I did test runs, I don't think I've gotten to this point. So I'm going to spend a few minutes just kind of reading through this, and we'll see which one's the better one for what we're trying to do. So from what I can tell, this Diplo is literally only if you're going to be exploring and colonizing the New World or wherever. So I'm definitely not doing that. We want to focus over here. This one is decent. So admin is decent at a lot of conversion stuff. Not so much making money. There's a few things in here that'll save you some cash. There's a building cost reduction. There's a urban building cost. So those, I think those two would stack. And then, you know, increasing your mining output. We don't really have that much iron or copper, so that wouldn't help too much. Trade capacity, speed of integration, like who cares? I'm actually not too impressed by this one. I don't mind the military one. It seems half decent. So you get army morale. Who cares? Combat speed is okay. Army tradition is kind of hard to get, I think, unless you're drilling all the time. Navy morale is good. We're going to be using that. Army maintenance and, well, we can't use galley powers, but we can use heavy ship power plus 20%. That's going to be big for us. I think we have to take that. And then Navy initiative. That'll help them get into position faster in those battles. Antagonism received is also kind of nice because we will probably blob out a bit once we get further in. So I'm actually going to go military focus here, which I didn't think I was going to do, but this is a little bit underwhelming. The only thing here that I really like are those two. Well, the two that I like are the building cost reductions. The rest is okay. I mean, pop conversion and assimilation is kind of nice. Yeah, but the other stuff is not as important. So let's go mill focus. Oh, you know what? Before we go to Age 3 text, there's some in here that we really do need to get. So possible government reforms right here, +1. We'll have to go through Renaissance first. So cultural influence, we'll get that. I think we got most of the good Navy ones that we wanted to get here. Clergy estate satisfaction equilibrium would be pretty nice to have too. Yeah, anytime you can keep them happier for free without spending anything is never really a bad thing. Expected cost of court we need to get. Cabinet seats. Oh man, that's really good. So we can have another advisor or whatever you want to call them. Universities is super important as well. We should have done that a lot sooner. Character power or crown power. Chancery max level. I don't even know what the chancery is. Max literacy and efficiency of the cabinet. That's not bad. We also have another law we can enact. There's some really good stuff down here. And then yeah, life expectancy. We were stacking a couple of those. I do want to get to the other age though, so I don't know that I'm going to spend too much time on this. We kind of already cherry-picked the stuff we want. We also have professional armies. Shoot, we didn't get anything from here yet. Damn, we can't even drill our army. We got to unlock it. Yeah, there's some really good stuff here. Coastal fort is interesting. Local maritime presence, that's what I was expecting. So that'll help with control as well a little bit, but maybe not worth the cost. Yeah, there's nothing too crazy out here. The armory is going to be important if we want to hire a standing army, but I don't think they're worth it right now. I'd rather just use the levies and go that route. Yeah, the slave center might be profitable, but I think that's all we'll do in this one. Let's move to the Age of Discovery. So we don't have anything unlocked. We got to go all the... Oh, no. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we do have to spend more time in the other one then. We have to have these fully unlocked to get in here. So the Age of Renaissance had this one unlocked already. Scholarly treatises. So I'm wondering, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 4 in here for sure. So I'm wondering if that's only for Age 2. And then if you get to 4, it's only 3. Yep. So once you get past 2, you're locked until you unlock these then. All right, good to know. So back to Renaissance, it's fine. We got a bunch of queued up. We should be good for a while. Let's keep going. We are ready to fabricate a claim on Scotland. They integrated that Galloway subject back, so they already... I really wish I knew how they did that, but... Alright, trade conflict. We don't have a diplomat. Oh boy. We need to increase our diplo spending here. Let's do that. That'll tank our economy for a little bit, but no big deal. We're almost done improving relations with all these guys, all of our vassals on the side here. So we just need to get rid of some of those. Actually, why don't we get rid of the ones that are maxed out? There's 2 of them. That'll give us some more of our diplo capacity back, and then we should be good to go. All right, apparently you can't do a trade conflict if they don't embargo you. So, we're just wasting our time here. Let me go in and embargo them. Maybe they'll do it back. But if not, we'll just have to do a no CB war. Oh, damn, man. I wish it had that in the tooltip when I hovered over it. It didn't say anything about that, so let's just embargo. Deal. Also, what if we insult them? They're already starting to hate us. Okay, it's looking more and more like we'll just have to no CB, and it's not going to be that big of a deal. We can just take, like I said, one piece of land, we'll core it, do all that stuff, turn it into a little bit of a fortress, and then we'll strike out from there, and then we should be able to use our spy network to mess with them. I'm going to keep this guy in there, though, because it does take quite a while to build up on him. It's 0.5, yeah, 0.5 per turn, so it's not ideal. Can we sabotage reputation? No. Oh, we don't have a diplomat. Yeah, we need to get our diplomat back. Okay, I'm almost done reproving with these guys, and then we'll start working on that. All right, since we're going with a no CB war, let's kick it off as soon as this boat is done in a little over a month, and we'll just kind of go from there. I do want to try to inflict as much pain in these guys as we can, but the problem is, I think they have a stronger army than we do still. Yeah, their army is huge. So they have 469,000 people. We have 961,000, so we have significantly more than they do, but they're still quite strong. Not sure what that comes from. Maybe they have better control than we do. I'll browse around. Doesn't look like it. Down here it looks decent, but I mean, we probably have similar profile, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that. Why their count is so high, but it doesn't matter. We should be able to dominate them on the water, which is more what we're interested in. Also, we just got something with pike and shot. Pike and shot. Yeah, we're starting to get it. Yeah, we need to be at least 20% if we want to pay and get it early, but that's not a big deal. We still have stuff to research anyways. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and fight this dude. So we'll balance our navy out. 2 on the flanks, 3 in the center, and everything over here should be scootage, and they should not be able to reach us. So that should be fine. Start pulling these guys back as we hit 200 relations so we can get some of our diplo capacity back. We're spending a massive amount on diplomacy right now. It's our biggest expense, which is kind of funky. But let's get over here. Try and find their navy first, actually. Can we just roam? I don't know if they actually show you on the map until the war starts. I know I've seen them floating around, but maybe they hide in the harbor or something. But yeah, let's kick this off here. So here we go. No CB war. Let's see what they do with their armies. I'm kind of curious how many troops they'll have. I'm slightly weaker than them. What? Even on the navy? Okay, I'm not entirely sure how to interpret that. It looked like we have way better navy than they did, but maybe not. Let me reevaluate this. Okay, let's do it. So we'll just take the CB hit. Yep. So no CB. We'll declare war. And we should be able to handle them on water, but I'm kind of curious if we... Oh... Wait, did we have... We finally got some naval levies. I meant to do the army. So we got 10k troops in the army that we can call. Let's go ahead and pull them all in. And if they try and land on us, we should probably try to meet them at the water line. So let's get in some kind of central location here. We will blockade them over there, and then I'm sure they'll try and sneak in somewhere else. Let's get a good general going. Go. And I forgot to build a freaking fort here. All right, can we get a castle? No, we don't have the cash. We'll save up a little bit and put one down here. It would be nice to have one. Having it on the city is not really going to help that much in terms of defense, though. Like this, at least there's some negative modifiers, like the woods. That's literally the only one. But if we get it on like a wooded mountain or hill region, that's -2 for their rolls. So that would be a really good one, where if they try to take it, we can go in and fight them. Here we go, we just won our first naval battle with these guys. So we smashed 3 of their transports, and we got a -10% naval damage taken, which will come in handy. Not the best one we could have gotten, but that's not bad. We probably won't be taking a ton of damage with these guys anyways. When we fight against England, we will, for sure. But I think against Scotland, it's probably not as bad. Oh, wow, there's another fight. So we just killed 7 more transports. I don't know why they keep sending them in here. If we move over here, I kind of want them to try and land on us. Yeah, see, there's an army right there, 5k. Let's let them get out from there, and we want to try and fight them when they come off. So 10k versus 5k, especially when they're coming off of the boat. We get a huge bonus versus them. So that would be the ideal situation. If we can wipe most of their army out right now, and then, like I said, just land on one of these islands or something, control it. We don't need to get a ton of war score. We just need a little bit. Cost. Yeah, would leave the recipient 2 fractured. north. I think we can actually take some of their land without even taking their land. We can actually get in here and take a piece. I don't care which one it is, if it's good or not. We just want, yeah, we don't need it to be productive or anything. We just need it to be connected. Like, I don't want one of these disconnected islands. It looks like these you can. There's like a little path here. So these would be fine. Inner Hebrides would be fine as well. And actually be preferable, because then we can use our boats to block them. This also has a hill, woods and hills. So yeah, castle right there would be devastating for them. Although probably not necessary. I don't need the castle. I think we just get people on there. We can block them from crossing the channel with our boats. We can move our army there and then leave and then start moving out. Okay, I see more units moving down here to the south. They might try to sneak out of Dumfries. I think they'll probably try and land somewhere in this area. So let's kind of stay central. Maybe right around here. Just stay at the ready. Alright, doesn't look like they're doing much. We could go blockade their capital. That would probably get them to come out. So maybe we'll do that. Yeah, we don't want to piss the traders off any more than they already are. So let's head over there and blockade. Yep, there's a navy right there. That's their galley navy too, so this could be a decent fight. There's 26k here. They're just sitting there doing nothing. Alright, we got the New World. Got a government reform. So now we can add another one. But I don't think we have the one opened up that we want. We got... Oh, because we just went into a new... what do you call it? A new age. We get some new ones on here. What is outward? What the hell is that? Outward, inward. Right, this is new to me. I've never seen this. So cultural tradition, power projection, antagonism, diplo capacity, and colonial migration. That doesn't sound like anything I care about. Crown power, cultural, monthly control. Yeah, this is the way to go. So we want to go inward. Let me update my little spreadsheet here so I don't have to look every time to see what we want. So it doesn't look like we're taking any of the new ones. This one pushes us towards innovative, but it also pushes us towards outward, which we don't want. We want to go inward. We don't want to go innovative at the expense of another one. This one's also outward. This one would be fine. Transportation code. So building gravel roads cost, paved roads cost, and then basically all the roads get reduced by 10%, and our trade range by 10%, by 20%. That one's good. We're not taking conciliatory or traditional. Don't really care about trade office network. That one we've had for a while as an option. And then this one, the levy size, is the one we were thinking about changing to. Now, we could also save it because we're waiting for Navy to get up. But yeah, that's going to take a while. We want to get harbor admin as soon as we can. But yeah, that's not really a thing just yet. So I don't want to leave it empty. And it's not that big of a change. It's only 20 stability. So why don't we go for... I think the trade one would be decent. Or sorry, the transportation code with the trade range. Can't really go wrong with that. The only thing is we don't build too many roads. So I don't know... It's not going to help us that much. I'm going to go local army organization instead. We'll get free subjects. We'll get a little more levy size. There's no downside there for us. So once that enacts, we'll start pushing towards the free subjects again. So we are blockading here. His big army stacks right here. We'll be able to tell if he leaves. And if he doesn't, that's fine. We'll just keep stacking up all this war score. Basically for free, but I thought blockading made us money. So I'm kind of curious. Can we see if there's money to be made here? Yeah, I don't see anything for it, so I'm not sure. Well, it's good to know that our scootage works. They're not messing with our stuff down here, so it should be the same for England, I think. And then we have vision here, so if we land right here and attack them from this area, we'll have full vision. They won't have vision of it, so we'll have an advantage there. We should be able to outmaneuver them. Nice. We are effectively starving them out, so I wonder if their population's going down right now. They're taking a pretty big hit here. They're negative 27 food, so the longer we blockade, the more pain they go through. They'll have to do something about it. 10,088. Let's see what happens on the next tick. 10,090. So they went up by 2 people. I think they are starving. A couple of their people are starving. Yeah, actually, if you look at the workers here, you can see it going negative. So they're losing their workforce. So their economy should start to fall apart. I'm going to disband these guys for now. Let's disband, and we'll keep an eye. If this army moves, then we'll know, because they don't have any troops besides that, right? 32, 26. So they actually have like 6,000 just roaming around somewhere. It really is confusing how they have so many people here. I mean, we literally have just shy of 1 million, and they don't even have 500,000, but their army is like 3 times or 4 times our size. So I'm sure they're much more efficient with recruiting, is my guess. They have What does that mean? I think these are the levies. I don't know. All right, anyways, we'll keep blockading them. We should be stacking up war score from it. All right, we have a, what do you call it? A parliament session. And we got promote castle works, makes it 50% cheaper to build. I don't like the fact that it gives us defensive. Yeah, I don't want that, but I do like the idea of having a castle that costs 50% less. Only 56 gold to build this thing. But we'll definitely take that. And then we'll probably... I don't know if there's a law we need to change, but... Yeah, actually there is. I think it's the one for the air. No, we changed 2 of them last time. Yeah, that's right. Did 2, so probably not. This war's not really moving. It's going up by 0.01 per war score per day, or per month. So it doesn't look like it's really having much of an effect, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll have to figure something else out. Okay, here we go. I was moving around and they decided to come out. I don't know if it was an accident or not, but yeah, we got attacked by these guys. They have early carracks. No, those are ours. They have galleys, galleys, galleys. So they have 6 galleys versus our heavies. They are probably going to get smashed here. Let's see. Yep, they lost. Scotland has lost. Wait a second. Oh, those are the galleys. Yeah, they lost 4 out of the 7. And we probably didn't even take any damage. Let's take a look. Yeah, very little damage. We can actually... No, we can't repair at sea. There's a tech that lets you repair at sea. I'd like to do that, but it's alright. We'll do that later. So they're going to recharge. I thought it said they lost 4. So why do they still have 7? I don't know. I'm a little confused. There we go. We open up another cabinet seat, so now we can have 3 instead of 4 finally. Right, they're not really budging too much. We did get the war score up a tiny bit more from the battles, but yeah, the blockade is not really doing much. They're minus 25 right now, and if we want to take a small piece of land, we only need 2 more. So we just need to get it over that little hump, and then we'll be in good shape. And then that will keep the missiles are being morons, the game says. We want to keep a fairly low timer for the peace. So if we take a bunch of stuff from them, it's going to make the peace deal really, really long. And so I think we'll keep it nice and short. We also can cut back some of our Diplo spending. Actually, we're back up. We're up to 20 ducats now. Perfect. Oh, they came out again. I don't know if that's a good idea, dude, but we'll take it. So yeah, it says 4 casualties again, but it doesn't say ships lost. So I'm curious what the difference between this is and this. Those seem to be 2 very different things. No, they actually did lose people now. And it looked like we picked up, yeah, we picked up a galley. Probably gonna just scuttle it. I don't really want it. What does that do to our war score? Minus 7, we're almost there. We're almost there, a couple more mistakes and on his part and we'll have it. So should we repair this thing or just scuttle it? Separate specific units. Because I know I can split them in half. I don't want to split them in half. You used to be able to separate and then there's like a menu you could choose who goes left and who goes right. That doesn't look like it lets us do that. Yeah, it's not letting me do that. What if we click on this? Detach galley, there we go. That'll work. And then we'll bring him back home, or can we just scuttle him right here? So disbanding, it will free manpower and reinforcements. That didn't really do anything. Okay, waste of time. I wonder actually if you can still sell ships. I know in EU4 you could sell ships to people. We could have started selling stuff. Economic actions, take on debt. Doesn't look like you can sell ships anymore. That's unfortunate. Anyways, let's keep this war going. We just need a little bit more and then they'll be out. I'm gonna actually take this chance to go back and repair. We'll go back to a fort. Yeah, we'll go back home to our main and then they'll probably come out, but they have a lot less transports now. So I can't imagine them just coming out and attacking, but I guess we'll see. We still have a navy, so if they do try to disembark on our territory, we can just smash them. Yep, here they come. It's only 367 troops though. I'm gonna let them do that so we can keep killing their army and that'll give us even more war score. So let's go ahead and get a few people out. Levies, we got 13,000 levies now, that's not bad. We'll take this one, which is 1,900. Actually, if we get up to 3,000 or 4,000, they will instantly get stack wiped without costing us anything. So that's probably a better idea. That'll put us at 3,000. Yeah, 3,200. We want to get up to 4K though. Let's get one more. What now? Yeah, that's over 4K. They are going to carpet siege us a little bit, which sucks, but alright, we're ready. Let's get our general and go smash. Go. And that's an instant stack wipe, just as expected. They have a 5 stack down here. What the hell are they doing with 5? Oh, they're trying to land more. Alright, let's get over there. We don't have enough to stack wipe that. We might want to call our full army so we don't take any losses here. But yeah, they're trying desperately to land troops over here, and it is costing them now. We're not really getting war score from it. Oh, it's because the occupation of blockades is negative now. Why don't we do this? Let's take these guys, go down and around and blockade them again from here. And we'll leave this side alone so they can keep their armies over here. We do need to unsiege this though. Okay, here comes another army of 6 troops. Beautiful. And that's a stack wipe. Perfect. And that group of 5 won't be able to do anything. So we'll take these 2 back. We'll have everything back under control. And then I think that's pretty much it. Okay, here comes another 250. Perfect. They're going to go down here. He's going to go for Dublin, so that should be an easy wipe. Yep, he's going to go for Dublin. Not ideal. And they just lost the rest of their navy. So 3 boats down. Stack wipe. Let's go stack wipe the rest of these guys and unsiege that. So it looks like, I think if we hadn't taken out some of their navy in the beginning, they probably would have been able to land a lot more than this. And probably more than we could have handled. But we got a marriage offer here. So what is that? Our ruler. Oh, that's their ruler. Our ruler's younger brother. Whatever. And then we can pass a law. Let me look through this real quick. Now, there's one in here that's really appealing in terms of values. So innovative and humanist. We get 0.05 for innovative and 0.1 for humanist. This is really hard to get modifiers for. So I'm tempted to go this one. The only downside is we lose nobility and clergy estate satisfaction, but it does increase literacy for everybody. So there's 3 benefits, right? The 2 values and then 1 benefit for if they're more educated, the research is better, their production efficiency is better, but then we have to deal with lower taxes, right? Because their equilibrium is going to be lower. The clergy estate, I'm not really that concerned about. It's the noble estate that I'd be more worried about. So we might have to grant them something. I don't know. But let's take education of the people because I really want to keep moving down that line. And if we look at over here, we're plus 0.19. What does this do? It moves up to 0.2, so hardly anything. It's kind of odd. Oh, maybe it's not enacted yet. That's why. Yeah, it's only 10%, so it has to actually pass before. We'll try and keep an eye on it. Now, what was I going to do? Yeah, we got to get something for this guy to do. We should probably assimilate Pops into our culture. Let's do over here in Mayo. This one seems to be, yeah, Anglo-Irish. This is one of the worst ones, so let's focus over here. There we go. So we're converting religion, converting culture, and then we are working on humanist. So that's good. Let's continue the work. We got a couple things to do here. Let's probably accept this marriage proposal. We're gonna marry our ruler's younger brother to the leader. It's fine. We've got a law to take. This one's kind of a tough one, but I think we take the plus innovative and plus humanist. It's so hard to get humanist. So I know we'll reduce their satisfaction of the nobility, which I guess we can counter by giving them a privilege if we really need to. Is there one that gives a +5, but like maybe only +10 or 20? Yeah, this one's +5 and then +40. That's not bad. 5 and 20, there you go, but it makes the court cost a lot more, which I have 0 interest in doing. Yep, I think we're just gonna have to deal with it. And we'll use our new, what do they call it, council member cabinet to convert Mayo. Yeah, there's a lot of Anglo-Irish over here. There's a lot right there, so 77%. Yeah, there's probably close to 10k, about 10,000 there. So we'll get all them cleaned up, turn them into Irish, and then we should be good. Let's keep this war going. Actually, we have 20 war score now. That might be enough. I was thinking about taking this, but I don't know if that's enough. Might have to be actually physically connected to be considered a neighbor. Because I've noticed like some of these other ones, like right here, we should be able to generate a CB here because we're connected by a water tile. But that was EU4. I guess EU5, they do it differently. So that's probably not going to work. We need to get, like we could take that one. Actually, if we take, can we take more than one? We can just kind of snake our way in a little bit. Just start taking random stuff and they don't seem to mind it too much. Look at that. We're just going to snake our way through here. We need to make sure we keep at least one so that we're bordering them. Yeah, here we go. They're good with that. Oh yeah, we can go straight border gore here. Really odd that they're letting us take all that, but I guess we can just turn this into a vassal, give most of that away. It kind of makes me wonder, are we getting aggressive or antagonism? We're getting it with Orkney and Scotland only. which who cares? So we could actually beat these guys up a little bit more and try and take more land. Just hollow them out a bit. Maybe it's not a bad idea. I bet you this land is terrible. Is that why? Yeah, there's only 1,000 people here. Yeah, this stuff is garbage. There's pearls here, though. We really need pearls. We go through a lot of them. So that could actually help us a lot if we take over some of that and turn it into a good manufacturing base. Though they built, they built a town on top of pearls. I don't know that that's advisable. Yeah, it's 4. Cost 4 for that. That's probably not a good one to build a town on. Let's keep this war going a little longer. I feel like we can spank them and take more land. So we'll keep it going. They don't seem to be trying to drop on us again. So I wonder if they ran out of boats. I mean, we didn't kill any boats, so probably not. They just gave up on trying to land. I'm not sure. Okay, nothing's really happened. We're just blockading them and causing them some pain. So let's see how much more we can take. It's a lot. Doesn't look like they want to give up any of the coastal regions, which kind of makes sense. But also, I don't really care. Yeah, some of these are pretty good, though. They're asking for a lot. Trying to find one that'll let it sneak through. There's one. There's another. So here we go. We have so much land down here. It's kind of crazy. All right, what else could we potentially take? That is not worth much. I bet you it wouldn't be a bad idea to take a lot of this stuff on the outside. Actually, what if we do that instead? It's funny, it's kind of silly, but it's not going to be all that useful. These could actually be pretty useful if we take all of them and then give that to a vassal. Actually, how are we looking up here? So we could just take everything in the north. It's not worth much, but I know there's vassals up there that would love to have it, and they would probably do a good job with it. Yeah, we take all the islands. We would just need to make sure that we keep at least one settlement that is not... Is that part of Argyle? Yeah, let me take a look, actually, before we do that. Let's take a look at what their provinces are shaped like. Yes, there's one that kind of juts in right here. So if we can give these to a vassal, and if they line up properly, and then we can hang on to this, and then we'll still be bordering them so we can get our CB. So something like that could potentially work. Yeah, we have that already, so that'll be good. They're willing to give us a few more pieces as well, because they really don't like their interior. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good start. Actually, we chopped them up pretty good. Although most of their manufacturing and money and all that's going to be down here, so this is probably not all that useful land for them. But we can make good use out of it. So why don't we do this? What does our aggressive expansion look like? So Jarldom of Galloway cares, Orkney cares, but that's it. And then Scotland, but they're getting chopped up anyways. So we'll take a little bit of cash. No, we won't. Let's just do it. Is there any stray random... there's some down here that we could probably take if we just wait for maybe another month or two. I kind of want to limit their ability to attack us on this side with the water. If we were to take Galloway and then we just shove our boats right here, they have no way of getting through. But maybe it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, one more turn, I think, and we can get another settlement from them. All right, it's a new year. How do you feel about that? They like it. Yep, they're willing. You can see here, if we just keep poking away, we could probably find some here. If we wait like 1 or 2 more days or months, we could probably get it as well. I think this is good though. We're getting a little greedy. Let's go ahead and end it. So there's our peace deal. Ain't she pretty? Man, that's huge. All right, what we need to do now is let's get our boats back. We'll have them chill in Dublin till they repair. There's one guy that needs a little bit of repair. Let's cut these levies loose. Let's go ahead and look at our Diplo and see what we can create. So if we go to create subjects, oh crap, there's nobody here. Okay, so we're going to have to give them a lot of land, or we just core it ourselves, but that's not going to really interesting. I'm so curious why there's nobody up here. Just this one right here. So Lordship of the Isles, Norse Gale. But like I said, the problem is he only wants or has core on this one single territory. So if we give him a bunch of this stuff, he's going to have a ton of rebel issues. Oh boy, I did not see that as an issue because they have... I think it was called Ross. Ross was right here, and then there was another one right here, and then there was the Isles. I mean, we could create our own vassal to handle it, and that's what we might end up doing. Yeah, and if we do our own vassal, he should just automatically turn everything into the right culture, but he's going to be struggling with rebellions a lot. Let's actually go through and clean this up a bit if we can. See if there's any garbage. Dude, these guys just spam these toll castles everywhere. They are everywhere. And then... clan seat. What the hell this thing does? Oh, it's for the clans. Then yeah, let's get rid of that. All this stuff is probably garbage. Yeah, I'm gonna filter through this. Okay, we got rid of a bunch of buildings. They had a massive amount of those the clan buildings, but they don't even have clan members anymore. They're all peasants. Yeah, I don't see any anywhere. So I don't, just a vestige, I guess. Let's figure out what we want to do here. Well, first off, we already have our spy network, so we want to create a CB. We might need to wait a month. So let's just let a month tick by. Okay, everybody's dying on us while we're trying to just let a month pass. There we go. Yep, there we go. We can create a CB, pushback colonizers. That's a really good one. So minus 50% cost for attackers. Next war we take almost everything, if not everything. We could probably take all this. Also, Orkney would be good to attack. That's Norway though? No, it's Scotland. They're technically part of them. Okay, so I guess we're going after all of them then. Actually, we can do a separate CB on Orkney. So why don't we do that? Because we have a ton of spy network. Might as well use it. What about Galloway? No, we don't. We're not close enough to them. And we should be able to slightly stronger than them. Nice. So we are stronger than Scotland now. We'll make them our rival. We can get 2 rivals though. Right. It said that we had another slot for rivals. I don't know where that button is, and it popped off. So I'll look it up later. But yeah, that's a really good start. We'll clean up the rest of Scotland and hopefully be able to continue to develop our main island and be able to compete with England soon. So right now, as it stands, he's down to 341,000 population. Still has 35,000 in the army. I don't know how, but he does. Now we got to figure out what we're going to do here. I don't want to deal with the Scots or the Norse Gael. I'd rather put one of our own vassals in and have them convert and core everything. So what I'll probably do is split it up into a couple smaller manageable chunks, maybe by province or whatever they call it. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, diplomacy, create subjects, custom subjects, do one over here. Nervous what this means. I'm not going to create a vassal with all of this, right? I've never used this one. I usually use the ones that are already in there. Oh, here we go. Sutherland. Yep, we can do that. We want to make a vassal, and then we need to assign someone. Why don't we... Yeah, we can use our family members, actually. So anybody that's part of our estate, or... yeah, these guys aren't that good, which is fine. Okay, so it assigns him to... Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. So he's got this whole area to himself. That's perfect. And we need to see what he's going to do. I don't know if that means he cores it. He still has to core it, maybe. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's keep making subjects. I'll poke through this real quick, and then we'll come back when we're done. All right, so here's what we did. We gave... Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different vassals that we created, all with family members. So hopefully that increases our crown control. I'm not 100% sure if it does, but they are all friendly because they're family. So they're all right around 150 to start with. Is there a modifier for being in the same family? Same dynasty, plus 10. Yep, that'll work. And then hopefully they will have decent control and be able to pay us and have some levies and all that stuff when we are ready to attack. So they'll have like 6 or 7 years. 5 years? That is fast. Whoa, the truce timers are really fast in this, actually, because we didn't take max war score, but we took a lot. Yeah, they got hammered there. So anyways, that's good. And then we're keeping this one right here just in case we lose our CB. We can do another one because we're still technically connected to them. So I don't know if we'll core this one or just give it away at some point. We'll just leave it like this for now. It's not that big of a deal. So that's good. Let's get our boats ready. They are repaired. Let's go ahead and have them roll the seas again. Don't even know what is like a reasonable amount, but yeah, this is something I definitely need to read up on. Like, is there too much? Like, are they less effective if they don't patrol everything? I'm not sure. Or are they less effective if they patrol too much because they can't get to it all? Or maybe it just takes longer. I'm not 100% sure, but let's send them around the whole island and see what happens. Just realized this town is not in a particularly strong area. It's got sparse vegetation. There's no real benefit to being here. And there's also that parliament building, the urban parliament for burghers. And I don't want to pay that. So we are going to downgrade the town and we'll relocate it somewhere else that's a bit more strategic than just in the middle of nowhere randomly. There's some other towns we can get rid of, but I think this one's, yeah, well, it's on fiber crop. I don't really want to do that. And this one was on wild game, which we don't have a ton of. It's oversupplied anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, this was not a good spot for a town. I think we'll keep most of our towns on the coastline, actually. And then the interior will just be for all of the supplies that we need, the RGOs and such. Let's go ahead and plow some money into our RGOs. They're not terrible. Yeah, I think we'll go down to like 0.6. So somewhere around there, and then we'll cut it off. But yeah, these 0.7s, 0.8s, these are all good. It's all solid numbers. And these are ones that have already had their control decay. So these are actual numbers. Yeah, that looks good. So we'll just try and max out our economy as best we can here. We have a decent amount of income now, finally 26. It's kind of what I was hoping to be around. We got more carracks building as well, so we'll get our fleet up to be as big, if not bigger than England, and then we'll try and take them on. We could also scootage these people back here so that they don't get attacked, but I might save it for Scotland so that we can get some help from them. We got a little more room here on our capital. We have, I think, room for 5 more. Yeah, 60 out of 65, so we need to max that out. Let's go with probably top value. So yeah, these tools, weapons, tailor, paper maker, brewer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's it. That'll max it out then. Let's see. One of our guys died. Nephew. Doesn't matter. Our guy's not that old, is he? Oh, he's 55. He's actually kind of old. He came in when he was pretty old, so yeah, kind of makes sense. My wife died. Wife died. Let's try and get married again if we can. Yep. Let's get as many. Oh, there we go. There's somebody we can actually marry, but their stats are terrible, so let's not do that. Let's go ahead and arrange a marriage. Let's get a youngster. So 17. There we go. She should be able to have more kids. Yeah, stats are kind of middle of the road, but that's fine. Yeah, let's just try and pump a few more kids out. So she is, that's our daughter, who's 35. Our wife is 17. Oh, man. Yeah, we have a 35-year-old daughter and a 33-year-old son. We're dating, or we're married to a 17-year-old. That's how it goes sometimes. Time for another parliament. Don't think we want to mess with too many of these things. I'd rather go gravel road and just take centralization if we can get it to pass. So it's at 42%, almost 43. Pretty close. We could also move towards belligerent, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want to be. So let's do bellicose. We're not granting privileges, I don't think. So yeah, expected cost of court. It's not a huge difference, and it's only 20% power for 5 estate satisfaction. That actually might be worth it, but not right now. And then spiritualist, we want to go humanist, so that's not going to work. We need just a little bit more. We could technically do it if we grant this privilege, so we'll see. If we get to the end and we need to get a little bit more, we can do that. Looks like we're not going to get lucky here. We will have to grant the privilege. I think we're going to do it because there's nothing tied to this other than money, and we have plenty of money right now. And I guess if we have to revoke it later, we'll just revoke it. It's not the end of the world. So we'll get this to pass, and then we'll pick up another 10 towards centralization. There we go. We got it. Yeah, that is really good. So we're past the 50. Yeah, we're past the halfway mark now. 67. So our proximity cost is what, 6.7? Yep. Crown power is getting up there as well. So even though we're giving them more power, our power is actually growing because of centralization. So it's not really a big deal. Yeah, there's literally nothing bad from having high crown power. We just got our CBs. So we have one on Scotland and another on Orkney. We do have to wait for the peace deal, for the truces to expire. So August 1st, 49. These go until 51. So we got 2 years time to declare war once it's time. Looks like Scotland just annexed Orkney, so we lost our CB in that, but that's not a big deal. Whoa, he's got... Is that a vassal? He's got a union with Cologne, with Köln. These are... I believe they're an elector. I'm assuming it's still the same here. But yeah, so I guess he's going to get pulled in. I don't know if that pulls everybody else in, but we could technically own some land down here, potentially, in the HRE. That'd be kind of funny. The Irish HRE. Are these guys changing the demographics? They aren't. So they're just kind of rolling with what they have. I want to start getting these guys to convert, actually. So let's see how bad it is. Let's just do it on one and see how bad it messes with their opinion. Annex another subject. We still have that negative modifier, but everything else is dropped off, it looks like. So let's go subject action. There's quite a few options here. Court language. You can have them change policies. Divert trade, embargo, enforced culture. Yeah, we want the one we want is enforced culture. Everybody will become Irish. Now, this does give 100 liberty desire. So, I don't know. We'll see if it screws everything up, but let's try it. They are not happy, but that should decay. It should decay over time. Forts in disrepair for 10 years. We are going to be at war soon. So let's give up some army tradition just in case. Nice, we got a son. In our mid-50s, we got another son. Beautiful. Although not as late as the last ruler that we had. I think he was in his late 60s or mid-60s when he had his last kid. Okay, let's keep an eye on this guy. Yeah, so Liberty Desire on our best is looking like 72. So they would definitely go to 0 as well. Everybody would go to 0. If they don't, if they're at 0, are they still paying us? I think they just don't join the wars, but that's fine because these guys are all on scootage anyways. So that's not really a concern. I think about this. Yeah, so the Liberty Desire goes to 99.5, but that'll decay pretty quickly. Monthly decay towards 0. Yeah, that's exactly it. And then Liberty Desire from events, it goes down 0.5 per month. So 6 per year. That's going to last a while. 10, 15, about almost 15 years. So I guess the question is, do we just do them all at once and deal with it? Not everybody, but maybe all of the Welsh. And I am tempted to do that now because they're, like I said, they're not fighting with us anyways. They're all on scootage. And then as we start to integrate them, we can put them on scootage and change their culture. Yeah, I think we should probably do that. Let me go change everybody's culture and then we'll come back to see how it's going. That actually used up all of our diplomats. I totally forgot about that. In EU4, you could just flip a switch in a menu and it does it automatically. But here you actually have to send a diplomat. So we can only do so much at once. So there goes all our money for a few turns, but not a big deal. I think, did this, I don't see the option to do it. And we have a diplomat ready. So, oh, you know what? It changes their Liberty Desire, but not their opinion of us. Interesting. All right, that's actually pretty good. So enforce culture every couple turns. We have 3 more to do, I believe. This guy we did already. Enforce culture. All right, final one. We just got them to flip, so all these guys should have terrible Liberty Desire, but they aren't going to rebel or anything, so it doesn't really matter. Yep. Sutherland is, where are you? Up north? Yep, up north. Okay, so everybody else is up north. So we should have gotten to everyone. And let's see what their demographics are looking like. Still don't see any Irish in here. Oh, there they are. They're doing it at this place first. So 10%. We're already at 10% Irish there. Let's take a look. So 1352, 1278. Wait, is it going down? Oh crap. Are they making it Northumberland? It should be the same as mine, right? I'm a little confused here what they're doing. So here we go. Irish 16, 16. Yeah, it's going up now. Okay, so this place is doing it correctly. This place is not. What is up with that? And they're not, the Irish aren't going anywhere else. They're all going to Northumberland. 12,495. Yeah, 12,500. What the hell did I just do? Are these guys going Irish? They're going Irish. They're going Irish. Irish. Welsh. Is that not ours though? No, that's ours. Oh, but he's not. Yeah, they do one at a time. So they're doing this one first. This one is Irish. Irish. Yeah, I could see him doing Irish. So why the hell is this guy going backwards? What's going on here? Nice, we have another kid. Building that legacy. Alright, I gotta figure out what is going on with these guys. So why are they doing the wrong culture? It should be our culture. Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah, he might end up being the wrong culture for no reason. Right, we gotta get ready for a war. I still can't figure out what this guy's doing. So he's definitely getting rid of Irish people and turning them into Northumbrian, which is not accurate. That should be Irish. Everybody else seems to be doing it accurately. See, our Irish percentage is going up 16% in most places. So what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you doing this to me? All right. I don't see anything in the subject actions. Yeah, I really don't know. But yeah, at the end of the war, we will be ready for, at the end of the year, we'll be ready for war with Scotland, since that one is running out on August 49. We're in 49 right now. And our CB is good until March 51. Let's keep moving until we get to the end of the year. We got another push towards capital economy. So 5 more. Like I said, this one's super slow. It'll hit our stability a little bit, but that's not a big deal. Also, it doesn't seem like us taking half of his country seemed to affect his manpower pool, which is fair enough. I think most of the population is concentrated in the south, but doesn't really help us too much. So what we'll probably need to do is we'll pass this off to our ally, to one of our vassals here. Maybe give it to Ross. And then we'll scootage all these people. The problem is if we don't scootage, they'll just take all this, and then we're going to get negative war score from that. We don't have enough troops to bully these guys. They just have too much. We have 13, not even 14,000. They probably have more than that. Last time they had a standing army of like 26. I guess that I have no clue how, but that's what they've got. So I think the plan is just to kind of do something similar to what we did last time. So let me scootage everybody, get them ready. Okay, last one. We got scootage out. Let's go ahead and save up. Why did he just get mad? Loyalty. We didn't do anything to piss him off. That's kind of odd. All right, we got a new ruler. She's a very good one. I am a fan of these stats. I'm not a fan of her age, though. 54 is pretty old. She's not going to be around for that much. Yeah, the other guy died at 59. So I guess with a little luck we'll make it. But yeah, why are these guys... Scootage shouldn't ruin their liberty to desire. That's kind of weird. Apparently Scotland joined a coalition against us. Coalition of one. Not that it matters. We're about to take all of his land. So we've got pushback colonizer CB this time. We can take all of his land. Let's double check and make sure everybody is Scootage. And then we need to also give some land. Let's go ahead and do that actually. Seed province there. That does not cost us a diplomat, so that's good. But yeah, all of these guys should be Scootaged. So Sutherland, Ross, Argyle, Outer Hebrides, and Inner Hebrides. Yep, they're all Scootaged. So we're good. All of our vassals are Scootaged. Nobody's going to help us in wars, which is fine. We don't need their help. Do, however, want to keep an eye on their coastlines right here. Make sure we're not going to get lightning struck. So let's go ahead and declare. Pushback colonizers. Just these two. We got to do with Colin, but that's not a problem. And I am curious to see how many troops this guy farts out of his rear end. Alright, I see some troops going down there. Let's see if he's got boats. Alright, he does have boats. We just wiped out 2 transports. You don't really want to wipe out all the transports. 28,500 men. Dude, how are you getting this many people? So Strathclyde alone is 5,000. Teviotdale is 24. Perthshire 3,300. Angus 4,100. Like, that's literally, those two are our entire, those two that are worth, you know, 5k each. That's our entire army right there. Yeah, we're not even at 14,000 anymore. I don't understand how they're so strong. I don't get it, but they also can't really reach us right now, so it's fine. Let's not blockade them. We'll let them, if they want to attack us, we can sink them with their army on it. Or I guess we can get, oh, we got national assemblies unlocked. Let's go ahead and summon our army. Oh, no, we don't need the naval levies, actually. We need our actual army. We'll have them chill in the center here. There, I just saw some boats go, so we got to keep a real close eye on it. We've got a very good commander here. And he's got army attrition, who cares? Could take this guy to get more morale as well, but I think the extra stats are probably better on this guy. So let's go ahead and slow it down. Let's see where he goes. There he goes, 7k. I'm tempted to fight this and not wipe out the boats. So he's going to our previous capital. If we can get there in time, he'll have a lot of debuffs. All right, he just got off the boat, so he should have, no, we got the debuffs somehow. But we outnumber him basically 2 to 1, so we should be able to handle it. All right, now for this, we are going for offensive. Attack is always the best option. We'll move towards offense. That's a nice little surprise. So here we go. Their morale is pretty strong. They're dropping 1,000 off to our south. There we go. They're breaking, kind of. Yeah, we just lost. They lost more troops than we did, so it's going to hurt them quite a bit more, but no, it's not good. It's actually not good at all. Let's go... Well, no, they're going to try and siege, so we can take our time here. Let's get our morale back, and then we'll fight them again. I think what we should do is... Yeah, there's a 10k. We're not letting 10k out. There's zero chance that's going to happen, dude. Get out of my face with that 10k. Full morale. Let's go fight them. Here we go. This should be all transports on their side, I think. Hogs and a couple galleys. Yeah, they're getting spanked. So no actual losses, but they took a lot of casualties. Yeah, unfortunately, their army survived. So let's go back. Let's go back and hide. All right, we're ready for the big fight here. So no debuffs on either side, but we outnumber them like 2.5 to 1. And that is a big hit for them. 1,400 losses. Yeah, they're taking the worst of it, but they have way more troops than we do. So we do still have to be a little careful. Now let's take this back. They want to kill off one of our good cabinet members. I don't particularly care too much because we have a lot of people. Yeah, see, we could just replace him with somebody else. It's not a big deal. Somebody that's not 61. He's going to die like any day now. This 37-year-old should be fine. Okay, I think they'll retreat back to our... Yep, that's where they did. They went back to the settlement that they took. So that's a stack wipe. And we'll recapture. All right, there comes another 11,000. That's probably a bit too much. Let's go stop them. Yeah, we got there just in time. We killed 4 transports. So that will probably kill off a lot of their army. Oh, their army might be gone completely. Did they just lose the whole thing? Yep. Oh, they just lost 19,000 troops. Wow. That's incredible. Did we pick up anything or no? Doesn't look like it. Let's go back and heal. See if they want to try and do it again. And then we'll go stack wipe this guy down here. We have more levies. So why don't we pick up a few more levies so we can just stack wipe this guy without fighting? Is that enough? Oh no, that was literally nothing. Oh, 258, got it. So that's not gonna be enough anyways. Let's just go fight it. Good thing we built that fort, the castle, so that is coming in handy. All right, there's the fight, and it's over already. That was quick. All right, we'll stack wipe them right here. Yep, that's it. They're done. Back up here, and now what are they looking like in terms of numbers? They have 10,324 still. We basically have even numbers, so we could probably get in here and start stack wiping them and taking some forts and stuff. The only thing we got to be careful of is if we lose one battle over there, it's done. So it's kind of like whoever loses the first battle is in trouble. We do have to be a little bit careful. Could raise levies again, get that extra 400. There we go, 10,500. We still have troops scattered around a little bit. Let's get them consolidated. And then what we'll probably do is just go, like I said, I'm not too worried about their army anymore. I think we can handle it. Let's go blockade. There they go. And they have, oh, they have transports that are still kind of scooting around. We just caught some of them. There we go. So we're on the capital. I don't see where their 10k is, but oh my god, they just went back up to 24k. How do they do that? Like, how do they actually do that? I don't understand it. Like, I don't know if that's supposed to be a thing, but I mean, it's definitely happening a lot. I'm not quite sure about that. Well, we might not be taking forts again because we need to get on there and siege stuff, but we can't when they outnumber us 2-1, even though we just stomped them. So that's pretty frustrating. I wish I understood what was causing that so we could stop it. And if there's no way to stop it, then at least we'll know that's what's supposed to happen, but it just feels like it's not supposed to happen. Like, you don't just grow 10,000 troops out of nowhere. Maybe there's like an emergency manpower button that replenishes mid-war. I don't know. Maybe it causes a bunch of war exhaustion or something. Either way, we still got to deal with it. Let's, damn. All right, let's put our boat back in harbor. Yeah, they have 3 transports right there, so I would love them to try to come out and try and attack something. So let's speed it up a little bit, see if they get brave. All right, I just saw 3 boats zoom across over here to Dumfries. So let's see where they end up going. But we're actually getting really lucky here. We got more support. We just need a tiny fraction of a percent more, which we can get if we any of these would work technically. But all right, let's see if we can get it without doing anything else. All right, here we go. That's transport. Yeah, there's 2 navies right there. Come on, bring an army. There goes 7k right there. That's a very good fight if we can take it, or we could just wipe them out. All right, they are going for Dublin. Going for Dublin. Just double check. Yeah, arrive on Dublin December 29th. We will arrive, doesn't say when we'll fully arrive. We could always just move our boats out and stop it if it's not going to be there in time. December 29th. I don't think we're going to get there in time. Shoot. Where do we see our movement? 25th? 26th? Actually, we might. 28. Yeah, we'll get there the day before. So they're going to get a disembarked debuff. And our commander has way better combat stats. So this is actually a really good fight for us, while keeping their transports alive so they can do it again in a couple days. So that actually worked out perfectly. And yeah, you can see here they are getting sea landing penalty. And their general is just way better than theirs. So 1,400 losses. That's a stack wipe, right? Because they have nowhere to retreat to. And they did it on top of a fort. So that should add to their several thousand that they lost already. No, it didn't. Wait, no, they must be still alive then. No? I'm so confused. I don't know where they went. All right, they have another boat coming around. I saw them whipping around. Let's see. Yeah, no new tariffs. We're going to go capital economy. We have plenty of satisfaction for the traders, the burgers. So that's just going to move us further away from traditional. That one's a huge pain in the butt, man. I suspect it's more of a mid to late game thing anyways. There you go. I see 6,000. I see another 6k coming. I wish I knew what happened to the one that just happened right now. The Dublin? Yeah, so there's 1,400 lost, but I don't see where the other 7,000 went. They were here and now they're not. Right, can we raise more levies? Another 243. That's fine. Here we go. Yeah, that's actually decent. That'll push us above 10k again. All right, here comes... Yep, there's another one right there. And we did not pass the expanded shipbuilding thing. It's a shame. All right, another 7k. They're going to be there February 27th. We've got 6 days, so 8 days. We are going to be there February 23rd, so we'll be there 3 days early, and then our reinforcements are coming in right behind. Make sure they're not stealth dropping somewhere else behind us. Does not seem to be the case. No, we could move our navy out behind to wipe these guys out so that they don't have a way to retreat, but they don't seem to retreat anyways, so maybe it doesn't really matter. Yeah, easy win. They got a lot of casualties on us still, though. I'm kind of surprised. So yeah, see, there's no troops on this ship. So where are all those troops going? They're not getting completely wiped out. So it's a little A little curious what's going on there. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, well, our war score is going up pretty nicely. I am kind of curious, what kind of war score would it take to just completely separate these guys? Separate them from England? Or, I guess, just take everything? But we would still have to take these 3. But if we take all that, peace offer's only 49. Yeah, see, we could take pretty much everything because the war goal is really good. The pushback colonizers, the CB's pretty good. But we still have to get in there and siege all these down. Here comes another group. This time they're going to Drokhed Atha. So we'll get on there. I'm tempted to take these transports out because that's really annoying that they just sail away for free. And, I mean, we're getting a decent amount of casualties. We're taking a decent amount of casualties too, though. So there we go. There's 3 transports down. That should mean all those troops are dead. Right, let's see if it counts. Yep. 30,000 losses. So they're just getting trounced. The only problem is we just killed the transports. So I don't know if they're going to have any more boats. Oh, we just got attacked. First rebellion against Sutherland. Who the hell's Sutherland? Oh, that's the guy up here. Oh no, they're getting attacked by literally 2 peasants. Okay, I guess they want help with that. Well, we still can't go over there because they have 19k. We have 9,500. So even fighting this 9,300, it'll probably just be a wash, if not a loss, because we just have straight peasants. Okay, here we go. There's another 7k coming in, or another 5k. Where are they going to go? All right, here they come. I think it's going to be down here somewhere. On Dublin. Yep, right on Dublin. So we'll get the beach landing debuff on them. They have another 5k coming. Okay, let's let that first 5k up, and then we'll take out the second one, because I don't want to fight 2. I don't want to fight 2 stacks. All right, let's see if we actually got the kills for that. It was at 30k. No, we didn't. So I don't know if that was a graphical glitch, but there was definitely 5k on there. That was not this one that we're destroying right now. Yeah, about 2-to-1 ratio on the kills. It's like I said, it's going to attrition us down. We're going to run out of troops at some point. But that's another army down. 31, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get where all these troops are going. Maybe they just respawn back at their home base. It's kind of weird. They swim across the ocean. I remember when I went to England and we traveled to Ireland, we took a train all the way up here, kind of on the border of Wales, and then there's a big port that you can take. We took a boat from here all the way over to I think we went to Dublin. It's either Dublin or Belfast or something. I can't remember which one we did on it, to be honest. But yeah, oh, you know, maybe we came up. No, but anyways, it was like a 6 hours or something. It was several hours, so swimming that would be not too fun. Let's get these kids married. How's our war score looking? It is acceptable now. We just need to take this, and we don't even have to take the forts. I wonder why that is. That's odd. 5. Let's see what it says about this one. It says the province capital needs to be occupied for it to be part of the peace deal. That makes total sense. I'm glad that you don't have to take everything for that, though. We could just sue for peace and then do it another time. It's literally going to be 3. We won't have to deal with this gigantic army that he's got, and we could just do it directly. And we might want to start competing with England at some point soon. So we'll probably scootage all of these guys as well, I think. So vassals, we'll leave one little province. We'll scootage everything else, or maybe like one section, and then we'll scootage everything and go from there. Right, is it worth it to try and fight these guys? Yeah, look at that, dude. 12k. 12k, bro. How are you freaking having this? Let's give him a little bit of time and see if he sends it. Maybe we can get in there and do it. I would love to do it all in one war. I don't want to take massive risks or massive losses when we already have a guaranteed easy win. Right, we've taken 5,600 in losses, which is pretty hefty. Why don't we take out the rest of our levies again? At least get back up close to 10k if we can. Right there, he has another 1,000 right there. And that there's a 12k was moving down south, so they're probably going to come after us soon. We're down to 9,300. Yeah, we're definitely taking losses. I might kill the transport from now on, just to zero them out so they don't keep coming back. All right, here we go. There's more transports. Yep, 7k. And we're just going to kill the transports this time. Yep, 0. So there goes 7k. They are down to 15k. They had 38,000 losses. So insane how much damage that does. Are they going to do it again? They still have freaking 20,000 troops. Oh man. It's going to be funny when we take everything except for the capital region and then they still have 30,000 troops. I wouldn't put it past this game to do that. So hopefully not, but I wouldn't be too surprised. I guess we can wait a little bit longer. We're not in a terribly big rush. What we should probably do is start building a spy network on England, because he will be next Well, at some point he'll be next. Still, yeah, he's still part of Ireland. And then Galloway is still part of, or sorry, part of England. This guy's still part of England as well. So, yep, we got to spy on him either way. Would love to be buddy-buddy with France and see if we can gang up on this guy. Even share, no. Is that war? Okay, so if we drop the war, it's 130, it's only minus 37. I really don't know what else we could do to boost that up. Because we did improve relation quite a bit. 59, so we can do a little bit more, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. All right, let's get back to it, see if we can get these guys to drop on us again. All right, there goes a boat. Yep, they're starting to ship it over. Here they come. Send it, boys. While we're waiting, let's go ahead and build some stuff so we're making money at least. All right, we're fully staffed. Yeah, we're full. We have no room. We can't build anything else. Or if we do, does it give you a debuff or something? Is that gonna have 66 levels? We have 66, but it's still letting us build. Because you can go over your limit on a lot of things, but it just gives you some pretty nasty debuffs that scale depending on how far over you are. So I'm assuming they do the same thing with this, but I don't know, maybe not. These guys are having trouble getting enough workers. We haven't built anything here in several years. So what's up with that? We should be able to build some stuff here though. 0.7. 0.7 is not bad. 0.6, we'll do those two. And then we'll get some RGOs. These guys are 0.58, 0.55. I don't want to go below 0.5 yet. We still have plenty of options to make more money than that, so we'll just spend a little bit. Okay, back to the war. It looks like assimilating Mayo is done. Let's go ahead and switch it to somebody else. Not yet, that one's fully done. By Tipperary, that one's got a lot of people. Also, kind of funny, it's letting us take land down here. We can't take the fort or anything touching the fort, it looks like. It might be the capital region, so we can't touch the capital region, but we can take everything else. So this will give us land down here that we can start expanding into, I think, potentially. But yeah, we'll definitely take that if they're going to let us have it. But I would love to get over here and take this, but not against 18,000. They still have, or they 19,000, almost 20. Yeah, I wish I knew how they were breeding soldiers that fast. That would be a very useful skill to have. And it doesn't look like they're going to move anymore. I've waited at least a year, maybe two, and they've been moving transports around, but they haven't really done anything with it. Interesting. I've never seen this before. You can take over the market center. It looks like it gives. Oh no, it doesn't. We're getting aggressive expansion further south. So why don't we put this guy's land back if we can? How about that? Galloway. Yeah, we don't want England to be in it. We take maybe just one. Yeah, we can take one. I guess we should figure out which one we want to take. What does it look like down here? So we take this one. We're probably not going to fight the Palatinate. He seems pretty strong. Munster doesn't seem too big. 7,000 troops. That should be reasonable. We might be able to come down here and expand. So why don't we just take one of these? Which one gives us the least? 75. This one's the weaker one. So why don't we take that? And again, it doesn't put us in coalition territory with England. Only Galloway. But Galloway should be wiped out on this war, and then Scotland's pretty much wiped out with this war. So we'll take all that. Let's go ahead and get war reps, all the cash. But we need anything else from these guys. Oh, we could ask them to dismantle the fort. No, we can't. That is a bridge too far. We'll take the land, but they say don't touch the fort. No, we can't humiliate. What is... War score's too high. So we back off the money just a tiny bit. We'll get 300 gold, war reparations, bunch of stuff. We'll move the market to our area instead of theirs. And then we're in good shape. So very successful war. Pretty much dismantled Scotland. They have one tiny little piece of kingdom left. And oddly enough, their troops went up somehow. So they have 40,000 troops now. We'll see if the monthly tick resets that, but I suspect it probably won't. And they're just going to have 40,000 troops for 3 tiny, tiny pieces of land, which would be pretty funny, but kind of ridiculous. All right, we're probably going to scootage all these people. So let's get rid of anything we don't need. Probably don't need all these forts. We'll make sure that our vassals are well funded. So we'll just get rid of all this stuff. Keep building absolute nonsense. Right, no more forts. There is a fort down here. I kind of want to keep that. Well, we need to keep something on the border with England so that we can fight them. The problem is they're going to have a massive army. We need to be able to get our CB off, so we'll keep at least one piece of land. What does this look like? So like if we keep this tiny piece, this would work. This is a separate province, and it borders both England and his little vassal, so we could do that. Let's also get rid of fort here. Yeah, just get rid of all the forts. I have a fort map mode. Yep, that's fine. So that's all of them. Okay, let's get to handing out land. So Ross took this one. So why don't we give him the rest? We can have 2 provinces, and then the rest will be fresh vassals. There we go. Ross has these 2. And I'm going to see if we got any historical ones to give out. If not, we'll just create our own. But, oh, there's none up here. Wow. All right, well, custom subject it is. Extraterritorial subject. Subordinate to an overlord. I don't know what that is or how that works, but we'll deal with that in a different campaign, I think. Oh, yeah, we got to give this to Sutherland, actually. So let's see, this to Sutherland. The Northern Isles, I guess we could give... How many are in that? Is it just the 2? Northern Isles. We could give that to Sutherland as well, since he's right here. I don't have a problem with that. There we go. Now we got to give these away. Let's go ahead and create some vassals now. Actually, let me just do this off the line. It's going to be pretty boring. All right, here we go. We gave everything away except for this one down here in Dumfries. So we'll hang on to that just so that we can get our CB off, since we do border England. We do have a spy network, but not enough. But if we come in here, we should see a CB, pushback colonizers. England is a neighbor of Ire. Once we let 1 month pass, that should update, and then we should have it. So I think we're okay here. Actually, let's test it right now. Let's just let a month go by, and yeah, our coalition disbanded because we basically ate them. Scotland is no longer a valid rival, unfortunately. So these guys are... Yep, there we go. We just need to get the spy network, and then we're good. We can get a CB on England. We need to probably get all these guys into Scootage, so they can just give us all their cash. They're not going to be a whole lot of use to us on the combat field, but they can help fund us at least. Disband the levies. Let's get our boats back. Back to protecting trade, or patrol the sea, whatever. We'll just have them patrol everything. Now we can pick our rivals. Oh, that's right. We have land down here in Germany. We could make England our rival. They already don't like us. I don't think it's particularly going to make much of a difference. So what is it that they don't like about us? English view of Irish, different primary culture, antagonism. That'll decay, actually. These won't, but the others will, and then they'll be positive with us. Different societal values. Yeah, if we still want to be friendly with them for a little bit longer, we could. And then that would give us, I guess we can start working on Norway, maybe? We'd have to do another no CB war, though. But that might not be a bad idea, because we're quite a bit stronger than them. Yeah, if we can get England to do the same thing, and we could just start smacking their boats down with troops on them, and then we take out their navy, that would be really good. The problem is, it's a little scary, because they have such a big fleet. They have 11 heavy ships now. We have 11 heavy ships. They have 17 galleys, too, that we have to deal with, so we got to be aware of that. Let's go ahead and recruit more. We need more navy. The problem is we also need more sailors. So, oh boy. Yeah, that's going to be tough. I believe we have ports everywhere already, but let's go double check. So here, found a port. Nope, it's in the military tab. I forgot. Buildings, military tab. Docks is what I meant. Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We could still get 2 more. The only downside is this place is 50%, so instead of getting 16, we'll get 8. But 8 is actually still pretty good. People here, but let's go ahead and build that. So let's get a dock. Now, the dock doesn't provide us with any... Oh, it does give us harbor capacity, so that'll actually help. Yeah, that'll help increase control as well. And I know this one is so far out of the way. 13, that's terrible. That is terrible. That's not the one I was looking for, though. This one. Yeah, this has 26 control. So if we were to build all the stuff here, okay, we already have a wharf, so we don't need that. And then the dock would still increase harbor capacity. It's 87 gold. It's worth it, I think. Let's just do it. It'll increase control anyways. It's probably still worth it. Yeah, let's just make England our rival. That is actually a pretty big moment, right? We finally qualify for having them as our rival. We're still weaker than them by a decent amount, but we can at least hold our own, I feel like. We do need to continue getting early carracks. Let's add 2 more to the fleet. Actually, make it 3. 3 more to the fleet. That'll put us at 14. I think by the time we get to like somewhere 15 to 20, somewhere in that range, we should be able to take them out, I think. Let's go through and Scootage everybody real quick before I forget, and then we'll end up making more money from them anyways. We don't need their military. We also unlocked another thing called culture investment. So this allows us to put money in exchange for prestige. I don't know that that's necessarily worth it, but we'll do it for a little while. We do get Diplo Rep, which will help with our disloyal vassals. Speaking of disloyal vassals, let's see how these guys are doing. They still trust us a lot. How's your population looking? English, Welsh, and Northumbrian. So it looks like they're doing these as Northumbrians for some reason. Yeah, he's converting everything to Northumbrian. It's not what I wanted. These guys are going to Welsh still, or sorry, to Irish. So that's good. At least it's working over here. Irish, 27% now. That's good. 16, 26, and 19. So that's looking good. Maybe another decade or so, they'll be all Irish, and then we should be in good shape. Let's also pick Munster as a rival, just so that we're not getting all these debuffs for not having enough rivals. And we're trying to build up our stack of diplomats so we can finish putting these guys all on Scootage. We got 3 more. Yeah, we got 3 more to go. And then finally, now that we got everybody in Scootage, we've got our diplomats back. I'm going to also spy on Scotland, and we will get that CB going again. It's going to be a while. I think it's 8 years before we can declare war on them again. 61, 7 years. I mean, 8 years from when we signed the peace deal. So that's more similar to what I'm used to with EU4. Also, it might make sense to start saving up for upgrading this to a city. So we need 1,550 gold. We're 446, and we're making 14.5 per day. So we're actually doing pretty well. We can go to a kingdom now, so we qualified for it. Yeah, we have over 1 million Irish people, and that's exactly what qualifies us. Once you hit 1 million of the primary culture, you're good to go. So this allows us culture capacity, possible number of artists, diplo range, diplo capacity, maximum diplomats, fort limit. It's all stuff that's nice, but it's not going to make a difference, to be honest. So I don't think I'm going to do it right now. I'd rather put that money into a town. Yeah, because we've been at the limit right now at Dublin for a while. So actually we have room for 1 more now because we've been growing the population so fast. So let's go ahead and do 1 more building so we can get our income up. We'll keep building ships. We'll put our money into ships and upgrading Dublin, which is probably still bigger than, so 37.8, 39. Okay, so no, they caught up. London caught up, or we somehow fell off a little bit. We can start our pushback colonizers CB against England now. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll start the CB. We probably won't use it right away because this guy's just an absolute monster right now still. But like I said, I think we can take over his navy, and if we take the navy, we can control the land if we have everybody on Scootage. So we can probably do the same thing we did to Scotland and just kind of control it with the water, and then come over when we have all their people dead, or just do the same thing. Just kill their stuff that lands, kill the boats, and then take land for free. That could be an option as well. We should probably start working on some CBs down here as well, actually. So this is our land right here, Recklinghausen. So Munster is not that big, but big enough to be a problem. What about our other neighbors? Now, if we declare war on these guys, yeah, see, Bohemia is going to back them up, and 14 people, so all of the HRE. Well, that's not going to work. I don't think we can attack these guys directly, actually. Cologne, Scotland, Austria, yeah, that's going to be rough. Let's just check everybody that touches our borders. That's actually reasonable. No, well, Austria is still pretty big, though. Vessel, yeah, so I don't think we're going to use this province down here, to be honest. That's looking pretty rough. So I don't know what we'll do here. Maybe, it has 14,000 people, though, so it's not nothing. But our control's going to be at 0, so we'll see. We'll see. Focus on one thing at a time. Let's get our boats. Let's get our country in order. We'll get our army built up a little bit more than where it is right now, because 13.5 ain't going to cut it, as we saw against Scotland. I canceled one of the buildings here. We were building a weapons manufacturer, weaponsmith. I just realized we did not have a counting house yet. This is going to increase our personal crown power by 33%. We already have a lot, but that'll be even higher once we get that. I'm kind of surprised at how well we've maintained control over our nobles. We're just barely over 100 years, but we've kind of been like this for 50 or 60 years. We've had pretty good control. I know in a lot of my other playthroughs on EU4 anyways, you know, I don't really get a good handle on them until maybe just before absolutism. So not too shabby. And yeah, let's just keep consolidating everything, building this up. I'm also going to kind of think about and look at maybe some of the numbers here. It's going to take us, what, 1,500 to get the city going. If we reinvest that 1,500 into infrastructure, are we going to get more of an uplift than if we do that city upgrade and then we have to spend more just to get the buildings upgraded? So that's kind of what I'm debating. But I mean, it's 100% is what we keep when we do the upgrade. So, you know, that's something to consider. But anyways, let's keep this thing rolling. Time for another vote. I would love to get another 10 towards centralization if we can. Let's try it. It's going to be hard. We're only starting with 20% plus whatever our personal is. Oh, actually, that's not bad. 41. I gotta figure out what causes this, like what numbers go into this. It feels like a certain percentage of whoever's backing it, plus whatever your own personal sway is, seems to have an effect on it. So let's see. I don't really have an interest in doing most of these. They're just not that impactful. We don't want to delay the printing press, and we did it a couple times before, but just not a good idea. So if it passes, great. If not, oh well, figure it out. All right, there's 5%. We need, actually, no, that's it. That's all the support we need. We just need it to pass now. We got about half the time, so 90 days. See if we get screwed by RNG or not. Interesting. So we have to give up support and get 104 gold, or we go towards aristocracy by 5 and away from plutocracy. I really don't want to do that, but the only saving grace here is we'll give up some plutocracy, but we'll be getting centralization by doing that. So I guess we kind of have to. Hopefully we don't get hit with too many more of those events. Come on, be nice. Yeah, these are fine. Always side with the traders. The clergy are happy almost all the time, so no big deal. We got another 5% support. Sweet, so it's going to pass. There we go. We push towards centralization, and we are 77. We're very close to getting 100%. So our proximity cost minus 7.7, and crown power 38%. So that's looking really good. Now we're already making 27 ducats. We don't need our diplomatic spending, so let's scale that back. Let's not lose our diplomats though, so let's just break even. We want this number to be green or white so that we're not going backwards. And now we're making 36 ducats. We could also scale back the cultural investment, but 16, we're getting 0.16. What are we getting from this? Investment is 0.10. It's going to stay 0.10 flat, so that's fine. Is it worth 3 ducats to keep it up here? So what bonuses do we get? Cultural influence, skill of artists, antagonism modifier, diplo rep, market attraction. I honestly don't think that's worth it, so I'm going to actually phase that out so we can make more cash. Yeah, I just don't think that's necessarily worth it. Everything else I think is fine. Yeah, we need to maintain 100% of our crown power and our stability, and then tribal cohesion. So we'll keep those 2 up. Holy crap, that's expensive. 18. That's such a big swing. But once we get it to 100, we can back off of that. Or we can come in here and go back to 0 by changing more of our laws and estates. Was there, I think there was one in here we wanted to get rid of, wasn't there? Actually, no, these are all fine. I was thinking about changing this food production one because we need to get rid of serfdom. Yeah, actually we could do it right now. We have 20, so if we change this one, well, the whole point of doing this was to change to the boat one, right? The harbor admin, but we don't have naval. Yeah, we'll just wait then. That's fine. Naval, we actually have some naval. We're halfway there, 26 out of 50. We need 50 to enact it, so let's try and get that. Yeah, that looks good. And I've been doing a lot of these royal marriages. We have a massive amount of family members that are coming of age. I'm not showing them because it's kind of tedious to just, it's all the same thing. You just arrange a marriage. If there's no ones, basically I just search by whichever one we're trying to do. So in this case, we have a male trying to marry a female. The female needs to be young so we can have kids and expand the dynasty. So 50, 60, 30, that's not going to cut it. We need 18 or 16, I think is the youngest, all the way up. So 26 years old, she's an idiot, so that's not ideal. 29, that's still kind of old. So yeah, we're just going to go for a 26-year-old. Actually, it's only 3-year difference, and this lady's not a complete idiot. She's just partially an idiot, so that's fine. To be fair, well, yeah, he kind of makes up for it because he's got really good stats. But yeah, essentially, I'm cutting that out. But I've done like 30 of these in the last 2-3 years. It's a lot of people coming of age. Maybe not that many, but a lot. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot to leave a settlement alone so that we can neighbor Scotland and get that CB. We'll have to no CB him, unfortunately. There's nothing I could do about it. So yeah, that's fine. We won't have to worry about spy network, and we won't have to worry about anything else. I guess as soon as this wears off, we'll clear him out. 1461, we got 5 years. Actually, did his army go down? Yeah, his army's down to 4,800, so still manageable now. Still much higher than it probably should be for 3 little settlements, but that's all right. We do, however, have a border with England, so I did that right at least. Oh, he's at war with England right now. France and England are at war right now. So this could be a good opportunity to jump in and cause some problems for these guys. We have only one settlement up here. We brought everybody else under scutage, right? Yeah, we did that already, so it shouldn't really be a big deal. They'll take one little province, that's not a problem, and then we could just barricade or blockade these guys. I do want to wait for a little bit more. We have 2 more carracks coming out. That'll be 16. That's way more than they have. They have 11. They have 17 galleys, so we should be able to stomp the galleys. They usually don't put the galleys and the heavy ships together. We'll stomp the galleys, and then hopefully repair, and then stomp the heavy ships in 2 big battles, and then we'll have them completely isolated. We can just patrol and keep them in their home. Now, these guys have a freaking massive population, 162,000 troops. There's 0 chance we're going to get through that, unfortunately. All right, our CB on England is ready. So as soon as our ships are ready, we can try for it, if I guess if we're feeling a little bit punchy. All right, here we go. We've got meritocracy coming in. I think we have enough stuff for research, so we don't have to worry about it, right? We have a list of 16, yeah, so we're good. We don't need to worry about embracing that. That'll just come in when it comes in. So we could start expanding the RGOs. I am going to do at least like silver, some of these high value ones. Don't know if it's worth it to spend that much money though to get half a ducat in tax basis, because then we're only getting about 25 to 35% of that. So it's not a huge increase. Might be better just to save up. Yeah, looking at these, there's not a whole lot of high value ones that we don't already have. Like this one we could do, that's a 0.7. These are already maxed, these are maxed. 0.6 is the next highest, and they don't even have people to fill the slots. So yeah, that's fine. We got silver going. Let's just wait. We'll save up the money, get a full-on city in Dublin, and then we'll call it a day. Actually, is this one leveled up? Yeah, see, this one's even bigger than ours. So London is 44.3. We're at 40.3, and we are not at the same level as they are. Yeah, see, we get 159 buildings they can build. That's insane. So it's almost double what this is. It's more than double. So yeah, I think that's the right call. Great. I think we want to declare war. We have... Oh man, that's going to be tough. I forgot we have to deal with Castile as well. So their navy is 90 ships. I don't even know what kind of ships they have. Let's just take a quick peek at Castile. So 96 ships. Only 6 of them are heavy ships and 4 galleys. They have mostly light ships for protecting trade. So I'm not as concerned about that actually. We should be able to defend. Yeah, it's just we got to worry about England. That's the big issue right there. So these idiots keep building these terrible buildings. We keep taking them down. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay, I don't know. Let me think about that, but I think we're going to go for it. Because like I said, they're preoccupied right now with England. I still don't understand how England keeps getting their teeth kicked in, but they win the war somehow still. So that's kind of weird. So we'll help France out. Maybe we can be their ally or something. Are we getting strong enough yet? Minus 32, they're getting there. We need to improve relations again. We're down to plus 54. So if we get that back up, it could help. Let's go ahead and kick the war off and push back colonizer CB. And here we go. So we need to raise our army levies, and we also need our navy levies. And then let's meet up here, and then we can push across to our province, or maybe up here if they decide to push. Not sure where they're going to show up. Here we go. Let's get all of our foot troops. Let's get them all up here. Oh, what happened? Here we go. We'll use this dock. Everybody positioned up there. And then we'll keep the navy ready so that he can block for us. And they took Dumfries already, but that's fine. We'll take it back. All right, here we go. Now, I don't think we can go in one... Yeah, not one trip. We'll have to split up into 2. Here we go. And we don't want to come off the boat and immediately start fighting him, because that's going to be pretty heavy attrition. So let's come up here. We'll drop him up here. One group down. Let the monthly tick go by so we don't get hit with naval attrition. And there you go. He's leaving, so we'll go back and take that. Yeah, we don't want to move anywhere until we know we're good to go. So let's group these guys up. Perfect. We'll take that back. Actually, we should probably take this first, and then we'll take Dumfries back. We'll take a couple settlements up here. Let's get these guys back into safety, because they're super vulnerable, and you never know if they'll try and wrap around here. We got to keep an eye out for anything trying to drop troops on our land over here, and we'll have to swing down and wipe them out, because all of our troops are gone. We have no defenders. We're all offense here. Now, I think... no, you know what? We're fine. We have good generals, admiral, whatever. I think we'll try to do, let's go on the offensive with our boats. I don't think anything's going to come from up here and land. I don't think they have any boats stationed up here, so we should be okay. Yeah, let's just go take some land. We'll go back and play defense. Let them come up and try and unsiege it again, and maybe we can pick them off. All right, here we go. We got to fight. This should be their galleys. Yep, that's the Mediterranean galley. And why are we so heavily weighted in the middle again? I forgot to balance. Probably shouldn't matter too much. No, it doesn't matter. We want it without any losses. All right, and we took a little bit of damage. Let's go heal up. We'll just go to the nearest port. You want to make sure you're back in before the end of the month so that you can get that tick. We may not make it this time, but let's focus on our army. The army is the scary part. That's the one we got to be super careful of. There we go. We did get the tick. Almost back to full health. Go back out, see if we can catch. We need to try to catch some of their boats. I don't know where they're hanging out. All right, we got that. Actually, this guy's not even moving. Let's try and snipe him. Yep, there he goes. I see he came to us. So let's siege this down. We'll siege Carlisle and then Dumfries, and then we'll hang out for a little bit. I don't want to take too much in one go because my guess is they're going to send armies north to try to unsiege some of that stuff. And we don't want to be sitting on that province when a big army comes by. So we'll take that and then see if we can spot maybe a snipe a navy. Probably not though. Let's head back. Yeah, 15th. Why don't we go heal? We'll go back to full health and then we'll hop back out again. All right, here we go. Carlisle, and then we'll take Dumfries back. So keep in mind, the war goal here is superiority, which means you're winning fights. So as long as we're not losing battles, we're good. And if you can see here, they've already lost, what, 2 fights? They lost 2 battles, one on ocean and one on land. So we just keep stacking up these small wins little by little and just chip them away because there's no way we can fight these guys head on. They just have way too many troops. Even if we only look at England, it's 43,000 versus our 14,000. So we could chip them away for sure. I'm pretty confident we can chip them away, but I don't think we can win head on. All right, these guys are ready. Let's get them back out so we can get some blockade and yeah, get some blockade damage and stack up a little war score there. So here we go. We'll take Carlisle back. That one's ours. There's a settlement. Yeah, if we look over here, there's a forest right here, which gives a -1 attacker penalty. And then because it's a mountains, you get a -2. It also blocks vision from land and sea, so they won't know that we're here if we hang out right here. So if somebody comes back to try and take some of this stuff, we could just chill. If it's a small group, we come down and attack them. If it's a big group, we just stay here. And if they want to attack us on a mountains and forest province, that's fine. We may not be able to get full supply here. I don't know. Yeah, actually, we probably can. 14,000 is not a big army. So yeah, let's just chill for a bit. Yeah, I think we need to wait for France to come over here and start doing some damage. And then once that happens, we'll know pretty confidently that their armies are somewhere. Right now, I have no clue where they are. So that's why we don't want to go romping around, especially with all these forts here. We can't really do much with the forts in the way. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, let's chill for a little bit. And if they attack us, then we'll come back and see what we can do. All right, we got another fight on the ocean. It was over before the game didn't even pause. I think it was just an instant defeat. I don't know. I feel like they got stack wiped there. Usually it pauses for battles. Did we take any damage? We took a little bit of damage. Not that bad though. Well, let's stay here for a little bit and then we'll try and head back before the end of the month. There we go. We probably need 2 or 3 months to repair this fully. Yeah. Also, we have a land down here. Yeah, I forgot about this. Let's disband these guys. We can't do anything with them. They're just going to get killed. And then Westphalia. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do with this this little doinker piece of land. I wonder if we can ask to join the HRE or something. Is there an option? Doesn't look like it. Who is the HRE right now anyways? Who's the emperor? I don't know how you look at that mechanic if you're not already in it. Oh, here, Imperial Actions. So I'm assuming Bohemia? King of Bohemia, maybe not though. Yeah, he's the only one that has this Imperial Actions thing when I click on their country. No, hey, they have it too. Oh, you know, it's probably the electors. So Bohemia is an elector at least. And maybe more. Same with Saxony, maybe? Brandenburg. Lüneburg doesn't have it. Yeah, see, these are all kind of the usual suspects. All right, well, maybe we might have to core this first. If we core it, then we can try and ask for membership. But we'll see. All right, France is still working on the land in southern England, so we gotta wait for this to to get captured, and then they'll probably come up. They still haven't bothered us in the north, so we're good. I don't want to go out until we see them, though. I know as soon as we step out of this thing, we're going to get in a fight. We can't afford to get into a fight. We can only get into ones that we can stack wipe them instantly. That's the only way we're winning this, I think. It's just guerrilla warfare, basically. So let's keep waiting again. Here we go. We got 1,500 troops. All right, let's also double check these. I don't think these are bad terrains for fighting in. So if we want to fight these guys, we could do it right here. This one has a forest, so we don't want to attack into that. We can just re-siege that down for free after. Now, unfortunately, this is not going to be a stack wipe instantly because they have 1,500 troops. I think we need at least a 10-to-1, so we would need 15,000. We just got pulled into another war. It is a rebellion. Yeah, that's fine. These guys will probably handle it themselves. All right, come on. All right, they're going for it. So we're going to go for it. Yeah, it's not an instant stack wipe, unfortunately, but I mean, it's a 5-to-1 ratio pretty much, right? 3 to 15. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, ideally we wouldn't take any losses, but I don't think we want to bypass 1,500 kills for 300. I think that's reasonable. All right, let's take this back, and then we'll go back to our little mountain, our little mountain retreat. All right, this guy might need help. 3,400 men. All right, yeah. We should probably help this guy with his rebels, but I don't really want to fight 3,000 troops unless we get them to attack us. Is there anything here that gives us an advantage? These are all flat lands. This is mountains or hills, so hills could work. We can get him to attack us, but yeah, I mean, we just fought 1,500 and we took a few losses. If we fight 3,500, we would take even more. So let's not do that. Like I said, we need to preserve our manpower. But then also, this is a rebellion or an independence movement, so we might have to. Yeah, we might have to. Damn it. Well, we can try and siege some of this stuff back at least. And then maybe they can do the rest. They're not moving, so let's just take the rest of these. Or they should go on their own, right? If we own the capital. Let's just go take them. I don't know where the English AI is. They're just kind of leaving us alone up here. Except for that one group. Also, we need to get these guys back out there. Let's get them out. Oh yeah, 15. There's a stack of 15 here. Nice, we caught them. And instantly wiped. They're not taking any losses though because they're retreating so fast. This time we did take damage again. That's fine though. Gotta just keep taking these. If they're going to let us take them for free, why not? So Dunbar. Now this one is being unsieged in Dunbar. Oh, it's because Dunbar's the province capital, even though Edinburgh should be the actual capital, but interesting. Yeah, we might have to fight these guys. Or just, I don't know, I guess we could just wait. Oh, all right. Here's the English, 17,000. Yeah, we don't want to fight that. And we don't want to be on a province where they can see us. So let's stay up here in the mountains, the wooded mountain area. And if they want to fight, we can fight. But I don't think they want to fight up here. They're probably just going to take it back and run. There goes one, there goes two, and then back to the south. Yeah, we'll let some time pass. All right, there we go. They took all the land in the south, it looks like, except for Aquitaine. Oh, man. Is France? Oh, no, I was going to say they have 2 wars going on, but they don't. It's because Castile is allied. So Castile's going to try and invade France. Oh, man, this is not good. Yeah, we do not want this guy to get independence. Actually, you know what? There's territory up here. I just realized. Let's go handle this first. I don't want these guys to break free because then we'll have to do another CB. We don't border them, so we can't actually do it. Yeah, so... Ooh, nice. We got a stack wipe. But those guys just got clapped. And that should do it for them. Let's go take as much as we can over here. Maybe they'll go away without us having to fight them. I'm not entirely sure. We'll take Edinburgh back. See if that's enough to get that war score up. Okay, it is enough to get 100%. Annex Revolter. Perfect. Can we? I don't think we can release a subject in a war, can we? Oh boy. What happened here? Did we lose land again? Oh my god, this was ours. This whole thing was ours. Well, I gotta do some investigating here. What is going on? I don't know what happened here. I thought we took this already. I'm pretty sure we owned it. And maybe our vassal just lost control. But anyways, we do own this land still, so we'll have time to just build a spy network. So we don't have to no CB him like we will with Scotland. Right, that army should go away. Yep. All right, well, I'm super happy we don't have to fight. Yeah, I was worried we were going to take a lot of losses there. Don't think we can release subjects in the middle of a war. Yeah, we can't. And that guy's not on the list anyways. We'd have to release a custom one. Okay, back at it. Are we healed up? Right, Navy's fully healed. Let's get back out there. So, like I said, chipping away slowly but surely. We got 5 wins, 5 battles, and we are getting a little bit from blockading. I do want to check over here, but I don't think we have the range. So we'll start taking attrition if we go out of range. So yeah, why don't we check? Oh, perfect. Oh, it's only a single troops coming in. That's fine. Why don't we take these back? Yeah, we'll take these back, and then let's go check their area back here, see if we can catch anyone. All right, there's 15 ships. Yep, they came out. Let's go attack them. I see an army right here. I just saw one. So likely they'll start heading north from there. And we caught the English Navy. It's probably those stupid Mediterranean galleys that just don't go down. But maybe it's better. We're just stacking up war score from it, even though we're not actually doing any damage. There's one down. We'll take Carlisle, and then we'll go chill in the mountains in the north. Oh, here we go. Here comes France. So they're going to start dropping some troops down here in Wales. They're immediately fighting the English, and they won. Perfect. Let's get out of here so we don't get caught. And we should be taking these. There it goes. Back to 100 health. Let's go. We'll just kind of patrol right here like this. See if we can catch some people. All right, here we go. 17k. Not that we can't fight that, but we don't want to fight that. That's too much. Let's just keep patrolling this area. Yeah, England's recapturing some stuff. Now, this is 2 armies here, so if they split, if one goes back early, we might be able to... Yep, see, there's one that's, what, 1,300 troops here? We could probably stack wipe that. But we just need to watch them closely, and if they split... Nope, they're sticking together. Nice, we caught somebody. And now it's the French and us versus the English. And they took a few more losses this time, but still... yeah, we're still taking damage. I don't know how these guys are surviving these fights without losing any ships. All right, here you go. They're going back. They'll go back south. And I think rather than taking both of those, what we might do is just take one. Maybe we'll just take one settlement. It's kind of risky coming down here and staying that long. This is only a 16-day siege. There's no way they can get here in 16 days. So I think we'll just do one and go back. Like I said, we don't really need the war score from occupation. We need the battles. And to get the battles, we need them to come down here and fight. Here we go. Okay, let's do that same thing. We'll just sail back and forth a couple times. See if we catch anything. All right, there's 2 armies down here. Yeah, see, look at that. 2. That's that one that was up there. All right, so if they have 15, 30... Yeah, they have 16,000 troops here, 23,000 troops there. Is that most of their army? They have 40k total. Yeah, that's almost 40. So we can probably get away with taking a little bit more. So why don't we just stay here and blockade or barrack? Yeah, we'll set up a blockade. And as soon as these guys start to run, then we'll know it's time to go. Or this guy right here. We got vision of both of their big armies. All right, so those 2 are down. Let's go take something over here. Still haven't moved, which is good news for us. France is almost done taking this. I don't understand the AI, man. 23,000 troops just sitting here. They only have 4,600. Like, that's an easy win. And there's a fort there. If there's any terrain bonuses, you get that. Odd AI behavior. But I'm definitely not going to complain too much about it, though. It's helping us out. So let's go take another settlement over here. Yeah, they're still not moving. We'll just take what we can. And as soon as they move, we'll back up. There we go. These guys just took a settlement. So we'll see what the French do, but they should be able to provide a good distraction for us. You know what we could do is we could probably take a castle now. If we have vision of both their armies, it should be pretty safe for us to move around. And how are we doing here? Everything's good. The blockade's working. We're getting pretty good war score from occupation and blockade, actually. All right, they're moving. Yeah, we are definitely not... What would happen? Navy maintenance. That's fine. Yeah, we don't want to take more damage. Let's get back, because that big 23,000 stack is heading north. I don't know where they're going to end up, but they'll probably try to attack us if they can see us. So let's just chill for a little bit. These guys aren't moving still, so we just got to worry about that other big stack. Here comes France. They're crossing over here to Cornwall. Oh, there they go again. Yeah, there they go. The problem is we don't have constant vision of them, so if we try to siege something over here, they might just pop out of the fog. So we got to be super careful. I would love to take a fort though. All right, there goes France. Very, very odd behavior by the English AI. All right, there's 15 troops or 15 boats. Let's try to get them out. So these are heavy ships actually. So the Netherlands has a pretty substantial army or a navy right here. So I guess they can handle their own. Oh, they came out and then they just immediately got spanked. So yeah, that didn't help. Let's just keep blockading then, and keeping vision of the 17k. We just need to get eyes on that 23k, and then we can go back to sieging again. Okay, I think we're in that phase where we're just going to wait for a little while, so let's go ahead and speed this up. Okay, we finally got vision of that 23 stack. It's down in the south, but it is heading north, so we got to stay here, I think. Are they... No, they're marching. They're heading to Gloucester. Yeah, they're going to probably go after the French right here. They're just sitting there now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about all this, but yeah, let's just pause this. If there's any action that comes up, we'll come back, but for the most part we're just kind of waiting, sitting around and waiting. Also, we haven't been spending our money. We've got 2,500. We only need 1,600 to upgrade this to a city, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll upgrade Dublin, and then we have a bunch of money to use to expand our economy once that's done. So why don't we... Yeah, it's going to take about 2 years to do anyways. 60, yeah, a little less than 2 years. So we'll wait for that. These guys are still just chilling and doing nothing. All right, here we go. English Navy came out of their port. So I don't know why they keep doing that. We've been sitting here for a while. They haven't moved, and now they decided to come out. But there's another easy win. And where are they retreating to? I think they're going, yeah, back to port. So let's go heal up, and we'll come back again. Still no sighting of the army. I know they moved from here somewhere to the east and south. Outside that, I have no clue where they went. Let's get our CB going here. Rival feud. Yep, that one will work. Our boats back to full health. Let's go blockade again. So we'll just keep bouncing back and forth. Like I said, we just need to get little bits of war score here and there that we can. And then if we can chop a little bit of land off this guy each war, that's all we can ask for. Right, there's the English army. They decided to finally siege back some of their land. And we are fighting their navy again. Perfect. Another win. Oh, wow. We just fought them again. Back to back. They are not going back to port for some reason. There's a third fight. I don't know what just happened there, but we just got three more battle wins out of it. We'll take it. Let's go heal up. Also, why are we using so many sailors? I think maybe these fishing boats are using them as well. We don't need them because as soon as the war's over, we're just going to disband these guys anyways. So let's disband. See if that helps. There we go. Took land back. That's fine. Go. Did that help? No, it didn't. All right. So for some reason, we're losing sailors now. So if we take out the ship repairs, which will be done soon, we're still Navy maintenance higher than sailor maintenance, or our sailors gained. So what is going on there? Did we lose control in one of our ports? Yeah, I have to look into that and see why that's going on. It's only a drain of 1 per month, but that still adds up. So we got to figure out what happened there. Why don't we start working on more cities? So this is the one that has the harbor capacity of 100%. It's a natural harbor. So we'll put a settlement here to try to get more immigrants. We need to get it up to 5,000 population so that we can upgrade the city. Requirements not met. Does not have 5,000. Yep. So once we get to 5k, this one will be able to go. There was another... Let me find out where the other one is. Yeah, all of these down here could technically do it as well. So this one already has 25,000 people. It's wool, so we would be giving up wool. It's probably worth it though, I think. 400, it's only 400 gold. That's so cheap. Let's do it, and then we'll immediately build the docks here once we get that up. Oh, and it looks like our general died, or our strong general. Unfortunately, yeah, he had really good stats. Probably doesn't matter too much though, because we're not really taking head-on fights. We're only doing fights where we can smash them instantly. So here we go. He's going to unsiege all that stuff. That's fine. We got to keep an eye. Yeah, we got to keep an eye out for the navy and that other army. Hopefully that other army is still here. Oh, he was going to siege us and he changed his mind. Oh, he changed his mind again. There he goes. And there he goes again. All right. Well, yeah, like I said, we'll come back when something interesting happens. But either way, we're still winning this war pretty easily. We've got 12 battles, 12 victories, and we've inflicted a little bit of casualties on them. I don't know what this -8 is. We've never taken any losses other than a little bit of manpower. So that doesn't make any sense. Anyways, I don't know. All right, the English army came through, took all this back. That's fine. He's still sitting right here. So we need to wait for him to get out before we come down. And there's another army coming out. Actually, we could take that. Yeah, let's try and stack wipe that and just get out immediately. I don't think his army is sitting there waiting for it. Yep, there's a stack wipe. It's 1,000 troops. And then we're just going to get out. Nice, we got out. Oh, he's doing another one. Another 886. We'll take that as well. Stack wipe and then run to the hills. Yeah, I don't know where his army went. I'm pretty sure he's not here, though. Let's get back on our hill. All right, they're sending another army. Where's our navy, anyways? Yeah, they're not actually... They're not blockading. Let's get him back out there. And they're summoning another 745. All right, there we go. There's a naval fight. And we won it again with no casualties. Back to base to heal. And let's get in there to snap these guys off. But we are really stacking up the pain on them now. So 5,000 losses to our 300. And then 40 naval losses to our 8. That is going really well. We need this town to finish soon so we don't run out of sailors. And our Dublin upgrade is less than a year away. So we can start upgrading that again. We have 1,500 saved up. So once that's ready, we'll be good to go. Let's keep an eye up here and we'll just keep stack wiping these guys. All right, here's another stack wipe. 779. All right, looks like England is not having fun here. Their stability is at -7. And that's only going to get worse the more we push. So their war exhaustion is starting to stack up. Yeah, they're probably going to be looking for a way out here soon, which means we can start taking some of their land. All right, we stack wiped a few more people. We finished upgrading our town here. So why don't we work on that? We want a dock. And then when that's done, we'll work on protected harbor would be good. Love that. And then the dock, one level. And up here we should be able to get... what happened? We don't have any burgers yet, so we can't click on that, but if we go to our building tab, we should be able to just build it from there. So here at burger tab, let's go down to our dock, our wharf. There we go. So we can get a wharf. Yeah, that looks good. Is there anything else here? There's nothing that's going to give us sailors, but we can go marketplace. Now, we'll do the economic buildings later. I just wanted to make sure that we had enough sailors here, so that should be good. That's so crazy. Our maximum control's at 50%, and it's pretty far from Dublin. And it's going to get even higher, I think, once these finish. So, okay, back to the work. But Dublin is upgraded to a full-on town now, or a city, rather. Yep. So that increases our building limit to 143, so more than double. Now we can start building out. Oh, wow, it increases the cap, the individual cap by a lot as well, almost double on these. So let's see what's the best stuff to upgrade here. The tannery seems to be the most profitable, and there's the gunsmith, which is new, 64. Not the most profit, but it's not bad. So why don't we just go top down? So upgrade a bunch of these. And then also, how are we doing on that wharf? The dock first, rather. So that'll be done in 63. So we got a year. We have 1,300 in the bank in terms of sailors, so we should be fine. Okay, and then back to watching up here in the north. Oh, it looks like our humanism topped out finally at 26.6. So that's not too bad. Change societal goals. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Yeah, these are capped, but there's a new one, the one that just came out. We want to go outward. Or no, sorry, we wanted to do inward. Crown power, monthly control. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Yep, I've got on my list that inward was what we're going for. So let's push that one. Yeah, we can push it. And we're at 0 right now, so we'll start to get the bonus from that right away. So crown power, the other stuff's not that big of a deal, but crown power is nice. We went ahead and pushed and took a couple pieces of land from them. They just came out with both of their armies here in the north, so we got to be super careful here. Luckily, we got out without getting caught. Yeah, we're going to hide here on the mountains. We're at 10% war score, so 21 battles, and yep, their stability is looking even worse. Or their war enthusiasm, but I'm sure their war exhaustion's got to be sky high right now with all the losses they've taken. Same thing with Chester. Actually, most of the stack wipes have been happening to Chester. So right, they're going to take these and then go back home, I'm assuming. And then what happened to France? Oh, they peaced out with France. No wonder. Wish I could see the peace deal that they did, because it doesn't look like anything changed. Doesn't look like France took anything from up here either. How do you go from winning a war to never taking land? I don't get that. They have... Yeah, truce with everybody until 65. Yeah, that must have been a short peace deal, because they didn't take anything. They're sieging that back, no big deal. Like I said, we don't get a ton of war score from the occupations anyways, unless it's like a capital. This one we just need to keep winning battles, and definitely do not lose any battles. He keeps sending that army up here and hiding. I'm not sure what the point of that is. What are we looking like? Yeah, they want peace already, so that's a good sign. But they're not willing to give up any land. Oh, they will give up the Hebrides. What do we want to do? You know, we could take the rest of... Yeah, take the rest of Wales and give that to our vassal. That would be a good idea. So at least we'll do that. We'll take the island. And ideally we would take all of Galloway get this little nib off, and then maybe take like 1 or 2 provinces up here, if we can. And just, like I said, slowly squeeze in and constrict. Now this guy, oh, you know what? Yeah, he didn't get annexed. We can actually sue for peace separately with this guy. No, we can't. Oh, you know, we can get rid of the Pope. Yeah, we can get rid of Castile. It's been long enough. And they're going to pay? No, they won't pay. Interesting. Oh, because we don't have 10 war score. We can't ask for anything. We can't ask them to leave, though. So that should help. Right, we don't have to worry about them attacking us, at least. Yeah, just get them out of here. All right, now it's just us in England with his vassals. So that's... Yep, that's worth something, at least. Okay, we're just going to play patient. Like I said, if we make any mistakes, the war's over for us. If they make mistakes, then, you know, they still have a lot of survival because they have so many troops. So let's keep going. Also, we've got a ton of cash, and we qualify for being a kingdom again because we're above 50 prestige. Let's just do it right now. Ideally, we would wait until it becomes a bit more useful. Like culture capacity. Yeah, we don't really need much of this stuff. I guess Diplo range would be kind of nice. That is kind of nice to have. And then max diplomats. But the other stuff is really not that much, and it's not worth 376. But we've got 2,500 in the bank, so not a big deal. We can take another rival. Let's rival Norway, because I do want to go to war with them at some point in the near future. Okay, we stack wiped a couple more. We're up to 11 war score now. Yeah, and they will definitely take this peace deal. But this is not what we want. We want to take more over here. I know they've got a stack of 23,000 just sitting in here, so we got to be super careful. And then these guys are waiting on the wing. So ideally, they would leave this area, but even if they don't, I guess it's not that big of a deal. Actually, maybe we leave these guys alone because they've been a big source of our war score. We've been taking a lot of easy wins from them. So if we can take land, maybe we can just take some of this. So it seems like they're letting us take all of this. We do have to be careful though, because we need to, well, I guess it's not that big of a deal. We just need to take a little bit of land to make sure that we border them. So if we take this and we give all this back to our vassal, we have no CB. You know, like we need to border them directly. So we need to take at least one more. So like this castle would be good. And then we'll just delete it and then keep that. So this is a peace deal they will do probably by next month. But let's bleed them out a little bit further. This is not enough. I want to take more. Here we go. We found the English fleet, the main one. They're in Calais. They have 7 light ships and 11 heavy ships. So they would outnumber us slightly, but we would have a significant advantage in naval power. So we'll camp it for a while. We still have range right here, so we're not starving. I think if we go anywhere past this, we start to starve though. Because I tried to patrol up here earlier and I saw the attrition sign come up. So we don't want that. But we do want to get into a fight with him, especially that big navy. If we can wipe that big navy out, it's going to take him a really long time to recoup from that. And no movement up here. They're still just kind of sitting there doing nothing. So let's see, how's our peace deal looking? It's looking better. The longer we wait, the better it gets. So there we go. We can take Durham and Westmoreland. And we just need to make sure that we have one extra sticking off so that we can do the CB. So what about this? This is just a little bit too much for him. But I think with a little time... Yeah, dude, these guys are going to get spanked right now. They are going to get spanked because they can't do anything. They can't attack us. There's nothing up here that they can get war score from other than attacking our main army, but they can't see them because they're on the mountains. So they're in a pretty rough spot. All right, no new changes. It's been maybe a year or so. We did stack wipe another Chester army, but yeah, not that much changed. But we're still stacking up the war score, and they're getting war exhaustion. So it's working out pretty well. West Riding, he's willing to give up, it looks like. East Riding as well. Yeah, look at that. That's a big chunk from these guys. Now, I would like to, like I said, I do want to take Galloway, but the problem is he has a 23,000 stack there. So that's not going to work. And Cheshire I'd like to take as well, but that's probably not going to work. What about Cornwall? This is actually a pretty good vassal, because these guys have a lot of stuff that they can do. There's silver and I think iron. So there's a lot of good stuff there for them. So if we start eating them from two ends, we'll keep them kind of relegated to over here. We could even get some land with France, bordering France, and try and get him as an ally, and maybe he'll help us with the war, but probably not. I think we've been doing this by ourselves the whole time. We might as well just keep it that way. This idiot France doesn't seem to know how to do a war. Because I'm telling you, they win all these wars and then they just don't get anything out of it. I don't get it. It's really odd. But anyways, back to sitting around until they don't want to get beaten up anymore, and then we'll take all their stuff. Interesting. So these guys got annexed by Scotland, which actually does us a favor. We can spy network and create a CB without having to no CB him. So thank you, Scotland, for making that poor choice. I don't know if this mechanic's broken or if I'm just not understanding it, but these guys all got converted to English instead of Irish. They were starting to do Irish. You can see there's still a little bit of Irish in here, but now they're entirely English. I did not want them to be English. So did they just do their own thing? We come here, subject actions. I don't see anything to enforce culture because, like I said, we already did it. Maybe I misunderstood how that works. Maybe it enforces, but why would it enforce the local culture? That doesn't even make sense. Why would you do that? The whole point of doing this is to get your culture. Enforce culture. Embrace Irish as primary culture. Oh, I'm 100%. That's what I clicked on. So yeah, something odd is going on with that. Must be bugged. Because like I said, they were starting to go Irish and now they're just kind of doing their own thing. Definitely didn't want English. Is the ruler? Maybe the ruler is English. Maybe they do the ruler's culture. So this person is English. Let's see what... Maybe that's the case with all these guys. This guy is Welsh. He's Welsh and his people are English, slightly Irish, and a tiny bit of Welsh. So yeah, I really don't know. I don't know what's going on with that, but that was a waste. That was definitely a waste. The peace deal's looking pretty good. We're almost there to being able to take all of this. So a ton of stuff in the south. This is going to extend our range here, so we should be able to blockade their capital for the next war. That'll be good for that. I kind of want to get rid of this fort right here, though. So we should probably take Gloucestershire. All right, whatever. I guess we can give up a little bit here in the north. Maybe East Riding. Or we just wait a little bit longer and try and get everything. I think that's probably the right call. Now, we're getting a lot of antagonism. You can see here, Scotland, England, Chester, Galloway, Hanseatic League, and Bank of Peruzzi. I don't think these guys actually do anything, right? No, it's just a bank. The Hanseatic League also doesn't have any troops or anything, so I don't know if we piss them off if it makes a difference or not. We don't want France to join, though, and they would be pretty shocked at this. So yeah, I don't think we want to take too much more. We'll run this out until we can get what we have selected right here, and maybe a little bit of cash if we need, but we probably don't need it. We're still sitting on 2,500. I don't want to upgrade too much stuff here because I want to have most of it concentrated in our capital. So that's kind of why I'm waiting on all that to filter out. But what we can do in the meantime is we could upgrade RGOs because that is not dependent on the capital, and these will never be unprofitable. So we can just keep upgrading these. Now you can see we did a bit of it because they're still trying to fill the spots. We come down here past, I was cutting it off at 0.4, but based on how much stuff we have, how much money we have, I think it's probably better just to do everything. If anything, it'll help our trade economy. So yeah, why don't we base goods? So if we do expand RGO, it's just going to fill down the line. So yeah, why don't we do that? We'll go down to about 1,000. Yeah, let's go down to 1,000 gold. And if we look at where they're concentrated, obviously it's around our control, so that kind of makes sense. Everything's looking pretty good though. Do need to probably spend some time going around and just getting rid of all the absolute garbage that the AI keeps building in these. Some of them we can't get rid of. The nobility loves this toll castle. It's literally everywhere. Freaking annoying. And then a pirate haven. I don't know how to get rid of these. Part of the common and estate. We need enough control, and we don't have that. So maybe in the late game we'll be able to get rid of it. And then look at, I'm telling you, dude, every freaking settlement has this toll. They're building another one right there. And they add up too. I mean, it's 0.06. Some of them are higher than that though. Maybe not. Yeah, 0.06 is still, when there's hundreds of them, they do add up. All right, this place can actually upgrade to a town. So we could do that. That would actually be a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. It's a fish resource too. That's perfect. That's like literally the worst resource that we could possibly have. It's just not worth anything. It's good for food, I guess. So yeah, putting a town there is probably not a bad idea. And then, like I said, this one has some negative modifiers, but the control will be really good here. So that's kind of why I decided to put a town. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, back to the war. Oh, they came out to engage us. So we just lost our admiral, and I literally just replaced him, and they decided to come out. So their admiral's a little bit stronger than ours, but our fleet should be significantly stronger than theirs, I think. Let's see how it goes. I'm gonna slow this down quite a bit. Okay, here we go. Can't even tell. I can't tell who's... Yeah, casualties suffered. So they're actually taking a lot more casualties than we are. Yep, they're breaking. Our morale is going low, though. I don't know what's up with that. There we go. Their ships are breaking. 15. We have more than them now. 12. We are losing some ships, but... Oh, we got it. We just barely got it. So we completely wiped out one heavy and one light ship. We're going to have to go back and repair after that, for sure. And we got heavy ship power. That is such a good trait for this admiral. Okay, what did we take? So we're down to 39 health on our lowest. So let's go back and heal. That was a huge chunk of war score too. We shot up to 30%. How does this look? Wow, it went backwards. How does that make sense? We won a big battle, but and added more war score, but now they want less? Okay, well, we'll keep beating them up. It's fine. Okay, whatever it was that caused them to not want that peace deal, after a couple months, it's settled down now. We're back to in the green. They will accept this. Actually, our antagonism went down a little bit too. It looks like those people that were planning on joining are not really close to joining anymore. We could take more land, but that's going to piss a lot of people off. Let's see what Lincolnshire looks like if we full annex. Yeah, they're back in it. The Hanseatic League in the Peruzzi, but not France. And instead of that, what I'd probably rather do is cut Wales off. So Herefordshire, we need to complete that one. I think we own some of that already anyways. Same thing with this one, Shropshire. We can complete up here, and that just cuts them off completely. Something like that. And now they just have this little thumbnail over here and a little bit on the French coast. But I'm assuming France will be able to beat them next time because they should be significantly weaker after this. What does this look like? This does not include France. They're right at the edge of joining a coalition, but they're not going to. And like I said, most of these guys are vassals, or we're about to... I mean, we're going to fight Scotland here in a minute anyway, so it's not a big deal. We could probably take some money, take some cash. Do we want to end it right now, or should we keep going? I don't want to take any more land, but we could get more money out of them, and that money will just get plowed back into the economy. So it's not really a bad thing. Let's just keep mass expanding RGOs until we get below 1,000 gold, and we'll just save that 1,000. These guys are ready to build more. So let's keep maxing out our best industries here. Looks like paper makers, tool maker, tailor. Those are all pretty good. Cannon maker. We can make cannons now too, actually. Yeah, one thing we got to consider is what about the marketplace? Do we max this out? Trade capacity to the owner, simulation speed, trade advantage. See, but that's the thing I'm not sure about because we own everything here. So does that even really help? The trade. I think the only thing that helps there is the trade capacity. Yeah, trade capacity +5, but there might be better options for that, right? Isn't there the trade warehouse? Market warehouse. So this one, trade capacity 0.1. I think it's the same, but then it allows you to stockpile capacity +200%. These are, yeah, it's double what this one is. So this one's only 5. This one is, oh no, that one's 5. This one's only 0.1. Okay, so that's not actually what I thought. That's not what I thought it did. So this one gives stockpile capacity. That's fine. Yeah, we'll add a little more capacity to the market, and then we'll go up a level on the marketplace. Where's our trade income up to anyway? 17. That's not bad. Okay, yeah, we got to chill for a little bit because we just used a bunch of our money. So I think at this point, we're just going to wait him out a little bit because we need to wait for our CB on Scotland anyways. He's going to be joining a coalition here. So if we can just end the war and then immediately go to war with him, that'd be ideal. So pushback colonizer, perfect. And I'm going to start integrating some of these. So we've been trying to convert Galloway. I think maybe there's a bug because I've noticed this guy's he's had like 50 or 100 Waldnesians for more than a year now. So he's just not able to convert this last tiny group. So anyways, I'm going to flip this guy. Let's have him integrate, just start integrating stuff. So we have one in mainland Europe, in Germany. We've got Galloway and Aberdeenshire. Let's do Galloway first. Just knock those out real quick because we're probably going to want to integrate some of this land. I don't know that we'll pass it off to vassals at this point, but I guess we could. How are we doing here on our Navy? Navy needs a few more months. They'll be back to full strength, and then we can get back out there and fight him again. But I want to knock his Navy out completely so that we don't have to fight him in the next war. We could just blockade everywhere. Yeah, because right now we have to keep our Navy in one location because if we split, he's just going to come in and wipe us out. Here we go. Navy's back to full strength. Let's get him back out there. Let's Start blockading that again, see if we can catch that navy out. He moved it. Yeah, he moved it. So we must have caught him off guard in Calais. He probably would rather be in his home territory. And if we go here, yeah, I don't want to take attrition, so we'll just blockade here, I guess. I don't want to see which one has the most development. Yeah, actually, this is a pretty good spot to blockade. They've got some high value territory here. What is the development of Dublin? 33? Decent, but not great. Great, we're just going to sit there and wait. And if we can keep picking off little armies, then we'll do that. All right, we hit the 100 war score, so total cost of the piece. If we go over, we still have positive approval, but we can't go over 100, so we have to back that off. So we maxed out everything here. We could take more land, but as I mentioned, oh, they're actually going to join the coalition now if we do that. That's not good. Let's go ahead and back off a little bit of the land. Let's East Riding, give that back. Oh, that doesn't change much. What changed? I didn't change my peace deal, so I don't know why they're upset with that. Now, we do have pretty good relations with them, their opinion. I think they don't join the coalition if they have positive relations with you past a certain point. It was like that in EU4. I'm assuming it's the same here. Who else is in there? It's literally just France. That's the only one I'm worried about. But like I said, we have good relations with him, so it's probably okay. Yeah, I think we're going to take that peace deal. We'll take our chances. If France decides to attack, we've got a stronger navy than them anyways, I think. So we're going to get a massive list of land, 4 reps, and 475 gold. Here we go. All right. France, will you be our ally? They don't want to be our ally. Yeah. It's actually not that far off, minus 17. We can improve relations here as well. Yeah, we have a lot of room to grow there. So why don't we do that preemptively? Yeah, let's do that. Let's put a little bit more money back into our Diplo so we can get some more diplomats back. Let's just max it out and then we'll scale it back. We have plenty of money right now, I think. We probably want to get rid of these forts. Save some costs. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go through this and just start deleting buildings everywhere that we don't need. Usually the AI is pretty terrible at making those decisions. But at least we'll get rid of the forts. But if we pass these off to a vassal, they're not going to get overburdened by that cost. Here we go. Okay, I think that should be it. This one down here. And then, yeah, I need to go through and delete a lot of the stuff. Look, there's so much garbage in here. All right, went through and deleted a bunch of buildings. So now there's still some that are probably bad, but I don't know if they're bad because I don't know this market. So I'm going to leave them. But I know there's a bunch that just didn't make sense. Like building the farm windmill one for one that's not producing food or whatever. Just some oddball choices. So now we need to figure out who's getting what. We do want to start to keep some lands, but maybe not everything. I want to keep Dumfries because we want to border this guy. He might jump ship. So right now he is a vassal. Second. Yeah, he's a subject of England. So that's weird because it doesn't show that he's a subject of England. So how do I even know that he's a subject of England? It says his overlord is Chester. Chester's this one. This one will show England then, that's why. Yep, there we go. So he's a vassal of a vassal. Or maybe not vassal, but whatever they call it. There's like 3 different types or 4 different types you can be. So that's fine. We need to deal with that. He might actually break away then. His liberty desire is high enough. 84, so no, he's very loyal still. So I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I would like to keep connection here just in case. Yeah, we don't want to run into that same issue we were about to with Scotland. So we'll deal with that. How long is our peace deal anyways? So with England, it is 1474. So 8 years. 12 years, sorry. 8 years? Sorry, it's 4 in the morning here, so a little bit early. My brain's still kind of catching up to the math. Yeah, 8 years. And Scotland, we can go as soon as we want. These countries might join a coalition, but they probably won't. Well, shoot, some of them can. Anything over 50. So these guys shouldn't because they're not over 50. England will, but we've got a peace deal for 8 years. That's fine. And we're friends. Yeah, see, France doesn't even show up on here because we're friends with them, so that's good. Don't think we have to worry about this then. We do need to go to war with Scotland as soon as we can, but that's going to be however long it takes to get this. So a couple of years maybe. All right, let's start distributing land. All right, we needed to pick another, what do you call it? Another rival because we lost one of ours. I guess we're too stronger. All right, we're stronger than them, so we can do Sweden. We've got Norway, Sweden, and England. That'll work. For enemies, what does that even mean? tell us much, but all right. Yeah, how do I get to this screen? Because that's what I was trying to find out. It doesn't tell us what screen we're at. I don't know where this screen is if we need to get to it in the future, but that's not a big deal. So we're going to start creating some subjects here. We'll go Cornwall as a vassal. There's some big ones up here that we could do. We need to make sure that we are still maintaining a border with England, though, so we got to be careful there. Isle, Lordship of the Isles. Let's give whoever owns this. He owns the Isles. Let's just give him man. He should be able to handle that. We don't have, yeah, we don't have any diplomats, so we need to wait. Let's go ahead and do that then. Oh, we got a coalition. There we go. The Hansa joined the coalition as well. Like I said, I don't think those guys even have an army, so it doesn't really matter. Right here is what we're looking like. We've got Northumberland, West Riding. These are new vassals, by the way. Northumberland, West Riding. I also recreated Aberdeenshire. As soon as we attack Scotland, we'll be fine. We have our CB. Yeah, we only need the CB. We need to border them to create the CB, but to declare war, we just need to be able to use the CB, so that's fine. We'll give that land back to him, and then this land will go to maybe Lothian or one of these other ones. So yeah, these are all going to be just fine. Look at that, our vassal swarm. I might unscootage these people and have them just swarm England next war. That might not be a bad idea. We don't really need the extra money from them, so I don't know. We'll see. I got to think about that, but yeah, these guys should have some really strong control because they're fairly centralized and there's a lot of them. So it's not like there's one giant vassal that can't use most of the land. It's like a lot of small ones that that should have high control. We created Cornwall, gave him a little bit of land. Wessex gave him some land. Staffordshire gave him land. We increased Wales and this one down here, whatever, however you pronounce that. So yeah, we're looking quite strong. We are still well under our Diplo capacity, so we can go even further if we wanted to. I don't know what we'll do with all of England. I guess we could full annex everything and then just keep expanding outward. This will just be our home region because, yeah, and then we would have to have vassals everywhere to hold all the other lands. Not entirely sure, but we've got some work to do. 100% we've got some work to do. So we're integrating. Let's also get this guy off of assimilating and turn him to integrate because we need to integrate Gloucestershire. I think it's probably pronounced Gloucestershire. Oh, Chestershire. I don't know. That's like 10 names mashed into one. So let's get somebody to help with this integration and join the cabinet. And then we're still encouraging inward. Let's get somebody that's really good at Diplo. Dude, our cabinet is like so anemic right now because we keep giving away land. All of our courtier are leaving to run their own country. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. We need to have more babies, but this 71-year-old lady's not gonna cut it, I don't think. Yeah, and then the kids are getting old. By the time they take over, they're gonna have, you know, a short amount of time. I'll be sad when she leaves, though. She's got really good stats. So game plan right now is we're just biding our time until we can declare war on Scotland, wipe him out completely. Let's work on trying to get an alliance here with France if we can. We need a big friend in the area. Oh, we can get an alliance. Yep. Nobody's going to be declaring a coalition on us anytime soon. So we should be good. And then England's going to get wiped out soon anyway, so that's not really a concern. If he declares war on England and pulls us in, I don't know if that voids the truce. I'm not sure. But anyways, yeah, it's good to have a big friend here because then we can just expand outward. We can go Norway, Sweden, and then maybe Castile or something if we want to start expanding past this. I mean, the main goal was to take over all of the UK. I guess you call it Great Britain. UK didn't exist back then, but take all these 2 islands, and then from there, I guess we'll kind of just decide what we want to do. So until then, we have to stabilize this country. We probably have to help our vassals fight some rebellions. I'm almost positive there will be rebellions. And then we need to continue expanding our economy down here. Our sailors took a hit, man. No, they're not repairing anymore, so it's just these. Yeah, I'm not sure, but these guys need to get back up there and start protecting the sea lanes. We could also start putting some light ships in here so we can get some trade protection and protection from pirates. That may not be a bad idea. Oh, you know what? We didn't research it yet. The bark, we gotta research them. That's fine though. Oh, we just died. And we formed a marriage union with West Riding. They're already our vassals, so that doesn't really change anything. Our new ruler, he is 35. Interesting. So it picked the younger. His stats aren't amazing. He's kind of middle of the range with everything except for Diplo, so that should be fine. That should not put us below the Diplo cap. Yeah, we're still, I don't know, 60% of our capacity, so we should be fine there. Yeah, we got to be careful of that. If we go to the max with somebody that has really high Diplo relations, then when they die, it's going to be a real problem. Okay, so what are we doing here? We have Diplo spending maxed out, which we probably need because I think we need to improve relations with a bunch of our vassals here. And then we need to start removing them from scutage if we can. Did we take a malus for doing that? Let me check. So cancel scutage. I know in the previous game in EU4 it would give you some kind of, if it's either relationship penalty or trust, increased liberty desire or something like that. It doesn't look like that's the case here. So you can just toggle them on and off. I guess they make you use a diplomat, so maybe that's why it takes forever to do that. If you've got like 10 vassals, it's going to take a while to do that. So anyways, we'll unscutage them all. I guess we can do it now, right? Yeah, there's no sense in waiting. But we've got the Scottish War coming up soon. Hopefully we get enough to take him out without having to summon our own troops. They've got 6,000 manpower, but that's probably maybe 3,000 or 4,000 troops. We'll at least use our navy to come over here and blockade, and then we'll let our vassals swarm and take them out. So yeah, I think that's it for our marching orders. Stabilize, get the economy rolling, improve relations with France. We've already got an alliance there, so we should be solid, and then we'll keep going. I don't know what happened, but France just broke their alliance with us. Why did they do that? We had like 160 relations with them. Why the hell did they do that? Are they going to join that coalition? No, they're not on the list, so they can't join, or not going to join it. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they'll join us later. That was really odd. We can do an... Yeah, they'll accept it again. What the hell, man? Let's try it again. Yeah, they accept it again. I'm not entirely sure. Are they at war? Maybe they didn't want to pull us into a war. It's only a civil war, though, so I don't think they pull allies in for that. Yeah, really strange. I guess we'll just keep toggling their alliance on if it keeps trying to go away. Okay, so we're going to cancel scutage with Sutherland. Let's see what they do. It does increase liberty desire, but only by 5. That's literally nothing. So no big deal. Yeah, we'll just go through and cancel everybody one by one. And we just got our CB with Scotland. Let's double check, make sure we can actually declare war on them. They are in league with Peruzzi and the Hansa. But like I said, these are not even countries. One of them is a bank, and the other is a trading union. So I don't know what that actually means. I don't know what that actually means, if they're going to be able to attack us or not. But anyways, we've got CB here. Yep, we can do it. Don't have a diplomat. That's fine. Let's get everybody off scutage first. It'll take us maybe a year or two to do that. We got to get all our diplomats in order, but we should be fine. All right, I think it's time for war with Scotland. Let's get over there. We keep getting this pop-up that we can intervene in some wars. So England and Sweden. So intervene in war doesn't... We're not powerful enough. Oh, this one we can. Okay, Kingdom of Sweden. So this war was started by Sweden, and they're attacking somebody. Yeah, we're not going to do that because we don't... It's going to be a nightmare trying to go over there. If we could do the English one, we would definitely do that, because that would... we could probably just rush them and then do a white peace so that we can go to war with them again soon. But we probably have a lot of antagonism we need to get rid of. But anyways, let's go to war with Scotland. We got our navy in position. Hopefully we have enough to wipe these guys out without having to summon anything. So let's go and declare war. And where are the Hansa in the Peruzzi? So we click on them. Where are they actually? So the Hanseatic League is over there, which is expected. And then these guys are all the way down in, I'm assuming, Italy. Yeah, they're down here. So like I said, I don't think they're going to really do anything. All right, we are wiping the navy out. What the heck? Did we pick up? No, it's an allied fleet. Okay, there we go. And it looks like our vassals are starting to swarm. That's perfect. Get in there and attack, dudes. Yeah, these guys have 2,000 troops. Holy crap, they have a lot of manpower. We probably could have... Oh boy, that's actually a lot of troops that the Scottish have too. But I think if we had combined our forces with our vassals, we probably could have taken on England. Because they're not going out with a 40,000 stack. So, you know, 17,000 stack when we already have 15,000. If we add another 11 on top of that, we would outnumber them. So, pretty interesting. I think we can take them next time. Yeah, look at that, 12k. So we would basically double our army size just with these vassals. Where's he going? Oh, he got just about stack wiped. He's getting attacked again. There we go, he should be gone. Stack wipe, stack wipe. All right, and then they're going to full occupy that. So this war's pretty much done. We just need... Oh, no, we summon in more. There it goes. Another 1,300. All right, alliance broken. Again, dude, he did it again. Why did he do that? He signed it again? No, he won't sign an alliance. I think it's because we're at war. Yeah, once we get out of this war, we can do it again. That's fine. So we'll finish it up. Let's siege him down. What are these guys thinking? Dude, do they even have troops? That's what I want to know. Yeah, see, they don't. They don't have anything. So why are they even in this war? It's just this dumb. They don't contribute anything, and they don't have anything to contribute, so no big deal, though. Yeah, we just need to finish that siege, and then we're done. We got to continue upgrading our economy here. Papermaker is almost maxed out. We've got a little more room to go on the tools. Yeah, we've got some stuff in here. We can definitely still grow our capital economy. But with 2,000 in the bank, we probably need to continue expanding the RGOs. This is too much. Like I said, I should be keeping this. Even 1,000's too much, maybe around the 500 mark, just so we can have a little bit of a savings fund. Do this down to 1,000. There we go. We'll get everything. We'll just flood the market with all of our resources, and then I don't know. Maybe we can do some interesting trade stuff. But yeah, let's finish this war up. All right, that was the last of the scootages. We got everybody off scootage, so now they should be joining our wars. Let's see, this one should be done any minute. There we go. That's the end of the war with Scotland. Actually, that's their navy. Okay, let's finish it. We'll full annex. It's not going to put us into coalition with anybody that doesn't already hate us. So can't declare peace with these guys. Can we do anything to them though? Yeah, like I said, they don't even show up on the map, so I don't know what we're supposed to do with them. But anyways, Scotland's done. Yep, they don't even show up. So let's take all the money, all the land. We'll give land away. And there we go. Scotland's gone. Coalition disbanded. Nice. Get out of here. Right, this is going to go back to Aberdeenshire, I believe. We need diplomats, though. Let's get that going. And then this one, I don't know who we'll give that to. It's its own. Yeah, that's its own. Probably just give it to this guy. I don't want to create more vassals. We'll just expand the ones that we have. And then these guys. Oh, we got a rival. Norway. Nice. And England is our rival. Perfect. We're finally getting sailors again. That's good. I had to come over here and build this. We're getting 21 control, so we'll get a little bit of monthly sailors from this. Same thing down here. We expanded the city here. This guy should be getting a decent amount. Half of that, so that's 9 or 10 from them with all those buildings. Okay, so back to the game plan. Let's get some diplomats here. Actually, the province Aberdeenshire is in his realm anyways, so let's just give that to him. And then Perthshire, yeah, that's fine. We'll give that to him. Expand him a little bit. So there we go. Scotland's gone. The only, well, I mean, we still need to get rid of Galloway, but we pretty much own most all of Scotland, all of Wales, and, well, no, we don't own all of Wales. We still have to deal with Chester. Yeah, we'll deal with that soon. We just need to get past this truce. So 1474. Also, do you want to be allies again for the 5th time? There we go. We're allies with England, or with France again. Don't know what that's about. So at this point, we're just building up the economy. We're writing out the truce timer. And then England is 74. We actually need to get going on that. We need to build a spy network here. So let's get our diplomats back, get a spy network so we can get a CB on them. Yeah, right now I don't think we have a CB, so we would have to know CB, which we're not going to do, obviously, because we have a border with him. We can get a really good CB with that. All right, so back to work. If anything interesting comes up, we'll talk about it. Time for another parliament debate. We do have gravel roads on here, so we'll do everything we can to get that to pass. We'll pick up another 10 towards centralization. We're really close, and we can grant privilege, tribal host to the chieftains. That one doesn't really do much. I don't want to have to revoke it, though. I really don't want to have to revoke it. Traditional, no, we want to go towards the other one, capital economy, so that's not going to work. We'll see. Let's see if it passes. If we have to revoke an estate, or not an estate, but one of these, what's that going to cost us? 57 stability. That's a lot. Yeah, that's probably a bit too much. We're maxed out for inward. We're getting a little bit of a bonus from it, at least. So crown power, monthly control, antagonism, language influence. Okay, so this impacts how much language affects a country's antagonism towards each other. Oh, and this is a plus. So if we have, that's probably a bad thing for our antagonism, but we do want the crown power. What was outward again? Oh, okay. Antagonism, language, influence. It decreases it. So having a different language, yeah, that maybe would have been the better choice now that I think about it. The crown power is really nice to have, though, right? having negative cultural tradition, I don't know if that really matters too much. Diplo capacity. Well, it's not too late. We're only at 16, so I might flip that later, but let's just stick to it. Let's see if there's anything else here we can swap. We work on, yeah, we can work on innovative again. 0.59, that's crazy. All right, we must have taken some Diplo or some innovative things, and now the break-even point is higher. Yeah, 59. So we'll get it up to at least 59, I think. And that is giving us literacy, max literacy. Cool, that is a good update. Let's get back to it. So peace is coming in 74. So 4 more years, we have to get that spy network up and start the CB process. So we'll get that. And we might want to start looking at doing something down here. I don't know if we really can, though. I'm going to do some research and see if we can do some diplomacy in here. Maybe we can get some allies and join some wars and pick up some extra land just by virtue of being around here. But we'll see. We're getting called into a war by from France. It's the first rebellion against France. Okay, so their East Luxembourg is trying to break free, I guess. We'll accept. It's fine. We're an island nation. Nobody's getting in over here, so even if we don't participate. Only thing is this one could be attacked, but that's not a big deal. Who are they even fighting? Oh, they're already dead. East Luxembourg is by themselves. Yeah, they literally have nothing. I'm still curious where they are. Oh, it's this one tiny little province. There we go. Peace deal. So we should get some goodwill for joining them in their war, even though we literally weren't needed and did nothing. Yeah, plus 200. Defended us. Hell yeah. We got 100 out of that, and it only decays at 1 per year. So we have 100 years of good relations with these guys. That's pretty wild. So we don't need to improve relations with him anymore. Actually, we're maxed out on that as well. So let's see. Can we take advantage of these French? What can we do? Form new defensive league. I don't think the defensive league really makes much difference if we're already in an alliance. I could be wrong there, but feels like we got it covered already. All right, can buy a location. He's willing to sell some stuff. So how much? Yeah, how much are these going to cost? So something like this, he wants 13, but he's not willing to sell. Check all these. Oh, it's because we don't have enough money. So if we maybe saved up like 5 or 10k, he would maybe do it. Yeah, nothing I've clicked on is there. Now, what value of location is minus 742? Yeah, they're not even close. I wonder if there's anything he would be willing to sell, even if we had infinite money. I bet you a lot of the stuff he would not sell, no matter how much we paid him, because it feels like the money. Well, see, the price is only plus 118 for positives. The negatives are negative 1383. Value location, it's produced. Yeah, dude, this is even just the base. If nothing else existed here, just the base, we don't even have enough. So interesting mechanic. I guess if you're super rich, you could save up and then buy something, but seems like it might not be worth it. Okay, back to work. Unfortunately, we didn't get gravel roads passed, and I wasn't willing to do the stuff that they were asking for, so no control or no centralization. Whoa, what's going on here? England and France are at war again. Damn, we're missing out then. That sucks. I would love to be part of that. We have 74. We still have 3 more years before the truce is gone. We haven't even finished our spy network. So we need to get that up, and then we can create the CB. Right, we should be able to do this. Yeah, we are bordering him, so that still counts. Being a tribe seems pretty broken. Like, if we went to a monarchy, I feel like it would be worse. But anyways, yeah, I guess we're just going to wait. And if he calls us in... Actually, I don't think he will call us in because we have the truce. So we just finished research for a law. This is recruitment law. So most likely we'll end up just taking something that gives us... It moves us where we want to go. So we can go... Yeah, we want free subjects. We also want plutocracy. So this one increases peasant levy size. This one is burgher levy size. I don't even know the burghers contribute much to levies, but maybe they do. Standing army, we have to wait till we're in Age of Revolutions. Or, yeah, absolutism or revolutions. Elite training is Age of Revolutions. Age of Revolutions for these. Okay, so we can't do those. Yeah, we don't want aristocracy. I don't care about mercenary maintenance. We don't use them. It's not a big deal. It's 0.02, so kind of like who cares. But let's just double check our laws real quick, or our values, and see which one is struggling the most. So plutocracy, we're currently pushing that way right now. And then the other one was free subjects. So free subjects is further along for sure. And I feel like plutocracy is probably going to give us a bit more use, kind of. Yeah, let's go that route then. So we're going to go plutocracy, regulated naval service. Another law in the books. I'm also starting to build out armories. So we built one right here, and that gives us monthly manpower. Once it gets fully stocked, I think it goes up to like 10 or something. We'll start building up our manpower reserve and hire a professional army, and maybe that'll help, maybe it won't, I don't know. Like I said, it's still pretty early in the game, and the early game professional troops are just not that good. But probably better than the levies, if I had to guess. Almost ready for the spy network. No, one more month, and we'll have it. So we'll see how long that takes. They're still at war. Yeah, England's still at war. Let's go ahead and create our CB here. Pushback colonizer. Looks good. And we don't need the spy network anymore after that. And then once that's done, we'll be very close. Yeah, I don't know how long this is going to take, the CB, but it'll be pretty close to when this wears off. Our truce with France is going to wear off in 5 days. I wonder if he's going to cancel the alliance again. No, doesn't look like it. And then the war is going pretty well here, although, oh, Spain just showed up. That's not good. Yeah, Spain is causing some problems for France here. That, you know what, I just realized that's probably how England was surviving these wars. I don't think England was doing well. I think it was their allies that came in and saved their butt. I just checked all of our societal values. We're maxed out on everything in terms of how far we can push them. So everything from here either needs to be policies and stuff like that that give a little drip, and then it'll increase the amount we can do, or they need to be events where we push towards those. So let's reassign this guy to have him do something else. We've already got everything integrated, so we don't need that. We do need to assimilate still. Probably a little bit of conversion, but let's go ahead and assimilate first. I think that's probably more important. Yeah, some of these big urban centers. Actually, it's not the urban center that is mixed. Wait, what? Why is it telling me to assimilate down here in Wexford when it's already... Well, Meath. Meath is 99.9, so that means there's probably like one Englishman somewhere. There's 6 Anglo-Irish there. How are they coming in? Let's see if they get rid of it. Yeah, some of these things are... Feels like they're a little bit bugged. Like if it gets down to the last handful of people to convert or do whatever, assimilate, it just kind of doesn't go all the way. Maybe that means there's new people coming in as we're doing it. See, look, it didn't move at all. It stayed at 209. So they don't want to assimilate. We've probably been sitting here for ages trying to assimilate that, and they're just not going. That's fine. We'll spread out. Let's get... see, Wexford is back again. Did somebody move in? No, there's nobody here. Nope, they're all Irish. So that's a bug. Yeah, that's fine. Let's work on some of the other ones. We'll do Cork. There's a lot of towns here that might be getting immigrants. Yeah, Anglo-Irish. Okay, so assimilating. We're still integrating Gloucestershire. Oh, no big deal there. There he goes again. He just broke the alliance off with us. He's currently at war, so he will not rejoin. We need to pay to maintain the relationship. That's probably what's happening. We'll get too many relations. All right, so he's probably at his Diplo capacity. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that it added to your Diplo capacity, but that makes sense, because that's the first alliance I've done in this game. I've been playing Ireland for about 100 hours trying to figure this campaign out. That's how I started out learning. And so, yeah, there's parts of the game that I don't have a lot of experience with, and actually a lot. But I guess that's not saying much for a Paradox game. You're still a beginner until you hit about 1,000 or 2,000 hours. But anyways, we're going to go to peace with England here in about a year. So hopefully we can finish our CB, and then we can wipe him out. And then that'll be the challenge complete. And we'll see if we want to continue. I'm still enjoying it. This is not feeling grindy at all. There's still a lot of new stuff to kind of figure out. So maybe we'll go for Norway and Sweden and Iceland and all this stuff up here. And then, I don't know, we'll see where else we go. We finally researched the bark. This is going to give us, what do you call it? More maritime influence. Right, so the early Carrack gives 12. Second. Yeah, I thought there was big reason to push for the bark. So 0.14, 0.12. It's slightly more for maritime. I mean, I guess the difference is you can build a lot more of these guys because they don't require as much money. They don't require as many sailors to maintain. Yeah, this is only 1. This is 4 sailors. So we could afford to build more of these. It's going to jam up our navy size. And I don't know, maybe we should just keep building Carracks because we can afford it. We have the manpower, but it's going to cost a lot. Let's just do the barks. So 1, we can get maybe like 10 of these things. Get 8 off the bat. Let's see if that helps any. Should help. We got England joining the coalition. Our peace treaty just ended. Just ended. Let's see if this guy's willing to ally now. Nope. Yep. Too many relations. So he's probably not going to be an option, but he's got 200 relations. That's pretty good. Now, who is in this coalition? Only people that don't matter. Chester Gallo. It's England and his 2 vassals, so who cares? We are 86% of the way there to having our CB. I think about 3 or 4 more months and we'll have it. All right, here we go. We got our CB in England. We've got diplomats. We're ready to go. So we still have to fight against Castile and the Papal States. But I think we should be able to dominate the waters. So I'm not too concerned about them. I am pretty concerned about England though. He still has a very large army. I guess the population here is pretty big, but I mean, if we get landmass, we're dwarfing him. But yeah, I don't think that really matters. But yeah, there's not really much else we need to do. Let's just get in there and fight him. You know, I was thinking about this. I definitely messed up on that last war. So if you look at the control, look at control for England, like all the stuff we took was everything outside of their control range. So we literally left their country alone. Taking all this land did next to nothing against them. So, I mean, it definitely took some of their economy and their manpower away, but the vast majority is still intact because we left it alone. So that was a huge mistake, in my opinion. I should have taken all the high control territory around him, embraced the border gore, and you know, go at it that way. But yeah, I should have done that differently. So I was basically looking at all their stats here, and if you look at their army, it's like I said, it's basically untouched. 35,000 troops still. Of the levies, 1,600. Those are like the men-at-arms, the good quality troops. Cavalry, they have artillery, they have a lot of stuff. So I think what might make the most sense, like if we declare war on these guys, it shows superiority. We still have to do the same thing. We still have to take smart fights and try and, you know, hop in and out of battle. So what I'm thinking about doing is maybe hiring a professional army. We'll scootage everybody again. We might need to, you know, let me cancel these, because if we scootage them, we don't need them. We don't need them to be as loyal. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, and I'm just kind of looking through this. Their liberty desire is fairly low, actually. So I think once we declare war, they probably wouldn't even stay loyal anyways. So whatever, we don't really have vassals here, so we might as well let them pay us. We'll use that money to not only fund our economy, which we've already been doing, but more importantly is we now need to grow an actual army. So we've got an armory there. Let's go ahead and upgrade it twice. To get level 3 armory, we'll get 30 people that we can pull from and more manpower and all that. And we'll just start hiring some troops. I do want to hire some artillery. That'll help speed up the sieges, but I don't think we're going to be doing too many sieges in this first war, or this next war anyways, because like I said, the CB is show superiority. And also we have to start the war before this CB ends, which is November 79. So we're in November 74. We have what, 5 years? Actually, that might be enough time. We have to flip everybody back to Scootage again. And if we cancel all these, I think we just canceled like 5 of them. So I don't know, 0.5 or 0.6. So every 2 turns, we can send another Scootage once we run through our starting 5. So it's going to take, there's a lot in here. So it's going to take several years to flip everybody. I'm just worried it's going to come up against that time limit. And what we'll probably end up doing is just giving away the rest of these lands before we declare war. It's not really helping us that much, and we'll get it back when we annex. But I think for now, we don't want them to have access to any of our lands. And if we scootage everybody, they're just going to run around like chickens. We can easily siege this stuff, run away, let them come through, and we have vision of all this land. So we can just come in here and snipe the small groups that come, and then we'll just kind of play guerrilla warfare with a semi-elite army. So I think that's going to be the game plan. And what we might want to do, well, you know what, I think, yeah, we'll stick to that game plan. Might want to get a few more carrots. Maybe 3 more. 2 more? Yeah, let's do 2 more. That'll put us at 18 total. And then we have the barks coming. That'll help with taking control of the sea around us, which will help with control and all that, but not really relevant. The other thing that we need to do is ally with this guy. See if he'll stay for more than a couple seconds. So there we go. Ally with France. And he's currently at war with England, and he should be winning. Minus 12.5. Why are you losing this war? Defender ticking. What is his war goal anyways? I don't know what the war goal of the 100 Years' War is on their side. So there must be something that he's not doing that he's getting punished for. But anyways, it's not really our concern. Most likely he'll end up taking land down here. And what we can do is we can actually come down here and siege this stuff first with our boats to block, make sure they can't get to us, make sure they can't get to our main island. We can siege all this down. He'll get a bunch of war exhaustion from it. And then we'll come over here and start picking this stuff off. So we'll probably go to Galloway first and Chester. And like I said, we have plenty of vision with them coming up to try and unsiege. I think that's what we'll end up doing. Fighting them directly is just stupid. I don't know what I was thinking there. So, but anyways, let's get back to it. I'm going to start scourging these people again. And then we'll start building up an army. All right, we got our barks out. That is 8 of them, I think. 8 barks, light ships. Hopefully that helps with the control in the area. So we'll get our 3 more boats. No, sorry, 2 more boats. Yeah, we queued up 2 more. Get those going. And then, oh, you know what? We can canonize somebody. Let's get Grandma here. Yeah, she was really good. 71 years she lived, and then very good stats. She's definitely a saint. We got quite a few saints, actually. So we're investing in our economy again. So we went from 2,500 down to 1,000. I queued up a bunch of buildings for Dublin. You can see a lot of these are going to get maxed out. And we should be making really good money. I mean, we're already making really good money, but we should be making very, very good money. You know what? Let me back these off. Actually, that was a mistake. There's some other ones that are better. I do want to get the marketplace upgraded as well, because I feel like that's probably an important thing to do in your capital. But let's get our cannon maker going. We'll do 4 levels of that. More jewelry, cannons. Right, that should be good. We'll get back to it. We got RGOs going up as well. So like I said, we should be expanding our economy at the same time. We just unlocked a tech, and this allows us to do rights of the nobility. We've got a few options. We could block nobility from cabinet, but get centralization progress. This one lowers their satisfaction, but allows us to tax them more. I don't think taxing them more really makes sense when their satisfaction is lowered, because we can't really tax them anyways right now. If you look at their tax rate, it's not at max. It's at 19 out of 31 because they're just not happy enough. We need to increase their approval somehow and then tax them. So I don't think that's necessarily a good one. There's no way we're doing serfdom, so that's not going to work. We could increase the nobles' power slightly. It's only 10%. It would block our own people from being in the cabinet. The cabinet is not as big of a deal. It's literally just these 3 people, so not being able to put them in. Now, not being able to put the nobles in the cabinet is a problem. But I think our own people, they can lead armies and do all that other stuff still, so I think it's probably okay. This will make them happier so that we can tax them more, and it'll give us more levies, so I'm going to go that route. But most importantly, it doesn't push us towards any value that we don't want, so there's that. We just got a call from France to enter the 100 Years' War. That's actually really bad. We don't have everybody scourged, so they would just ravage our lands. And France isn't going to help us. These guys are, yeah, they're literally doing nothing. Well, I don't want to say they're doing nothing, but they're fighting their own war down here against Castile. So, yeah, I think if we decline, I don't know if it cancels the created a mutual truce with France. France lost 50 opinion. So, yeah, it does hurt our relation with him, and I think it also cancels the alliance. Yeah, we can immediately go back to allied with him, which is kind of funny. 79, that's fine. It looks like England just sued for peace with France, so there's no more worries about them calling us into a war. So let's go ahead and re-ally them. And yep, as expected, France lost some land. Even though they were winning the war, they just can't cross the channel. So, pretty wild. All right, we still got some work to do here. We got to close all of our borders here by enabling scutage, and then we should be... Okay, well, France broke the alliance, so that didn't help us. Well, that's awkward. We still have a lot of land here. What is he... Oh, war over. It's a coalition war. What if we just get out of it? Treaties, humiliate, and war reps. That's actually even too much. So if we get rid of the war reps, we'll still take it. And that even looks too high. Jeez, what is this guy doing? So if we... This one, humiliate. Down here, can we turn off humiliate? No. Okay, so he really wants to humiliate us. That's his biggest thing. That's going to cause us to lose 19 prestige. I am not beyond it. So there we go. We've got a white piece, essentially. Like, it just cost us a couple prestige. Who cares? It's going to decay anyways. So what is our truce timer is 1481. we won't be able to declare war on these guys in time. So it's okay. We have time though. Yeah, that actually worked out pretty well. Better than I was expecting. Good thing it didn't cost us any money either. So we don't have to worry too much about rushing now. We just need to get these things turned over to Scutich. We'll build up our forces. We'll keep doing our thing. And then in, what is it, 5 years? 6 years. Yeah, in 6 years, we will go back to war with them. On our terms, not theirs. So that should be good. I'm also going to build more barks. Let's get another 8. Or is that going to be too much? So current Navy, yeah, we need to back off 2 of these actually. So that'll put us at +6. No, I'm sorry, we're good. Yeah, we can go up to 32, not 30. So we're good there. Let's get as much strength in the coastline here as we can, because we need to start annexing these guys at some point. If we don't have enough maritime presence here, we're going to lose our control on these areas, and we won't be making nearly as much. So super important that we do that. Even more important though is making sure we secure the sea lanes, which we do at this point, I believe. Also, we're doing a promote burghers parliament issue, just because it gives you plutocracy while you're doing it. Looks like we might even pass it. I don't really care if we pass it. It's not going to make that big of a difference. But if it passed, we get another burger. Who cares? While it's being debated, we get pushed in the direction we want to go. So hopefully it passes so we don't lose the stability. Sweet, we got it passed. And we picked up another burger. I wish it showed us what his stats are, but that's all right. We embraced meritocracy, so we can start taking research techs in that tree. Yep, fully embraced. We still have some stuff we need to get, but we'll look at that as soon as we're done with our queue. Also, these guys declared independence, which should be laughable. They're going to get smacked, right? Oh, these guys right here. Yeah, how many troops are they going to send? And we probably still have 600. Oh, okay, that's actually kind of a lot. 4,000? Oh, crap. All right, so a legit army. Yeah, I didn't think they were going to pull that many people out. Let's go ahead and raise levies. So we can do the full 16,000 and then try to stack wipe the smaller ones at least. And then same thing. Yeah, I'm going to handle this. This should be pretty straightforward. Some of our vassals are still helping us because we didn't Scutich everybody in the south here just yet. But we got some help if we need it. Take out this 4,000. Oh man, we got to siege. We got to siege that one down. That's kind of annoying. Right, vassal is taking care of these guys. I'm pretty impressed with the AI for these rebels. They're actually trying to land places and do some interesting maneuvers. I wish the main AI did that, but seems like it's relegated to just these guys. Maybe because it's a smaller scale. Let's make sure we win that fight. Yeah, that's heavily in our favor because of the mountains. Right, there we go. Okay, there we go. Finished the last of them, and we finished our siege. So we'll just annex everybody. Now, I believe it puts these back in our name. No, that one actually stays. This one goes to us, though. These guys do not. Yeah, they're still a vassal. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and disband everybody, and we'll get back to work. We're doing another big expansion of our RGOs. You can see it's across the entire island. We ran out of everything to upgrade in this area. Or not everything, but at least the decent ones. Now the stuff we're upgrading is just, it's like, yeah, 0.2 profit level. But what else are we going to put the money in? Right, we've pretty much upgraded most everything. We're waiting for these people to finish their building, so we can't really speed that up. Double check. Yeah, this looks good. You know, actually, the cannon maker is oversaturated now. Tools. That looks good. Yeah, like I said, we should be seeing a pretty big uptick in our economy by the time we are ready for war, and then we could just throw what we need to throw at them. We need to hire mercenaries. We can do that. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, let's keep going. Nice. We got another event to push towards capital economy. It will cost us some stability, but totally worth it. We're currently, yeah, this is the one that's been really hard to get rid of. So a 5 is a pretty big difference. Economy down to 63. I'll take it. We've got 2 more that need to be Scutiged, but everybody else is. Let's start building our spy network since it's kind of slow against these guys. And then hopefully we'll be ready in time for this truce agreement. So we've got 3 years. Actually, probably should have started it sooner. That may not be enough. 20. It's going to take 40 months just to get there. That's almost 4 years. Oh boy. Well, I miscalculated that, didn't I? Okay, that should be everybody. Let me just double check. That's our own land that we need to... We'll probably give this to somebody so that we don't have to worry about defending it. Yeah, we were integrating it, but I stopped that. I don't think it's worth it. There's another piece of our land we'll have to give away. Scootage. I don't think we missed anybody. Oh, wait, there's one. Perthshire. Here we go. Last one to Scootage, and then that should be it now. Perthshire. Yeah, Scootage, 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 and Scootage. We got it. So everybody's paying us. And we're making 65.8, so almost 66 ducats a month. That's more than our profit. It's pretty wild. We need to start working on an army here. We have a pretty healthy amount of troops saved up, but we need to hire them. That's going to drop it down to probably close to 0, and then we'll have to use some of this to deal with our maintenance. Most of these cost 2 to 4 manpower each, so that'll be a thing. Okay, 100 Years War is done, and yet they're still fighting. The 13th phase of the 100 Years War. That's so many. Alright, this guy's only got 75,000 troops. England has 92,000 troops. Okay, well that kind of makes sense. Is he the aggressor again? Declare war on France. No, that's not what I meant. Yeah, looks like France was the aggressor. So I really don't know what his objective is, but he's not getting it done. Anyways, if he takes more land here, again, it's just going to help us out because we can come down here and take it back. Sit on it for a little while. Not have to worry about his armies up here, and he'll get a bunch of war exhaustion. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to our counselors, or whatever these guys are called. Our cabinet. Our available options. We have 4 left. 3 of which are all over the age of 60, so they're going to be dead very soon. And the only option that's not over 60 has a really bad stat in the thing we want him to do. We'll hire him anyways, but it's getting pretty rough. I think it's time to start hiring troops, so why don't we do that? We gotta figure out what the heck we're gonna do. It's hard to decipher what these stats, like how good they are relative to other ones. I know there's certain ones that get extra bonuses, so these crossbowmen, they do more morale damage, but they take more strength damage. Hobblars have a little bit more combat speed, and they get a bonus in specific terrains. The Hoofnies is going to be getting extra damage to like forts, and it'll speed up siege progress. So that's going to be a good one. But we don't want too many of them because they don't fight well in the early game. Late game artillery will be really important, but I think in the early game it's kind of a waste. Yeah, let me kind of read through some of these. So handgunners they seem really strong, stronger than the crossbowmen, but that's kind of interesting. Extra morale damage done. Oh, more morale damage taken. Got it. These guys do more morale damage, but they also consume more food. So I don't know. If we go strictly off the amount that they charge, their expense, it's got to be the handgunners. These guys appear to be the best. Combat speed, ability to move from reserves to any other section inside a battle, which is fine if we're filling out the front row with these guys. We don't need them to have that. So I think let's go some handgunners. We'll go for 1,000 of them and see where that takes us. And as soon as they come out, I'll have them join. We want everybody to drill. They'll end up incurring more money, but we'll get some XP gain on these guys, so they aren't going to be complete noobs. Why are they going? I don't understand where they're going, trying to go to our boat. So what is the deal here? I guess I told them to go there. Let me just cancel this and redo it. All right, I'm gonna do this offline. There we go. We've got 1,000 handgunners. These guys are costing us about 5.5 ducats. More importantly, it is sucking up most of the army maintenance in terms of soldiers or manpower. So we're at minus 26. That's not good. Probably need to get some more barracks. We don't have a whole, or armory. We don't have a whole lot of places to do that. So we'll come down here. This is probably the closest. Get 2 more armories. That'll probably give us roughly another 10 since we're not quite at... No, it'll be more than that because the control's actually quite good here. Right, because proximity to capital, town rank, and then I think this is helping St. George Channel, and I think centralization, infrastructure, tribe. I thought doing this helped. Maritime presence. I thought maritime presence helped with that, but maybe it doesn't. It definitely helps with your trade. Yeah, your trade advantage. We're done converting just about everybody, so I'm switching over to increasing control down here in Wexford so we can take more advantage of this highly developed city. It's got 19 tax basis, so an extra 10% would actually represent a pretty big increase, as well as getting more soldiers from it, more sailors. We're kind of struggling with sailors, but it makes sense. We're kind of maxed out on our navy, so. But that should be fine. And then our army is, yeah, our army's fine. We just need to build up our manpower because when we go to battle, we'll probably lose a lot of these guys and we'll have to replace them. So if we can get like 1,500, can replace these guys basically 2.5 times, I think that should be fine. I'm also not replacing counselors anymore because, or cabinet members, they're so old. They're literally, we're going to spend 106 gold and they're going to die in less than a year, I bet. So no thank you, we'll keep our money and be slightly less efficient. We got 2 or 3 more months and then we can start the CB. See, what does control look like here then with Yep, up to 70. This one's almost 90. We've got another vote coming up. We don't need help with any of this stuff. Most of this is just decreasing cost for some of the buildings. We have more money that we could spend right now. So if we want to do a couple of these things, we could increase our control by building counting houses. These normally cost 186. So it doesn't really give us much of a discount. So why the hell is this even a thing? I don't know. I mean, we could build counting houses in a lot of places. I'd rather do this one. It'll give us 3 admin ability, Diplo, and military. So that'll make our ruler a little bit less bad. So we'll try it. I haven't tried this one before. I feel like they're going to be hard to pass though. Yeah, it starts out at 22. That's pretty rough. And then we only have one thing here we can do, and it's a land right. We're not giving him anything. So yeah, this will probably fail, but that's not that big of a deal. Here we go. We can finally start our CB, push back colonizers. And then as soon as that's done, we're either going to hand this off to somebody, which actually we probably should. We'll just hand it to this Gwent or Wales, one of these two guys. Probably Wales, actually. Wales is a little bit stronger. And if he gets any rebellions, he should be able to handle it. I don't want to hand it to a new vassal. Well, I guess we could create a new vassal there too. And then we'll just turn him on scootage right away. That should be fine. Okay, either way, we got a little bit of time before this cracks off. So let me go ahead and continue building up economy and getting ready for the war. Nice, we got another event to push us towards capital economy by 5. So that'll put us in the 50s. We'll definitely pay for the stability on that one. Also, I just realized our tax basis just hit 100. So this town's pretty insane. This one we can do next. We do have the control fairly high, 87%. Also, I did figure out what this was. So the maritime presence does increase your control on the way to it, but you have to basically the path from there. So it goes from Dublin to here, Dublin Bay, St. George's Channel, Hook Head, and then into Loch Garman. So you need to have maritime presence maxed in these 3 to be able to get your control really high. So essentially what they do is they sit in this area and they increase maritime control until it's at 100. And then if you have them on that patrol thing, then they'll go to the next one and get it to 100. And then the next one, they'll get it to 100. So having them patrol around your entire island is a huge mistake because it will literally take them hundreds of years to do the whole thing. So usually what it seems like it's better to do is increase your maritime presence in one, and then maybe leave enough boats here so that it stays at 0 and not going negative and going back down. And then same thing here, and then same thing here. So that way you can have this permanently maxed out. Yeah, so you can see here, if we look at our control, our maritime presence is spread down here. And now it's making it easier to go from this settlement out and inward into the inland. So what we could probably do, and I'm an absolute idiot for not doing this sooner, but we could build roads. We could build roads not just from here, but from our towns, like this town that we have. Why don't we do map the road mode from here? Actually, we need to get... Yeah, actually it doesn't matter because the control's coming into here and then it radiates out. So yeah, what we would do is that. Let's just get all of these, and then that'll decrease, or that'll increase the control, decrease the cost of going from there to there. What is the best route to go? Would it be from here to here? 41. It's about the same actually. So if we build a road from here to here, it'd be shorter. That could be an option. Now up here, we don't have great presence, unfortunately, but we could probably fix that actually. If we were to build our presence around the whole island, we also would need to, yeah, we would have to increase the presence around the outside. I don't think we have enough boats to do that. So it's probably better just to focus on 1 or 2 sides and just go from there. But either way, we can still build some roads here. So getting to here would be good. Same thing getting up here. Getting back there would be nice as well. But once we get some maritime presence back there, it should be closer from that side. So it would actually be easier or better if we did it from there. So let's just get this stuff that's close to here. Pick some of these up. There we go. We'll just spend all our money on roads. Why not? So huge infrastructure project, but probably needed because we're starting to max out this area. We don't have a whole, like we have more money than we can spend because we can't promote fast enough to keep up with how we can grow, but that should be fine. We got another rebellion here, and yeah, it's these idiots. I don't think our vassals are going to do anything because we are scootaged. Maybe they do. Yeah, they did actually. They did fight him. So they won't go to war with us, but maybe they'll do defensive wars? I don't know. That's kind of... I see what it is. West Riding. No, why is West Riding doing it? Yeah, that's interesting. So they do help. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why that is. But I'm not going to complain. I don't want to have to ferry people around, so I'm glad that they're going to do it for us. We've got research done. Let's go check out and see the new tree. I take it back. We don't have any of these figured out yet, so we have to come back here. So we picked out 11 techs. We're going for an apothecary building first. Efficiency of our cabinet by 5%. Tax efficiency 2.5%. Estate enrichment, this is how much they can hold back. So I'm assuming if we get rid of this, that money will go to us, or at least a percentage of it. Trade efficiency plus 2.5%. Monthly literacy increase. Power projection. 2 sets of culture capacities. Not that we would use them, but if we do need to, just temporarily to stop these rebellions, we could throw some prestige at it. Legislative efficiency, and then that's it. We've got build gravel road cost minus 5%. We just spent a bunch of money on gravel roads, so that would have been useful. But yeah, that should hold us over for a while in terms of research. Also, we got this guy from an event. He's got pretty good stats, 92 and 85 on these two, but only 42 in admin, but that's fine. We can switch him over to doing something else. 42 is still not that bad. So I don't know what happened there, but we just lost our land. Apparently he went over to England. That's kind of BS. Good thing we got our CB off. Yeah, we needed to be adjacent to him to be able to pull that off. So I don't know what happened there. I guess they enforced their demands. I should have gone after him, but I really thought that these were our people that were helping. But they were helping. What the hell, dude? The army's right there. How does that even make sense? We just killed their army and we had everything down except for one. Yeah, there's some things in this game that don't make a whole lot of sense, and I wish I understood them. It's not that big of a deal because we'll end up taking it back next war anyways. We'll probably get close to full annexing these guys. If not full annexing and then just dealing with whatever comes our way. Because we do have a pretty strong navy, so I don't know that there's anybody that can really pierce. And then we can just, we can defend this island pretty easily, I think. Alright, the coalition is back up. Hopefully it doesn't fire before we declare, because our CB is way better than taking land from them in a coalition fight. Also, let's go ahead and dump this just in case he does declare war on us. So we don't want him to have anything to attack. So we own nothing on the mainland. Everything is scutage. Yep. And then the one thing that we did have, I should have just gotten rid of it because we would have avoided this. They would have been able to defend themselves. That was really stupid. But you live and learn. And I wish I was safe scumming, but I am not in this one. So prevent annexation. Oh, interesting. We have this CB. I didn't know we had a CB from this guy. So prevent annexation. It's not worth it though. Conquer cost plus 100%. Subjugation cost 100%. Yeah, that's not a good one. I mean, it's fine if we don't have one, then we could just prevent him from taking this. Right? That's what this area is, Middlesex. No, it's not. Where's Middlesex is their capital. So what the hell is that CB talking about? Okay, war goal is take capital, Middlesex, prevent annexation. Maybe, yeah, maybe it is. Maybe you take that and it kicks this back out. It's really odd. Not entirely sure, but it doesn't matter. We're going to get our CB here in a few months. Well, a couple of years. So we'll be back when that comes. Okay, so if we look at right here, we are now only patrolling these three. So I limited the patrol. We're at 100, 100, and this one needs to go back up to 100. So that's exactly what happens. Now it does decay. So if you want to have this permanent, you got to put a few ships here, enough to counter that 0.36, 0.38 here, and whatever this ends up being once we get that maxed out. So what I'm going to do, actually, I don't want these light ships in war anyways. Let's get these ships to maintain. So let's have these both right here. What does that look like? 0.42. So it's actually growing. So I don't know how many light ships we'll need to maintain the whole thing, but probably not as much as... Not this much, for sure. We could back that off once we get up max. And then we'll spread them around. And these guys are working on this. We'll just funnel everybody there. And then once we're done, we will throw... Oh, wait. I did it backwards. These are the carracks. The light ships should be over here. Reverse that. So here, this light ship stack is 0.33 in the positive. And if we remove that, it is still 0.33. So is there a point of diminishing returns then? The more ships you put, it doesn't really add more. Or is it just... It didn't update maybe? I don't know. Yeah, we'll start stripping these guys out when we get to that point, and then we'll see at how many ships we need to maintain 100. So we'll get 100, 100. This one's on its way up, but holy crap, that's slow. Look at that, 18 ships versus 8 ships. Yeah, these guys are way better at maintaining. So peacetime, it's much better to have the barks, and in wartime, obviously, the carracks are going to be important. All right, there's our CB. Pushback colonizers, so we're good to go there. Let's actually... Yeah, the good thing about this is they can't get to us. The English can't get to us unless they pass this area right here. So assuming we can find their main force, their main Navy force. Why are these guys injured? All right, let's get them repaired up real quick. But yeah, assuming we can find their main force, we can lock them in, and then we don't have to worry about our Navy getting hit. So let's go ahead and heal. Let's get 1 month tick. Also, I'm going to split these guys. And I think 4 should probably be enough. And then we'll need double that number down here because it's low. And then we can continue down here because we have towns over here that could definitely use the increased control. That's a really cool mechanic. I'm pretty happy with the way that they implemented that. Oh boy, now we're losing. Yeah, this one, well, does it not update until you get the monthly tick then? Let me see. Yeah, it's actually going down now. This one is break even. So you might need more depending on where you are. Yes, maybe the further out you go, the more you need. Like we could maybe put 2 back here, and that will bring it up slightly, so that'll be basically 100. These guys are still losing. Jesus. Probably a big strain. This one doesn't need quite as many. We'll just keep moving around till we get the right mix. That should go to 100. This one should go to 100 eventually, and then this one is at least not going down. So we'll maintain that. And then at some point we probably need to build more Navy, even though we're at our limit. I think it's probably okay to do that still. Though, maybe it makes a difference if we put them on patrol seas, just in the one that they're in. See if that helps. We also need admirals, because that makes a huge difference. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So it's like a 30 or 40% increase to your maritime propagation if you have a good admiral. So there we go. That one is maxed and increasing. This one's still kind of struggling a little bit. We just need more boats here. I guess, I don't know if it's the further out you go, the more strain it is, so you have to have more boats to help keep up with it. That could be the case. Beside that, I think we're pretty much ready. These guys they're about halfway. Yeah, they're about halfway to max on their XP gain, so that's pretty good. I'm going to send my boats over here just to see if we can spot where they are. And then, what is our naval range? Oh wow, our naval range is far. So we shouldn't have any issues here. Oh, they took Calais. Yep. So they probably have all their stuff right here then. Yeah, we should not have any issues with starving. Yep, we're being fully supplied, so that looks good. All right, let's go ahead and declare war, and then get our troops positioned. Just turn off our training, and we'll get to it. All right, let's go ahead and use our CB here. Push back colonizers. Declare war. There we go. We are at war with his. What do you call it? His vassals. Looks like Castile. And these might be vassals of Castile, potentially. And then this is, yeah, vassal of England, but they do not like England. They've got 25,000 troops, so we got to be real careful here. So the goal, let's summon everybody. We'll get over here. We'll take some of these over here, and then we'll just try and find easy pickoffs if we can, and then go from there. Eventually, we need to make our way to the capital and take it, but I don't really want to do that until the end, or until we have a really firm control over the outside territories. We need very good vision in this one, so I'm going to go ahead and summon everybody and start moving them over. So all the levies, except for the German ones, and all the navies. I'm going to set my heavies to hunt anything in this area, so hopefully they catch. If somebody tries to drop on us, hopefully they'll be able to catch it. Oh, Jesus Christ, 68 locations. That's definitely not what I wanted. Why does it have 68 locations? 46 locations. That's not what I wanted either. Interesting. So why is all this stuff selected? Yeah, I definitely didn't select down here, so I don't know where all this is coming from, but that's fine. Yeah, we definitely don't want to patrol down here. That would be bad news for our attrition. So that should be fine. 12 sections, 8 sections. Where are these 8 sections? All right, let me figure this out. All right, it still says 8 locations. My guess is it has some stuff selected that we don't have vision of, because this is England and they probably explored a lot. Hopefully it doesn't screw it up. I'm going to be pretty annoyed if that's the case, but not much we can do about it. So we just want to patrol around our island to make sure nobody's dropping anything on us. So we'll just patrol here. Please don't go anywhere else. Let's see if he actually does. All right, there is 7 transports moving around for England. Let's see where they go. And then we need to get our transport ships. Barks. Yep, here we go. Transport ships. Get them bunched up, and then our army needs to still consolidate a little bit. And France looks like they're shipping some troops around as well, so this, yeah, would be helpful. All right, transport. Let's go to Dumfries. But maybe not on the 1st of the month, actually. Get out so you don't take attrition. Did they seriously just take attrition? Oh, I don't think they did. No, I don't think they did. Yeah, that was weird. I saw them glitch up here and then teleport across the water and come back to us. So that was a little odd. We have a giant navy coming through here. What are you guys doing? Okay, he is actually moving to intercept. So that's good. Yeah, go fight him. Nope, you went back to port instead. Yeah, some of the automated stuff in this game is just not good at all. But, it's alright. He's out. We should be fine. So they're down. Let's go back and pick up the rest. These guys are still hunting navies. That's good. Don't know, but I think he just wiped out a bunch of French. Here we go. Transports are here. Our army is fully moved over. We got 18,391. Let's start capturing some of this land up here. And then, oh, these guys are getting attrition. Getting attrition. Yeah, they got hit hard. Maybe there was a storm or something. These guys always take attrition for no reason. I think they're kind of bugged too, because a lot of times they don't come back when you disband them. Let's go clean the rest of this out. Make sure that there's nobody that's going to... Yep, there we go. That's what I was worried about. Make sure there's nobody that's going to recapture as soon as we come back out. We don't want to take more damage, so let's just take more maintenance, because we can afford it. Okay, let's make sure nobody's going to come recapture. There we go. All right, we're good. Let's move back down south, and we'll take this 833 out. Their navy is just chilling over there. That's fine. They can stay. I'm worried about getting dropped on back here, so we got to keep an eye. And I don't have a ton of faith that this guy will be able to do it. And also, these guys are no longer protecting trade. Let's get them back out. Not protecting trade, but projecting maritime. All right, we should have a stack wipe here pretty easily. Yep, stack wipe. Let's go ahead and take all of his land. We do have to siege something down, unfortunately. He's got another army coming out. Immediately take him out. Here we go, another stack wipe. And another stack wipe. We need to take this fort if we want to have this maintained properly. So let's come on here. This is going to take a while, so I'm going to speed this up. Right, our navy's getting attacked here. We are going to reinforce. He's probably going to take out some of our barks. Nope, he didn't. And he got hit hard there. It was just his transports, that's why. Oh, 19,000 troops. I don't think we killed any of them, unfortunately. That would have been pretty cool. Yeah, he's trying to land on us. We'll leave these guys out here still. And, oh, they did it again. He came back out, and this time he lost 7 transports. Let's see if that translated into lost troops. He lost 21,000 right there. Well, not 21,000, because we already killed maybe 2 or 3,000. So whatever was on those transports, it was a lot. They are completely gone now. That's a good pickup. All right, we finished the siege. We didn't take any attrition ticks. We got pretty lucky there. We'll go ahead and wipe this guy out with a... Oh, there goes our prestige. There's a stack wipe. And we have one more settlement here for this vassal, and then he'll be completely gone. Then we get to start working on the big boy. So I haven't really seen him do much. I'm wondering if he even still has an army after we wiped out the transport. Oh yeah, he does. He has almost double our numbers, despite losing a massive, massive chunk of manpower. Let's take a look, actually. 120,000. Oh man. We've taken most of his land, and he still manages to have double what France has, and look how big France is. But I guess that maybe it has more to do with him being more well-managed than France. France may not be very well-managed. But either way, we still got a lot of work to do. Let's start taking some land here. So the goal is to take the outside ones that we don't have to siege a fort for, just so we can get a bunch of vision, and it shouldn't really cost us anything. And then we need to wait for him to make a mistake, and then we'll start jumping on those little stacks. So let me start moving over here. Looks like the French are starting to land over here as well, which it could go either way. It could help us or it could hurt us if they take some land in a peace deal. I don't think they will, though. I'm pretty sure England's going to spank them. They've got 34k, and they've only landed with, like, I don't know, with this another 2,000 coming. It's still not going to be above 5k, it looks like, or just over 5k. So probably not going to account, or not going to turn into much, but we will be cautious. At least we'll get vision. So let's keep taking land, and then we'll come back when there's a big battle or something interesting. Put another 1,000 or so into our RGOs. We're starting to get some pretty good control down here. So these are starting to be fairly profitable. This one is looking pretty good as well. I'd love to get this port up and running soon and hopefully spread some of that control out. We'll see. We might want to get maybe another port city. I'm thinking maybe like one right here, one of these two. Even though it's not a natural port, it'll still be decent to help spread some of that control, because we're getting the control along the coast already anyways by virtue of our boats. So I think it'll probably help. And then yeah, maybe one or two in this area as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the rest should be good to go. Right, here is our first sighting of one of the armies. This is the English army. They have a massive amount of archers. Okay, so how would we counter that? I'm assuming with a bunch of cavalry, but cav in this game are kind of a mixed bag. They can do really well, but most of the time they just are not at all good. So I don't know if that's the right call. Either way, we don't want to mess with them. Let's just take this city center, and then we'll go, or the province center, and we'll go out. Take Salisbury next. Really would like them to crash into the French. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. These guys are just sitting there doing nothing. But it's okay. We're taking land. Right, there we go. The French are sieging Windsor. I'm pretty confident he's going to send something to attack that. So we got to be ready. If there's like a weak army that's coming, we can maybe go in there and snap it up. Okay, he's sending more troops in. There's another 2,000 coming. This could be good, actually. Also take Buckingham. So there's 2,000. Oh, he just gave up on Windsor. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. If something happens, we'll come back. But we'll just keep pushing through, taking as much land as we can. We just need to get visual. Don't care if they take it back. We're already winning. And assuming we don't take any stupid or bad fights, we should be fine. Right, England is moving. The 12k stack is moving. I don't know where they're going. I kind of want to be here if... There's a river there, though. We need to be able to attack from the same side. If we can get in after that fight is done, if he's in bad shape, that would be ideal, but it's probably not going to be in bad shape, to be honest. But yeah, see, he already ran, so he did not feel confident in that, which he shouldn't. He was outnumbered more than 2 to 1. But yeah, hopefully they keep burning their manpower on each other, and then we'll just keep taking easy land. Yeah, they're losing all the land over here. How is that war score looking anyways? How? I don't get it, dude. They've taken so much land. It might be to take the capital. That might be what their objective is. Oh, no, this is England. Wait, what? Score is -24. Defender taking, and from 169 battles, I guess they lost a decent amount of them. Yeah, they're getting some war score from occupation, but it's not enough to overcome the negative stuff. Really odd. And there we go. French just got kicked out again. But not a big deal. We'll just keep stacking up, taking all their land, and that should build the war exhaustion. You go nice and slow. Make sure we're not going to walk into anything. Okay, there is that 12k, it looks like. And they're starting to take some land back, which is fine. Oh, okay, there's 15k. So there is 12 and 15. So 27k. They have 34. So there's another 7,000 unaccounted for somewhere. We need to try and find it. And if it's smaller, it's like small groups, then we should probably try and pick them off. So let's just go one by one, not going through the woods, because you cannot see through the woods until you're inside it. It does block vision. So if they're hiding their army right here, we're just going to walk smack face into it. So let's take Lincoln and then keep an eye on these guys. There's the 7k. So there's a 15k, a 12k, and a 7k, which is pretty reasonable stack size, actually. If the 7k tries to fight that 4k French, we will probably be able to clean up, but we want to try to only get stack wipes if we can without fighting. Right, they've cleared us out from the west side, and we've kind of taken over most of everything on the east side, the northeast. 2 of their armies did link up, though, so that could be a problem if they get too close to us. I'm going to back up and chill in the wood line here. Let's actually go further away, go in the wood line. Maybe they'll walk through it with that smaller stack. I really don't want to fight. Even that stack I don't want to fight, but I guess, yeah, if we have to fight it, we have to fight it. Now, most of these advisors that we have are pretty bad. Yeah, this guy's not good at all, so we'll let him die. They're killing off our advisors. We just had an event that killed one like 2 months ago. So yep, you're dead. And we're not replacing him because we don't have good replacement. We literally have one 79-year-old, so we have nobody else to replace him with anyways, even if we wanted to. Going through a personnel drought. Okay, so that's fine. They can unsiege it. It doesn't really do much against us. They are taking, what do you call it, war exhaustion every turn that they have something sieged down. We don't have anything sieged down, so it doesn't really affect us. But we do need to start taking some land back here at some point. Let's go around the outside and take Bristol back. Gonna siege both of those. Can't do much about it. If they tried to attack us actually with a 27 stack. We just got out in time, so let's go chill for a little bit while they do their thing. There they go, now they're splitting up. Are they? Yeah, they're still at war with France. Once this war ends, we could just keep them on this island and then head south, take all this stuff, and that'll add to our war score. I wouldn't mind doing that. And then we can come back and mess with them. But we should be, like I said, we should be maintaining the lead here. In terms of, we're still not even there for a white piece, so we still got a ways to go. And anytime we get past a K, like right now we had 2,500, I'm just going to throw it all back into RGOs. We're just going to spam as much trade resources as we can here. I know we're not going to make a ton of money from it, but we'll at least be able to fund all of our economy. Anytime we try and manufacture some stuff, we'll be able to use this. It'll already be in our market, and it should make it cheaper. So hopefully that helps. I mean, our income is really strong right now. 84 for the size of this, I think is pretty decent. Our army is very underwhelming, though. We do need to get a better army going. All right, I think it's time to get our navy involved. I'm going to throw them over here so we can get some blockade going. There's quite a few good places we could do it. This place, maybe not so much. I think they have a building here that was causing us some attrition. Yeah. Oh, no, that is friendly naval attrition. I think there's one here that gives enemy naval attrition. This one right here. Hostile naval attrition, 1%. It's not much, but it does add up. And we don't have a huge amount of sailors. And actually, we're spending most of them to repair the tiny bit of damage that we took. So yeah, we blow through 5,000 sailors really quickly. I think, well, we didn't have 5,000. We had like 15 or 1,600. And we went through that pretty quick. So got to be real careful with our sailors. 18,000 versus 12,000. I'm tempted, but not really, because I think they have better troops than we do. And as I mentioned, they could just respawn infinitely, so we can't really do much about it. So yeah, we'll just let this play out. We'll start blockading and getting some war score that way. Oh, I just noticed their navies right here. This is the big one too. 10 heavies, 6 light ships. I'm not going to bring our light ships. Let's just go heavy. We'll go all heavies, and we just gotta hope and pray that we have a stronger navy than they do. They actually have a pretty good admiral in here. Navy move speed, he's got 97. Yeah, I guess it does kind of help. But his military ability is not that good. I mean, neither is ours, but still. And ours is navy maintenance, that's fine. Okay, I think it's time. Let's go fight him. We got the full health? Yeah, everybody's at full health. Let's get in there. Alright, how are we looking? Yeah, it's a 6-5-6, and they've got 6-4-4. So we outnumber them and we outmatch them because we have stronger ships here anyways. So we should be able to handle this pretty easily. Yep, they're taking pretty heavy morale loss. Oh, they're collapsing. All flanks, everywhere's collapsing. So they lost. They didn't lose any boats though. That's the unfortunate part. Even though we smashed them. What is this? You're fighting again? No, okay. And then we need to go back and repair again because it was a big battle, but we didn't take a ton of damage. So let's go get back to full strength. Where's this guy going anyways? Gloucester. Oh, he's going here. Yep. We can push him back out. Actually, why don't we do that? Let's stay. And then we'll kick him out by occupying that. He shouldn't have much time to get his morale back. No, he's getting his morale back. That's fine. He won't be able to heal. He got 1 tick of healing. Come on, get it done before the end of the month. Perfect. So only 1 tick. That's going to force a fight. Nope, he's at the other one. Apparently there's 2 docks here, and he's in the other one. Okay, you win. Let's back out. It'll get captured here in just a minute. I'm not going to push it, though. Yeah, hopefully these guys are still injured from that fight. Like I said, we didn't take too much damage. Let's move it around a little bit. All right, come on. Please be a good fight for us. There it is, and they instantly fled. Yeah, we won. It says we took 2 casualties and they took 2 casualties. I don't really understand that. Did we go down to, on our weakest, 40 and 47? So I guess maybe anything less than 50 is considered a casualty? Maybe that's what that means. Let's go back and heal whatever we can. We probably won't be able to get back to full because that's a lot. Oh, here we go. I was trying to take Salisbury and Winchester. I just spotted a 1200. That's a stack wipe if we can touch it. Yep. They're dead. I just saw another one as well right here. 500. Perfect. We'll snap that up. So there's 1,700, and that's a little bit of war score going our way. Yep, they've taken 23,000 losses already. So pretty successful war so far. But they can afford to make mistakes. We can't afford to make any, so we got to be careful. And it looks like we might actually get back to full on our Carracks, but we got to be super careful still. We can't just go back and fight them right away like last time, because they might have manpower for their sailors, and we definitely don't. We're pretty much at the bottom now. Okay, let's keep going. All right, we got a sighting of some boats. It is going to be in this C section, the C area, C zone, C section. this is their other navy. So these are the Barks and the Carracks. They're going to get booted out of here soon, so let's figure out where they go. I'd like to take this one out if we can, because we could easily kill those transports and get a big chunk of war score. Let's see where they get booted to from here, though. There they go. Where are they going? They're coming up here. We're not back to full health yet, unfortunately. 87 and 80, so we're actually in decent shape. Let's get back out there, make sure they don't do any damage over here. Okay, they're going back this way for some reason. Okay, do we want to go full health? We probably do. They can blockade that, I guess. I don't really care. Oh, they just ran. Yeah, their transports just left. So they may be trying to drop somewhere. Oh, look at that. The French are here again. Well, hopefully that gets them to split their forces up and run around. We'll just keep taking stuff along the coastline here. This seems to be the safe bet. Okay, that navy's moving back somewhere. We were going to intercept. We have another 10% health to go. That's okay. They can go out. What they're going to do down there? Oh, they're going to their French holding, apparently. Okay, we got free passage along the wood line here. But yeah, I don't like this area. This is bad news. Let's go back and we'll start taking some land over here if they'll let us. Let's get on this side and then we'll go to Banbury. Yep, Oxford's wide open. No, we have to go that way. England sent... There's 4,000 troops down there. I do like that fight. I don't like it in the woods, though. Yeah, I don't like that too much. Might still be worth it because we outnumber them so much, but they have a better general than we do, it looks like. Not in terms of combat, though. 36. Ours is 99, so we might actually be better. And it says, what, easily win? It's very likely your side will win. And our army has better quality, probably because our professional army. But they'll have more morale, which is fine. It's not casualties. And then the frontage does concern me. They have a bigger frontage. Yeah, we really need to get a better general. This guy sucks, man. Oh, there you go. 79 and 86. That'll help us with frontage and combat. Yeah, we definitely have the advantage here, but I don't really want to lose the troops. I feel like we're going to get screwed. So I'm just going to wait. But he's taking stuff. We're just following him and taking it back. See, he's probably just going to end up pissing off, which is fine. Nope, he's not. He's taking stuff back again. But like I said, he can do this forever. We can't if we have to go out and fight him. So we'll have to give in at some point and just let him take it. Looks like the French are coming. I'm going to send my fleet out and see if we can catch these guys. We can go over here and capture that settlement and kick those units out. Oh, actually they came out. Yep, there we go. We can catch him. He just got done attacking the French fleet. Luckily, the French got their units out. Oh, that's big. We just wiped out 12 units. So 12 units, it gives us 1.5 war score. And we don't want a Hulk. Well, we might actually want a Hulk. That's a really good transport. Yeah, we'll take it. I'm going to send it back home, though. We're not going to use it right now. We'll send it with these fishing boats. And we are now over our navy limit by 6. So we might need to figure out how to increase our naval limit a little bit here soon. Well, on the bright side, we don't have to chase anybody now. All right, so I guess we can blockade these for a little bit. Yeah, the problem is we're not going to get much war score from it, and I don't think it's worth it. We probably need to stay back here and just be ready to counterattack if somebody tries to drop on us. So we'll come back. If we see another navy out somewhere, we'll take them out. Good news is, even though we're chasing these guys in a circle, we are positive now, so we could go for a peace deal. We want to get the peace deal up a bit higher than that, though, and we want to go for the capital, but we're not going to go for the capital yet. Somebody might actually be on it. I think maybe the French are attacking. Oh, actually, interesting. That's a cheese tactic. So I just clicked on it, and it does show a siege. It shows the progress. It shows everything. Very interesting. So if they take the fort, I wonder what happens if... Yeah, I'm curious. If they take the fort, they sue for peace, and then the fort goes back to England. If we're right there, can we capture it without having to siege it? So I'm wondering if it makes sense to just sit there. Yeah, because I don't want to circle jerk with this guy if we can avoid it. Game's crashing. Okay, there it goes. So 21%, 170 defenders. See, I think as soon as the peace deal goes off and they get the fort back, I don't think it resets to full garrison. So if it goes back to him with 0, we could technically just capture it right there, but I'm not positive about that. Yeah, he's just going to keep retaking all of our crap, which is fine. We're not losing troops by doing this. So actually, if we just let him have it, it's not that big of a deal. Let's come over here to Kingston. I want to see what they're actually doing. Yeah, see, they have 9k on there. And if... Oh, they just got hit. Yep, they just got attrition down for over 1,000. So I'd like to see what happens here. Or if England tries to attack them, we could follow up afterwards, maybe, and try and get some damage in on their weakened army. Let's see what they do, though. Yeah, because the occupation is not giving us a ton of war score. Occupations and blockades, yeah, it's 6%. So we would just need to take this and then try and defend it a little bit. We could try to take Rochester. And, well, no, because there's no way we get it before he gets it, because 21%, it should be falling any day now. Speaking of which, we have too much money again. Let's go ahead and do more RGOs. We're almost maxed out on RGOs. Look at that. This is all... There's nothing we can add until we get towards the bottom. So this one we can add. They don't even have population. There's a few down here. And then we're talking about, like, bottom of the barrel. It gives almost nothing. But that's okay. We'll keep expanding it. At some point, we'll get the control up, so it'll be worth it in the future. There we go. Back down to 1,000. We spent 1,500 expanding RGOs. Let's see how far down that went. Actually, did it go to the bottom? It looks like Vienna is the lowest that it went, 0.2. Okay, back to the war. Let's see how long this thing goes, and if they just immediately sue for peace as soon as they take it. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Okay, they just took it, so they are occupying. Kind of want to go on there too. They don't have, they're taking attrition, lack of food. Okay, so they're starving. Oh, we're starving then as well. Right. Yeah, we need to go. Can we get food if we take something else? We need him to leave so that we don't have to run into him. All right, there we go. We're getting supply now. Perfect. And these poor French, they're just starving to death. Here we go. Can we catch this 650? Come on. Yes, we can. Got him. 652. That gives us half a war score almost. We'll take it. Now, these guys are going to have to fight their way back through if they want to get through here, because the French are right here. We're right here, and then there's woods right here. I don't think they'll go... Oh, they just went through the woods. I was going to say, I don't think they'll go through there blindly, but apparently they do. My guess is the AI is not blind. They could probably see us no matter what. These guys should go back and unsiege some stuff. Also, let's check out their war score. Are they actually in the positive now? Minus 27. Defender ticking. What are they supposed to do, man? They've got a bunch of land here. Oh, you know what? These are getting unsieged. I bet you he has a lot of troops there. England does. He's down to 10,000? That's it? Whoa, hold up. Hold up. Now's the time to start putting in some work. We need to siege some things down. Let's get Woking. Yeah, that's like almost half of his army right there. Oh, he's on the water. He's on the water. Do we have our boats ready? Yep, they're full health. Let's come over here and see if we can catch him. Oh, nice. We can actually go over here now because we're not going to get the attrition. He doesn't have that same building. Yeah, he doesn't have anything that's going to give us attrition in the port. So we should be okay. Let's get our boat over here. Right, yeah, we're good. We're good. So we can just, we can blockade these. He might come out. And he's got his entire navy there. 16 versus 18, but then he has another 28 here. It's all transports, so it's probably not going to do much damage, but still. What do we want to do here then? I wish I knew where his other armies are. Okay, here comes 12. He's going to run right into us, and it's transports. Perfect. We'll take the easy win. Yep, 11 losses. And we captured a cog. We don't want that. We'll take a Hulk, but not a cog. How do I get vision of this cog? There we go. We'll just dismantle him right here. And then did we take any damage at all? We took literally 0 damage. It's perfect. We can stay in the fight. But here comes the French again. We'll help them with that siege by blockading. This is going to be a marathon, man. It's almost 1,500. Crap. Yeah, I was hoping we'd be a bit further along than this. Let's see how our war score... We're at 80. Yeah, we're at plus 80 right now. We can't take their capital, which I think is probably one of the biggest things we can take. So ideally, they would peace out and we would take the capital and then just take whatever else we need to take. Oh, they just pieced out. Yep, they just pieced. I was going to say, we're taking attrition. Is the fort occupied now? We need to get on there immediately. Oh, dude, we might not get there in time for the monthly tick. We might be unlucky. Let's get our boat out so we don't take boat attrition at least. Oh, we already did. Wow. So it happens throughout the day, not even just the month. So let's get the boats out. That's fine. Can we get on it in time? Yeah, we're going to get there in time. Got it. And they have... Where is the garrison? I can't see how many people they have in the garrison. Where is it? Oh, there it is. 10 out of 25. Can we just assault this stupid thing? We have a chance of winning the assault. There's only 10 people there, so I'm going to go for it. Yep, got it. It took us a single day. We took London. And I don't even know how many people we lost there, but it wasn't much. So that worked out perfectly. So with London in our control, oh, interesting. The war score went down. Maybe because they're not fully occupied by France again. Actually, we should be able to peace out Spain. Let's just get them out, white peace. And that doesn't affect our war score, but also we don't have to worry about them landing on our back. So that relieves a bit of stress. All right, this is only a level 1 fort. We could take that, but I don't think we need to. We just need to protect the capital, make sure they don't take it back. So if we want to, let's see what we can get here. Let me see what this will actually come out to. So we could go for something like this. It basically guts them completely and it takes all of their forts. We'll be able to give these off to vassals or create new vassals. And I think that would pretty much gut them completely because I know a lot of this stuff is not that good. I think Sussex is half decent. Yeah, it's probably pretty good. So maybe we can back out some of this stuff and go for Sussex instead. Yeah, look at that. Very expensive. But like I said, it's probably some of the better territory that we could take. So I'm tempted to take something like this, but I think what we'll do is we'll wait a little bit and see if we can get just a little bit more. Oh, also we got to look at, we got to look at the coalitions. So Bologna, France, and the Netherlands would join. So what we could do is just go play nice with these guys. Yeah, we can go increase our relations with them before we end the peace. So Netherlands, France, and Bologna. The Netherlands is right here. Let's go ahead and make them happy. France. And Bologna is somewhere down here. There you are. Okay, so three more improving. And then we'll just kind of babysit London right here and see. Well, we need to try and keep this thing in our... if we lose it, we basically are screwed. We'd have to take everything but that, and then they'll still be super strong. Okay, it just shot up to 100%. I'm not entirely sure why, but I'm also not going to complain. That's really good. We're going to leave the vassals alone. I think it's probably not worth it. Let's just make sure that these guys are completely taken out. So, well, problem is, it's going to make it even worse. If you do it like that, the Netherlands already dropped off. France is still in it, and Bologna is still in it. Do they care if we take land really far away? Yeah, they do. I'm also not that concerned about a coalition. I don't think France will join it, because we're already in good relations with them. Oh, no, he would actually, yeah, because he would get plus 50 antagonism, which means he would go from 77 or whatever it is now to... Yeah, he would basically be able to join. It would lower our reputation or relation with him. Okay, let me think this through real quick. We need to do enough damage to make sure he doesn't come back, but not too much to where we get into trouble with everybody else. All right, here's the peace deal. We are going to take these two vassals over because that gives less aggressive expansion. It still gives aggressive expansion, but it's not as bad. We're going to take all the forts. We'll take all of Berkshire, Surrey, Sussex, Kent, and Essex, and Middlesex. That's what we're going to go with. We'll give all these to vassals, and then this one we'll keep so that we can get another CB on this guy, and then we'll just kind of do what we did before. We'll probably have to leave this one, but I think next war we can attack. I don't think we'll have to do what we did this time. So we'll take that. We can't take any money because we basically maxed out our gains. Now we have to worry about France and Bologna, but I guess that's just what we'll have to do. So how are we looking here? We're an alliance. Minus 31. Yep, they're not too happy. They will likely join a coalition, but it may not fire. Let's see. Also, I'm curious. Oh, yeah, look at that. They went from like 120,000 troops down to 65. It's a huge step down. I don't think they can afford their navy anymore either. That was a very strong navy that they had. So let's go through here. And I think we're just going to delete the forts. I don't imagine we need to keep all of them. Let me think about that for a second and make sure it's worth it to do that. What we'll probably do is delete all the forts. These guys are most likely going to be scootaged anyways. I'm kind of curious what Liberty Desire is right now on our subjects, because making these guys vassals is going to add a tremendous amount of power on their side. So like Chester, well, he doesn't like us though because we just took him. These other ones are probably a better example. So Northumberland, yeah, see, like this one, not that far off from us, from being disloyal. So if we make all these guys vassals, we might be in a little bit of trouble. We could just make one big vassal. That could be a way to keep them in check, because the smaller they are, the stronger they are. So like if we make 3 vassals right here instead of one big one, the 3 vassals will produce more resources and more military than one big vassal. just because they'll be closer to their capital. There's 3 capitals instead of 1, so that's 3 settlements that are 100% control. So, I don't know. Yeah, we should probably try to intentionally keep them weak, and then also just get rid of these forts. Just not necessary. I'm going to go through, clean it up. We'll make a vassal, and we'll come back. All right, there we go. We made 1 large vassal, and hopefully he's a little easier to control, but I guess we'll find out. And let's go ahead and scootage. Just in case we get a coalition declared on us, we won't have anything in here. That's the only thing they can go after is this one in the middle, but it's a very small piece of land. It won't really give much war score. The coalition is disbanded. It's good. Let's see. Yeah, see that some of these people can still join. Do we have a peace treaty with France? We don't, but they're not showing up on there. I guess maybe because they like us enough. So we'll just keep improving relations with them, and hopefully that helps. All right, we need to transport our army back. Let's get everybody... Yep, get them in there, in the boat, and then back home. Perfect, and then we can use these guys to help control the ocean. So this one, yep, that's 100%. That's 100%. This one is not 100%. Let's go help them out. See if we can get that up a little higher. Yep, 0.5, so perfect. We'll work on that. Then these guys need to go back to training. So we'll let them heal up. Back to 1,000, and then back to training. Yeah, look at that. They lost all their XP while they were at war. We could also expand our army a little bit. I mean, we don't have a ton of manpower. We're only plus 15, and each of these is 4 maintenance, if I'm mistaken. Yeah, -4. So 1, 2... If we add 2 more, we would have plus 7, which is basically nothing. Yeah, we got to be real careful with that. Nice. We got an event that moves us towards offense, which is what we want. Plus 10, which is big, but at a pretty heavy cost. -12 stab. It might not be a bad idea to start annexing some of these, the Welsh, just because we have been adding, you know, we'd have to control this water as well. Although this one is getting controlled too. Interesting. So it might radiate outward. Does it spill over here? Yeah, there's a little spill over here and a little spill over here. So that's good. We'll have decent control over all these. Probably not much over here though. No, actually a little bit. And then this is 100. Wow. And it really dies off over here. There's still a little bit, but not that much. Yeah, 100% right here though. That's huge for these guys. So they should have pretty good control. Yeah, almost 80. Also just realizing this coastal fort, this is the one that adds local maritime presence, so plus 0.15. So that is helping. Anytime we put those down on the coastline, it'll help with that. So if we just spam these things, like here, there's 2 cities. If we put them in both, that's 0.3 that it adds. That's actually a lot, because the boats don't really add that much. And it's easier to get these than it is to get boats, right? Because the naval maintenance on the sailors is kind of insane. So why don't we build that in both places? So we get coastal fort, the protected harbor. No, we want coastal fort. We got it at both of these. Let's get one down here and another one down here. Now these guys are having trouble staffing their buildings, so they might not get that up. But when we get more migration, that should be fine. Speaking of which, we've got 63,000 pop in Dublin. That's pretty good. What is London? 82, so we're catching them. But this place got ravaged. 44 is their tax base. We're well over 100. No, we're not. We're at 94. We were over 100. It dipped down a little bit. We have room for 8 more buildings. So let's see what we want to build here now. Looks like gunsmith is still quite profitable, so let's put a few more points into that. And then glass. Yeah, we'll save a few spots because we might have some buildings that we want to add. We could always take stuff down in the future, but I'd rather not waste the money if we don't have to. We can add another layer of the armory as well, another level. So that would add another 10 to the manpower. Actually, that's super important. Let's do that. I wish we could do the same for these docks. Can we ever get more than just 1 level? Also, I think it's time we found another city or a town. Yeah, let's put a town over here. And fish is just a terrible resource. Let's put a town on top of this. That way it's not too far. We should be able to keep decent control. And then we can also keep exerting the force on the coastline. So let's go ahead and do that. They're not that expensive considering what our income is. So hopefully that helps. We're going to build some cannons just so we can get some siege ability and then have a little bit of a back row damage. We'll get that going. Here we go. We just finished our city up here. Our town, I mean. So what we want to build first is coastal fort, docks, protected harbor, all the stuff we need for the water. So wharf. Yeah, we can make some decent money here. And I'm sure control is going to go up quite a bit once we get everything rolling. I think we need to get a counting house at all of our cities as well. I don't think I have them everywhere. So let's get that. And probably a marketplace. Although I don't know if we really need it. Well, we'll get at least one. We've got a ton of market capacity because of Dublin. What is your market capacity here? I don't know, remember where it is, but it's probably a very large amount. Oh, there it is. 39. Yeah, 39 is actually not bad. Okay, so we'll get these buildings all built. They're not going to produce any money for us, but they will produce a lot of control, and then we'll convert that into money. So by virtue of having that, yeah, look at that. Before it was like 8, 16, something like that. It was pretty bad. So that is going to make a huge difference. And then we'll just keep creeping it around the edge. Also, I spent some time going around the island and just kind of reorganizing some buildings. We got a lot of bridges we can make that adds proximity and all that. Also, there's a town here that we just really haven't been using much of. It is producing very little income, and it's on a fiber crop, which usually does pretty well. So I feel like if we bulldoze the town, put the fiber crop there, probably move this up to the livestock one, maybe up here, or one of these other ones. Something that's not in the woods and on a good crop. So like this is... No, these are all woods, isn't it? So not a whole lot of good town area over here. Yeah, forest. We don't need to have towns here, though. They don't have to be spread out. This can all just be rural. And then we'll just spam towns all over the edge. Because that's where the money's going to be made, I think. For that specific setup anyways. What other towns do we have in the center anyways? Is there anything that's not touching the water? I don't think anymore. This is the last one. Yeah, we'll bulldoze that. So that should be fine. So our income for this place went down by like 1.2. It's very, very small decrease considering the amount of drop it had. And actually, is that going to drop the... It's going to drop the control. I was going to say it allowed us to make 4 more of these at 0.66. So it'll probably tick back up, but let's not worry about it. And it didn't get rid of this burger mansion, unfortunately. So they're going to be stuck here, but they don't have any influence because they don't have anything to work. So that shouldn't be a big deal. Okay, so that looks good. We'll have to put some more towns around the outskirts. I don't know if we should wait or like wait until these are up and running before we do it, but probably not. I think we should probably just do it. And yeah, we need to get our sailors up because this is getting kind of scary. Like taking one fight basically knocks you out of the war. Like you can't really do much. Here's an interesting one I haven't seen before. Develop the interior for parliament debate. You get urban building costs minus 20% while it's being debated, so you could just load up and spam your buildings. And then if it passes, you get development, which is always good. Moves us toward land, which we don't want. So we actually want this to fail. And if it fails, we get 2 towards naval. So I'm pretty happy with that. Although there is another gravel. This one's been really elusive. I can't really get these to pass unless I do a bunch of those other things where they ask you to pass stuff that we really don't want. So don't know what the best option here is, but I'm going to try this one, assuming it's going to fail. Right, it starts with 45 support. That's not bad. Yeah, and then... Oh, here we go. We can get rid of local market. That one actually gives production efficiency, so I don't think that's a good one to destroy. Yeah, I think that one probably should stay. There's no real downside. It does give the burgers a little bit of power, but they don't have any power there anyways because it's not a well-developed place. So I'm going to leave that one alone. Like I said, hopefully we get some ones that cause this to fail so we can move towards naval. We'll have to pay for it in terms of stability, but that shouldn't be a problem. Here we go. We got an event that reduces support, gives us a little bit of money for it. We got enough to push back colonizer CB, and that'll be ready in a couple years. And we're ready in 5 years for the war, so that it should still be valid by the time that comes due. And then we'll be to wrap this up. I think one more war will have this. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to do that. And then I'm really hoping France goes to war with England and takes all this and weakens them even further. Let's look at where their new capital is. It's way over here. So yeah, look at that. It makes all this land over here just pretty much dead. They're not getting hardly any use out of it. And even this is probably not a great spot for a capital. They're barely making 4.49, and then everything else around it's just not producing much. So pretty interesting. Yeah, that definitely hurt. So if we had done that at the beginning instead of taking all this land up here, I think these next wars would have been a lot easier. But with that said, I did learn a lot by making that mistake. So definitely no regrets there, but still pretty interesting. There we go, we failed, and that moved us towards naval. Alright, let's get some roads going to the interior. We'll need them anyways at some point when we start getting our ports over here, so that we can get faster to the interior from this side as well. And we might as well take advantage of a little bit extra control in the meantime. There we go. If we look at Ireland, everything's mapped out now in terms of roads. So we've got everything connected as soon as these are done. Also, I'm going to finish building settlements at whatever we can. We're almost out of spots to put them because I think our population is getting a little bit too high. But some of these places still need a little bit of help. Yeah, 5,000, 2,000, 3,000. It's pretty low considering most of these rural places are sitting at 15, 20, somewhere in that range. All right, we finished our CB on England, but I think we still have some more time before we can declare. 96, 3 more, yeah, just under 3, so 2 years, 11 months. CB is good for February 1st, 98, 96. So we'll have 2 years to declare war, just in case he picked up like a funky ally or something. Castilian Portuguese, oh nice, he got dragged into a war. Portugal versus Castile. Actually, does Portugal want to ally? They're pretty close. We could help him fight Castile, but I mean, it's kind of outside the scope of this challenge run, but we might change the scope if we keep going. We'll see. Why don't we start annexing some people here? This one is ripe, and he has a perfect harbor right here. Natural harbor suitability is 1.0, and then we have modifiers here from some buildings that they built. This actually looks like it's in pretty good shape, and it probably won't change too much when we take it over. We might be at like 85 to 90%, because this one is at 85, and it doesn't even have any of the harbor stuff. So, well, let's see. I just realized there's a town over here. Can they, I wonder if the AI can upgrade these for you, because I don't remember there being one over here, but maybe I just remember wrong. But yeah, this is not a good spot for it. There's no access to the port. It's a sparse vegetation. There's just, it's clay. So not a particularly good spot to be doing this. I mean, there's production efficiency for the pottery, but I mean, when you're sitting at 20%, it doesn't matter what you do. So I'm going to go ahead and demote this, and then we'll rebuild it, because we're going to have a town right along here. So there's no sense in doubling up on it. And then there's some food nearby. We can get these developed nicely, and then we should be fine on food in this area. Yeah, sturdy grain right here as well. But we'll have to pump some of these up. I think we're okay on Navy, so I'm going to start spending some of our sailors again. We need to boost up our numbers of the barks. So like this one has, yeah, this is 9, and we're just about to max. I think that's okay. I don't mind it being a little bit off. We don't need to be exactly 100, because I feel like that kind of wastes a little bit. Like the marginal gain you get going from 99 to 100, but you have to spend one whole boat when it takes only 4 to get to 99. So yeah, if it levels off at like 95 or higher, I think that's probably fine. We do, however, I think we probably need some more boats over here. So why don't we, yeah, expected Navy size is 31. We've got 35. We'll go a couple more, go 3, and then that should be fine. So I haven't experimented with the bailiff too much, so I'm going to build one back here. You'll notice everything around here is 15. But I don't think it's proximity. Yeah, it's because it's a core. So we're not getting any proximity from the capital here. If you're getting any kind of proximity from the capital, it is kind of like, yeah, see, like this one has 24%. So it wouldn't really help us. Over here it will. Oh boy, do we want to put it on the clay though? That's probably one of the worst ones to put it on, because it's not a good resource. The salt would be pretty good. Yeah, why don't we, I'm going to move that over. Let's move it over to the salt. It'll propagate some of its influence over here as well, the control, so we should be fine. You can't actually get to it from the actual province. You have to go into your generic builder tab and just build it manually like that. Kind of a weird system. Usually there's some redundancy. For those specific buildings, there is no redundancy. You have to, there's only one way to get through it, and it's not the most logical way. Like you'd think you'd be able to click on here, but there is no military. People need to get promoted, so it's just kind of odd, but it is what it is. Let's go ahead and queue up some salt here as well. We should be fine. And we have the option to grant formal guilds to the traders. This would give them a little bit more power, more happiness. It would push us towards plutocracy, which we've been struggling to get. So I'm actually debating this. It might not be a bad idea. Yeah, I don't think there's too much of a downside to it. So let's do that. And then I'm going to go ahead and swap this guy back to change societal value. So We flip that to plutocracy, and we can see it's going up by 0.52 now. So we should be able to get some decent movement on that. So plutocracy will give us more trade efficiency and lower court costs. Higher burger power, so it's kind of a double whammy there. And then possible burgers in towns and cities, plus 100, which they consume, they pay more taxes and all that stuff. So never, well, it's a bad thing if they have too much power, but in this case, they definitely don't, so we should be fine. And looking at the English Navy, they did have to downsize. They've got 3 light ships, 8 heavies, and 1 transport. So they are not doing well at all. All right, looks like the bailiff's done, and it costs 0.17, that's not bad. And 20% of the cost taken by the country. Yeah, so yeah, that's why we're not paying the full thing. I thought it was like 25 or 0.25. So local noble power plus 100%, but local proximity source plus 20. So we should see this shoot up. Yeah, it was at 15%, I believe, and now it's going to be at 30. So not 35. It's not quite exact. It's not an exact 20%, but it's pretty good. Yeah, so we see proximity to capital 14%. Now I wonder why that is. Is it the satisfaction that's cutting it down? Because it's supposed to be 20%. Or is there something I'm not seeing here? Is it the market access? Maybe the market access cuts it down. It's kind of interesting. But anyways, it's still 30% is not bad. And then if you look at the knock-on effect, this should go up a little bit or not. These aren't going up at all. Maybe it needs a day or two to propagate. Let's take a look. So 20, yeah, 21. It's starting to move up a little bit. 22. These ones are kind of going up a little bit. Proximity to capital 0.7. Yeah, it's starting to propagate a little bit now. They should have roads. Yeah, they all have roads. Why does this not have a road? Interesting. So this doesn't have a road to here. I'm curious why there's no road here from that area. Why it's not rerouting somewhere else. I guess maybe that means there's a shorter path. And then this one keeps lighting up. I don't know what that means though. We take one of these down here. Yeah, see, it's showing the same thing. Not that we need one from here to here because that's kind of a dumb path. You would just take the boat. All right, we're going to try it again. Gravel network. We don't need the roads, but we do want centralization. So hopefully we can get this thing to pass. We don't have anything to help us down here. Construct a market village in Sildara. That's fine. Yeah, it's actually profitable, so we can do that. It's not going to really help us pass it, but whatever. Yeah, there's nothing else on the agenda. So we have to get lucky here. I really hope we do, because I've been trying to get centralized for a very long time, and it's slow going. We're pretty much ready for war, though. Yep, it just wore off January 1st, 1496. We have our CB. Oh boy, he picked up another ally, but he's not going to join, so that's fine. It's going to be Castile, Papal States, and us. We probably lose this war. Okay. I like the vote of confidence. I think it's because the allies, but maybe we pick up our own ally and then just do it. The ally France. And then, yeah, dude, that alliance is gnarly. 2.59. It's basically almost just about half of our Diplo capacity. Like, even our vassals aren't even close to that. Doesn't matter, though. Let's go to war with England. France will not be called, primarily because they're at war already. Yeah, if they didn't have that, they would definitely join us. So what is it that they're doing? Who are they at war with? Bentheim? Is that a rebellion or something? Oh my god. It's literally a single, I think it's a single piece of land. Yep, single province. They are sieging it down. It's not, I don't think it's even his war. I think it's somebody else's war. Yeah, because if we pull him in, Castile will be busy and we can focus this guy down. I don't think we're going to have too much of an issue with him anyways, but maybe it's worth waiting. I don't know. Let me think about that. All right, before we declare war, I went ahead and reorganized a few things in our economy. We built up a bunch of stuff, and so we're making a lot of money, but I think we could be doing a little bit better. So we'll see how all that does. Let's go ahead and declare war and get this started. So France is not going to join because they're currently in a war. It looks like it's going to end as soon as the siege is over, and they may join us. They may not. I'm not sure. We probably don't need them though. Just Castile and Papal States. And they're only going to be able to do naval. Yeah, they'll only be able to send their navy, but I think our navy is probably stronger than theirs. So let's go ahead, kick it off. All right, we got our navy to protect this little key area, this entrance. Anything moves in here, they're going to go after it. Let's go ahead and send our army up, and we'll move up here where we have a little bit of vision. Right, they summoned, actually, let's take a look at how many they summoned. 18,000. So we have more than them, but we can't afford to get into a war of attrition because, as we said before, they can have infinite reinforcements and doesn't seem like we can. So we got to be a little careful there. We fully integrated part of Wales. So let's get in here and double check. There's a lot of buildings here that probably need to get taken down. But it looks like most of the buildings are decent. We deleted a couple of the burger buildings and just about all of the peasants, the laborer ones. We'll keep the granaries until we max out, and then we'll probably delete those because we only have room for about 26 more buildings. And we'll go through that pretty quickly because this place has some decent profit. So let's get some of each of these, and then we'll upgrade a couple of these things that are making decent money. Yep, that should be good. Let me go through the rest of their small provinces, the ones that aren't as populous. So they have one, yeah, it looks like they have the one town. They have the castles. I'm going to keep them just for this war. We might end up getting rid of them, but for now we'll hang on to them because if they throw an army on one of these, there's woods. Over here it's woods and, oh no, it's not woods and hills. Yeah, this one's woods and hills. This one's only hills. So there's some decent negative modifiers here that if they try to attack, they get stuck on. And then we can come and take a good fight. But I don't know. Let me run through the rest of these buildings. All right, there we go. We got this place set up pretty nicely. We got rid of all, well, not all, but most of the junk. There's some things that we can't touch, or it was like right on the border being profitable. So we're just going to leave it. And then we're bringing up the RGOs, maybe not maxing them out because we are kind of getting low on money again. We'll max this out at some point, but should be fairly profitable here. We just need to keep our control nice and high, which kind of in the works of doing anyways, through the ocean. So it's only 3 steps to get to the port here. So not too bad. Right, back to the task at hand. We got to get this war going. Gotta keep a close eye out for his armies. See where he's gonna pop up at. But I think if we just keep taking small villages. They don't have any forts. Oh, there he is. 15k. So 15 to 18. He has another 3,000 somewhere. 2,700, so they're down there. Yeah, it looks like he's probably not going to split this up. We'll either have to fight him or we'll have to figure out some other way. Yeah, I don't think he's ever going to split that up, to be honest. So if we fight him and defeat him, we can run him down because he doesn't have any forts to protect. The problem is we don't own enough of his land. He could easily just pop it back up instantly and then we'll be stuck. And also plutocracy just got stuck. So this one's probably not going to move anywhere. I'm going to move him over since he's got pretty good Diplo stats. I'm going to have him convert to Hoybarth, the one that we just integrated, since the AI decided to put mostly Englishmen here. Although it looks like maybe he made an effort to go back to Irish. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that works. Because some of these are actually Irish. But he was definitely pushing them English. I watched it. And then see over here, these guys are supposed to be enforcing culture. They're all English. These are all English. Yeah, so we've got some work to do for sure, but that's all right. Everybody's Catholic, so we should be good there. We just need to get the culture over. So yeah, we'll mess with the culture first. Now England is, they're going to keep their army together, which means it would be beneficial if we got distance from him and split our army to carpet siege, because then we can siege faster than him, since he's going to stick together. The only problem is we would be more vulnerable, so we have to be ready to reconsolidate once he starts to try and go after us. So let's just get a little bit of space here, see where he goes. Yeah, I have a feeling he's just going to try and shadow us. And if that's the case, then we can't really do much. All right, we almost have enough support to get this to pass. There's literally nothing we can do, though. There's no more parliament agendas. And yeah, I really want to get more centralization if we can. But we'll have to get lucky and get some events. We're starting to get some inflation. Back our minting off a little bit. Go. And then we need to figure out what we're doing for research. Let me kind of look through this real quick. But we'll pick up 2 from the other ages, and then we're ready to start doing stuff in the Age of Discovery. So max literacy, 10%, and then let's go through each of these branches and see if there's anything interesting. So I do like the diplomats. The more of these we have, the less we spend on our diplomats, and we can just stack up the cash. Spy network construction is never bad. Navy, yeah, we need Navy. And then monthly prosperity, that's actually really good. Yeah, we should probably work towards that. And then naval initiative. See, jewelry output is fine. We are producing some jewelry, so that would probably help. New artists, I don't even know if the artists are all that great. We'll definitely go for pop satisfaction, court cost reduction, cardinal price, don't care. Crown, there we go, crown power, cabinet seat. Oh, that's really good, actually. And then we can unlock paved roads. That will reduce control. So that one we should be pushing for pretty quickly. Go power. And then that's it for that branch. This branch goes institution growth. It's never a bad thing. Paper workshop. Whoops. That was the second level of the paper workshop, so we can upgrade these. We should definitely take that because we have a lot of that. Cultural influence is decent. Oh, here we go. Book output. So this is one of the things that we've been bottlenecked on, and I've been trying to spam them out. Lumber is also going to be pretty important. Clergy food consumption. We make a lot of food, so I don't know that that's all that big of a deal. We can unlock another law. Pretty much all of this is good. We'll take weapon workshop. Our naval supplies are not that profitable here, but the weapons are. So we'll do that one later. And printer shops. That's the second level of books. So we definitely need that one. We pretty much are taking everything here. Promote institution. So we could do that if we don't have anything else to push. We could do that, I guess. Army maintenance. We do have an army now, so that could be helpful. And then hire advisor cost, train general, or train admiral. We are getting kind of low on people, so, but now it doesn't matter. We have more money than we can really spend, so that's fine. I think that's good for the techs. I think there was one here that I said I was going to wait for, but we'll get naval workshop as well just to be done with it. So 25 techs. We should be touching this for a while, and then once we unlock the other age, we'll have to readjust this. Actually, how close are we? And we're going to have pike and shot literally right now. Let me just go take a quick look in pike and shot and see if there's anything in there that we should be focusing on, because we'll be stuck on that other tree for quite a while otherwise. All right, this is going to be huge for our Navy if we can get it quickly. So dry docks level 2, or yeah, the second level of dry docks. Oh boy, that basically doubles the monthly sailors, and it also increases harbor capacity. So all those towns are going to get more control. So we should probably be pushing for that. But, man, I just queued up a bunch of stuff, though. Let me fix this. Okay, we're going to go with the essentials here. So 11 techs. Mainly, I'm pushing for the cabinet seat. Yeah, we want to get that cabinet seat. We'll also pick up some more crown power. And then over here, we need to get our book output, because that's, like I said before, that's a big bottleneck. Actually, we should pick up the law as well. Yeah, those laws are always good for pushing towards a value. So, well, not always, but almost always. So we'll probably come back and fill the rest of these in. Yeah, we'll probably fill these in later. There's a lot of good stuff in there, but once this unlocks, we need to go straight down here and pick up dry dock. And then we could also upgrade our Navy to Carrack. Yep, instead of the lower tier Carrack. And then there's probably a bunch of good stuff in here still. Yep, government reform, there's one all the way at the bottom. We definitely want to take that. And then Navy morale. I feel like we pretty much have Navy on lockdown. I don't think we need to worry about that quite as much. Permanent parliament. Oh, will always be held in the same location. I gotcha. Yeah, there's some good buildings in here for sure that we want to pick up. This is the military one. And then obviously all the units. So we'll have to upgrade the units that we have. Late Gala Glass, is that for the levy? Yeah, Ballad Pops will be raised as late Gala Glass. These guys perform better in combat, it looks like. And then down here, no cost. Yeah, most of the stuff's not that big of a deal. Okay, yeah, I think... Oh, antagonism received. That's really important as well. We are dealing with a lot of coalition. So, okay, let's get back to it. So, like I said, we're just going to keep sieging stuff down. So that's his army. We don't have to worry too much about going into the fog since there's nobody else. He doesn't have any other troops. Oh, is he going to attack us? No, he's going to shadow us really closely, though. And that's fine. We want to get some distance from him. Actually, maybe we can go split right now because I don't think he'll attack unless we're significantly weaker, and we're not. Let's go ahead and put a temporary general in here just in case. Yeah, we've got to keep a real close eye on him. And we need to make sure we're conquering in the same direction so that if we need to reinforce, we can. All right, he's actually coming after us, potentially. Nope, he's going for that again. Like I said, we should be able to double his output. Although not quite double because the AI cheats. And we missed our freaking expand gravel. We haven't been able to get one of those in a long time. That's really annoying. And there's nothing we can do about it because we don't have any options. But that's alright. So we'll chill here for a little bit. We can't get another city center or the province center until we go up here. I'm not splitting these guys up that far because he's still pretty close. Yeah, he's just following us around. Okay, let's send him north. Got an interesting one here. So our king, he's 65. I was going to say we could pass Placitum Regium. this would give us a big hit to clergy estate satisfaction, but that'll recover. We lose a bunch of religious influence, but then we would get crown power plus 20% until his death. But he's going to be dead soon because he's 65. So if we get a young ruler, we might pass this. It's monthly religious influence negative, and then papal relations minus 100. They already hate us anyway, so I don't really care too much about that. Yeah, that one actually looks pretty interesting, so we might do that. Okay, the Pope landed here. Let's get our army back together. This could be interesting. I don't want him to link up with his buddy, so let's just get these guys together. And then we'll just take out some towns. All right, no, he's going to try and link up. Can we catch him? No, he's already linked up. Okay, there we go. He's trying to take something. We should be able to wipe this out. Here we go. And yeah, I don't know what the Pope's doing. Yeah, his front is tiny compared to ours. He's getting stuffed. There we go. Wow, only a 2-to-1? That's actually kind of disappointing. Yeah, I thought we would have had a lot more than that. Now, here we go. We got the call to war. We can call the ally into war. So France, come on in. So France should be able to take out some of this, and then he'll come up here and probably throw some armies at this, and that'll help. Yeah, we just lost 1,000 troops. So where's he gonna go? We have enough to stack wipe him now. So we just need to catch him wherever he ends up stopping. He ends up stopping any day now. All right, there we go. Finally caught him right here. This guy's still sieging stuff down up there, so let's go ahead and split again, and we'll start working on... Wait, what? Oh, we took prisoners. Oh, yeah, we don't want to mess with these guys. I'm just going to send them down here. They can wait out the war. I want to split this guy. There we go. And then we'll go Salisbury and Bristol. Let's see if that entices him to try and attack. Oh, France is here. Hell yeah. And looks like France lost, and England is trying to stack wipe us here. So let's pull back. Oh, he's fast. All right, let's consolidate again. All right, we could fight England here. I don't know that it's worth it though, because we already have France, and they'll keep throwing their 10k stacks at him and whittling him down a little bit. So I think we just keep him busy moving around. Yeah, he's not even trying to siege stuff back now. Oh, here we go. 9 levies, who cares? 97 men. We can get that one for sure. Let's go pick off these 97 real quick at Oxford. There you go. Is he doing that thing again? 15,000. No, he's not. And yeah, France should be stack wiping this guy right now. He's got more than 10x. Was he giving us control of these lands? Interesting. Our allies giving us this stuff. I think what they do is they keep the stuff that they want, and everything else they transfer ownership back to us. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. He's just stuck on this one piece of land. So we'll be able to carpet siege everything here. Oh, there he's finally moving. All right, it looks like England and France are going to clash. I would like to get there and help him out, so let's go, because then we can get a massively outnumber them. There we go. And for some reason our army is not balancing. Yeah, I think we took a few more casualties than we should have there, because we weren't balanced. So not too bad though, only about 400. And then France only lost about 1,100. So we'll stay nearby them, and hopefully they keep throwing armies at them. And we'll just keep taking land. All right, he is heading south. Oh, he's not going after France, so let's just keep taking land then. Yeah, as soon as he starts going after France, then we need to turn. But we can also give France food access. They'll like us a little more for that. I'm not entirely sure where France went. Don't see his army on here. So unless he's hiding in the fog. Did he go back to his island? To the mainland? I really don't know where he went. That's odd. He might be up here in the fog somewhere. So we pretty much have his whole country sieged down. We're just missing Stratford and Levenham. Although he is starting to siege stuff back, so we'll have to deal with that. But yeah, I have no clue where France went. This is really odd. He must have shipped back across the channel. I don't see him in friendly territory. We have everything revealed, so I don't know. Anyways, let's just keep sieging stuff down. I think what we'll do is we'll just go right behind him. Whatever he takes, we'll take it right back. And then we'll probably split our army here, so we can be a little more efficient than him. Let's see, yeah, levy size 22 men. It's not worth even waiting for. Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to get some troops back. Hey, France. Okay, well, anyways, let's see what this looks like. So 10k, I think most of that was French losses. Yeah, most of that was French losses. And then they've lost 27k. Papal States, England. Yeah, so Papal States got wiped pretty hard. But the rest of them are England. It looks like English is down to the last 10k, which is what we see here pretty much. He's got another 400 run around. Yeah, right there. So, man, I really want to engage because we have more than 2 to 1 of their numbers, but it's still, they have a higher quality than we do. So we can't just run in. But eventually these things will fall and then they'll probably push north to help us out. So we'll just stay the course, try and be patient. Okay, they just shipped 6K over here. That's probably going to get wiped out, so we need to stay close when he gets up here, or if England just beelines it right down for him. We do want... Oh, did he just leave again? He just left again. Yep, I don't see him anywhere. Okay, well, like I said, we'll just keep doing this. There's 106 men. We don't want that to come out. I'm going to split my army now and go wipe that. And then we'll catch this. What do we got? Call into first rebellion against France. So Lucian War, that's fine. We'll accept it. So who rebelled against him? It is down here in the south, it looks like. Can't even see him, actually. Where are they? Yeah, oh, it's literally a single province. All right, whatever. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. Other than it's going to distract our ally, and he won't be helping us. But I think if we keep split like this, we should be able to outpace him. Let's get grouped up again, because he's coming. Let's take our land. Yeah, see, like it says we're going to lose if we fight him. It's very likely that we'll lose. We have a better commander. We have more troops. They have higher morale and better quality. So even though we outnumber them 2 to 1, it's kind of insane that we can't really go near them. It is what it is. Cabinet efficiency we'll take. Yeah, I'm going to keep chasing them. We'll come back when something develops. The French Rebellion just ended. France annexes them. Yep, they're gone. So now he can focus back on the task at hand, which is England. So they still have, the English still have a small army right here. I wish they would just send something over here. They're stacking their entire army on this and getting attrition down. And there's another 9K over here doing absolutely... actually, no, they're unsieging that. That's what they're doing. But yeah, pretty weird decisions that they're making. They are beating the Papal States in the south, so that should help with our war score. Yeah, they've got troops everywhere. But where we need them is up here, so we could just fully siege these guys down. Now we need to split up because he's doing his thing where he sieges faster than us. Here we go. France is here with 9K. Let's see if they stay or if they're just going to immediately run. What are they going for? Oh, they're going for a fight, right? We need to get in there. Yep, that's a very good fight for us if we can get there. So England lost way more troops than we did. We got there at the very end, so I don't think we really contributed much, but that's fine. I'm going to continue sieging down rather than chasing. Oh, he immediately... Oh, yeah, I guess it's fine. We have way more morale than they do because they're still recovering, so this should be an easy one to just wipe them out quickly. Let's see. Hopefully we don't get screwed here. Yep, they're taking way more losses than we are, so they're in that death spiral right now. We'll probably just keep chasing them back. Yep, Stratford. It's another 200. There we go. That's a full stack wipe. That's it. They're gone. Get out of my territory. And I really hope France gives us this back. Yep, they did. All right, sweet. So we've got all of England to ourselves now. We can full annex them as soon as they're done. They're probably going to raise a bunch of troops down here. Although it looks like France is starting to get the upper hand there as well. Let's see if we can get rid of some of their allies. So Papal States and Castile, they're still kicking. So that's not going to work. Oh, here we go. They're trying to raise 127 men. Funny. There we go. Stack wipe. And that'll convert now. So just double check. There is nothing here for England. Literally nothing. No, we are fully occupied. So they're getting massive amounts of war exhaustion. They've burned through all of their troops except for this 500. They just lost a fort here. So yeah, they have pretty much nothing left. So I'm going to ride the rest of this out until they give up, and then we'll come back when it's time for the peace deal. Also, we're going to make sure we hit up all of these settlements right here because we want to get all the loot. So you get loot either when you first occupy it, or if you haven't touched it yet, when it's fully occupied, you don't have to wait until it's sieged down. You literally just touch the county and then it goes away. You can see here we're getting loot just by touching it. So not that we need the money, but you know, we will take the money. There we go. Money, 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 money. Also, I don't think we need these anymore. I'm going to go ahead and dump these forts so we're not paying the upkeep on them. There's 3, 1, 2. Yeah, third on. You know, we might keep this one because it is on an urban center. Yeah, we might as well. We are doing the peace deal now, just trying to see what it looks like. This land does not cost that much in terms of war score, so I don't think it's very high prosperity. So we can definitely full annex on the mainland. That will give us, oh boy, yeah, a lot of people won't be happy with us, but a lot of them are not really that big of a deal. Yeah, some of them are our vassals, Some of them are England. And then what we'll probably do with the rest is give France what he wants, and we'll take a single piece up here, like maybe Calais or something, or one of these down here, Cherbourg. And then that will give us a border. We'll probably do one right here so that we border both France and England. And if we need to declare war on them again, we'll have something that we can do the CB with. So that's what I think we'll probably end up doing. Actually, we are there. We can't get a full 100% yet, so we'll probably go until we get 100%. So let's take a look at, again, let's see what France wants. They want these 4. If we do this, yeah, let's give France these 4. That's not going to affect our antagonism. It only affects France. But he should be pretty happy with us now if we give him that. Yeah, that's good. And then we want to take maybe this one. Interesting. Austria would join. Bundingen. And some of these guys we can't even improve relations with. They just straight up go from 0 to 50. So, but like I said, there's nothing in here that's particularly scary. So I'm not too worried about it. Especially we have an alliance with France. So we'll probably leave it at that. And then we'll try and go to war with them again, with England, and take all this stuff. So we'll do another war with them. But we won't call in France this time. So let's try and get as much money as we can without going over 100. Humiliate all the... Nope, that puts us over. England becomes a vassal. That won't work. Mortain. I guess we could take his vassal. That doesn't matter. Okay, so we're waiting for 475 gold. Or I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, what are we going to do with the gold? We already have more than we could spend. Let's just go up to what he'll accept right now. So 190. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that's it. That is the challenge done. There we go. We have all of it. We're not 100% done yet. I do want to integrate all these and turn them into Irish. But I think for the most part, the majority of the challenge is done at this point. Now we need to figure out, is this worth continuing? Do we turn France into Ireland as well? Do we mess with the HRE? We go up here in Scandinavia. That could be interesting. What's going on up here? Swedish nobles? All right, so Sweden's not having a good time. We could probably create some vassals up here as well. And we did it before 1500, which is pretty crazy. I was thinking it would take at least 1600. So that was a lot faster than I thought it would be. We did get a little bit lucky with some of the RNG though. So having England make us their tributary in the early game made it easier for us to expand. I think without that, we would have had a pretty rough go. But either way, we are looking pretty good. Let me get back to work here. We got to figure out what we're going to do with these guys. Our vassals already don't like us too much, so we might have to just hang on to this and core it ourselves. And then we need to start integrating some of these. Maybe we'll just hang on to it, let it rebel. We'll fight it once in a while when we can. And then we'll start integrating these, because if we turn this into a vassal right now, it's going to be another large vassal added to this. But let's see. Actually, if we unpause, they may not be disloyal. It might have just been because they're at war. Nope, they're definitely disloyal. Well, on the bright side, we have our army over here. So if they do rebel on this side, we have our army ready to go. We can just throw them in. I don't know if we're going to get a whole lot of levies on this side. So that might be a problem, but we'll deal with it later. All right, how are we looking on control for the water? This looks pretty good. These are all maintaining 100. Yeah, just about. I'd like to get more ships if we can. Some more barks. And then we need to move some of these around. We're still missing quite a bit of control over here for our new town. So let's make sure we can get that up. But these are 100%. And then this one is 100% as well. But I don't think we want to keep our carracks here just for that. So we'll have to move some around. Now looking at our navy, our expected navy just shot up to 60. So we definitely have more room. Let's get more barks. I don't know where we'll put them, so I don't want to recruit into a segment. We'll just build them from scratch. So bark, yeah, let's just build them around. So all of these dockyards can be used. Just start spamming these guys out so we can get control everywhere. So right now we're having a massive shortage of paper and books. And in that order too, because we need paper to make the books. So I'm going to all of our towns and just spamming as many books as we can, or sorry, as much paper as we can, and then maxing them out. And then once our paper is under control, we'll start to increase the books as well. So yeah, you can see paper maker is the most expensive one at pretty much every town we go. And we're almost maxed out here at Dublin. I'm not going to build the last one. We'll leave it as an emergency so we don't have to destroy something. But I'm pretty sure we'll be unlocking buildings that we'll want to build. But we'll use that slot up real soon, I'm sure. Or, you know, what we could do is free up some slots here by getting rid of this stuff's junk. Let's get rid of those 5, and then we can redistribute them back up here at the top. And then same thing here, distiller. Oh yeah, So control click deletes 5 at a time. Same thing with the Potter's Guild. Get out of here, pottery. We can build it somewhere else. So if that frees up a bunch of slots, we can make cannons, guns, tools, all the good stuff. And then we could start to get rid of some of this stuff too, the jewelry, and then just make it somewhere else. We still have room for books. And then books are only 0.53. But the problem is with books, even if it's low profit, it doesn't matter. You still need them because all the buildings, all the good buildings require books. So never a bad thing to spam books. At least once your main economy is covered, then just start spamming books and paper everywhere, I guess. And the other thing we're doing is improving relations with all of our Welsh vassals. Technically, they're English because they converted to the wrong culture, but all these guys in Wales. And we will start to annex them. We are already started the annexation process on a couple of them. So we'll get them converted over. We'll get the seaways covered nicely, and then yeah, we'll make good use of this area. So we should be able to expand our economy pretty quickly. I haven't looked at the estates in a while, so looking at the traders, there's a couple good ones in here. So this one will push us towards innovative, and it only increases their power by 20%. It reduces the maximum tax by 10%, so that will hurt our economy a bit. I'm not too interested in that, but yeah, if you see their maximum tax right now is only 29%, so maybe we won't do that one. But there was another one down here further. Minting threshold would give them a decent amount of power, but we could make good money from that because of the silver output. There's also innovative and capital economy. This one is just gives them a decent amount of power, but it does make them happy, and it moves towards the ones that we want. Literally all of these would be good. So production efficiency 2.5 moves us towards capital economy. There is maritime presence. It only gives 33%. I'm gonna actually do this one. So that should help quite a bit. I don't think it's going to make them too strong, though, because like I said, we are pretty strong. They're almost as much as we are, though, so we do have to be careful there. Some of these other ones we could revoke just to reduce their strength a little bit. So we would want to pull one of the ones that gives them a lot of power. Actually, there's only one. This one, actually. Move towards plutocracy. And the thing is, our plutocracy is not moving anyways. It can't push further than 36, and it's currently at 36. At 53, sorry. Yeah, so we're only going to be moving this through events and stuff. So we could pull that one. I think it's time to get rid of this agriculture cultivation. So it is giving us 20% bonus to food production, but we don't want to go towards serfdom. So let's swap this out. There's a couple of them in here that looked interesting. Also, we did start to move towards inward, but I'm starting to think outward would be better for the antagonism. Diplo capacity, power projection. I think we were doing it mostly for the crown power, but I don't know if it's worth it to take extra antagonism. Well, anyways, it doesn't matter. We could always deal with it later. We're gonna need to upgrade a bunch of roads soon too, because we're taking that tech to do the paved roads. So minus 10% cost of that would be helpful. That would be pretty good. And then there's belligerent and offensive. This would help. I don't care about mercenary costs, but getting closer to these would be helpful. Yeah, there's some good ones in here. We're going to swap it out with mercenary registration. I care more about this than I care about the little bonuses. So let's go mercenary registration. That's going to take 20 stability. And by doing that, we should be able to go back to... we don't want to get rid of our assimilation. Increased control is fine. We'll leave that alone. We'll stop developing Dublin. Actually, yeah, if we stop increasing control here, we're going to lose 10 control in all of these, but that's probably fine. Yeah, I knew that was always going to be a temporary thing. Anyways, let's go society change. Oh, we don't have anybody in there right now. Okay, so we want to do, let's see, we just got rid of serfdom, so we can push towards free subjects more. Apparently not. Okay, we literally just got rid of a serfdom push. All right. All right, the other thing we push towards is offensive and belligerent, I think. Okay, we can't do that one. And offensive, can't do that one. Wait, what is going on here? Did we go, maybe we went way past what the threshold was then? Oh, it's not done yet, that's why. Yep, that makes sense. All right, we'll come back and do that as soon as this is done. 1500, so about a year and a half. Yeah, I'm noticing one big problem here with what our strategy is. We're paying a massive building upkeep because we're not making any money to offset these. Some of them anyways. We're not making any money from any of this stuff. So why don't we set up maybe 2 vassals? We'll do one for this northern part, one for the southern part, so we don't have to worry about them quite as much. It will make the other vassals upset, but we're integrating them slowly, so it's just, it is what it is. We have to do it. I don't think there's any way around it. So let's go ahead and set those up. All right, this is what we did. So we created 3 vassals actually, because there was too much land. So we got Norfolk, Northamptonshire, and Hampshire. And then of course we still have Middlesex down here. So this is basically England replaced. And then a bunch of little tiny vassals that we've been working on. So we'll have to, like I said, we'll start integrating here. We'll just go along the coastline. I feel like that's probably our best bet. We'll spam our navy, get them everywhere. We probably need to increase our sailors a bit as well. But yeah, I think we're in pretty good shape here. Our vassals are getting pissed off. This guy's not letting us annex, so we have to improve relations. But we should be fine. Like I said, they'll settle down, especially once we get these other ones annexed and under control. That'll increase our strength relative to theirs, and then it'll balance out. It's just, it's like you gain momentum. The first one's always the hardest, second one's a little easier, third one's easier, and so on. And as we convert these over, we're starting to turn them into cores. So like we just got core on this one because we hit above 50%. We'll get a core on this one. It's going to be a little while because there's 80% English. These other ones are already cores, so they should be fine. All right, that looks good. So that helps. That helps our control by quite a bit. Okay, back at it. Some of our paper construction is coming through, which means, yep, see the backlog on paper just cleared. Now we're waiting on books, but that's just going to take a little bit of time. We need to build more books next. We just spent a massive amount of money expanding our RGOs. You can see it's pretty much everywhere. It's going up. We went from 3,500 down to 1,000. I've noticed food is starting. It's not really an issue, but some towns are going negative. I think it's because we got rid of the food modifier, the plus 20%. So that probably needs to be addressed. So we'll just make sure that everything's maxed out here. We'll get as much food on the market as we can. There we go. We got our relationship back up to where we can continue the annexation. So that should be moving pretty quickly. Let's see if we can start this one. Disloyal. So not quite. Always the Welsh, huh? Always the Welsh. We'll work on this one down here. So we'll just get this whole coastline then. And then we'll start working up here once the relationship goes a little higher. And for Parliament, we're going to take sponsor a university. This will push us towards innovative by 0.5. We'll try and push it for the 6 months that we have it. And then it should be able to build a university, which we don't have there apparently. It's really close to passing. Yeah, we could push it over. So that should be fine. All right, address burger. Yeah, we can get rid of a bunch of burger mansions. I really like getting these because then you could just destroy all their crap. Let's do that. That's fine. They're not too happy, but they'll get over it. And then what we need to do is push. So improve Diplo. Let's actually switch this to innovative. Nice. So we'll get as much of it as we can. It's improving by 1.0 per month. So we're going to get at least 6 out of this. That's a pretty good push, right? 60 should go to 61. Yep, 61. So like I said, we'll get at least 6 months out of it. Now we are getting some interesting events. We could take more support. We already have it passing. Now, if this fails, it's not the end of the world. All it's doing is making university cheaper, but we could just literally go in there and build our own. So we'll take the development. That's going to help us more long term. So every decision goes through that filter is like, is this going to help us now or more later? So we'd rather do that. Yeah, we are not granting you a parliament seat. I made that mistake before, and those buildings are kind of annoying. Sweet, so it ended up passing anyways. And we capped out at 65 innovative. But, I mean, a +5 and it didn't cost us anything. I think that's a no-brainer. So we'll go back to Diplo Endeavors because you can see our vassals are disloyal again. So annexation stopped. Although it kicked back on even without turning this back on. Should we develop something? Wait a second. You know what we should probably do? We can't really assimilate anything else anyways. Okay, let's go back to improve relations and Diplo rep. That'll help us out on our integrations. We got one more person we can canonize. So we'll take some prestige. We're still short on books. We're not able to build. And I think... Well, no. I was going to say we're probably short. Yeah, we're short on goods for the Pops needs. So we really need to fix that. Let's go around and see if we have any more room to expand our book production. But I don't think we do. I think I maxed it out pretty much. Nope, we got a little bit of room. So what that means is we probably need to build a new town. We need to get another one going so we can get some utilization out of that. Yep, these are all maxed. And then the last one is right here. And what about our new hire? Yep, these guys still have a little bit of room, so let's do that. So 2 more books. But like I said, I think we probably need to get another town going. Once we integrate, there might be a good spot here. This is actually a good spot, Cardiff. And it's wheat, it's grasslands, and flat. Yeah, that seems to be the only logical one. Everything else, I don't think we want to put one on because it's kind of a nasty terrain. So yeah, we'll put one in Cardiff, and then we'll start building books and all that stuff here. There we go, that's one vassal down. Now we gotta deal with that minus 50 penalty that we get. Is probably gonna make it so we can't integrate anybody for a little bit. Yeah, they're not too happy. But, oh man, we're almost maxed out too. They are not loyal at all. They're really close though, 49.79. So I think just a little bit more and we'll have it. We have like 4 more relations we can go. Okay, he finally kicked the bucket. Our king died of natural causes at 72. That's pretty good. We're getting older. Yeah, last guy was around 69 or 70. Or I think it was a queen, but yeah, that's not bad at all. And also, this guy was giving us a move towards traditionalist and towards land, which we don't want. So it's good that he's gone. Let's see what this new guy has. He's 42, so he's fairly young. We can get maybe 30 years out of him. He is married with 2 young children. He has no traits yet. Perfect. Yeah, I don't think we need to change anything. I think we're in good shape now. And we embraced pike and shot, so once we finish our tech, we'll move over and start working on some of the other ones. Nice, we got a prodigy. That's really good. He's going to be very good if he's... Is he the heir? Our ruler's son. I don't know if he's the heir, but yeah, that's going to be big. We could also start paying for expensive educations. I totally forgot about this. I've been doing admin focus, so it gives you a plus 0.75 specifically to admin, and then a 0.25 to everything. So you lose 0.25 on 2 other categories. But if we do this, it increases our court cost, but we get 0.75 across the board. I'm going to try it. Let's see how much more it makes. Oh, wow. What are we losing so much money on? Because we usually make about 100 ducats a day, or a month. I've noticed our trade income is pretty much garbage. At one point we were making, I think, 60 or more, and now we're just not. So we might need to take back over trade and do that manually. Let's see, is there anything else? Yeah, we don't need all the diplomats. Well, actually we do, because we need to improve relations with everybody. So unfortunately we have to keep that cost. So let's start sending out everybody again. I think it's a mix of things. So we're still boosting stability and we're boosting tribal cohesion. That's a pretty big expense. And then our biggest expense is diplomacy, which we obviously need to do to keep our people loyal until we get them integrated. So we're just going to have to deal with it. We have 2.6k in the bank. We'll just save it. Let's not put any more money into infrastructure because we're getting diminishing returns at this point. Every time we click up an RGO, it's like 0.2. So it's not really giving us a ton of benefit. How's our control looking anyways? Pretty good. And then we did finish integrating these guys. Let's go take a look at what they've got. So this is, I think it's part of the same. Yeah, it's part of the same thing. So once we integrate this, we'll have the full province. But these guys are iron with an armory. Are we supposed to be able to build armories in the middle of nowhere? I thought those had to be in towns. Let me double check that. Because if you can just put them wherever you want, that would be pretty interesting. So armory. Yeah, see, the armory has to be in a city. Very interesting. Well, it's probably not going to generate anything. Is this a town? Oh, it is a town. There's just nothing here. So let's get rid of that. Let's downgrade this to a rural, because we don't want that to be a town. And then this is rural, so that's fine, and we can leave that alone. Fruit is not going to generate a ton of money. Iron would definitely, yeah, 1.5, so we'll upgrade that. And then the rest of the stuff we'll deal with once we finish getting these guys integrated, but yeah, they're not too happy with us. Also, we're going to be dealing with a lot of English. We need to convert them over to Irish, but let's at least just turn them into tolerated. So we have 2.4 cultural acceptance capacity. This will take it up to 2.29. So we'll get a little bit more control out of the English until we get them converted. It only costs us 5 prestige, so it's pretty low-hanging fruit there. So we should be good. Yep, we're still within our limits. And then we should see an uptick here in our control. We got a rebellion going on here. We could call our ally in, but we already have an army nearby. Let's just send them. Also, I don't think we put these vassals on scutage, so they will probably come over here and do their thing as well, right? We might want to put them on scutage so we can make a little bit more money from them. I don't know why our economy is struggling so much. There we go. Yep, that's the last of the rebels, so we should be able to clean that up. Yep, 100%. And back to normal. I think, no, there's Norman Patriots, but they're just starting out, so we got a long time before we have to worry about that. And we'll go back to training. We got a lot of people at max opinion. Let's just pull them all back so we can start working on somebody else. And then it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to unstick this one. He's just stuck. We need to lower the relative balance of power. So what we need to do is go after the weakest vassal, that is, or the one that's the most loyal. We don't have anybody loyal. Crap. Yeah, we literally have nobody that's loyal. That's actually really bad, so we can't annex anybody. Oh boy. Well, yeah, we're already trying to annex. Maybe what we need to do is increase our army strength then. That'll increase the relative strength that we have. But why don't we do that? We have a decent amount of manpower we can spare, so let's do that. Man-at-arms? Because we already have handgunners. We could use the men-at-arms. Let's go ahead and do 2 sets. That'll increase us by 400. And we'll see if that helps. We just picked up another cabinet seat as well. That is huge. And let's see, I think we have most everything assimilated, but they're starting to get a bunch of immigrants. So once in a while we have to go through and clear them out. But that's probably not that big of a deal. Yeah, we'll do it later. There's probably something else we could do. Let me check the societal values. See if there's anything that we can just nudge. All right, here we go. We can push towards naval. All the other ones that I checked are not able to push. I don't think we're going to be able to push it very far. Cannot push further than 22.9. Yeah, so we'll get like 2 ticks, maybe 2 months out of it, and then we'll have to choose something else. But that's all right. We'll find something for him to do. Do we have any decent advisors? We've got a 32-year-old, and he's got 89 and 95. That's pretty good. So we'd be able to do military and Diplo with him very effectively. Let's do that. We'll use him for a long time. So both of our men-at-arms are out. We've got... I think we might need to go more than that, though, actually. We have a huge manpower cap that we can go up against. Let's see what our monthly... Yeah, see, we're still contributing 30. So if we can keep that above, say, like 25, I think that's probably reasonable. So each one of these costs... Is it 4? It's 4 per month. So we can do one more before we get into kind of dangerous territory. So let's do one more right here. They'll start training as well. Go, and does that push us over? What is our balance of power relative to the subjects? So we were at plus 38. Doesn't seem to have moved at all, which is odd because we definitely got stronger. I think what's also happening is the vassals that we created are getting stronger. Man, that is actually creating a real problem. I have to think about a solution here. I don't know what we can do. Trust. We could increase our trust, but then it'll screw us over with everybody else. But yeah, I don't know. We could change them to a tributary, but then we'll have to reconquer them, I think. I don't really want to do that. Let me think about that and see if there's another solution. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I know there's more interactions you can do with your vassals. So there's one in here. I should have done this sooner, but so there's quite a few we can do. We can give land, change to tributary status. Obviously, we don't want to do that. Request knowledge sharing doesn't really help. We could support loyalists or support military, both of which give you... Oh, no, this one does not. Army tradition decay. Actually, losing army tradition would be good because that pushes towards naval. But anyway, support loyalists. This gives them embrace institutions plus 10%. We use up 0.1 of our diplomats, but we get loyalty to overlord plus 20. So that's guaranteed. Let's go ahead and do that. Yep, and then we instantly start annexing. Okay, so we're saved. You can keep them disloyal, not that big of a deal, and then just use that to get them over the hump. And then every time we annex somebody, they're going to get a little bit weaker. But the longer it takes, they will get stronger because these guys are ticking up their strength relative to us. So we do have to kind of hurry it up a little bit. Speaking of which, why don't we do one more? Let's start annexing this guy if we can. So how far away are you from being able to accept annexation? This guy. So 20 would definitely put him over the hump. We should have plenty. So let's go ahead and do that. So support loyalists. And then once we get our diplomat back, we'll start annexing. Nice. Another coming of age. We'll get him married right away. Start annexation. Perfect. So that'll be 2 more off the enemy list and towards ours. Or enemy. Towards our vassals' strength. And then it'll add it to ours. So this little boy, he's technically in the noble's estate. He's not in ours. So I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll just give him an old lady. He's 16 years old. He gets to go consummate the marriage with the 65-year-old grandma. Have at it, dude. That's what you get for being in the chieftain's estate and not in the clan. And we are ready to start a CB on England, so push back colonizers, get that running. And then if we want to, we can declare war on him again in the near future. What is France's navy looking like? 11 heavy ships. Yeah, we still dominate him on the waters, so that's fine. Also, I just realized Dublin has cannibalized most of the Edinburgh and the London market. So Dublin is a very strong market right now. We just finished unlocking paved roads. So this reduces proximity cost by 25. The other one reduces it by 20. So we would get an extra 5 control for every paved road that we have. In both locations, institute growth, local monthly development growth, and construction speed. Actually, this is really important. Local monthly dev. So we have almost 4K saved up. I might just dump it all into paved roads. Actually, we would, if we do that, we should probably wait for another parliament. That's going to be in about 3 years. If we can get one of those roads, the road options, then it would cut down our cost by at least 20%. So if we go paved roads, what's the cheapest one? Oh my god, they're expensive. So even just doing like the close one, yeah, we would have to for sure figure out which one would be the most profitable to do first and just do it slowly. We don't have enough money to do this. And it may not even help us, depending on what our control is looking like. So for example, like a road from here to here is not going to help because we're getting better control through the water. So what we'll probably do is go town by town. We'll expand like an octopus and just go out each one. And then here we'll do it, same thing, go out, here, go out. Why is this one so much lower than this one? Looks like the difference is coming from here, proximity. So proximity of Loch Garman, it's going Dublin to Dublin Bay to St. George Channel and then into the town. If we go here, I think it takes one extra trip. Dublin Bay, St. George Channel, Hookhead. That's what it is. It's right here. Because the port, this port is on this side. This port has to go to one extra step. Well, that sucks. Don't think there's anything we can do, right? This is already maxed. That's maxed. These are all maxed out except for this one for some reason. Yeah, these are all maxed. Okay, well, what could we even do then? I think everything tech, as far as what our current tech is, this is probably about as good as we can get. The other thing we could do is increase average satisfaction. That would help, but just by a marginal amount. So I think we'll just stick to our plan. And if we look at this one, it is Dublin Bay, St. George, Hook's Head. Yeah, it's coming in from there. Wait, so these... So, yeah, if you... I didn't realize this, but... So this one is faster, or it's closer proximity if we go on land. So Dublin to Steel Mountain, which is this one right here. Ferna, and then into the target. So that's 48%. And if we look at this one, is Dublin Bay, St. George, Hookhead, and then directly into here. For some reason, I thought that it had to go from a port into here, but apparently the port, you don't need all these buildings to get it. You could just get it by being attached to the sea. However, you don't get all of this. You don't get the natural harbor, which also reduces. If you look at max control from proximity is 38%. Here it's 31%. This one is, yeah, 9.5. 29%, that's what it is. So the ones that go over the water, you see these three are all the same. Minus 15, minus 3, and minus 9. Minus 15, 3, and 9. The difference is from Hook's Head to Port Lerge. So it's minus 20, this one is minus 29. And that's because we have all that extra stuff. So if you look at this one, we have harbor capacity, which makes a massive difference. Yeah, I mean, we have all those other bonuses on the other one as well, but it's this harbor capacity that makes the biggest difference. So if we take that into consideration, that's why we get an extra 10 control here, right? 65, this goes down to 46, so it's 20 difference. That's pretty much the biggest difference. I can't see anything else. Actually, the average satisfaction, I think they're about the same. No, okay. So there's a little bit of satisfaction lost here, and then there's that big proximity difference. So the reason I'm taking my time here is because I'm trying to figure out what the hell we're going to do with these roads. I was thinking initially we would build the roads from here out, but that doesn't seem to be the case. What you would want to do is you would build the roads from the port inland. So that would probably be the best route. I think what we would probably want to do is find the settlements that have the highest tax base. Whatever has the highest tax base is what's going to get roads first. So for example, if we look at this town, this has 2.17, 2.0, 1.23, and 1.49. So we would go this one first, this one second, this one third, and that one last. There's probably an argument to be made for this. Actually, where's this going? Yeah, see, this one is going through the roads as well. This is a 2.36. It would take an extra road right here at Firna to do it, but we could. Oh, it's because it's lumber. Lumber's one of the best. All right, let's go ahead and get that lumber maxed out still. Okay, well, we got some things to think about. We also have stuff up here. So if we look at the proximity from here, it's going Dublin. Oh, this one is land. This one is going on land. And there's a map mode that helps you. I think is it the economic one then? Proximity to capital. So if you click on anything, it'll tell you exactly what route it's going. Oh yeah, see, like this one is a port, but it's actually faster to go through the road because we don't have the naval presence built up right here. So it's still faster to go on land. This one is actually just barely enough. This one's actually better to go over sea. These ones are all sea, but then when you go just literally from here to here, it's still faster to go on land. Really interesting, actually. So you can make some interesting setups. So I think, like, for example, one of the highest value here is going to be silver. So it looks like it's going on the ocean into this port and then into these. So what we'd want to do is probably build, see 3.04. We'd want to build roads right here. So 1.43 is not going to be that high of a value increase, but this would be a big increase. And we would get an extra 5% here. Yeah, an extra 5% of 13 is quite a bit. So if you really want to min-max it, I guess you would look at that. So if we do, what does a road cost then from here to here and then to here? I turned off the tooltip that was popping up all the time, and now it doesn't actually show me what the roads cost. So that's kind of annoying. But I guess I could just do alphabetical and then go find it. But I really shouldn't have to do that. So Dungarbana, this one. So from here to here is 170, 172, and then to Tiobra. Tiobra is 400. So the round trip, so it's 170 to 400. That means 230. So 170 to here, 230 to here. 400 in total to get 5% increase on these two. So 5% on 4.8 and 13. I guess the easier way would just be to add these two. So 4.8, 18. Yeah, basically it'd be 18. 5% more on 18, which is pretty good. But yeah, and then if we pay 20% less on both of those, we'd be saving 80 ducats just on that. That's a lot. So that is going to be the next game plan. Then let's wait for the next parliament, and hopefully we can get it on the docket. Our vassals is asking for money. It is the one that we're integrating, so we kind of have to. It's fine. That's a lot of money though, dude. What the hell do you need 400 ducats for this tiny little country? Seems like a grift. He knows he's going to be going away, so he's getting his retirement set up. But that's fine. We got money. Here we go. We finally annexed these guys, so we can stop giving them or stop getting bribed by them. So let's go through their buildings and kind of see what they've got. This iron mine, I think, we already own that one. Yeah, what's this over to here? So let me go through and delete some stuff. I'm sure a lot of this is just junk. Also, I just realized fishing villages do promote local maritime presence. It's a very small amount, but that could be something to consider. So we could subsidize that. So basically 12 fishing villages would be equal to 1 bark, right? No, 14 barks, actually, because I think they do 1.14. Let me double check that before I spout nonsense. 0.14, yeah. 1 bark is worth 14 fishing villages. Not the greatest, but I mean, I guess subsidizing them may not be that great of an idea. But if you can find a place on the coastline that has a profitable one, that would actually be not a bad one to go with. For it to be profitable, I guess you'd have to be near salt. Yeah, probably be near salt, and maybe a place that is not too far from the tool production. That might not be a bad one. But yeah, if you look at this, maritime presence 0.06, we're doing 7 of them, but we're paying a massive amount. So I'm gonna have to cut these loose. And then one final consideration. So I went through, cleaned up all the buildings. I'm expanding all of their infrastructure, the RGOs. So stone was like hardly touched. Coal had a few more spots. They didn't build the special buildings. I don't know what you would call these, but you know, like the lumber can get the lumber mill. No, sorry, iron. This one's the rural smelter to get an extra 20%. I think that's the bonus they give. Right, this one has it. 10%. So an extra 10% production. So we got that. We also built a windmill, although we're going to probably turn this into a town soon, so maybe it doesn't make sense to do that. Maybe we should just turn this into a town now. I was thinking of not doing that because this is one of the only food-producing provinces in this area, or yeah, this is the province. Keep trying to figure out what to call these things. So like a settlement, and then the province is all of them connected, and then the area is the bigger one. So this settlement is wheat. There is fruit over here, so there's a little bit of food, but fruit's not particularly amazing. It's 4, whereas wheat is 8. If we keep this as a food producing, we can supply food to all these other ones because they're running a deficit. The other consideration is, yeah, see, there's not a lot of food in the area. Beeswax doesn't count. Oh no, beeswax does count as food. This is kind of like a hybrid resource. So it's both expensive to produce, which is good for income, but it also provides a little bit of food. And then livestock is quite good. It's 8 as well. So this place has a decent amount of food. So with the fish from the city, it's still going to run a deficit, but it'll be okay for a little bit until it gets really big. But then, yeah, silver over here. So the point I was trying to make is there's enough food in this area to cover, I believe, right? If we look at this, 33 food, 61 food, there's plenty of overage. And then if you look at, why does this one have so much food? Oh, interesting. Wool's technically a food. I guess it makes sense because the sheep, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I guess I should probably pay more closer attention to some of these. It's interesting. I've got like 115 hours in the game, and there's still a lot of stuff that's just barely clicking in my head because of how crazy and complex it is. But anyways, so for this area, if we turn this into a settlement or into a town, we're going to have to deal with food shortages because we'll be cutting our food production short. We won't be able to get the windmill, which produces, you know, an excess of food. So what we could do is use one of these other settlements to do it, but then we'd be getting debuffs, right? This one has grasslands, which gives us local population capacity of 50k. Coastal gives you more food capacity. Hop capacity is mild winter, 100%. Flatland, there's nothing there. If we go over here where the other food, see, there's no special building for this one to increase your food production, and fruit is only 4 for 1. But the problem is our local pop capacity is only 50k here. Your development is slower. Your proximity impact is worse, which actually maybe that would make, yeah, if we turn it into a port, that means some of the port will counteract some of that. So that could be a consideration. There's really not any good places for a town other than this one, and I'm worried that we're going to starve everybody in the area. We could just buy food from the market because we're producing so much food over here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so like take Dublin, for example, 154 food in excess. Yeah, we're producing way more than we consume. And then this Central Valley area is a lot of food, 435. So we could easily export some of this food. Actually, you know what? Why don't we do that? Why don't we just use, like, this is like a bread basket, and we can send that food over here, sell it to these guys, and then we'll start making more money back in the home area. These guys will start making more money because they're in a good area that will have a lot of manufacturing. So why don't we do that? I'm going to go ahead and start a town here, and then let's go ahead and bump this up all the way. So let's max this out so we can get at least a little bit of food. We're not gonna make a ton of money from it. I'm not worried about that, but we do want to produce more food for this area because, like I said, when we lose that, then we'll want to have something to counter it. So there we go. We've got a good town here, a good town here. We got to look at this once it integrates, but we'll deal with that later. All right, let's keep moving. We got our CB on England. We're ready. Let's see what it looks like. See if anything has changed. Still got quite a few allies. And France looks like they are interested in joining. But we go here, yep. And we don't have to promise him land. I wonder if we even need to use our army. Maybe we just declare war and let him take everything. Probably not, though. I think we need to do some work. The good thing is Castile is no longer involved. So that was like the biggest issue for France, is they kept getting caught up by them. Now the Papal States are still in it, and they've got a decent sized strength. Yeah, Papal States has a bigger professional army than we do. Let's take a look at their stats here. They're sitting at 41,000, so not that bad. Okay, can we get a look? Yeah. Okay, so that's that. But France is looking really strong. 200,000. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we'll probably lean on France to help us. We'll just start making some gains elsewhere. But as I said, the main goal is to get this all flipped and converted. But I think if we can have some fun elsewhere at the same time, there's no harm in that. So the question is, do we declare war now or later? And would that affect... Oh yeah, it's because... Yep. Because we have a coalition against us. That's why there's some random people in there. So these are coalition, and these are coalition. The other two, or the other people are definitely not coalition. They're just allies. Yep, alliance. Brabant is alliance as well. And then the 27 friendly participants. Look at all these guys. Now, some of these are scootaged, right? Okay, so apparently if your vassals don't want to join, they can avoid it, but you can force them by enforcing demands. I'm assuming there's some kind of malice when you do that. It doesn't really matter. We're not really using them anyways. And then everybody's disloyal for the most part. So they weren't planning on doing much with it anyways. The thing I'm concerned about is if we go to war, France might take all this and then he might not flip control to us, which means we would get screwed in the peace deal, or we would just take money and then fight him again another time. So we could just focus on taking some of his subjects, but that kind of leads to that other point is we can't even handle the subjects that we do have. So do we go to war? Maybe we just go to war, take money from everybody and do it that way. So let's get our navy ready. We've got 18 heavies now. And let's make sure this is the best admiral we can get. Yeah, we need somebody that's got a decent amount of admin so we can get frontage. 54 and 61, this guy could actually be pretty good. It's a little less on the combat stats, but a little bit more on the frontage. And he's actually got, yeah, he's got good stats all around. Let's actually move him. Sir Arthur of Monmouth. Yeah, does that make sense? And then let's move our navy down here. We'll primarily provide the navy more than anything else here. So let's go ahead and declare war. Here we go. So we'll wait and see what they do. I don't want to move our troops. We'll leave them here to continue training. Try to figure out where the English Navy is, or if you can call it that. All right, looks like they have a building that causes attrition. They have that naval attrition building. Yeah, they do. Hostile naval attrition. We don't want to mess with that. That will definitely add up. They don't have it here though, so we can just stay here. We didn't take that much damage, so we're good. Let's just chill here. Yeah, we'll blockade and keep an eye on the English and French and see what they do. Yeah, it looks like Denmark is sending some units over here, so let's go deal with that and have them doing that. All right, what is this looking like? Yeah, we're very well balanced. They are not at all balanced. They do have some heavies though, so this is not going to be a pushover. And why does it look like our admiral's not very good? It's only 2 stars. His stats are pretty good. I don't know. But oh yeah, they're getting smashed. Okay, they got completely destroyed. And we took hardly any damage. Let's double check. Make sure there's nobody else that we can smash. Nope. Probably need to go back and heal. So why don't we do that? The French are here. Perfect. So they're sieging stuff down. Let's see if they flip land to us or not. Then they are attacking there. Who else are we at war with? Yeah, it's easier to see it from this screen. So Brabant, Denmark, some little nations down here, whatever that is. Lorraine, yeah. I was going to say, looks like Lorraine. And then, of course, there's the vassals and then the Pope. Okay, so France has got their work cut out for them. It's actually not a bad thing. So I was thinking there's 2 war goals here. Number 1 is to take land from England. And number 2 is to weaken France. And then eventually we can take him over. And I just realized these sneaky bastards are trying to get some boats up here. You got 15 heavy ships. We got to be super careful. Let's see where they go. Okay, they're going to hit the French Navy. Let's reinforce. They're already dead. They're going. It says they're going to the Breton Sea. I don't know what the Breton Sea is. Well, anyways, let's follow them. Okay, yep, they're coming up this way. Are they retreating? Nope, they're not retreating. They're attacking. So we'll chill here for a bit. Yep, they're coming in. It says it's likely that we'll lose. Their navy is of better quality. Do they have different types? Maybe they don't have the early... They probably have regular carracks. Yep, that's what it is. All right, we don't really want to fight that then. Damn, I didn't even think about that. We need to upgrade our navy. We're likely not going to get out of that, so let's see what it looks like. We're actually shredding their navy, but we are losing ships as well. Oh man, that's so close. Yeah, let's just get out. Let's get out. We don't want to lose our entire navy. There we go. It looks like the French lost a boat there, but we didn't, luckily. So we still have our 18 heavies, but let's spend some time getting our navy repaired back up. Yeah, look at that. We almost lost one. 5%. That is rough. We got to keep an eye out for the Pope, make sure he's not coming back to attack us. There's some other navies we can wipe out that are kind of close by and around. They're still taking more of the losses than we are, and we have more than 3 times their numbers, so we should be fine. Although some of that number don't count because they're disloyal vassals. France needs food again. It's fine, we have plenty. And then, oh man, we're not able to annex. Dude, why are you so disloyal? Yeah, it looks like the vassals jumped up pretty heavily in power, and ours went down by 2 because we were at 38 before. They were at 60, now they're at 80. So yeah, that makes sense. So even supporting loyalists isn't helping. I'm wondering if that goes up during wartime. Maybe that's what happens. So once we finish the war, hopefully it goes back to normal. But yeah, French are putting together a pretty good sized army here. 20k should be more than enough to wipe out the English. And then, like I said, we'll do our duty and watch from across the channel. So interesting development. We got an alliance offer from Castile. They're fairly strong, but they're nowhere near what France is. So if we want to take France down, we might need to team up against him with some of their big neighbors. So that's definitely something to consider. I think for now, we're going to decline. Good to know that they're interested. So in the future, we could flip and then try and take out France. I'm wondering if our war score is so low or our balance of power is so low because we are not summoning our levies. Let me try to summon and see what they do. But we don't want to summon anybody that's in the middle of the war zone. Why? Wait, why? Oh, yeah, got it. So we'll get 2,300. Yeah, I think maybe once our army pops up, it should change the balance. See if that helps. Maybe, I bet you the levies get added to your balance. And because these guys popped out a bunch of troops and we didn't, nope, he's still disloyal. I guess the question is by how much? 46, yep, so it did change power relative to Overlord. It went up by 1. And theirs came down just a little bit. We could flip some of these guys to tributaries. That might not be a bad idea. The only problem there is they're probably going to start attacking our vassals. And if they grow too big, we'll have a problem. We'll have to fight them. But, okay, well, let's just finish this war up. And then we'll get back to work. Like Denmark tried to sneak something in the back here. Some galleys. So we'll spank them real quick. There we go. Wipe them out, get some war score, and then back to port. We're going to go ahead and ship our levies down here. We'll go back and grab our professionals. Yep, we've got the French Navy right here protecting us with 14 heavies and 14 barks. They should be fine. And then we'll march in and help out. Here we go. We got our 20,603. It's not too bad. Let's get down here and start taking some of this land. And then we'll get our transports back to safety. Our heavies are maybe 2 months out from repair. 2 months out, and they'll be fully repaired. Yeah, you can see we were almost capped out on sailors. Just that one fight blew through so much of our manpower pool for sailors, which I'm actually a fan of. In the other game, you could just throw people out. Didn't really matter. And in this one, you got to be a little bit more careful. I would imagine in the late game when you just own half the map, you can probably spam enough to where it doesn't matter. But I mean, we've got a pretty significant amount of holdings, and we're still not all that secure. Like if we take a couple bad battles, we're kind of taken out of the war for a while. So, but anyways, let's get in there and start taking some stuff. There's 2,000 English we could probably fight. Let's go ahead and take something right here, make sure. I don't know what they're doing. I guess they're going to sit on this. Yep, there they are. All right, 3,000. We don't want to fight that unless the French come in, and then we'll fight them. What happened? We finished integrating this one. Sweet. So now let's convert these people. Assimilate pops to Irish. Perfect. They're Catholic, I'm assuming? Yeah, they're Catholic. Yeah, they're all Norman, so we're going to have to get rid of that. Okay, French. They are going for the town. They don't seem to care about the army, unfortunately. This one might. Nope. They've got 40k. They could stack wipe it without a fight. Oh, there they go. All right, they stack wiped him. We could stack wipe these. That looks like an army that got hit. Ooh, interesting. Martin Luther spawned. It says fight 1511. Neapolitan labor. So there's a bunch of people in Italy. It looks like they're going to be they'll be turning Protestant basically. And Martin Luther himself has some decent stats. That's kind of cool that they model him. It's not just like an event. He's an actual person in the game. Wonder if you could assassinate him and stop this whole thing from happening in the first place. I would imagine probably not. Maybe this event spawns him so he can get his thing off. Be kind of unbalanced if you could just off him. Took that. Let's try and take as much of this land. They already took these pieces. Oh, they flipped Bayou to us, and that one went to the French. Okay, let's start taking stuff up here. I'm assuming they won't flip much to us because they probably want to hang on to most of this. All right, there's 3,000 right there. We could fight it. Yeah, might as well. Oh, perfect. Actually, let's see if he wants to siege down the French land. Oh, all right, let's just take him out. Easy fight, 10-to-1 ratio, and then he's gonna get stack wiped. So I think at this point, let's just start taking some land. He's probably gonna try and come back here and get to this land again. And he seems pretty hell-bent on it. So let's see what he does. Actually, we can stack wipe him right here. There we go. So stack wipe. Get another one right here on Alsace. Oh, not Alsace, just Lorraine. There we go. It's 2 stack wipes. How are we looking? Yeah, 55,000 losses versus 21. So they're in pretty rough shape. And our navy should be good to go now. Yep, they're good. Let's try to find some enemies here. Yeah, there's some navy over here, but they're kind of staying out of it. Not much we can do. Why don't we just hang out over here? Oh no, that one has the... Yeah, we'll take attrition if we do that. We'll hang out over here and just start adding the sea presence. That's fine. And then we'll defend. Oh, here we go. We got our parliament debate. I don't see the road networks. Don't think we have the ability to pass most of these, so I'm just going to go promote member of the burghers. That'll give us plutocracy. So why don't we do that? And then we'll flip one of these guys. Let's see. Let's assimilate. Yeah, let's just do improve Diplo, and let's flip this guy to plutocracy. Here you go. Push it as much as you can. And then back here, we can just start taking these towns, and then they'll flip for us. There's not too many. There's 2 forts here, but we can take a couple of these. They are spawning in another army here. It looks like 360 men. He'll probably go capture some land with that. All right, and I noticed this flag changed. Is this... Yep, England. So they did actually change their flag. All right, there we go. We have enough support to pass it. Hopefully we don't get screwed. Actually, we're above. We're at 55%. So we can take 5% hit and still make it. What we might also do is a law change. I think there was some in here that I wanted to flip. I didn't see anything that would be too earth-shattering, so I'm just going to leave it. Let's try and pass this thing if we can. So this would give us a skilled member of the burghers. We'll get more cabinet members. All right, here we go. Let's see where these guys go. They're going to Nyon. We'll be able to take this and then pounce on that, and that's a stack wipe. All right. Do they have any troops left? They have 0 troops left. All right, so England is in very rough shape. Denmark still has some troops, so I don't know if they're planning on dropping over here. Doesn't really matter too much though. Let's just go take the stuff that we can without sieging. I don't want to siege too much. So another 1900 comes from here. Actually, let's jump on that. And then how much here? 300, that's fine. Here we go. Stack wipe, and then back up here. So you're going to go unsiege a bunch of stuff now. All right, he can't actually siege. I'm thinking that the minimum amount you need to siege scales with some of the infrastructure, maybe the development. Let me see if it shows us the number. Yeah, my guess is it scales with the population. Because early game you would be able to siege with like 100 to 120. Now 311 is not even enough. They need 411 or 414 as a minimum. Oh, and look who just showed up. Denmark. Looks like they just lost a battle. Or maybe, oh, you know what, their morale's probably low because they marched. Hopefully they try to mess with the French and not us. Yeah, not entirely sure what they're doing. So with our siege equipment, that's one thing I'm not 100% sure on. So we have 2 artillery bonus in the siege is 2. Our max artillery bonus for the fort is 5. Is there more info on that? Because what I'd like to find out is how do we get to 5 without overdoing it? We want to have exactly enough cannons to be able to do it. Well, all right. Well, what fort level is this? Fort level 2. So 5 for 2. I guess we'll keep an eye. And Denmark is on the move. Let's see where they go. Oh, they're going to unsiege some of this stuff, which is fine. No, they're going back. They can't figure out what the hell they want. This, I don't know. Is this an ally? Right, I'm going to finish sieging some of this stuff, and then we'll figure out what we're going to go next. We'll probably have to deal with these Danes. Never mind. The French came in and wiped them out. Or at least I don't see them anymore. So I'm not quite sure what happened here, but we just lost control. So we sieged Amiens, and it just flipped to the French. What the hell, man? they sieged Gisors and it flipped to us. I'm wondering, can you trade? And if you can trade, why wasn't I able to deny it and say, no, I don't want that trade? Because that is, I mean, not saying that's a bad trade for us, but I don't like the fact that they're able to do that without consulting us. Very curious. We can start separate piecing some people. We've got Lorraine here that'll accept. They will not give up anything though, so we might want to hold off on that. Also, what happens if we decide to start taking land? Is everybody gonna hate us? Nope, they won't let us take land. Let's go ahead and work our way south. We'll start working on some of these other nation armies. So there's some Denmark army here that's retreating. We can go take care of him, and we can take out whatever this small vassal is, Narbonne. Sieging some stuff. We might want to just white piece a couple people out if we can, just to clean up the borders. Brabant, we can... Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's get rid of Lorraine. Get rid of... Yeah, can't get rid of these, and these are vassals, so they can't... No, not vassals, but yeah, they're part of the coalition, so they're not going anywhere. Now, Brabant, we can go... We take land? We could take land, technically. Our land is right here, so it wouldn't be that far. We just start taking little chunks here and there. It'd be kind of funny. But I think what we might want to do is just get some money. Get some money and get these guys out. So we can get 206, and we can get war reps, maybe? 190 in war reps. So how much of that do we get? Does it give us a breakdown? In the other game, EU4, they would give you a breakdown who got what. I have no idea who got what, but that's fine. Okay, anybody else? These guys aren't going anywhere, but that'll at least refocus. Yeah, we probably want to get rid of the Danish from here. It'll refocus the French so they can start focusing on other stuff rather than shooting their armies everywhere. So let's focus our army and head south. Looking at the war down here, there's a lot of action going on. So the Papal States got very low morale. These guys have recovered a bit. Who's gonna fight? I don't even know. Oh, Kingdom of France. Got it. It doesn't look like a French flag anymore. Oh, this guy. Okay. Yep, that's what he's doing. Fine, we'll just go siege this down. Because we do have cannons. The French... Oh, is that an ally? No, this is ally. Why does it look like... Just the weird color. Alright, let's go after this guy then. He's got very low morale because he's getting force marched everywhere. No time to recover. So let's keep moving. Wait, is he... Are we not able to fight him? He might be on the retreat, so we can chase him back. Oh, and there's still some English down here. Yeah, let's deal with them. Follow these guys for a little bit. They're going across there. Do we want to take a heavy penalty? Because the terrain is awful right there. We could... Shoot. We could try and go up and around, but no, we can't because there's a fort there blocking. Let's go take out these English real quick. Oh, got a stack wipe. Take some land here, and then we'll wait for these guys to move out, and then we'll chase them down. We do have 4-to-1 advantage. We should be alright. We can at least take the stuff around it. Alright, something came out. It is about 100 and something English. Yep, like I said, I really don't want to fight them across that channel because we're going to get hit pretty hard. We're almost at 100%. Right, we could probably take about 100%. This guy's in rough shape. So if we were to take Aquitaine as a vassal, needs to be occupied. That's fine. These guys, can we kick out? So Denmark is almost ready to go. And then for this peace deal, yeah, we'll mess with it later because I don't know how the borders are going to change. We'll just do it at the end. They might unsiege some things. Okay, so these guys are just going to chill. That's fine. Let's go back to work over here. There's not much we can do, actually. We're just waiting for a couple sieges to go down. We could go after the Papal States. The French set an army way out here. They are attritioning badly. So 11,000, they're probably going to lose half that army in a couple months. Yeah, 11,000 to 10,000. You guys better just leave. You're not going to finish that siege. Okay, these guys are coming back out. But the French are... They're doing... We don't want to fight this on bad terrain. Looks like the French... I think they might beat us to it. And then they'll lock in that bad terrain. So they're going to get there on July 20th. They're already there. Just let it happen. Can we... I guess we could just jump. It's fine. They have no morale. So it should almost instantly end. Yeah, 2-to-1 ratio. We'll just keep beating them back and forth. That's a stack wipe? Yep, that's a stack wipe. Alright, they probably want to leave now. The Danish. Yep, the Danes, they won't pay us anything. Will they give up a piece of land, though? Because I would like to take this. Almost. They're really close. So maybe another day taking it back. Shoot. Okay, we probably just need to wait for the Danes to lose another battle, and then they'll be willing to give it up. So this should be secured. The southern border is just about to be secured. I don't know that there's a whole lot else for us to do. Let's head back up. Start disbanding our armies soon. Yep, they unsieged. What does that look like now? Still, yeah, it didn't really change anything, so no biggie. We could go take it back. We don't have much else to do. Let me try and finish up this war. There's no action going on. All right, we ended up catching another Danish army over here. So what I'd like to do is, oh boy, we're running out of food. I'd like to take something over this way if we can, so that we can have a border with them, and then create a CB and just start taking some of the Danish land. I think I'd rather do that than go into the HRE. The HRE is just an absolute nightmare. So we're already starting to starve here. Let's get out. What does a peace deal look like here? They still don't want to give that up. What if we take something up here? Yeah, see, there's land up here. I don't care if it's good land. In fact, it's better if it's not good land, because then it's cheaper, probably easier to maintain. So like this one would be ideal. This one's a 0, so we're very close to getting it. It's got so many forts up here though. And yeah, you can see this guy's just taking a massive amount of attrition. How many losses? And I bet you a lot of that's attrition based. So not the smartest. Let's go take this army out. Okay, here we go. Let's go take this out, take that settlement back, and then hopefully that's enough. We just unlocked a new law. So cabinet law. Yeah, we don't have a policy, so this is a fresh one. Aristocracy, no thank you. Naval tradition, probably. Centralization, that's pretty good. And it reduces all their power. Ooh, boy. That's really good. Or administrative clergy, traditionalists, which we don't want. So legislative efficiency is how quickly can implement laws, government. Yeah, I don't really care about that at all. And then we're still trying to get centralization. And if we reduce everybody's power, we will have more tax. Whereas this one only provides a 0.05 towards Navy. This one's a 0.10 to centralization. That's pretty good. But Navy's so hard to get, so that's the other consideration. But let's take dynastic admin, and then let's also push towards centralization. Nope, it's already maxed. So that did nothing for us then. Oh, whoops. Okay, took that back. Let's see. And also, what is... France has asked us for gold. 3,000 gold. We don't have that much money, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah, 3 grand. That's a lot of money. So let's go check and see what the Danes are up to. They will accept, but the problem is we don't have 10 war score. Yeah, it has to be a white peace, or we need to wait for this siege to finish. It's at 14%, so it's almost there. I guess we just wait. That's fine. So anything else going on? Not really. The French have kind of moved on. Let's get the Papal States out of here as well. They still don't want to leave. Get the hell out of here, man. Yeah, look at that. This army was at like 12k. They're down to 7k from attrition. Just starving themselves. France is trying to take Aquitaine. Keep an eye on this siege. This is the one that matters the most, I think. I didn't realize. We're getting invaded. There's Lutheran preachers everywhere. We're going to have to deal with that. We could flip Lutheran, which I actually don't mind, because then we could use our religious CBs against the Catholics. But it's just such a pain. I'd rather just maintain the status quo. All right, we can kick the Papal States out. Let's just get them out of here. We're down to just about everybody. It looks like we have at least 10 war score. So let's take this. Oh, we don't. Oh, man, what a pain. Is it that we don't have it, or... There we go. So there's a siege done. Does that give us war score against them? It gives us a little bit, but not enough. Yeah, this is just getting to be a pain. Let's just get them out. That's fine. I think we'll have to fight them in a different war. Yeah, it's just going to complicate things. This one's dragged on too long as it is. So what do we have? We could take all of the land. It's not French, I guess. Aquitaine. Yeah, Aquitaine is... He gave everything back to us. So these are safe to keep. And it doesn't really generate much in terms of aggressive expansion. That's fine. And then down here, I believe we have the outside, these 4. Yep. And then up here, we can take everything along the coast, like that. And there's a little bit in here, but we don't need to take absolutely everything. I don't want to give anything to the French. We could also have them annul treaties and all that stuff. Did we make them a vassal? We could actually just make them a vassal, but that's actually not going to work because our vassals already hate us. So let's not do that. Yeah, we'll humiliate, take all the money. Yeah, we can still take the land here, even though it's not. It's a little border gore, but that's fine. Okay, what else? Cancel treaties. No. Yeah, here we go. Annul treaties with Brabant, Denmark, and definitely the Papal States. So they won't accept that. We can back off the money. No, it's still too much. We don't really need the money. That is definitely enough. So we'll take maybe like war reps or something. So this looks good right here. Let's check our aggressive expansion. It's going to pull in. So France isn't going to be happy with that, but we are an ally, so that shouldn't be a problem. Everybody else is either a vassal or people that we're going to get a peace treaty or a truce with, so that shouldn't be a big deal. We will border quite a few people. We'll border Spain down here. We can start expanding into there if we want. Yeah, this looks good. Let's take that. And everybody, and then we'll get back to hopefully annexing. I don't know if these guys are going to go back to normal after this, but we'll see. You'll notice the map looks a bit different. I've been slaving away here. We're almost at 1600, and I don't quite have everybody annexed fully. We are currently working on Northamptonshire. These guys are going to take until 1821. We can start annexing some of these other ones, but as you can see, they are going to take a significant amount of time. If this guy takes about 30 years, this one's going to be even longer. Middlesex, even longer. And then these guys, maybe not quite as much, but we're probably looking at maybe 1650, 1675 before we get everybody fully under control. And that's not even including converting everybody over to Irish, which we've been doing. We go over to the cultures. You can see there's a lot of Irish in here. Actually, to be frank, the culture is not really that big of a deal. It's annexing the really big, powerful vassals. These guys are just taking way longer than I was expecting it to. And so, yeah, that is definitely probably not helping that we have a really low Diplo rep. I think that makes a big difference. And then also, are we integrating more than one? No, see, we're only annexing one at a time. If you do multiples at the same time, you get a debuff. So ideally, it's probably better just to focus on one at a time. But yeah, you could see we're trying to assimilate everybody. I think the Irish culture is not that big of a deal. It's just getting everything annexed into our control, which, like I said, at this point, it's pretty much an inevitability. There's nobody on the map that can really contest us on the water. And then our army is strong enough that if they don't land their entire army, like France has a pretty big army, but they can't land all these troops at once. They only have so many ships. So nobody can really contest us. I think the challenge is pretty much done at this point, even though it's not 100% done. But I have to work on several other projects, and I can't spend another week doing this because this is going to take, like, I don't know, several days to do this, potentially a week. But there are a couple things I wanted to talk about. A couple interesting things. I don't remember where I left off because I did a lot of offline stuff. I didn't really record it, but I had considered maybe taking the capital down here to one of these natural harbors. So these would be interesting to try out for a capital because your cost of moving between these areas, go back here. So if we look at infrastructure, cost of moving through these areas is literally zero. It's negative 0.01 to go from here to the harbor. So really, really inexpensive when you have something on a place that has 100 harbor capacity. So this one, natural harbor capacity is 1. We don't even need these, but I think we're getting some bonuses from that anyways. But yeah, you could see over here at Dublin, we don't have that, and that's why we're losing quite a bit of our control every time we leave. So what I was thinking is maybe doing the capital down here, because everything that comes in has to go through here, and so they would get a discount to their move, essentially they would get a boost to their proximity by doing that. Whereas, like, let's say, for example, go back to our harbor. So anybody that leaves Dublin, and let's say they go to this port, they would get a hit. I think it's about, well, here, let's actually take a look. So to go from Dublin, where's Dublin? Yeah, it's going from Dublin to Dublin Bay. So if we go over here and look for Dublin Bay. Oh, I did actually move my capital. Whoops. I forgot. I was experimenting to see how it would work. Actually, let's go to Dublin and then you can see the effect. So if you go to Dublin, from Dublin to Dublin Bay is minus 16. That's a lot. That's a lot. So every time somebody wants to leave and go through the waterways, automatically they lose 16 control just for doing that. Now, if we look at, say, this one to another natural harbor, so like this one up here, let's look at the path for that. So you might think, wow, that's really long. There's a lot of, it's probably going to be very high, but actually we don't lose any for going from here into the bay. And then we don't lose any going from our capital into the bay. So it's those. So from here to the water and from here to the water are literally free. The only thing it costs is the water the travel between water. And then that is reduced significantly because we have 100% maritime presence there. So it's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. So we're losing about 18 to doing that. Whereas if we were to have ourselves at Dublin, so literally from Dublin to here would be 15 just by virtue of leaving the water and going back in the literally one sea tile. And then you would obviously lose the whatever the sea tile is. So you could see you can travel significant distances and still maintain high control if you have a lot of this port harbor capacity. You can build up your harbor capacity, and as the game goes on, this gets less and less important, the natural harbor suitability, because you will be able to get close to that. I don't know, maybe in the late game you can reach 100% without having a natural harbor, but essentially by doing this, you make it extremely cheap to go anywhere on the water. So it's instead of losing 15, you're losing 0. So for going from here to all these other ones is going to be really cheap. The only downside is, and I haven't really measured the impact of this, but if you look at our trading, so our Dublin is still the market center, and maybe we can move the market center. That would be interesting. Probably wouldn't want to move it though, because it isn't a really good spot. If we look at the Dublin market, it's pretty big. Yeah, Dublin actually cannibalized like half of London and a fair chunk of Scotland. Well, not really. I think earlier it did, but because I moved my capital down here, maybe it's not quite as strong. But yeah, that's one thing I probably should have paid attention to is how does moving this affect our trade? Generally, you want to have your capital on your trade hub as well, but I guess the question is which one's worth more, the lower control or the better trade? So I don't know the answer. I don't have the answer to that, but just something to consider if you're watching this and trying to learn something. So that is one of the big things that I kind of came across. Two other things, well, a couple other things that I want to talk about as well. I had to release Middlesex. These guys are easy. We'll destroy them very quickly when it's time to take them. But I had to release them because they were generating too much power and it was making all the other vassals upset. So I think it's either better to have smaller vassals that can't gather that much strength and then you can annex them. The problem is that slows you down quite a bit. But yeah, the other, well, I guess the other consideration is you could turn people into, if you look right here, you can change them to tributary. So if you have high enough control or if you have high enough relations with people, you can turn them into a tributary. If they're a tributary, they don't combine their strength with your vassals. So if you're having trouble keeping people loyal, which I literally had the entire time, I was just really struggling keeping their loyalty low enough to where I can annex them. And you can see they're still barely on the threshold. These guys are at 50.02. That's about as low as you can get. So yeah, two things on that. Number one is you can either have less vassals and just take land yourself and then core it slowly yourself, or you can flip them to other types of subjects, and that would probably help alleviate a lot of those problems. And then when you want to flip them back, there's an option to flip them back to a vassal. So you can change to tributary, and then you can go from tributary back to a vassal status. You just have to have high control, or no, not high control, but you have to have high relations with them. And I think it's not too bad. I've done it before in some of my test runs. So that's something to consider. Yeah, the enforcing culture is not good if you have a culture that's just way stronger than yours. So English is significantly stronger than Ireland at the beginning of the game. So I think, trying to do too much with these guys. And what I should have done is maybe kept them smaller and converted some of the English myself to Irish. And then as soon as you get close to, like if you look over here on your culture tab, your culture tradition is your defense and your cultural influence is your offense. So what you want to do is you want to compare your cultural influence number. In this case, we're 805, and then compare it to what the English cultural influence number is. Cultural tradition, which is their defense. See, defensive power. So 347 versus 805. Now, the Irish culture is significantly stronger. So it would be easier for them to convert and hold. Whereas before, if this was reversed, that's why they were able to convert a little bit of Irish, and then eventually they just got overwhelmed, and then it flipped. All these guys were all English. They weren't even Welsh. This is Welsh territory, but English was such a strong influence that it just took over. So that's another thing. Yeah, don't let them get too strong. You can split them up. If you need just a little bit more liberty desire reduction, just do support loyalists. I think I talked about that several times before though. And then Yeah, I think that's mostly it. The other thing that I wish I'd done sooner, and this relates to the economy, there's two things. Number one, with trade, we had all the trade power, but we basically had zero um, trade capacity. I mean, we didn't have zero, but it was very, very small. So the amount of trading we could do was limited to just, a handful of trades. If you're producing a lot of goods, you want to get your trade capacity up as high as you can. So that was one of the big reasons we weren't really making money with trade. The second big reason we weren't making much money with trade is because crown power was, I don't think, that high at the time. You can see right here, your trade income is directly correlated with your crown power. So if you have 50% crown power, you make half of the trade income. If you have 10% crown power, you only make 10% of the trade income. So you want to make sure this is high and make sure your trade capacity is high. And obviously we own the whole market, so we don't need to worry about, out competing people. That's not really a big deal. But the big deal is this: if you don't, you could own the entire world, but if you only have, a single horse to move stuff, you're only going to move a very tiny amount in that trade. So you can't really get anything done. You have to have a high enough trade capacity. And then once you have a high trade capacity, you need to make sure you have enough crown power to take advantage of it. And then, yeah, the other thing is I wish I had focused on getting my crown control up higher through other methods. So number one, I probably gave out a few too many estates. I would have liked to keep these guys a little bit smaller. I know it was helping with some of these things like the monthly progress. That was kind of nice to have, but not as big of a deal as I thought it was. I think I would much rather have them low power and then just have to work on the values through other methods. So that would have been good to know. And then the final thing, I think, unless I can think of something else, is people. So if you look now, I made a very concerted effort the last maybe 100 years or so. What happened? That is, sorry, on character. Yep, character. If we go to all of our crown people, the list is massive. It is huge. This is like what my world conquest looked like on CK3. There's literally hundreds of people in here. So the reason you want to have this is because you anytime you have somebody work in your cabinet, if they're part of your crown, you actually get strength, you get crown control, and you take it away from everybody else. So having all four of these people as crown, say right now, half of them are, well, actually all of them. I don't think I have a single one in my crown, unfortunately. Yeah, there's clergy, a couple of the chieftains. So if these were all in the crown, this would be even higher. So that would be good. One other cool thing that I noticed when we were trying to get high maritime presence, I left a bunch of these little stacks everywhere, and I could even split this up further if we wanted to get even more. So for example, this region right here, we could have 4 small stacks instead of 1 big stack, and each one gets an admiral, and the admiral is from our estate. So you would have 4 admirals from your estate, you would get a lot more crown power, essentially. Now, I don't know, there's probably some diminishing returns there. Maybe it gets diluted. I'm not 100% sure that. But either way, if you have any admirals, if you have any military leaders, like, for example, we have our gentleman up here, probably our family. Yeah. So the guy leading our army is our family member. So he's part of the crown. Try to fill as many of those as you can, not just the cabinet, but leading your army, leading your navy, the people that are trying to either fight, for example, your big ship stack, or your light ships that are trying to increase maritime presence. Have these guys as admirals. Not only does it improve the maritime presence, and that means you need less ships per section, but it's going to give you a lot more crown power. So just some insights there. Hopefully some of that stuff was interesting to you. Like I said, I would love to finish this, and I might still do it in my off time, but I really have to get some guides out. I've got Bannerlord War Sales DLC coming out soon. I'm planning on doing a lot with that. I got a guide for this game that I need to do now, and some other things. So, like I said, I hate bailing on challenges, and I don't really think I'm bailing necessarily in this one. It's pretty much done. There's really nothing that's going to contest us at this point. It's just a matter of going through and grinding it out. And I don't think there's a whole lot of value to that other than maybe to get a good thumbnail with everything all green, but I'm not too worried about it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. We will see you on the next challenge run. Have yourselves a fantastic day. Take care.